A man with a scar on his face, his lips pursed in anger, looking into the distance, his dark hair fluttering in the wind. As it turned out, these are the memories of a man. He was in the guillotine, realizing what awaited him next. An unknown menacing man in a cloak made a decision that doomed this young guy to death. Suddenly, the scary scene with the guillotine gave way to a serene image of a small crib, completely changing the atmosphere. 3 children lay nearby, but only one of them, fully aware of what was happening, with a puzzled expression on his face, looked around the surrounding space in search of answers. The scarred man regressed to the age of a child, looking around the room, overwhelmed by the noise and complexity of his thoughts, feeling the weight of an unknown burden. Against the backdrop of the starry night stood the majestic castle, the imposing estate of the infamous Baskerville family. In the pogrom hall, the cries of numerous babies were heard. Their screams echoed loudly throughout the huge room, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. An irritated young man in a formal suit declared himself the new patriarch of the Baskerville family. Hugo de Baskerville walked among the rows of crying children, scornfully calling them worthless. And in his every word and gesture, there was a heartless cruelty. Suddenly, Hugo's gaze fell on one of the babies. Something caught his attention. It was the red-eyed child who did not make a rustle that attracted the attention of the young patriarch. The patriarch ordered the nannies to take the selected children to a lullaby. They obediently agreed, quickly carrying out his order. The kid's eyes lit up red. He realized that Hugo was the main suspect in his last execution. His heart was filled with determination to find the truth and restore justice. Hugo strode down the corridor, the fury in his gaze promising trouble for those who crossed his path. The child with bright scarlet eyes suddenly realized that he had been thrown back into childhood again, now vulnerable and at the mercy of his nemesis. Young Vicir, full of bitterness, remembered his past life as a dog, illegitimate and treated like trash, trained for the most brutal missions. Vicir's memories of piles of skeletons underscored his dedication to assassination, intelligence, and the dirtiest of deeds. His tireless devotion was driven by a desperate need for recognition from Hugo's family, seeking to prove his worth. The city's residents raised their glasses to celebrate the victory over the demons 10 years after the gates to their world had been opened. A hard-won peace agreement that everyone enjoyed. Scarlet blood flowed through the blade of the guillotine, a grim reminder of the cruel reward for the dog's faithful service. The crimson-eyed child clenched his fists, realizing that the dog's knowledge was too dangerous, his mind filled with thoughts of consequences. Vicir swore to himself that he would never again endure a life full of suffering and betrayal. His thirst for revenge was impossible to fulfill in his current state. The baby's body was too weak for his ambitious plans. The disgruntled, angry child decided that the Cradle of Swords was an opportunity to become stronger, to pave the way for the power needed for revenge. The Baskerville children made their way through a labyrinth of swords, eager to reach the river Styx and test their hidden talents. Babies plunged into the legendary river Styx, which could turn children's bodies into iron, but only for a limited time. To be the first to reach the river, it was necessary to go through a spiral wall of blades, taking out their sharp edges. The child fought his way through the maze, his limbs bloodied. Despite the agony, he continued to move forward, his determination unshakable. Vicir pushed his swords aside, remembering how his relatives had once prevented him from receiving the full blessing of the river. 4 people slowly moved towards the river Styx, unaware of little Vicir's determination. The child with red eyes declared that he would monopolize the blessing of the river for as long as possible. The baby plunged into the river Styx, feeling the dark waters envelop him, penetrating every cell of his body with an icy embrace. As the water seeped through his cuts, Vicir thought about how the beginning can radically change the course of life. The child covered his mouth with his hands, determined to remain submerged as long as possible, enduring the searing pain. 4 people by the river shouted for the young master to surface, their voices full of worry and fear for the fate of the child. Watching what was happening near the river Styx, this situation amused Hugo. White as snow, Chief Butler Barrymore reported that about 7 minutes had passed since the dive. Hugo was worried that the child might die if he didn't surface soon. Standing by the river, Hugo shouted to his son to surface, but there was no answer. Little Vicir, grinding his teeth in pain, mentally replied that he would not give up so easily. The child, straining all his strength, continued to absorb the sacred water, trying to achieve maximum effect. The baby, in a panic, reached for the surface but remained underwater. His lungs were burning, but he knew that he must survive this test. The child's eyes turned white, his pupils disappeared, but he continued to repeat to himself that he must endure. He sank to the bottom, completely disappearing from sight in the dark waters of the river Styx. A hand grabbed the little boy's leg, trying to pull him out of the water. It was Hugo who pulled him out. Surprised that just diving into the river Styx was not enough for him, he even drank its water. The changes in the child were obvious and significant. The little one became much stronger from this. Even teeth appeared. Holding the boy by the legs, Hugo asked his name. The butler introduced Vicir van Baskerville. Hugo's eyes lit up as if anticipating something interesting. His joy and anticipation were obvious. The baby was still held by his legs. His white eyes without pupils looked into emptiness. Vicir mentally addressed Hugo, advising him to enjoy the moment while he could. The angry hound with burning eyes decided to use the time to sharpen her fangs and take revenge on her master. The faces of adult and little Vicir were juxtaposed, both with glowing eyes, determined to destroy the Baskerville family. Hugo Baskerville's illegitimate son, Vicir, looked on with fury, ready to change his fate. At the age of 8, the talented Vicir was considered a genius, but his family did not recognize him as special. His efforts went unnoticed, and this only strengthened his determination. By the age of 12, he was on missions of assassination and espionage, and at 20, he had reached the limit of his swordsmanship, his skills honed to perfection. 30-year-old Vicir was faced with the opening of a gate to the world of demons, marking the beginning of the invasion. At 39 years old, the war ended in victory for the people, and at 40, Vicir was rewarded with betrayal. False accusations led to execution by guillotine, brutally ending the life of a faithful hound, his last thoughts full of bitterness and hatred. Little Vicky realized his new existence, determined to change his fate. Looking around the room, he realized that he was in the nursery, remembering his past. Everything around him seemed familiar, but he knew that everything had changed. Vicir realized the success of his plan, turning over on his stomach and feeling the power of the absorbed water of the Styx. The nanny entered the room with a turquoise box, attracting the attention of Vicir, who noticed that his condition had improved. Paying attention to the unusual object, he asked the nanny why such a thing was in his bed. Vicir was surprised that he, an illegitimate child, was left a gift. It was unusual. The box lying on the bed opened slightly, releasing a light black mist, foreshadowing danger. A black and red snake slithered out of the box, shocking little Vicir. 2 bloody mambas with red eyes appeared from the box, and the baby recognized the rare species. Vicir realized that someone had sent snakes to kill him, trying to reduce competition in the family. The snakes hissed, preparing to attack the seemingly defenseless child. The kid grabbed both snakes by the throat with his bare hands, realizing their mortal danger to children. Vicir's eyes lit up with anger. He squeezed the snakes, realizing the cruelty of the Baskerville family. By strangling the snakes, Vicir vowed with his own hands to destroy the family that gave birth to such cruelty. Bloody splashes on the crib testified to the brutal battle that took place in the silence of the night of the Baskerville castle. In the morning, the servants approaching the cradle froze in a daze, shocked by the terrifying picture that opened before their eyes. The baby with scarlet eyes slept serenely among the remains of the snakes, causing shock and amazement among all members of the Baskerville family. The night nannies were subjected to severe torture and execution, but the mystery of the appearance of the snakes remained unsolved. Only young Vicir, whose eyes burned with an unusual fire, retained true knowledge of the night's events. 8 years passed, and the matured Vicir sat in class, ready to face new challenges of fate. The young man and his comrades listened to every word of their mentor, plunging into the secrets of the new teaching. A young teacher with a perfect hairstyle enthusiastically talked about the stages of blade mastery. Students learned the differences between a beginner, an experienced swordsman, and a true sword virtuoso. The teacher told about the highest level of sword master, capable of enveloping the blade in a strong, changeable aura. Vicir's classmates were amazed to learn that Hugo Baskerville had reached the level of a true sword master. Vicir was lost in thought about regaining his former power, remembering his goal before the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. The astute mentor noticed the student's detachment, who again missed the essence of the lesson being taught. The young man reflected on his unique abilities acquired after immersing himself in the mysterious river Styx. Vicir wondered how many years it would take to prepare for the decisive battle with the hated Hugo. Suddenly he felt the gaze of 3 similar blondes with scarlet eyes on him. One of the blonde youths roughly pushed Vicir, contemptuously calling him trash van. Blonde youths surrounded Vicir, whispering about the strange rumors that were circulating about his unusual past and abilities. They mentioned his dive into the mysterious river Styx and his incredible story of killing snakes as an infant. Vicir bitterly recognized these twins as traitors from a past life who had dealt him an insidious stab in the back. Hugo Baskerville's 9-year-old triplets, High, Mill, and Low, accused Vicir of lying, trying to piss him off. The young man decided to teach his annoying brothers a lesson once and for all in order to avoid problems with them in the future. The twins, holding a knife to Vicir's throat, tried to intimidate him, interested in the veracity of the rumors about his steel body. The two twins exchanged sly glances, planning a cruel game on Vicir. One of the brothers covered the young man's mouth, offering to check the rumors about his incredible endurance. Vicir decided to play along with the cruel children, planning to teach them a lesson and make them realize the consequences of their actions. The twins chuckled at the story of Vicir's strength, unaware that their confidence would soon be shaken. After some time, the children were surprised to notice Vicir's extraordinary resistance to their bullying. The brothers watched in horror, realizing that their joke was taking a dangerous and unpredictable turn. One of the triplets asked in a trembling voice if all this was true, not believing his eyes. One of the twins asked in a trembling voice if all this was true, not believing his frightened eyes. The other two, realizing that they had gone too far, begged to let Vicir go, stopping the cruel fun. The brother with bloody fingers looked at his hand in shock, confusedly not knowing what to do next. Vicir defiantly spat out the blood, causing even greater horror among the twins, who did not expect such a turn of events. He asked with a grin if they wanted him to eat the whole hand, making them even more afraid. The two brothers tried to put on a brave face, claiming that they were not afraid, although their pale faces betrayed their true feelings. The third, with a bitten finger, unable to withstand the tension, honestly admitted his genuine fear. The brothers suggested calling the priest, but Vicir stopped them, not wanting outsiders to interfere in their personal affairs. One of the twins, in desperation, attacked Vicir with a knife, hoping to turn the situation in his favor. The attacker recalled his superiority in age, trying to intimidate the enemy with this fact. The brother froze in shock, watching the result of his attack, which turned out to be completely useless against Vicir. The knife could not even scratch the skin of the young man, who reminded them of the indestructible strength of the Baskerville family. Vicir coldly broke the attacker's arm, demonstrating his power and warning of the consequences. The young man's eyes lit up with an ominous fire. He proposed to bring the cruel game to the end, reveling in their horror. The twins screamed in panic, realizing the truth of all the rumors about Vicir's incredible power. The young man did not hesitate to punch one of the twins in the face, without showing an ounce of compassion. The other two brothers screamed the name of the victim Hyboro in horror, fearing for his life after being hit by Vicir. The remaining twin took a defensive pose, accusing Vicir of cruelty and inhumanity. Vicir, keeping an imperturbable gaze, struck this brother as well, as if performing an ordinary action. He coldly remarked that there was no need to be afraid, because they would be cured, completing his cruel lesson for the twins. Picking up his sword from the floor, Vicir ominously promised them to learn the real meaning of the word discomfort. The young man generously offered to leave only one of the brothers, plunging them into even greater horror with his proposal. The twins, gripped by panic, asked each other which of them could escape, fear frozen in their eyes. Vicir threw the sword at their feet, offering to decide their fate themselves, his face maintaining a cold, frightening calm. He impatiently urged the brothers to make a decision, declaring that he did not intend to wait long for their choice. Vicir smiled cynically, noting the need for at least one of them to survive, carefully observing the brothers' reactions. The two twins, bleeding from severe wounds, were quickly losing strength in this cruel game. The unharmed brother, succumbing to fear, tried to escape, causing anger and despair in the wounded twins. Vicir indifferently listened to the sounds of the fight that began between the brothers. Their screams and groans did not awaken sympathy in him. At this time, the butler reported to the Patriarch about a new conflict with the Morgue clan that had flared up in the Ruby mine. The Patriarch and the Serpent discussed the details of the upcoming meeting with the Morgue clan and other important news. Hugo Baskerville was surprised to learn of Vicir's high score on a recent written exam. The Patriarch, intrigued by the successes of the students, inquired about the date of the practical exam in the legendary Fortress of Youth. The butler, nervously fiddling with his collar, asked permission to report on a recent incident that had darkened the walls of the fortress. Hugo Baskerville tensed when he learned about the fierce fight between the young gentlemen, which did not bode well. The servant reported severe injuries to Hyboro and Middleborough, although fortunately there were no fatal consequences. Despite intensive treatment, the brothers' wounds, both physical and mental, seemed irreparable. The culprit of the bloody drama turned out to be 8-year-old Vicir, who paradoxically received the highest score in the theoretical exam. The young culprit stood in the corridor, radiating self-satisfaction, his eyes shining with unshakable confidence in his abilities. The Patriarch noted with undisguised admiration how much Vicir had matured since their last meeting. Hugo, not hiding his curiosity and anxiety, asked about the incident with the 3 older students. The patriarch especially emphasized not only physical, but also deep mental trauma received by the students. He talks about the discord between the brothers after the incident, highlighting the consequences of their conflict. Vicir listens to the words of the patriarch with a calm smile without showing a shadow of remorse. The young man does not consider his actions wrong, even after learning about the grave consequences for his brothers. He shocks those around him by declaring with confidence that the strongest are incapable of making mistakes. The patriarch mentions forgiving his brothers, but Vicir remains indifferent, feeling no guilt. Hearing about forgiveness, the young man only smiles, not attaching any importance to it. Suddenly, a memory emerges of the youngest daughter, whose life was destroyed by the Baskerville clan. Hugo's eyes light up with bloody fire at the mention of forgiving his sister Nun. The patriarch harshly declares that forgiveness is only an excuse for the weak, unable to take revenge. With a bloodthirsty grin, Hugo kills his sister, clearly demonstrating his philosophy. He proclaims the family's cruel motto that the strong rule and weakness is the unforgivable sin. The patriarch imperiously addresses the butler, preparing to give an important order. Unexpectedly, Hugo allows Vicir to take as much food from the storage as he can carry. The boy asks about chocolate with childish delight, sincerely thanking the stern patriarch. The butler slowly makes his way to the door to escort the excited Vicir to the vault. Suddenly, Hugo calls out, causing the boy to jump in surprise. The patriarch admonishes Vicir to perform well in an important midterm assessment. With emphasis, he warns not to lose to direct descendants in the upcoming exam. Vicir, struggling with fear and misunderstanding, obediently agrees with the patriarch. The storehouse amazes with the abundance of exquisite chocolate for which the Morgue clan is famous. The butler praises the quality of the sweets, but Vicir unexpectedly rejects the finished products. The boy asks for cocoa beans with a rich aroma, which surprises the old servant. The puzzled butler asks about Vicir's choice, wanting to clarify the details. Red beans sparkle in the bag, reminiscent of precious stones with their brilliance. These bloody beans are famous for their amazing aroma. One can replace 100 liters of chocolate. Vicir winces with bitterness, and the butler assumes his love for unusual sweets. The servant understands that the boy has found a way to get the most within the given restrictions. Vicir refuses processing, resolutely taking the valuable red beans raw. The butler, wiping his glasses, reflects on the unusual taste of the young gentleman. Vicir takes the beans not for food, but for a tactical exam that will take place in 5 days. A satisfied boy heads to his room, carrying a heavy bag of valuable beans. Vicir's eyes glow with anticipation of the coming catastrophe, which no one suspects. In this world, the Baskervilles are famous as a family of berserkers, their children undergoing harsh training from their youth. Young students run along sharp rocks, training their endurance. They are not even allowed to crawl. To strengthen their character, children sleep next to the corpses of monsters like huge fanged dogs. When young hounds reach 8 years of age, they undergo a deadly test of survival. The young Baskervilles gather on the ominous red-black mountains inhabited by monsters. Instructor Pavlov, the family's shadow dog, sternly explains the rules of cruel grading. The task of the young hounds is to survive for a month by hunting huge and incredibly strong monsters. The instructor explains the point system from a minimum of 10 for survival to 90 for complete completion of tasks. He mentions the ability to get extra points by stealing a badge from another member's uniform. A stern mentor reminds us of 0 marks for death, citing as an example Hugo's lesson on the death of arrogant swordsmen. Participants are strongly advised not to leave the red-black mountain area, where monsters are specifically weakened. While the boys discuss rumors about Vicir, the Shadow Dogs and Guardian Knights secretly evaluate future hounds. Students are eagerly waiting to see how Vicir, who previously received the highest score in the theoretical exam, will perform. Vicir himself, waiting for the test to begin, notes that he has not been to these ominous mountains for a long time, plunging into memories. The recently beaten twins kept their distance from Vicir, still wary of him after the recent incident. The last correct thing that the instructor introduced was that the exam begins when the bell rings. After wishing the participants good luck, the instructor waved the bell, officially beginning the death assessment. Hearing the signal, the participants rushed from their seats, trying to take advantageous positions for survival. One of the students planned to take the place he had his eye on last year, hoping for an advantage. The other decided to follow him, intending to take away everything he could get during the test. The twins, arguing among themselves, also rushed forward, each trying to prove their independence. The instructor with the sword, standing mysteriously at night, announced the beginning of a cruel test for the young hounds. He noted that killings are not encouraged, but are not prohibited either, creating a tense atmosphere among the participants. The first victim had already appeared and was mercilessly torn to pieces by the wolves. As it turned out, the young hounds will still be looked after. This is the task assigned to the shadow dogs. One of the shadow dogs, hiding behind a tree, observed in surprise something unusual during the test. He was amazed by the little Vicir with his not quite typical actions. The observer noted Vicir's genius, which had been evident since childhood, and waited for a demonstration of his skills. While under supervision, Vicir purposefully searched for a certain tree, the old age of which was reinforced by its size. Vicir, holding a long stick, examined the area, noting the softness of the soil under his feet. Having chosen a place for camp, the boy grinned contentedly, preparing to settle in for the duration of the test. The observer still did not take his eyes off the young guy who was doing someone else's work. Hearing Vicir's words about rest during the harsh exam greatly shocked the observer. The young guy Vicir continued to calmly go about his business, calmly collecting thin twigs and branches. Meanwhile, Vicir's classmates fought desperately with swords, trying to survive the ordeal. Having taken off his school suit, Vicir calmly continued to arrange his territory. A great contrast are the previously familiar twins, who fought with all their might against a huge bear. Vicir calmly built himself a bed with a canopy of branches and rested peacefully. The observer wondered why the young participant was sitting idle while others were gaining points. The guy continued to create a pleasant atmosphere for himself, lighting a fire. The observer did not understand the meaning of passivity at all. With such actions, Vicir completely disappointed the observer, who decided that the rumors of genius were exaggerated and walked away. Noticing the departure of the shadow dog, Vicir grinned and said with relief that he had finally left. Realizing that now no one was bothering him, he fried fish, nostalgic for the old days before regression. In his dark memories, Vicir discussed with his mentors the ability of cocoa beans to hide the fishy smell. Vicir took out bloody cocoa beans and threw them into the fire, enhancing the camouflage effect. Thus, the guy completed his preliminary successful preparation for the implementation of the plan. Looking at the spiked traps placed, Vicir decided that it was time to start the hunt. Several days have already passed, the night has enveloped, and not without this, the terrible metro. The gloomy, leafless forest beckoned the young guy with its untouchedness. Full of confidence, Vicir walked inside the restricted area. At the moment, the territory was completely unexplored, but before his regression, the young man had to visit there often. The smell of burning and charred roots enveloped Vicir. The confidence that he was close to his goal only grew. Suddenly, the young man froze, extremely surprised by what he saw ahead. His eyes widened in surprise. Having discovered burning excrement, Vicir realized that he had found the trace of the desired creature. The guy's lips stretched into a satisfied smile. Flames resembling lava erupted from the mouth of a huge dog monster. The heat was felt even from a distance. Vicir, looking at the monstrous dog, remembered previous meetings and was delighted with the find. The hunter's excitement lit up in his eyes. On the rock stood a Hellhound, blazing with fire, brightly illuminating the gloomy darkness of the night, whose silhouette inspired horror and awe. The enraged muzzle of a hound with a burning mouth, from which flames burst out and a semblance of magma can be seen. Vicir imagines the flaming hound as a guard monster that consumes the flames of hell. The boy recalls how, at the age of 18, he barely defeated such a dog, and at the age of 8, victory seems even less likely. However, Vicir knows a way that even a child can deal with a hellhound and smiles. The boy and the hound rush at each other. Vicir notes the monster's first weakness. The young man deftly dodges the hound's paws, remaining calm and focused. The guy knows the secrets of the monster. He moves only in a straight line, and it is difficult for her to suddenly change direction. The guy's actions were not at all part of the monster's plan. She doesn't understand how the boy managed to dodge her. The hound's second weakness was much more unexpected. For it, the hound hovered and saved a bottle of ordinary water. As it turned out, the guard monsters cannot cross even a small amount of water. By pouring out the water, Vicir slows the hound down and prepares to reveal another weakness common to all monster dogs. Having accelerated as fast as it can, the hound furiously opens its mouth, pouncing on the boy. Vicir quickly snaps his fingers and deftly dodges the attack of the monster that wanted to bite him. Calmness descends on the face of the young guy. The hound jumps over him, missing. The aggressive scream and roar drives you crazy, furious with failure. You don't understand how this could happen. Anger ceases to have its limit. The eyes and mouth of the monster glow with furious fire. Suddenly, the hound just falls to the ground, discovering that chocolate is poisonous to dogs. A strange green liquid violently fills the space around the monster. It was the bloody beans that bloodthirstily killed the dog. Drawing his sword, the young man concludes that even a hellhound is powerless against chocolate. The young man is preparing to make the final blow to the monster, feeling for a weak spot without ribs. The monster's kidneys became a target for Vicir. Without any regrets, the guy pierces the Hound with a sword in this place. The guy is seized by pleasure from the moment and from himself. His eyes become even more scarlet. Pulling out a sword covered in black slime, Vicir watches blue energy emanate from the dog. This is explained by the fact that after the destruction of a monster, the energy of experience or karma is collected in the body, making it stronger. The young man's strength grows by the seconds. His sword glows even more brightly from such energy. Posmakov with his legendary victory over the monster. The guy already has a picture of Hugo's reaction popping up like this. The atmosphere will be filled with the kid's confidence about his first place in the practical text, knowing what kind of reward he will already ask for. We are talking about a book that in a past life he could not even dream of because he was trash for his clan. Vicir, having taken the monster's head as a trophy, hears an unusual noise of approaching paws. Turning towards this loud sound, the guy tries to realize what or who it could be. Loud stomping is heard from all sides. Fiery bodies are approaching closer and closer to the boy. Aggressive 4 hellhounds came to avenge their slain kin. The guy just laughs at this situation, mercilessly cutting the throat of a dead hound. For Vicir, this situation was only a plus, since his plans included receiving more than one trophy. The hounds look as frightened as possible, not understanding what is happening, how he was able to cut off the head of one of them. This situation alarms the guy. Why were the hounds suddenly afraid of his action? The hellhounds were afraid of the 8-year-old's bloodlust and would never give up on him. As it turned out, the hounds were afraid of a huge 3-headed dog from which a purple glow comes out. The 3-headed dog is no longer as kind as its opponents before. Its sharp fangs are capable of killing its victim in a matter of seconds. This giant monster's name is Cerberus, having 3 heads and being 10 times the size of the guy. Vicir, having fallen into a moment of shock, remembers everything he knows about this monster, realizing that Cerberus is not on its territory. Everything fell into place. The boy notices that Cerberus has a large bloody wound. The many arrows stuck in Cerberus's body give rise to speculation that someone was hunting him. The boy remembers a tribe of barbarians living around the mountain and assumes that Cerberus was fleeing from them. Vicir's eyes light up. He sees a chance to finish off a wounded monster of A+ rank despite all the risks. It is noted that the boy has reached the level of an advanced swordsman and has mastered the 3rd technique of the Baskerville family. Vicir holds a sword surrounded by blue energy, having reached the level of adult hounds at a young age. Enraged, Vicir rushes with his sword at Cerberus, ready to attack the monster's throat. One of the 3 heads of Cerberus receives a blow from Vicir with his sword, which is shrouded in energy. 2 other heads of Cerberus are trying to grab the boy by the shoulder, but this does not bother the guy at all. He continues to be calm. Vicir Alfir dodges the monster's bite, but still strives to defeat Cerberus. With glowing scarlet eyes, the young man convinces himself that he can defeat the wounded Cerberus. Cerberus, perplexed, aggressively defends himself and attacks the boy at the same time. The enraged Cerberus's body is covered in purple lightning, his eyes glowing brightly. To the boy's horror, his sword breaks on Cerberus's body, leaving him completely at a loss. At a moment of Vicir's confusion, Cerberus attacks with its claws, trying to grab the boy. Cerberus gathers all the strength he has and pushes Vicir away with his claws, throwing him far away from himself. The boy's back crashed into a tree with a loud crunch, throwing him several meters away from Cerberus's blow. Blood gushed from the wound on the young man's head, momentarily paralyzing his body from the crushing impact. Vicir lowered his head, his face contorted with bitter disappointment and shock at the unexpected turn of events. The young man's face is distorted with rage. His eyes glow with determination and thirst for revenge. The young man lay motionless by the tree, momentarily losing consciousness, while the enraged Cerberus rushed towards him, ready to tear him to pieces. Suddenly waking up, the guy felt a sharp pain in his left arm and assumed with horror that he had lost a limb in the fight. Fortunately, Cerberus's claws only tore the sleeve of his jacket, leaving deep bleeding wounds on the young man's arm. Vicir did not understand why he was so weakly hit. Was Cerberus's blow really so weak, or was it a miraculous effect of the river Styx? Thanking the river Styx, the hero rose to his feet and rushed away, ignoring the pain from his wounds. Running away from the enraged monster, the young man realized that he would not survive the second blow, despite his incredible endurance. The guy's thoughts were shrouded in only one phrase: an experienced hunter must find a way to get out of a dangerous situation. The best way out for the guy is clearly now, while the dog is looking for the boy in full force. He must quickly make a decision. Realizing that there is very little time, Vicir runs forward with all his might. If it weren't for the dog's wound, the boy would have already been torn to pieces, for which he greatly thanks the tribe of barbarians for saving him. The guy's goal is an ordinary fence that fences off the restricted area with the permitted. The boy climbs over the fence, hoping to reach the prepared place before he is caught. Dogs growl and bark at a young guy with incredible anger. Running as fast as he can, Vicir repeats that the target is somewhere nearby and he must find it. He sees a pre-prepared place with a trap and shouts that he has found it, his eyes filling with hope. Completely sweaty from such a marathon, the guy tells himself for an hour that there is very little left. The tension of the situation is only increasing. The dogs are slowly catching up with him, but his rescue is also very close. The speed of the young guy's running sends dirt flying in all directions. He understands that now is the best moment, jumping over a tree as high as possible, thus protecting yourself in Cerberus. Cerberus opens its mouth, and Vicir literally passes through it on a thread. Cerberus does not understand how the boy could dodge his jaws so easily. Having fallen to the ground from powerlessness, the guy rolls down, his jacket is torn, but he escaped from the jaws of Cerberus. Without fully realizing it, what just happened, the guy is just happy that I finally escaped the monster. Welcome to the Cradle of Swords. Cerberus falls into his trap of swords, growling in pain. The guy wipes the sweat from his face and smiles, saying he didn't think he was using a Hellhound trap for Cerberus. Cerberus and Hellhound are the same type of monster, and the essence of the blood beans on the spears is poisonous to them. Cerberus is leaking green goo from the poison, but one of its heads is still growling at the boy, trying to bite him. Taking his stick in his hand, the guy realizes that yes, he is of high rank and should not die so quickly. The boy imbues the stick with his blue powerful mana, throwing it at Cerberus. The monster is holding on to the poison on its last legs, but the stick is rapidly moving towards it. Cerberus snarls with the last of his strength, opening his mouth, his eyes bright purple with anger. Vicir counts 1 or 2, as focused and calm as possible, waiting for something. The Hound approaches the boy, and he continues to count, already calling the numbers 3 or 4. Cerberus is getting closer to Vicir, who counts further, 5 or 6. Cerberus makes his way to the boy. Their faces almost touch. Vicir says the last number, 7. Cerberus completely dies. Green viscous mucus flows out of him, which greatly pleases the boy. The hero wipes his face, looking at the dead Cerberus, and sighs with relief that it is all over. He looks at Cerberus's huge body, covered in wounds and poison, saying that the rumors about the 7 steps were not true. The wooden spear thrown by Vicir stands out, long and saturated with bloody mamba venom. Earlier, the guy managed to attach the tooth of a poisonous snake. Due to the wound, Cerberus could not take more than 7 steps. He feels the energy of Cerberus, the 3 heads are dead, and blue energy begins to flow into Vicir's hands. Be that as it may, Vicir needs to return the body back. Perhaps the Guardian Knight saw him preparing a trap. He speculates that Cerberus was defending his dungeon nearby, and he needs to find this place. The dungeon is a mystical place with treasures that powerful monsters use as a home. After the death of the guard, the dungeon is now empty. Vicir smears Cerberus feces on himself to scare away small monsters. Dried soil, rotten leaves, and rotten roots show the way for Vicir, who sets off on a search. Carefully and quietly follows the tracks, looking for the dungeon, which was guarded by Cerberus. Then a dungeon appears on the horizon, emitting a red glow, which is what Vicir was looking for. His memories indicate that he managed there before his regression. The place will be discovered in 10 years, but now it seems empty. However, right now this is not the case. He feels magical energy breaking through from under the surface, and is sure that the place has not yet been cleaned out. Everything inside is made of a red substance. There is complete darkness inside. There is no light. The dungeon is deeper than it seems. His eyes light up scarlet red with excitement. He wonders what will happen next. Vicir goes further into the dungeon, where absolute darkness reigns, anticipating the reward he will receive. The walls of the cave pass through ruby veins, which must be what connects it with the Red Sheila Mountain. A bright light at the end of the cave surprises Vicir, wondering if the light could be the entrance to the dungeon. Vicir squints at the bright light, but decides to follow it anyway, hoping to find out more. Entering the dungeon, he sees a red burning ruby in the center of the room, emitting a scarlet light. The inside of the dungeon is quite bright. The magical energy of the ruby emits light, which cannot but attract attention. The boy looks at his feet and is surprised to find something interesting. He notices that there is a skeleton body below, which gives him the idea that someone has been here a long time ago. The skeleton is old. Even the bones are already breaking from old age. A manuscript lies nearby, arousing Vicir's interest. It had been a long time since the skeleton had been here, looking at the rotten bones. The guy picks up a piece of paper on which it is written that the author's name was Cain, and Vicir understands that he was from the Baskerville family. At that moment, young Cain decided to leave a message for posterity, warning against fatal mistakes. The story goes that in the depths of the stone, the brothers Cain and David accidentally discovered a legendary cave full of dangerous trials and mysteries. Having overcome many obstacles and defeated monsters, they reached the heart of the dungeon, where they were stuck for 3 long years. Cain recalled how desperately they craved the treasure, convinced that the final test was somewhere nearby. The huge ruby exuded a scarlet glow and strange energy, enveloping everything around in a mystical red mist. The brothers tirelessly pondered the meaning of these words in the riddle, trying to unravel the mystery of the final test. The twins, once united in their mother's womb, realized that the final test required them to become one again. With sharp blades in their hands, the brothers realized the terrifying truth that only one would be able to leave the cave with the treasure. Cain and David, sparkling with scarlet eyes, froze in a tense confrontation, ready to fight each other. After a fierce fight, Cain pierced his brother's heart, committing an unthinkable murder of his own blood. Left alone, the winner realized with horror that nothing had changed. His face was distorted with shock and despair. Cain, tormented by doubts, did not understand why the murder of his brother did not bring him the treasured treasure. The disappointed brother left the cursed place, leaving a warning for future treasure seekers. He called for immediate escape from the devil's cave, created only to mock human greed. The young man reflected on the meaninglessness of the sacrifice of his brothers, who passed all the tests but left with nothing. But the guy is far from stupid. He immediately realized that the mystery remained unsolved despite his loneliness and required a different interpretation. He convinced himself that there were no impassable dungeons, looking at the exit, the burning ruby, and the remains of the skeleton. Suddenly, the young man's gaze caught on something strange in the remains. Vicir carefully studied the ancient skeleton, his thoughts feverishly working, trying to unravel the mystery of the cave. A triumphant smile lit up the entire space of the dungeon. He finally understood how to solve the riddle that had eluded his brothers. Vicir realized that Abel and his brother had followed the wrong trail, failing to unravel the true meaning of the test. In a dark corridor among the boxes, the guy approached the ruby, confident that the answer lay in himself. The sequence of his thoughts was that he was alone in the dark, but at the luminous stone he and his shadow became two. Without hesitation, the young man smashed the shining stone, confident that this would open the way to the final test. The ruby fragments scattered. Vicir exclaimed that the answer was simple. It was a shadow. His eyes glowed with insight. The ruby fragments scattered, emitting black smoke instead of the previous scarlet glow that filled the entire room. A bright red light gradually began to envelop the room in which the boy was located. The illumination extended not only to the room itself, but also to coloring Vicir's skin, hair, and clothes. In place of the broken stone, an elegant scarlet sword appeared, the treasure of the devil's cave, striking the young man. The blade shone with a burgundy light, adorned with 3 bright emeralds, mesmerizing with its deadly beauty. The guy remembered a certain children's illustration. It's a giant fly with red wings. Its name is the Lord of the Flies, Beelzebub. They had 3 eyes and scarlet wings, which formed the hollow image of the legendary Beelzebub. The great monsters that invaded the continent were represented in legends as dragons, crowmen, and giant flies. The 7 calamities, known as the Devil Constellation, brought death and destruction until the 7 great families appeared. Each clan faced off against one of the demons, and the ancestor of the Baskervilles fought the Lord of the Flies himself. The first patriarch fearlessly attacked the monstrous Beelzebub to stop his bloody reign. The remains of the defeated demon were kept on the lands of the clan, attracting monsters with their dark energy. In a past life, the sword fell into the hands of demons, bringing countless sacrifices, but now Vicir will not allow the tragedy to repeat itself. Vicir gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, feeling how it became an extension of him. The young man grabbed with both hands, trying to pull out the blade from which a mysterious glow emanated. Suddenly, a strange red energy began to appear from the boy's palm, plunging him into confusion. Something scarlet began to come out of the guy's palm, resembling fresh blood. Moments later, in place of the bloody traces, crimson stripes appear, similar to hot lava. Gritting his teeth, the guy realized that the sword had now become an extension of his hand, like a living creature. The blade, created from the remains of a member of the Devil Constellation, turned out to be the legendary Beelzebub. Vicir's eyes lit up with excitement. He was eager to know how much stronger he had become with this weapon. The guy's tired appearance indicated that it was time for him to go back, having failed to find anything interesting. Suddenly, his vision became blurred, and anxiety seemed to shroud his mind in a thick fog. His legs gave way. Vicir collapsed on the floor, leaning firmly on his hands. He tried to get up, but his strength left him more and more. The guy stared in bewilderment at his palm, where the red energy came from, as if asking for food. Barely able to stand on his feet, Vicir got out of the cave. Every step was given to the young guy with great difficulty. From unbearable hunger, his stomach was cramping, as if a vice was squeezing it from the inside. But suddenly the young man caught a subtle aroma of something edible. The hand that Beelzebub possessed suddenly shot up and pulled Vicir forward. He could not resist this ominous force that mercilessly controlled his body. The guy rushed, driven by a mysterious force, hoping to find at least something to satisfy his hunger. Vicir saw the corpse of a previously killed hound, lying in the same place, with bleeding wounds. Beelzebub, breaking free from the young man's hand, pierced the body of the dead hound, greedily absorbing its blood. Vicir felt how, with every sip absorbed through the sword, his strength returned to him. The thought of the dried vegetation of the red-black mountains flashed through Vicir's head. The young man thought thoughtfully about the nature of Beelzebub, trying in vain to understand how long he would have to satisfy his insatiable hunger. Vicir carefully studied the sword's abilities, noting the Hellhound's bleeding and empty slots awaiting new spells. The legend of the Lord of the Flies, capable of absorbing the skills of enemies, surfaced in the guy's memory. From the once formidable Hound, only bones remained, since Beelzebub drank all the blood without a trace. Vicir's eyes flashed with excitement, realizing the opportunity to steal abilities from others. The sword hand reached out to the remains of the Hound again, thirsting for even more power that could be strengthened. Trying to hold back the insatiable blade, the guy suffered from the consequences of excessive absorption. Finally, the young man was able to stop Beelzebub by filling 3 slots with unique abilities. Vicir carefully examined his new abilities, immersed in thoughts about their potential and the possibilities that lay before him like an unknown world. Admiring the power of the absorbed Cerberus burn skill, Vicir realized its destructive potential. The guy talked about the painful effect of thermalgia, finding interesting parallels with the horror of bleeding. Having prepared for the practical exam, Vicir thought about just waiting it out without getting into a fight with anyone. Meanwhile, his classmates, the young hounds, had already returned to the house. The assessment of achievements had begun, showing the hounds trophies from parts of captured monsters. The trophy achieved by one of the young hounds caused delight not only among the instructor, but also among everyone who watched them. Hugo's face showed a look of surprise when he asked who was so brave as to defeat such a formidable monster. The butler explained that the hound had accidentally entered forbidden territory in the middle of an exam. Even the Guardian Knight's kind of encounters with Cerberus of such a high rank are dangerous. But the important detail that the butler notices is that the monster was poisoned. As soon as the tired Vicir returned from a difficult exam, he immediately went to rest, and the butler did not have time to question him. Grinning, Hugo admired the young hound's cunning, realizing the value of the information he had obtained. This situation also, frankly speaking, shocked the butler, unexpectedly coming from a side branch. Hugo hinted at his special attraction to talented hounds, regardless of their origin, which aroused the interest and respect of everyone present. The patriarch's words cast a shadow of alarm on the butler, who never ceased to worry about the fate of the young boy. In order to cheer himself up, Hugo ordered young Vicir to be brought to him. With a smile on his face, the young man appeared, full of anticipation of something interesting. With undisguised curiosity, the patriarch asked how Vicir managed to separate from the group during the exam. Vicir's eyes lit up as he enthusiastically told about his cunning trick with chocolate poison against the monster. After hearing about the deadly effects of chocolate on dog-like creatures, Hugo and the butler exchanged surprised glances. "I answer only to the head of the clan," the young man proudly declared, which undoubtedly impressed the patriarch. Unstinting in his praise, Hugo noted Vicir's academic success and his unwavering devotion to the Baskerville clan. "For a successful hunt, you will receive not only a trophy, but also the opportunity to fulfill one of your wishes," the patriarch promised, generously rewarding the guy. In anticipation of his cherished dream, Vicir mentally rejoiced, barely holding back a smile. Those present were frozen in amazement when Vicir unexpectedly asked for access to a library of 10,000 messages. The invaluable knowledge of the Baskerville clan was stored in a huge library, considered one of the largest in the entire empire. Reminded Hugo that the boy should not forget that access to the library is strictly limited and open only to selected family members. Deep in the depths of the library lurked a 6th technique, the study of which the patriarch strongly advised Vicir to pay attention to. Realizing the unprecedented nature of such permission for the offspring of a side branch, Vicir involuntarily felt a growing excitement. Before Vicir's regression, Hugo had achieved the 10th technique of the Baskervilles, but now he only mastered the 7th, which gave him mixed feelings. The image of his own execution by guillotine suddenly flashed through Vicir's memory, recalling the bitter days of former discrimination. Having folded his hands and wished Vicir good luck in his endeavors, The patriarch looked at the young man with eyes burning with scarlet fire. Hiding his true thoughts of revenge, the young man bowed respectfully and promised to exceed all expectations placed on him. Touching the ancient tomes on swordsmanship with trepidation, Vicir stepped into the clan's Holy of Holies, the Baskerville library. Immersed in thoughts about the strict hierarchy of the clan, the young man realized how severely limited access to the highest techniques of the Baskervilles was. Among the countless volumes, the guy's gaze suddenly stopped at a sealed book containing the innermost secrets of the sixth technique of the family. Clutching the golden key in his hands, Vicir never ceased to be amazed at the incredible luck bestowed upon him by Hugo's favor. Opening the lock of the treasured book, the young man suddenly realized that the patriarch had probably underestimated his abilities and rich past experience. Vicir's memory flashed back to his previous attempts to comprehend the fifth technique, stopped by an unfortunate lack of knowledge and resources. Eagerly reading the lines of the long-awaited book, the guy felt like he was finally getting closer to overcoming this difficult barrier. Immersing himself in the principles of the Baskerville sword art, Vicir realized the deep symbolism of each tooth representing a new technique. Leafing through the pages with undying excitement, the young man understood that the true purpose of his visit extended far beyond the sixth technique. Surprised by Vicir's unexpectedly early departure, the library guards reminded him of even more valuable books stored deep in the sacred vault. Confidently declaring his successful familiarization with the necessary material, the guy informed the guards of his intention to study other volumes. Not wanting to miss a rare opportunity, the guards persistently convinced the guy to stay, pointing to the many unread books. Ignoring the guards' whispers about his supposed ignorance, Vicir resolutely headed towards the spiral staircase. Continuing his path to the true purpose of the visit, the young man mentally grinned at the naivety of the unsuspecting guards. As he climbed the stairs, Vicir knew that the real treasure was skillfully hidden among ordinary-looking volumes. Slowly moving along the shelves of the luxurious library, the young man carefully examined each book, not missing a single detail. Suddenly, the guy's gaze caught on an inconspicuous, tattered book with a soft cover, bearing the intriguing title, Ambush. Carefully picking up the old tome, Vicir felt confident that he had finally found exactly what he had been looking for so long. With every moment spent with the book in his hands, the young man's confidence in the correctness of his choice only grew stronger. Considered by many to be useless due to torn pages, this book actually kept the secrets of the founders of the first technology. Realizing the true value of the found treasure, the young man's eyes lit up with a bright scarlet fire, reflecting his inner jubilation. Plunging into the memories of his past life, Vicir clearly imagined how his squad discovered an ancient relic in the dark depths of the dungeon. A single torn page from the Book of Sword Art haunted the young hound, fueling his insatiable curiosity. Intrigued by the unusual find, Hugo personally searched every corner of the vast library, trying to find the source of the mysterious page. The book Ambush, written by the ancestors of the Baskervilles, unexpectedly turned out to be the key to mastering the secret 10th technique of the clan. Driven by an indomitable desire to master this knowledge, Hugo did not hesitate to send the hounds in search of the remaining lost pages. For the sake of possessing the missing parts of the manuscript, the patriarch unleashed a bloody war with the 7 great families. Having paid a terrible price in countless victims, all the lost pages finally ended up in Hugo's hands, trembling with impatience. Bowing before the noticeably aged patriarch, the matured Vicir tremblingly awaited a well-deserved reward for his tireless labors. Having warmly congratulated Vicir on his success, Hugo suddenly felt an inexplicable surprise, noticing something unusual in the young man's appearance. Mentally making an unbreakable oath to himself, Vicir vowed not to make the fatal mistakes of his past life, which led to a horrific tragedy. Suddenly struck with insight, the guy realized that his previous failures were directly related to the lack of access to the full version of the book. Plunging into the study of the first step to the 10th technique, Vicir realized more and more deeply with each line the pricelessness of the found tome. To the uninitiated, the book seemed just a set of meaningless phrases, but with the addition of the missing pages, it acquired a deep, sacred meaning. Mentally returning to his past achievements, Vicir firmly decided to achieve them again even before his 15th birthday. Days and nights on end, the young man tirelessly immersed himself in the study of ancient techniques, unable to tear himself away from the treasured book, which revealed to him the secrets of the universe. Finally slamming the heavy tome shut, Vicir felt that he had absorbed enough knowledge to begin his new path. Waking up from a deep immersion in ancient knowledge, Vicir was surprised to realize that the whole day had flown by unnoticed. Convinced that there were no vigilant guards, The young man, overcome with impatience, decided to immediately test the newfound techniques. Soberly assessing the capabilities of his young short body, the guy understood that he would not yet be able to fully implement the 10-tooth technique. Filled with trepidation and determination, Vicir began to recreate the first, second, and fourth Baskerville techniques, feeling the ancient power fill him. The surging bitterness of memories of his past life suddenly overwhelmed the guy, reminding him of long years of humiliation and severe restrictions. As Vicir imagined himself delivering a crushing blow to Hugo, he mentally swore to himself never again to allow his origins to become an obstacle to true power. Having completed the ancient ritual, the young man realized with awe the depth of the changes that had taken place, feeling how a new, previously unknown power was pulsating inside his body. Peering intently at his palm, Vicir tensely tried to understand whether he had finally managed to overcome the seemingly insurmountable barrier of the fifth technique. An unexpected wave of euphoric happiness overwhelmed the guy, forcing him to clench his fist tightly and feel the life-giving warmth spreading throughout his body. Realizing that he had become the first hound in history to achieve the fifth technique at such a young age, Vicir could not contain his glee, feeling how new, previously unattainable horizons were opening up before him. Feeling the triumph of achieving the fifth tooth, Vicir looked at his hand with undisguised pride, still not believing in the reality of what was happening. Mana bubbled inside the young man, becoming much more powerful, filling his body with unprecedented strength and energy. Vicir could not believe his feelings, realizing that at the age of 8, he had reached the level of an expert swordsman, which in his previous life he was able to achieve only at the age of 30. Enveloping his body like a scarlet fog, Vicir's aura became denser and more fluid, giving him unprecedented power and self-confidence. Reflecting on his rapid progress, Vicir could not help but smile, mentally rushing towards his main goal, the legendary 10th technique, which promises truly limitless possibilities. Remembering the limitations of the previously learned Leaking Fang technique, Vicir, now an expert, thirsted for more, striving to overcome every conceivable limit of his skill. Admiring the perfection of the ambush technique and the balance of attack and defense, Vicir reflected with a smile on its subtleties and potential application. Returning the priceless book to its place, the young man felt unprecedented confidence in his abilities, knowing that persistent practice would inevitably lead him to new, previously unattainable heights of mastery. Imagining Hugo's reaction to his sudden progress, Vicir began to think about how much of his newfound abilities he should reveal to others. Understanding the delicacy of the situation, the guy was aware of the need for a delicate balance. One could not show too much or too little in order to retain the patriarch's interest without arousing suspicion. Having figured out how to quietly get rid of the evidence of his secret training, Vicir could not restrain the sly smile that slid across his lips. Enjoying the thought of his advantage over Hugo and the other hounds, Vicir smiled, and his eyes sparkled with a mischievous sparkle. The guards, who suddenly appeared with their persistent questions about the strange smell, instantly alarmed Vicir, causing him to tense up. Instantly pulling himself together, the guy prepared to masterfully play the role of an innocent and spontaneous child. Skillfully playing the role of a careless child, Vicir, with feigned embarrassment, began to explain what had happened, skillfully manipulating the emotions of the guards. Deftly turning the conversation to more important matters of the clan, Vicir skillfully diverted the attention of the guards from the incident. Charmed by the young master's courtesy and nobility, the guards readily agreed to keep the incident a secret. Feigning sincere repentance, Vicir left the library, leaving behind him the guards admiringly discussing his nobility. Returning along the corridor, the young man could hardly contain his triumphant grin, hearing admiring comments addressed to him from the unsuspecting guards. Enjoying the success of his little trick, Vicir, with a satisfied smile on his face, headed back to Hugo and the butler waiting for him. Having met the young man with an inquisitive gaze, the patriarch with undisguised interest inquired about the results of his research in the library. When Vicir carefully hinted at a certain insight that had occurred to him while reading, Hugo's eyes instantly lit up with genuine curiosity. Carefully choosing words to intrigue Hugo and the butler, Vicir thoughtfully described his unusual sensations. Realizing the true meaning of the young hound's words, the listeners could not hide their surprise and disbelief reflected on their faces. Without hiding his amazement, the butler began to explain the phenomenon of the aura, especially emphasizing the uniqueness of Vicir's achievement. Trying to comprehend the incredible progress of an 8-year-old child, Hugo was deep in thought. With poorly concealed excitement in his voice, the patriarch asked Vicir to demonstrate his newfound skills. Surrounded by the curious gazes of students, Vicir stood in the arena, feeling his heart beat faster in anticipation of the upcoming test. Holding the hilt of his sword tightly, the young man radiated confidence and readiness to face any challenge that Hugo could throw at him. Having learned of the Patriarch's intention to release a monster against the young Hound, the butler could not hide the anxiety that gripped him. Slowly opening, the massive gates of the cage released Vicir's unknown opponent into the arena, forcing everyone present to hold their breath. Shackled in dozens of massive chains, a huge green-skinned orc stepped into the light of the arena, causing genuine horror in the breathless spectators. Baring his teeth furiously through a strong metal muzzle, the monster with the danger rank of C made even the most seasoned warriors tremble. In disbelief, the crowd of schoolchildren gasped in horror as they realized that an 8-year-old boy had been pitted against a ferocious orc. While the guardian knight carefully freed the monster from the chains that bound him, Vicir stood motionless in the center of the arena, like a stone statue. Having gained freedom, the orc let out a deafening roar, demonstrating his incredible power and instilling genuine fear in the hearts of the numb spectators. Shaking the ground with heavy steps, the huge green carcass quickly rushed at the young Hound, ready to tear him to shreds. Realizing how easy prey this supposedly formidable enemy would be for him, Vicir only chuckled slightly as he prepared to attack. Activating his aura with lightning speed, the guy swung his sword, and the shining blue blade, without meeting the slightest resistance, cut off the orc's hand. Exploding with shocked exclamations, the stands plunged into chaos. None of those present could believe the incredible strength of young Vicir. Having lost his arm in an instant, the orc froze in complete stupor, unable to realize that he had fallen at the hands of a child who seemed to him an easy prey. Without wasting a second, Vicir instantly aimed at the monster's leg, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. With a lightning-fast movement, almost imperceptible to the eyes of the spectators, the young man cut off the orc's limb, sending the giant to the ground. Watching his defeated enemy bleeding, Vicir reflected in amazement at the unexpected effectiveness of his newfound technique. Mentally comparing the current opponent with the previously defeated Hellhound, the guy appreciated the increased strength of his new abilities with satisfaction. Without hiding their amazement, the shocked spectators heatedly discussed the incredible power demonstrated by the 8-year-old boy. With his arms crossed over his chest, Hugo carefully watched what was happening in the arena, immersed in deep, anxious thoughts. Looking up at Hugo with confidence, Vicir prepared to demonstrate to the Patriarch the true depth of his newfound abilities. The Patriarch froze in silent amazement, his pupils constricted at the incredible spectacle unfolding before him in the arena. Enveloping the young man and his sword, the red aura revealed to the world the unsurpassed mastery of the aura blade, striking everyone present with its power. Ignoring the profuse bleeding from his severed limbs, the wounded orc stubbornly tried to rise to continue the seemingly hopeless battle. Without wasting a second, Vicir quickly rushed towards his wounded opponent, his blade blazing with a bright scarlet aura, ready to deliver the final blow. Unable to take his eyes off the incredible spectacle unfolding in the arena, Hugo clutched the arms of his chair tightly. Adjusting his glasses with a trembling hand, the butler with undisguised admiration recognized in young Vicir a true genius, born only once in a generation. Struck by the thought that among all the 7 empires there was hardly a genius like Vicir, the butler froze in mid-sentence when Hugo sternly ordered him to stop praising him. Watching as Vicir cuts through the orc again with his shining blade, Hugo notices with alarm that something is wrong with the enemy, because their regeneration is usually fast, but the bleeding does not stop. By declaring that Vicir only won because of the orc's weakness, Hugo bewildered the butler, who could not understand why the Patriarch could not simply rejoice at his son's success. Addressing Hugo, who is sitting on the balcony, Vicir, with a prayer in his voice, loudly asks him to stop the fight, realizing the danger of further confrontation. Beaming with joy and success, happy Vicir turns to his father, asking if he has a more difficult opponent, his face glowing with an overwhelming sense of triumph. Stunned by Vicir's bold question, the young Hound classmates look at each other in confusion, not believing their ears, as if not knowing how to react to his insolence. Noticing their surprise, Vicir decides that it would be wiser to demonstrate his strength only up to a certain point in order to ultimately achieve more. Contemplating his future, the young man hopes that if his progress is noticed, he will be able to separate himself from Hugo, perhaps being sent to a remote territory or even admitted to a prestigious academy. Looking at his son with undisguised interest, Hugo admits that the orc summoned from afar was not strong enough to satisfy Vicir's ambitions, adding that at this age one really needs to gain more life experience. The butler standing nearby carefully reminds him of a prisoner captured during a raid against the barbarians for experimentation, to which Hugo nods thoughtfully, confirming that there is indeed one left. Hugo, after thinking a little, notes that this prisoner has been starving for a long time and is now most likely on edge, after which he gives the order to bring him in immediately. When the prisoner is brought into the arena, Vicir is shocked to see a monstrous monster in front of him, whose huge shadow completely covers him, as if threatening him with its incredible power. The second monster, who turns out to be a giant black troll, towers over Vicir, being 20 times taller than him, and his bright red eyes sparkle with indomitable malice. The gigantic troll emits an aggressive, deafening scream aimed at Vicir, his voice full of rage and threat, creating an unbearably tense atmosphere around him. Gathering all his courage and determination, Vicir turns to Hugo, who is carefully watching what is happening, and without wavering his voice, asks permission to start the battle, to which the patriarch gives an affirmative answer with obvious interest. Having received an affirmative answer from Hugo, allowing the battle to begin, Vicir gathered his courage, preparing for the upcoming test. As soon as the restraining chains were released from the troll, Vicir quickly rushed towards the monster, their gazes meeting in a silent challenge, as if in a duel of ancient titans. Letting out a deafening roar that shook the air of the arena, the troll swung his huge fist with incredible force, intending to crush the daring boy with one crushing blow. With a deafening roar, the troll's fist fell to the ground, leaving a deep dent in the place where Vicir stood a moment ago, barely managing to dodge the deadly attack. Showing incredible agility and grace, Vicir, like a nimble cat, deftly dodges the blow and jumps over the troll, landing softly on the ground behind the monster. Finding himself behind the stunned enemy, Vicir remains unnoticed while the confused troll looks around in confusion, having lost sight of the young hound. Classmates watching the battle scream in disappointment, wondering why Vicir did not take advantage of the ideal moment to attack, missing what seemed to be a sure chance. Hugo, whose eyes sparkle with genuine interest, agrees with their remark, carefully watching every, even the most insignificant movement of his son. The patriarch explains to those present that the troll has truly excellent regeneration, and only deadly, well-thought-out attacks can cause real, irreparable damage to him. Continuing to masterfully dodge the furious attacks of the enraged monster, Vicir remains calm, not showing the slightest sign of fear, mentally replaying his carefully thought-out plan of action in his head. Watching Vicir barely dodge attacks, his classmates animatedly discuss his tactics, wondering if he is trying to wear out the troll in this way, and wondering if an 8-year-old can think so strategically, calling him a true genius. Vicir, feeling that the battle is developing too slowly and does not bring him pleasure, understands the need to act quickly and decisively in order to achieve the desired result. Reflecting on the situation, Vicir realizes that using all his hidden power would make it easy to kill the troll, but it would put him in a difficult position, so he decides to make everything look as believable as possible. Vicir's sword begins to become enveloped in ominous red energy as he continues to skillfully wear down the troll, deciding to cleverly use the monster's immense power against him. Suddenly, the troll falls to the ground with a deafening crash, shaking the entire arena and causing a powerful surge of adrenaline in the breathless spectators. A deep wound becomes noticeable on the troll's shoulder, slowly oozing blood, which adds even more drama and tension to what is happening. The spectators shout with delight that Vicir managed to cut the troll, but immediately note that the monster will still recover, since the mana attack is not fatal, and the classmates, impressed by the skill of the 8-year-old boy, discuss how difficult it is to kill the troll with the first technique. Standing over the defeated monster, Vicir coolly explains that the first technique is not enough to cut through the troll's thick skin, and that after a while the monster will die from bleeding caused by the Hellhound technique, but this will be a pointless waste of a resource. Hugo, realizing the danger of further combat, shouts loudly to Vicir, ordering him to stop immediately, but the young hound, full of determination, replies that he has almost finished his plan. With a face of unwavering determination and deep concentration, Vicir declares that he is close to a major epiphany in his craft, confidently asserting that if the next attack does not have the desired effect, he will immediately surrender. Vicir notices how Hugo, having heard this, plunges into tense silence, impatiently awaiting further developments. Deciding to create the impression of sudden insight during the battle, Vicir, gathering all his strength, quickly rushed at the monster with his sword at the ready. Enveloping his sword in red mana, Vicir mentally assessed how much power he needed to release to complete the battle, having already made his final decision. letting out a terrifying cry, the troll, with eyes full of uncontrollable rage, prepared for his final, decisive battle. Surrounding himself with a powerful stream of energy, Vicir mentally imagined Hugo's reaction, preparing to deliver the final, crushing blow. Making an incredibly powerful leap, Vicir, with his sword, shrouded in flaming red energy, cut through the troll's head with lightning speed, instantly ending the epic duel. Shocked by the unprecedented sight, the butler and the young hounds froze in silent amazement, unable to believe their eyes. In the Ironblood sword clan of the Baskervilles, a family member's life path is formally determined at the first technique stage around the age of 15. But Vicir reached this level at an incredibly early age, breaking all traditions. At this historical moment, for the first time in the entire annals of the clan, a child of 8 years old managed to achieve the second technique, which usually begins to be studied only at the age of 18, amazing everyone with his incredible talent. Satisfied with his stunning success, Vicir, lightly rubbing his head, announces the end of the fight with a smile, as if it were an ordinary thing. Hugo's eyes narrow in shock, his face expressing extreme amazement and shock at what he saw, unable to comprehend what had happened. Watching a huge troll being defeated by an 8-year-old boy, Hugo, still in disbelief, wonders out loud if he really just witnessed this incredible event. A week after the significant events, during lunch in the Hound's dining room, the atmosphere feels unusually tense and oppressive. Dissatisfiedly picking at a plate of porridge, Vicir grumpily remarks that he will never be able to get used to such tasteless and monotonous food. Looking around the dining room, Vicir notes with bitterness that no one dares to sit next to him and does not even look in his direction, as if he had suddenly become an outcast in his own family. Losing himself in thought, Vicir realizes that since that memorable day, everyone has been trying to stay away from him, because in this family, strength means absolutely everything. Remembering with pleasure Hugo's stunned face after his impressive demonstration, Vicir cannot help but smile slightly. By demonstrating the second technique, Vicir officially confirmed his status as a mid-level swordsman, although in fact he had already reached the lowest level of expert and was capable of weakly performing the 5th Baskerville technique. His sword, which filled the 3rd slot with the technique obtained from the defeated troll, made Vicir even stronger than the average expert, significantly expanding his combat capabilities. Since gaining the power of Beelzebub, Vicir began to eat more than anyone else in the clan, tirelessly strengthening his body and spirit in preparation for future challenges. The sudden appearance of 3 familiar twins who previously annoyed Vicir crosses his path again, causing a wave of irritation and anger in the young hound. Throwing an angry glance towards the approaching twins, Vicir is mentally indignant that these annoying guys are here again. Their presence causes him acute irritation. Without hiding his displeasure, Vicir sharply asks them if last time was not enough for them, to which the twins, clearly embarrassed, hastily answer that he misunderstood their intentions. Confused by the twins' praise for defeating the monsters, Vicir perceives their words as a clumsy attempt to justify himself. The ingratiating behavior of the twins only increases the irritation of Vicir, whose voice sounds bitter irony, asking about the true intentions, be it preparation for war or hypocrisy. Anger boils inside Vicir, causing goosebumps, and thoughts of physical violence against the twins persistently swirl in his head. The sudden appeal of the butler, who appeared behind the angry Vicir, interrupts the flow of his gloomy thoughts. With a startled start, Vicir turns around sharply, shouting the butler's name with undisguised surprise. The unexpected news of an urgent call to the Patriarch's office forces the young man to rethink the situation in confusion, clearly not prepared for such a turn of events. A luxurious black carriage, sparkling with gold, suddenly enters the school grounds, surrounded by an impressive retinue of guards, attracting stunned glances from students and teachers. The majestic coat of arms engraved on the carriage is 2 crossed white swords against the backdrop of a shield, at the base of which the hands carefully hold stones resembling rubies, inspiring awe and pride in the senior students familiar with its glorious history. In the ceremonial meeting room, the long-awaited meeting of 2 outstanding personalities takes place. Hugo Baskerville, the patriarch of the clan, and Adolphe Morgue. Their handshake eloquently expresses unspoken admiration for each other. Dressed in a sophisticated blue suit with gold accents, Adolphe Morgue expresses his surprise at Hugo's unchanging appearance, his voice laced with a mixture of deep respect and slight nostalgia. While expressing hope for a peaceful exercise, Adolphe carefully alludes to incidents last year that indicate tension between their clans. With unshakable confidence, Hugo proclaims his ability to overcome any adversity, highlighting his children's resilience in the face of adversity. Adolf pays tribute to the nobility of the Baskerville clan, distinguishing them from others with his dignified behavior. The tension between Hugo and Adolf, seated opposite each other, is palpably growing. Their glances betray mutual respect mixed with wariness. It turns out that relations between clans were not always so strained, but the burden of leadership inevitably gives rise to conflicts. The Morgue and Baskerville clans, in an effort to strengthen ties and prepare the younger generation for the challenges ahead, initiate joint exercises for their children. The bloody conflict that broke out between clan territories over a ruby mine dealt a crushing blow to their relations. Despite the tensions, traditions remain, and the arrival of Brother Adolf from the Morgue family revives memories of a new genius in the Baskerville family. Continuing the conversation, Adolf enthusiastically talks about the great achievements of the Baskerville family, to which Hugo, unexpectedly restrained, responds, downplaying the significance of these events. Adolf's attentive gaze catches Hugo's strange reaction to his son's praise, causing slight bewilderment. Seizing the opportunity, Adolf proudly mentions a new talent in the Morgue clan, which visibly annoys Hugo, followed by a request for a tour of the campus. The sudden appearance of a red-haired girl in an exquisite uniform attracts everyone's attention. Hugo, with his arms crossed, watches what is happening distantly, clearly worried about her unexpected arrival. Representing the campus, Hugo calls the girl his niece Respania, whose unearthly beauty and expressive eyes leave no one indifferent. Hugo's offer to greet the patriarch remains unanswered. Respania only silently watches, maintaining a mysterious silence. The silence is broken by the sudden cry of Respania, accusing Hugo of stealing their ruby mine, her voice full of rage and indignation. The outstretched hand of Respania, demanding the return of the mine, makes Hugo noticeably tense, creating an atmosphere of growing conflict. The tension in the room reached its climax as Hugo's pupils shrank to a point, and his voice, laced with venom, hissed the word thief. Unease hung in the air like a heavy curtain. Adolf, trying to defuse the situation, turned to his niece, but Kama, without blinking an eye, retorted, reminding his uncle of his own words about the goat-bearded mine thief. Hugo's face was distorted, his teeth gritted as he, as if not believing his ears, asked about the goat beard and the thief. Every word seemed to cause him physical pain. Adolf, trying to extinguish the flaring conflict, called everything a misunderstanding. But Hugo, in a gesture of complete despair, covered his face with his hand. Suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, Kamuz's demand for the return of the rubies sounded, her voice full of determination contrasting with Adolf's attempts to calm his niece. Hugo's anger flared like wildfire, his voice roared, shaking the walls. The air became electrified as Hugo, losing his composure, lashed out at his lack of manners, and Adolf stood in front of Kamuz like a human shield, questioning the enraged patriarch's intentions. Hugo's rage has reached boiling point. Do they really think he is threatening an 8-year-old? At that moment, the tense atmosphere was cut through by the unexpected appearance of Vicir, like a ray of light in the dark kingdom of intrigue. The butler standing next to the young man solemnly announced the arrival of the young master, his voice sounding like a breath of fresh air in the stuffy room. Adolf's gaze, full of curiosity and hope, settled on Vicir. He was surprised by the fact that Kamuz was the rising star of the Baskerville family, and his voice was a mixture of admiration and awe for the unknown future. Unbeknownst to Adolf, his niece slips out from under his protection like a shadow. Kamuz decisively approaches Vicir. Her voice is full of dissatisfaction when she demands to explain his words. Vicir looks at the girl with wide eyes. His lips whisper that it is Kamuz herself. The girl mockingly asks Vicir the reason for his stupid expression, and at that moment the guy makes sure that in front of him is the future iron-blooded empress, Kamuz Morgue, the genius of the Morgue clan, who raised a galaxy of great magicians, the conqueror of monsters and barbarians of the Red-Black Mountains. The creator of the Border of Blood and Ashes appears in his memories. The guy remembers how she captivated everyone with her beauty, how she skillfully manipulated members of the Imperial family, earning the nickname of the Fire Goddess. But now in front of him is just an ordinary child, far from his great future. Vicir notes with a smile that the girl has come a long way to throw a tantrum, which certainly strikes Kamuz to the core. Adolf and Hugo do not take their eyes off the children's interactions, closely watching their every move. Kamuz, burning with rage, asks about the hysteria, and Vicir, with an imperturbable smile, confirms that it is hysteria. The girl explodes into a scream, claiming that she is only explaining that the mind belongs to her, so that even the stupidest person can understand. Vicir silently looked at the girl. His eyes sparkled with interest. when he said that it sounded very funny. In the blink of an eye, as if by magic, the girl created an elegant ice map sparkling with 1,000 edges. The butler, Hugo, Vicir, and Adolf froze in amazement, their eyes riveted on this icy miracle. The girl, gracefully pointing to her creation, promised to quickly clarify the situation. Vicir, hiding his disappointment, mentally noted that he was expecting a heated fight, not a geography lesson. She pointed to the ice mine, explaining that rubies were mined here, located in a disputed area between the clans. The problem was the location. The entrance was on Morgue land, and the mine itself went deep into the Baskerville domain. The girl continued that the Baskerville clan was violating the border by refusing to pay. Adolf grinned at the gloomy Hugo. Pride for his niece was visible in his eyes. Vicir noticed that rubies are needed for magic and not for Baskerville, to which the girl asked in surprise. The young man with a mysterious smile said that there were no fools in the clan who would allow them to mine rubies for profit. She asked his words in bewilderment, to which Vicir, grinning, explained that they were only interested in the land, so let the Morgue clan not interfere in the affairs of the Baskervilles. The young man added that their clan had nothing to lose in this situation, causing a wave of irritation in the girl with his self-confident speeches. Angry, she told Vicir that she would make him understand who the true owner of the mine was, pointing to an ice model with clearly marked boundaries. The girl defiantly extended her hand into Vicir's territory on the ice sculpture, defiantly asking whose hand it was now. The guy's eyes lit up with excitement, and with a sly smile, he asked whose hand was on their sacred land. Vicir suddenly grabbed the girl's hand, tightly squeezing her wrist and not allowing her to move away. Without letting go of her hand, he said with a satisfied look that it was now his hand, enjoying the confusion of his interlocutor. Kamuz, stunned by this turn of events, looked at Vicir in confusion, not knowing how to react to his impudent behavior. She stammered and asked him what he meant by his words. Her cheeks began to turn treacherously red. Vicir, without blinking an eye, declared that she was now his girlfriend, plunging Kamuz into even greater embarrassment with his unexpected confession. Suddenly, the young man pulled out a knife from behind his back. His eyes flashed with a dangerous light, causing everyone present to tense up. The butler and Adolf froze in silent horror, not believing their eyes, their faces distorted from shock and lack of understanding of what was happening. Vicir, tightly clutching the knife in one hand and the girl in the other, with burning scarlet eyes, repeated that it was his hand. His voice sounded ominous and decisive. Kamuz, gripped by fear, tried to comprehend the situation in which she found herself, her heart pounding wildly from horror and misunderstanding of Vicir's intentions. Even the usually calm Hugo tensed noticeably as he watched the events unfold, his gaze darting between Vicir and the frightened girl. Vicir suddenly grabs the girl by the hand, bringing the knife towards her, a movement so swift that no one has time to react. Kamuz's piercing scream cuts the air. Tears appear in her eyes. She desperately calls her uncle for help. Her voice trembles with fear. Adolf's face is distorted with rage. His eyebrows converge on the bridge of his nose, and his eyes become bloodshot. Vicir freezes in shock, realizing what he has done. Kamuz abruptly pulls his hand away from Vicir without taking his frightened gaze off him, while the guy looks at the adults in confusion, looking for support. A sobbing Kamuz clings to her uncle, her voice breaking as she accuses Vicir of trying to cut off her hand. Adolf hugs his niece tightly. His voice is full of anger when he demands an explanation from Hugo, who in turn maintains a heavy silence. All eyes turn to Vicir. His face expresses a mixture of anger and confusion. Vicir demonstrates that the knife is a toy. Adolf says with tension in his voice that his son has gone too far with his jokes. Vicir casually apologizes. Trying to defuse the situation, Vicir explains that this is a common joke in their family by touching the tip of the knife with his finger. Adolf explodes with anger. His scream can be heard asking what kind of toys these are, full of indignation and disbelief. Vicir apologizes, explaining that he did not want to make Kamuz cry and that such toys are commonplace in the Baskerville family. Someone asks whether Vicir is too carried away with children's games. This remark infuriates Adolf, the representative of the Patriarch Morgue. Hugo states that he has an idea regarding the ruby mine, and he is sure that Adolf will be interested in hearing it. Kamuz, with tears in his eyes, shows Vicir his clenched fist, promising not to forget this, advising him to be on his guard. Vicir only smiles in response to these words, considering it an empty phrase. Joint training between the Baskerville and Morgue clans begins. Spectators watch the various sites where training takes place. The event involves children from 8 to 15 years old. The younger ones compete in theory and sensitivity to magic, and the older ones attract attention with real battles. However, this year the public's attention is focused on a mysterious fight that is of general interest. Among the famous clans of magicians, the Morgue clan, represented by Kamuz Morgue, stands out. The Ironblood Sword clan is known as the Baskerville clan and is represented by Van Baskerville. Clan Morgue insists on conducting the battle according to the rules of practical training. All attention is focused on the duel between two young geniuses of respected clans. The air is shaken by the deafening ringing of a bell, announcing the start of the duel. Kamuz turns to Vicir with a challenge in his voice, saying that she is not going to hold back for a second, that she is only grinning at the boy. Kamuz's eyes flash crimson as she begins to cast the spell, the air around her filling with magical energy. The students of the Morgue clan freeze in amazement as they watch the girl's witchcraft. They whisper to each other, seeing that the girl is not casting simple magic but a quadracast, during which she uses several complex spells. Adolf immediately notices the skills of such a charming girl, proudly explaining to the skilled Hugo what his niece is doing. Kamuz attacks Vicir with the magic of cold, fire, and lightning, but he deftly dodges all the spells, gloatingly inciting what bright spells the girl has. The girl sharply retorts, asking, "What do you care about this idiot who doesn't understand magic at all?" Casting the sand wall spell, Kamuz erects a huge barrier of sand in front of Vicir. Vicir destroys the sandy barrier by addressing the girl even more ironically, remembering a very recent insult to him, "Idiot." The girl is amazed at the ease with which he overcame her defense mentally, now understanding in practice what the power of the Baskerville clan is. Exhausted from casting several spells at the same time, Vicir immediately notices the girl's loss of vigilance. Suddenly, the girl feels the approach of something incomprehensible, her eyes open wide in bewilderment. In front of her, she sees Vicir's concentrated gaze, his hand quickly moving to her forehead. The guy hits Kamuz on the forehead with all his might with such inhuman force that pushes the girl aside. Seeing the situation that has developed, the patriarch of the Morgue clan indignantly exclaims that clicking is unacceptable during the exam, but Adolf's worries only amuse him. Vicir's actions clearly angered the young girl, and the enraged Kamuz began to find out the reason for the guy's behavior. The girl threatens Vicir with retribution, to which he grinningly inquires about her well-being. Kamuz, with a swollen lump from the click, is burning with rage. Seeing all this, Vicir suggests ending it before the situation gets out of control. In response, she now erects two huge sand walls. Her determination only intensifies. Kamuz confidently declares that now the double wall will not allow Vicir to break through, who mentally notes that the wall can simply be bypassed. With the greatest excitement, the guy pulls his hand back, preparing to strike, realizing that in his situation he needs to play along exactly. His fist slams into the sand barrier, easily destroying it. Vicir's hand breaks through the wall and ends up right in front of the stunned girl's face. With enthusiasm in his voice, the guy hints at a recent argument between them, asking whose hand just went through the wall. Vicir, having gathered all possible strength in his fingers, is preparing to deliver a second crushing blow to the young red-haired girl. His finger again flicks her forehead, Kamuz, saying that the correct answer is the hand of the strong. From the force of the click, Kamuz flies to the second side, which cannot but please Vicir. At the sight of the impact, the girl develops a smoking hematoma, tears rolling down her cheeks. Lying on the asphalt, Kamuz holds her forehead, throbbing with pain. Her eyes are full of tears and awareness of injustice. But the girl is no slouch either. She won't just give up. Kamuz's childish behavior only hinders Vicir. Vicir mentally analyzes the situation, thinking that he could easily deal with the girl, but is looking for a way to calm her down without using force. While Kamuz, overcome with rage, calls out a flurry of spells, surrounding herself with sparkling magical energy. Vicir's attention is drawn to a noise behind him. He notices a training match heating up and decides to use this situation to his advantage. Two young fighters from warring clans are locked in a fierce battle. Their swift and precise movements attract a crowd of spectators hungry for spectacle. Vicir's self-confident statement behind his back about the ability to cut any magic makes him think about the possibility of using a magician and a swordsman in his plan. Kamuz, with teary eyes and a painful bump on her forehead, asks with resentment why Vicir is dodging her attacks, her voice trembling with a mixture of pain and rage. Without waiting for an answer, the girl rushes forward with a flaming hand, shouting to Vicir not to run away and fight her. Another mage from the Morgue clan, observing the growing tension, prepares a powerful fire spell, causing whispers of anticipation in the crowd. Blinded by anger, Kamuz is oblivious to the impending danger, completely focused on Vicir, while the other magician chooses the perfect moment to attack. The sudden call takes Kamuz by surprise. her dilated pupils betraying confusion. As a fireball created by another mage quickly approaches, Vicir coolly remarks that Kamuz should have thought about defense, not just attack. Horror covers Kamuz. She seems to be paralyzed, unable to move or cast a spell. The flames are inexorably approaching, reflected in her pupils dilated with fear. Adolf, realizing the danger his niece is in, screams in panic, his voice breaking with fear. Even the imperturbable Hugo tenses, feeling that the situation is out of control. Plumes of thick smoke envelop the arena. Children from the Morgue clan anxiously peer into the impenetrable curtain, trying to see at least something. The panicked guards of Clan Morgue exchange worried glances as they discuss the disappearance of Lady Kamuz, their voices trembling with concern. Adolf, Kamuz's uncle, screams in despair, his face contorted with fear, but strangely he does not seem truly concerned about the fate of his niece. Kamuz, finding herself at the epicenter of the explosion, bitterly realizes that her clothes are completely destroyed by fire magic. Her thoughts are feverishly looking for a way out of this situation. Confused and vulnerable, Kamuz sits with her arms wrapped around herself, trying to cover the remains of her torn clothes, her eyes full of fear and embarrassment. The fear of being seen naked when the smoke clears constrains Kamuz. She feels helpless and humiliated. Tears roll down Kamuz's cheeks. She trembles at the thought of becoming an object of ridicule. Her pride is shattered. Vicir, approaching the scene of the explosion, notices Kamuz's condition and, showing unexpected sympathy, wonders if she needs help. In desperation, Kamuz mentally prays for a miracle, feeling backed into a corner and defenseless in the face of inevitable shame. Vicir, finding himself next to Kamuz, sees her in torn clothes and, without hesitation, takes off his jacket, leaving his torso naked. Kamuz looks at him in surprise, not understanding his motives. Kamuz, still wary, asks Vicir about the reasons for his unexpected kindness to his enemy, to which he indifferently replies that he doesn't care and just wants his jacket back. Kamuz, with eyes full of tears, is perplexed by Vicir's unexpected concern, considering his actions stupid. Her gaze stops at the bleeding wound on the guy's hand. She assumes that this is a mark from the impact of the river Styx. The servants of the Morgue clan watch the scene unfold in amazement, their faces expressing a mixture of disbelief and curiosity. The dissipating smoke reveals Vicir naked to the waist and Kamuz sitting on the asphalt in his jacket. Uncle Kamuz notes with obvious relief that his niece is safe and sound. The students discuss what they saw, noting that Lady Morgue is lying and Baskerville is bleeding, finding it difficult to determine the winner. They continue their discussion, admiring Vicir's musculature, suggesting that it is the result of training with the river Styx. The uncle hugs the upset Kamuz tightly, pressing her to him. The girl is silent. Her eyes are full of tears. Hugo and Vicir are walking along the corridor. The father is interested in the progress of the battle with the young lady from the Morgue clan. Vicir replies that the battle was educational, helped to understand the purpose of the event and the differences in battles with magicians and swordsmen. Hugo asks about the reason why Vicir did not deliver the finishing blow. He admits his uncertainty about the correct behavior in such a situation. The father reminds that the loss of vigilance in battle leads to injuries, pointing to the deep wound on Vicir's hand. He agrees, recognizing the value of the lesson learned. Vicir is surprised to realize that Hugo really cares about him, a discovery that makes him take a fresh look at his relationship with his father. Vicir remembers young Hugo as a cold and cruel man towards the servants, who suffered the loss of his first wife and eldest daughter. Unexpectedly, Hugo is interested in Vicir's opinion on the fate of the ruby mine. The guy offers to establish control over it, explaining his position. Vicir reveals the main goal of the Baskervilles to expand their territories, pointing out the problem of the Red Peak Mountain with its monsters and barbarians. He suggests using the Morgue clan to minimize losses during expansion. Hugo nods approvingly, agreeing with this strategy. Hugo develops the idea, suggesting that the Morgue clan, having gained control of the mine, will send significant forces there, solving the problem of monsters and barbarians. Hugo's eyes light up with greed as he speaks of rubies sprinkled with the blood of their enemies, which should make the Morgue clan think twice before attacking. Hugo praises Vicir, noting the similarity of their ideas. The guy connects this with his past life experience. Continuing the conversation, Vicir emphasizes the need to monitor the Morgue clan. Hugo assures of increased patrolling of the territory. Vicir and Hugo, entering the office, are surprised by the presence of Adolf. Kamuz stands behind Adolf, holding his uncle's hand. The patriarch turns to Hugo, asking the reason for his arrival. Hugo visibly tenses up when Adolf asks to talk before leaving. Kamuz looks out from behind her uncle, her gaze is fixed on Vicir. Hugo is interested in the topic of conversation. Adolf emphasizes the importance of the issue under discussion. Adolf mentions the search for a peaceful solution to the ruby mine issue, offering payment for its use and the opening of territories. Suddenly, Adolf brings up the topic of engagement. Kamuz sits quietly, keeping his eyes on Vicir, still wearing his jacket, while the adults discuss their options. Adolf, stroking his niece on the head, proposes an alliance between the eldest son of the Baskervilles and Kamuz, which surprises the girl. He praises the virtues of Kamuz, assuring that she will be a wonderful match for the small son of the Baskerville clan. Hugo points out the significant age difference. His eldest son is already 25. Adolf casually notes that 17 years of difference is not a problem. But if this is not a big problem for his uncle, then judging by Kamuz's appearance, she is clearly not ready for this. Here, like a bolt from the blue, the red-haired girl intervenes in the conversation, declaring that she will only marry someone who is stronger than her mother, which surprises Hugo. Adolf tries to reason with Kamuz, but she insists on her terms. Kamuz expresses dissatisfaction with the large age difference, wanting a partner his own age or younger, to which Hugo seriously replies that the choice is not so wide. The girl is absolutely serious. Placing her hand on her heart, she declares that she understands the whole current situation and does not intend to play. Shyly looking away, Kamuz in love looks at the serious Vicir. The atmosphere itself makes it clear the girl's true feelings. Like a sudden bolt of thunder from a clear sky, Hugo and Adolf, these two pillars of the clan, noticed the girl's gaze fixed on Vicir, like the gaze of a hunter on his prey. Vicir, a young wolf cub among seasoned wolves, with insight beyond his years, instantly grasped the hidden meaning in the girl's eyes. His face remained serene. Beads of sweat began to appear on Adolf's face. He mentally prayed to all the gods, hoping that the girl would not utter those words that hung in the air like the sword of Damocles. Adolf, leaning towards his niece, whispered in her ear with the fervor of a wise mentor, saying, "Leave these thoughts, child, because this boy, although brave as a lion, is just a grain of sand in the sea of the clan, not worthy of your attention." A hurricane of emotions raged inside Hugo, and he barely holding back the words rushing out. Having collected his thoughts, Adolf said, turning to Vicir, that the most important thing in this situation is the intentions of those not involved. And what does the young hero himself think about this? The girl looked at Vicir full of hope and embarrassment, as if trying to look into the very depths of his soul, waiting for an answer to her daring proposal. The guy's eyebrows shot up like the wings of a bird ready to take off, and his pupils dilated, as if trying to accommodate the whole world. He was feverishly searching for a suitable answer, like a traveler in a maze. Vicir began to open his mouth to utter his answer, and at that moment, everyone present, like statues in a museum, froze in anticipation, holding their breath as if about to jump into the abyss. Like lightning from a clear sky, Vicir accepted the proposal, which shocked everyone present, and the girl and uncle froze in amazement. Adolf, struck as if by thunder, froze in shock, his face expressing confusion. Adolf froze in a daze, his thoughts swirling like a whirlwind around the intentions of this youth regarding the only pearl of the Morgue clan, the precious Kamuz. The young rose among the thorns, Kamuz held her breath and wondered if this modest-looking guy was really against such a daring idea. The patriarch said that in the Baskerville family they do not look at names and titles as something unshakable, for even among the LeBranche there are weak shoots, and among the side, Wang's great shoots grow. With the confidence of a rock, the guy said the name of Adolf Morgue, as if challenging fate itself. As it turned out, Adolf is the master of the Sixth Circle, one of the strongest among his clan, like an indestructible rock, the main support for his niece. Leaning towards the boy, Adolf said that it was not wise to say this, but they could not allow the first person they met to become the husband of the beautiful Kamuz. Laying his hand on the young man's shoulder, Adolf continued that the engagement, like a thread of fate, is just an agreement of clans, and it seems that even the genius of the Baskerville clan is not enough for this union. Leaning even lower, the strength of this boy's body was noticed. The young man replied that he stopped listening to Adolf's words from the moment he said that it would not be wise to voice subsequent speeches. The guy, like a bolt from the blue, blurted out that his ears were hanging from the very moment Adolf uttered that it would not be wise to speak further words. Kamuz, in shock, as if she had been doused with boiling water, saying, "You can bite your tongue like that. Blurt out something like that to your uncle." Adolf bursts into laughter. Can't believe that the kid said that to him. Hoarsely, the uncle turned to the patriarch, asking if he could talk to the young man alone, which certainly interested Hugo. The girl screamed, crossing her arms over her chest, begging her uncle not to do this, but for him, it was regarded as a request from a loving uncle. Adolf turned to Kamuz, advising her to sit down, adding that sooner or later this would happen. Continuing to persistently insist on his insistence that he not be denied such an opportunity, the patriarch thought for a moment. After thinking for just a couple of seconds, Hugo agreed, since Adolf was too adamant. Then the picture suddenly changed. Hugo and Kamuz were already standing on the balcony, intensely peering into the distance. Adolf turned to the boy, calling him a scion of the Baskerville family, informing him that a test of his abilities awaited him. The guy replied that he understood, but his true thoughts revolved only around the idea of surprising Hugo. The patriarch of the Morgue clan begins to cast magic, as they need to even the odds. Kamuz sees what her uncle is doing and exclaims. She notes that he is creating a pot, admiring how her uncle uses fire, earth, and water magic perfectly at the same time. A perfectly smooth pot created by a master of his craft, filled with clean, clear water. Having placed this pot of water on his head, Adolf declared that he would fight with it, offering an interesting condition that if even one drop was spilled, victory would go to the enemy. Vicir, watching what was happening in parallel, thinking that Adolf Morg was a difficult opponent even before his regression, such a battle gives him the opportunity to test himself. The young niece watches all this with bated breath. Remembering his past, namely how he assessed his chances of winning against Adolf, the chance of a hidden murder would be 50%, but in the event of a direct confrontation it would drop to 10. Realizing that the guy now needs to try his best, he runs straight ahead to Adolf, although he wants to satisfy Hugo's expectations. Kamuz is extremely concerned about what is happening. She is very worried about her potential spouse. Kamuz screamed that he couldn't rush directly at his uncle like that, but Vicir didn't even understand what she was talking about. The girl is clearly not saying something. Vicir, like a man possessed, put all his mana into the fire, intending to fry Adolf, but the old man dispelled the flames of the sword with one snap of his fingers. Adolf, grinning, teased his niece, saying, "Why did she blurt out the secret shield magic, you see? Works best against swordsmen." The old man boastfully stated that his defense would be difficult to penetrate even with a sword charged with aura. Vicir was already sweating from tension. Adolf, as if mockingly, suggested going on the offensive, and immediately began to juggle huge fiery spheres. All these flaming balls flew straight at the confused Vicir. The guy looked like he was about to shit his pants. Kamuz screamed that her uncle was playing dishonestly, saying that he would never use such magic against her. These words only made the old man laugh. Vicir was thinking feverishly. The attacks were flying at such speed that it seemed impossible to dodge, and then a crazy plan matured in his head. The guy mentally cheered himself up, deciding to show the old man what the young hound was capable of. He figured that he was about 8 years old now, but he still had the knowledge that if you played your cards right, you could take the old brat by surprise. Vicir, gritting his teeth, thinks to himself that he might even be able to finish off the old brat Adolf. He is more serious than ever. The boy again rushes to the embrasures, trying to break Adolf's blue shield with his sword, full of aura. Adolf, chuckling, declares that even if you crack, nothing will change. But Vicir, as if wound up, continues to hammer at the shield, and lo and behold, a crack appears on it. Adolf is completely out. He is shocked to think how this brat managed to accurately strike the same point. Vicir's sword is already beginning to crumble and break from such actions. But Vicir, like a man possessed, hits the same point again and again, causing the shield to crack more and more. Adolf, trying to save face, says that it's like banging your head against a wall. Hugo, watching the circus, philosophically notes that it is good to focus on one goal, but everything depends on the enemy. Adolf, with a smile and excitement on his face, says that the boy definitely has talent, but he is too weak to protect his niece, not realizing what awaits him next. The boy's sword miraculously rushed into the pot, and water poured onto the old man as if from a bucket. Vicir calmly says this, saying that it looks like the goal has been accomplished. Smirking, he clarifies that he's talking about the potty, of course, a guy at the peak of his narcissism. He's literally bursting with pride in his work. Kamuz is absolutely delighted with what is happening, as if a bag of gold had fallen on her head. She chatters that, albeit by accident, the boy defeated his uncle, which means the marriage will be. Vicir, as if nothing had happened, explains that a fragment of the sword accidentally fell right into the pot. Now Vicir looks at Adolf, being proud of himself, like a peacock with its tail. And Vicir thinks to himself that it looks like he will be able to raise a much stronger hound than he initially thought about himself. 7 years flew by in the blink of an eye, and now the Baskerville family's training ground was filled with the sounds of a fierce battle. In the center of the arena stood a monster born of the darkest nightmares, its body a terrible mixture of a boar and a bear. The monster let out a deafening roar that shook the ground and stood on its hind legs, demonstrating its power and threatening the young hounds. The young hunters lined up in a semicircle. Their faces were concentrated and serious. Their readiness to fight this creature of darkness was visible in their eyes. Suddenly, the monster took off like an arrow fired from a bow and rushed at the children. Without wasting a second, the young hounds grabbed their swords from their sheaths, and as one organism, rushed at the monster, their blades sparkling in the rays of the sun. The beast desperately fought off the hail of blows, its huge paws with sharp claws cut through the air, trying to push back the attacking children. Suddenly, an imposing figure appeared at the edge of the arena, whose presence radiated power and authority. It was the shadow dog of the Baskerville clan, Staffordshire Baskerville. His deep voice echoed across the battlefield, admonishing the young warriors. When the enemy outnumbers you in strength, retreat wisely. Do not try to hit vital points right away. Hearing the wise words of their mentor, the twins looked at each other. The fire of understanding flashed in their eyes, and they rushed into battle with renewed vigor. Vicir and his comrades stood up proudly, their gaze exuding calm and dignity, indicating that these young hounds had already crossed the threshold of childhood. Staffordshire looked at the twins and noted with approval that their aura, tinged with a deep crimson color, perfectly matched the noble heritage of the Baskerville family. The monster driven into a corner became more and more frantic, its eyes like two blood moons, filled with rage. Inspired by the instructions of the shadow dog, the young hounds rushed into battle with restored energy, their movements becoming more coordinated and purposeful. Staffordshire, watching the battle, clapped his hands in approval, his deep voice echoing across the battlefield, praising the excellent work of his charges. Shadow Dog solemnly announced that from now on, each of them is considered an advanced, low-rank swordsman, which is tantamount to complete mastery of the first Baskerville technique. Standing in front of the defeated monster, Staffordshire warned students that wild animals living in the Red-Black Mountains would behave very differently. He reminded his charges that this enemy cannot be compared with the dangers that await them in real field conditions. Shadowhound encouraged the young hounds to either use their noble bloodline to overcome hardships or learn valuable experience from every challenge to find a way to survive in this cruel world. Concluding his speech, Staffordshire proudly congratulated his students on their graduation, his voice filled with joy for their achievements. Staffordshire, concluding his speech, wished good luck to the young hounds. They responded with a salute, pressing their hand to their forehead. A mixture of pride and excitement for what was to come was visible in their eyes. Two graduates, stepping aside, were talking quietly. One asked a comrade what knightly order he was going to join. His voice trembled with excitement. The interlocutor, after hesitating, replied that he was choosing between the orders of Dobermans, Pit Bulls, and Rottweilers. The second young man admitted that he dreams of joining the Order of Wolfhounds. In the Baskerville clan, there were many orders of knighthood, each of which performed a special function of surveillance, search, defense, murder, suppression, total war. The conversation continued. The first young man curiously asked where his friend thought he would end up. The second asked in bewilderment who he was talking about. With fear in his voice, the first one whispered that the answer was obvious and nodded towards one of the graduates, his gaze full of awe and admiration. He said the name Vicir van Baskerville, and their eyes turned to the young man who was sitting right on the carcass of the defeated monster, as if on a throne. Vicir, hearing whispers about himself, chuckled in bewilderment. His gaze for a moment became sharp and piercing, causing his interlocutors to flinch. The boys continued to exchange rumors about Vicir, saying that he had personally defeated a bull bear larger than their common opponent, and had already reached the level of a high-ranking advanced swordsman. Vicir, lost in his thoughts, muttered that everything took longer than he expected. His eyes were directed into the distance, as if he saw his future there. Vicir, deep in thought, assessed his progress. His latent level had reached an average sword expert, having mastered the 5th Baskerville technique, but compared to the past, the growth seems insignificant. Continuing to sit on the defeated monster, Vicir was thinking that the speed of its growth was lower than expected, when the voice of the butler, Mr. Vicir, was heard from behind. Turning around, the young man saw the butler Boromore, who said that the patriarch was looking for Vicir. Respect was heard in the servant's voice. The butler continued, smiling. "The decision on your distribution has been made." His eyes shone with a mysterious sparkle. Vicir, trying to hide his anxiety, responded to the butler's smile, accepting the patriarch's invitation, excitement growing in his heart. Entering Hugo's chambers, Vicir said, "Long time no see." His voice sounded respectful but confident. An aged Hugo appeared before him. Vicir asked, "How are you, patriarch?" But Hugo only remained thoughtfully silent, as if immersed in memories. Vicir looked at Hugo in bewilderment, trying to understand the reason for his silence. The atmosphere in the room became increasingly tense. Noticing the scar on the patriarch's nose, Vicir carefully asked about its origin. Hugo replied that he received it in a battle with barbarians in the Red-Black Mountains. Vicir asked if they managed to catch the offender. Hugo answered in the negative, adding that the barbarian also got it. Before Vicir's eyes, an image of a warlike woman with a scar appeared. Hugo, as if waking up, congratulated Vicir on his graduation. He thanked him, but the patriarch warned of impending difficulties. Vicir realized that now we would talk about his distribution. Vicir, lost in memories, thought about the past, when he became a junior knight in the Order of Pitbulls and was sent to the Black Mountains to fight for his life. He reflected on the Baskerville system, where children are divided into elite and expendable. The elite are educated, and the surviving expendables become their guardians. Vicir understood that the fifth Baskerville technique allows the elite to catch up with experienced fighters. In his past life, his sword skill did not rise above the fourth technique. He thought that Hugo would never allow a child of a side branch to enter the League of Elites when the Patriarch approached him. Hugo's words about the lower house of Parliament greatly surprised Vicir. He did not expect such a proposal. The Patriarch explained the role of the lower house in managing the affairs of the clan. Vicir listened attentively, trying to comprehend what he heard. A smile appeared on Vicir's face. He realized that Hugo had chosen him, a child of a side branch, as an elite. Hugo praised Vicir's achievements, offering him the position of deputy consul of the city of Underdog, where both vacancies were available. The Patriarch asked Vicir's opinion. He replied that he would accept any decision, but must mention something. Vicir started talking about the incident with the Morgue clan and the Ruby Mine, which interested Hugo, who clarified whether they were talking about the battle with Adolf Morgue. Hugo recalled the promised reward. Vicir seriously confirmed his desire to receive it. His voice sounded decisive. Vicir suddenly asked to borrow something, which shocked the butler. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Looking directly at the Patriarch, Vicir added that he had the right to refuse if the request was excessive. His tone was respectful but firm. Hugo did not hesitate to stamp the document, calmly replying that it was not too much at all. The Patriarch continued, expressing faith in Vicir's prudence, calling him son, which deeply touched the young man. Vicir assured that he would not let him down, mentally noting how incredibly Hugo's attitude had changed since the regression. After leaving the Patriarch's chambers, Vicir walked along the corridor with the butler, his gaze radiating determination and purposefulness. The butler addressed Vicir, calling him young master. The young man responded, listening carefully. The servant emphasized how much the Patriarch values Vicir. Sincere respect was heard in his voice. The butler continued, explaining that being appointed consul rather than being sent to the battlefield shows Vicir's preparation for a great future. Vicir replied that this is only true in case of successful performance of the duties of the deputy consul. His words somewhat puzzled the butler. Vicir mentally noted the benefits of a new position to hone his skills, not forgetting past memories and the feeling of a severed head rolling from the guillotine. Vicir's eyes suddenly flashed red, he said quietly, turning mentally to Hugo, that he would make him experience this on his own skin. His voice was full of determination. Underdog, the territory of the Baskervilles, appeared as a round city surrounded by high stone walls, inspiring power and inaccessibility. A bald man with an unpleasant expression commanded the young workers, demanding perfect cleanliness for the arrival of the new deputy consul from the Baskerville family. The workers, having accepted the order, began cleaning, their faces expressing a mixture of curiosity and concern. Among themselves, they discussed the future deputy consul, wondering about his experience and character. Their voices sounded muffled. Having learned about the age of the new boss, one of the workers was amazed. At that time, Vicir's approaching legs appeared. Vicir walked past the workers, unnoticed by them. They continued to discuss their concerns about the young age of the deputy consul. One of the cleaners, noticing Vicir, mistook him for a worker's child and tapped him on the shoulder, warning him that free movement was prohibited. Vicir turned around sharply. His gaze exuded coldness. He harshly demanded to remove his hand. His voice sounded imperious. By presenting the document, Vicir shocked the workers. They froze in a daze, realizing their mistake. Realizing who was in front of them, the workers were confused. But Vicir, without wasting time, ordered the women and drinks to be prepared. His tone was imperative. Vicir, walking around the city, announced his intention to throw a party. The sun played beautifully on his jacket, emphasizing his status. The workers, stunned, asked about the party. their faces covered with perspiration from the realization of their oversight. The party appeared in all its splendor. Richly dressed guests laughed, drinking exquisite cocktails. The atmosphere was full of fun. We are introduced to Chihuahua Baskerville, Underdog's general secretary, whose face expressed confusion and frustration. He really resembled a purebred dog. Chihuahua, looking out of the window, gloomily watched the party, mentally condemning the behavior of the new deputy consul. He reflected on problems with previous deputies and the inappropriateness of a party at work, and his anxiety grew. The irritated Chihuahua began to grumble about the enfant terrible, but was interrupted by the unexpected appearance of Vicir. Vicir suddenly appeared behind Chihuahua, asking if he was the CEO, which greatly frightened the latter. The embarrassed Chihuahua introduced himself. Vicir said his name. Their meeting was tense and awkward. Vicir repeated the name of Chihuahua, as if tasting it. His gaze was piercing. By asking about the middle name, Vicir clearly puzzled Chihuahua. The atmosphere became even more tense. The Chihuahua mentally lamented, once again facing discrimination due to the lack of a middle name, which marked him as an outsider, not related by blood ties to the Baskerville family. Vicir, unexpectedly for Chihuahua, shrugged his shoulders and said that the absence of a middle name was wonderful. His voice sounded sincere. These words plunged Chihuahua into even greater amazement. He could not believe his ears. Vicir, continuing the conversation, mentioned that he studied the personal information of Chihuahua on the way to the city. He confirmed that he was born and raised here. Vicir concluded that they must know the city inside and out. The young man expressed understanding of the difficulties of the Chihuahua's work, promising not to interfere and hoping for continued good performance of duties. His tone was respectful. The Chihuahua tensely agreed, silently suspecting that this was a new way of bullying. His face expressed a mixture of distrust and wariness. Vicir, immersed in reading, surprised Chihuahua with his presence. Because he himself asked to organize a party, the general secretary was perplexed. While discussing the personal law system and the judicial system, Vicir slammed the book shut, shocking Chihuahua with the speed of his reading. His gaze focused and serious. Vicir analyzed the problems of the city related to illegal business and the underworld. His speech was clear and well-reasoned. Proposing a solution to the problem by eliminating the heads of the criminal world, Vicir amazed Chihuahua with the depth of his analysis. He silently listened to the young man's words. Explaining his role in the creation and implementation of laws, Vicir intrigued Chihuahua with the mention of a new law, who curiously asked what it was about. Vicir outlined his plan to disrupt the underworld economy in a week, emphasizing the need for a reason to introduce a new law, which caused bewilderment in Chihuahua, who did not understand the need for a reason to fight illegal business. The young man explained that his youth and recent assumption of office require a special approach, a kind of performance for greater effect, while his gaze slid over the party he had organized, revealing the complexity of his plan. With a malicious smile and glowing red eyes, Vicir uttered a metaphor about bait for flies. His tone was full of hidden meaning and hints of upcoming events. The Chihuahua, amazed by the young man's words and behavior, watched him silently, trying to unravel the true intentions of this mysterious new deputy consul. The next day, the main street of Dortsmail was filled with people. The atmosphere was electric with the anticipation of something unusual. The townspeople looked at each other and talked quietly, anticipating the upcoming events. Their faces expressed a mixture of curiosity and slight tension. Vicir appeared against the background of a board with inscriptions. His image was impressive. His elegant suit, sword, and cloak gave him the appearance of a real leader. Chihuahua and his assistants watched from afar, discussing Vicir's continued presence and the gathered crowd, their faces expressing extreme tension and puzzlement. Vicir began his speech introducing himself as the new deputy consul, his voice sounding confident and authoritative. The crowd began to whisper, discussing the youth and attractiveness of the new deputy consul. Wondering about his possible actions, curiosity and slight mistrust were in the air. Vicir continued his speech, pointing to the sign and emphasizing the immutability of laws and the strictness of their compliance. Even with the change of deputy consul, his voice sounded confident and authoritative. 3 ordinary guys in the crowd reacted skeptically to Vicir's words, expressing doubts about the effectiveness of the authorities and suggesting imminent lobbying of interests. Their tone was full of cynicism. The indignant consul, hearing these comments, sharply rebuked the dissatisfied, recalling Vicir's high status as a member of the main Baskerville family and warning of the possible severe consequences of disrespect. Suddenly, Vicir pulled out a certain stick, threateningly showing it to the crowd. His actions were decisive and mysterious. The assembled people were puzzled and alarmed by this gesture, not understanding the intentions of the young deputy consul. The atmosphere was filled with tension and anticipation. Vicir, filling the stick with aura, thrust it into the ground with all his strength. His actions were swift and impressive. This act caused shock and amazement among the people gathered on the street, their faces expressing a mixture of fear and admiration. The consul and his assistants were also extremely surprised by Vicir's actions. Their looks expressed bewilderment and alarm. Vicir announced the introduction of a special situation, demonstrating his power as deputy consul. The asphalt under the stuck stake cracked. Continuing his speech, Vicir announced the first point of the special law, promising 100 million gold to the one who can pull the stake out of the ground. Vicir's words plunged Chihuahua and his assistants into a state of deep shock, their faces expressing a mixture of distrust and misunderstanding. Ordinary people on the street were also amazed by Vicir's statement. The crowd froze in stupor. Deathly silence reigned, interrupted only by rare whispers. Vicir watched with mockery as the crowd went into a frenzy of excitement discussing his proposal. People whispering among themselves about the incredible sum of 100 million, 4 times the average salary. Proudly straightening up, the young hound looked at those gathered with a challenge, asking if no one really wanted to receive 100 million gold coins for such a simple task. Vicir noticed the lack of enthusiasm among the crowd and said with feigned disappointment that apparently nothing could be done since no one was interested in his generous offer. Unexpectedly for everyone, he raised the bet, announcing that the one who manages to pull out the coveted stake will receive a whole billion gold. Vicir's eyes showed anticipation and understanding that he was skillfully manipulating these people, playing on their greed and distrust of such an incredible offer. A strong man from the crowd could not restrain himself and shouted that this was simply ridiculous and that Vicir was clearly mocking them. People continued to heatedly discuss what was happening, shouting that Vicir should stop fooling around and get some sleep, because a billion is not a sum that is thrown around just like that. Vicir calmly watched the general outrage, while Chihuahua covered his face with his hand in a gesture of despair, showing how ashamed he was of the actions of another. With unshakable seriousness and pride, Vicir stated that since there were no takers, his proposal remained in force, provoking even greater confusion among those gathered. These decisive words from the young hound caused a wave of fear among people who suddenly realized that they might be missing out on their only chance in life. Vicir calmly continued to raise the rate, announcing that the one who manages to pull out the ill-fated stake will receive 10 trillion gold. The young hound's eyes lit up with a scarlet flame when he defiantly said, "Is it possible that even now no one will dare to come forward?" Tension was growing in the crowd. People were whispering among themselves, trying to understand what kind of strange situation was unfolding in front of them. Some of those present began to hesitate, wondering out loud whether they should try their luck, while others warned them of the possible consequences. The crowd's attention was attracted by the sword peeking out from behind Vicir's back. People began to warn each other that the hound could immediately bring down its wrath on anyone who seemed too greedy to him. Doubts continued to torment those gathered. They talked about the possible weight of the stake, its strange tilt, and the likelihood of some kind of trick. Suddenly, a Chihuahua appeared behind Vicir, who approached the young hound and quietly said that their city simply did not have such a huge amount. Unexpectedly for everyone, a small, fragile hand appeared from the crowd, reaching forward, drawing everyone's attention to what was happening. The eyes of those present turned to a fragile blonde girl with flowers in her hands, who timidly asked if she could try to pull out the mysterious stake. The crowd reacted instantly, calling the girl a simple flower girl and asking why she was interfering, but the young lady explained that her mother was sick and she needed money for treatment. The girl was only amused by these words, and she said with a smile that if something happened to her, then let them take care of her mother, showing amazing fearlessness in the face of danger. The grandfather watched his granddaughter with alarm, realizing that she would most likely face an unenviable fate, but was unable to stop the determined girl, who was ready to take risks to save her mother. The little flower girl, overcoming her fear, nevertheless decided to approach the mysterious stake stuck in the ground, and now stood in front of Vicir, ready to accept the challenge of fate. Thoughts flashed through her head that Vicir would not kill her, and even if she made herself a laughing stock, she would probably receive at least a couple of coins for her bravery. Continuing to think, the girl hoped to help out at least as much as her basket of flowers cost, when Vicir, with an imperious gesture, pointed to the stake and ordered her to pull it out. Gathering all her strength, the young flower girl grabbed the stake and began to pull it. straining her entire fragile body in an attempt to cope with the task. To everyone's amazement, the girl managed to pull the mysterious stake out of the ground quite easily, and without any visible problems, leaving the crowd shocked by her unexpected success. People around burst into enthusiastic exclamations, praising the little heroine for her amazing feat, and sincerely rejoicing for her, not believing their eyes. The girl's face showed surprise and slight regret. She couldn't believe that she had so easily managed to cope with a task that seemed impossible for grown men. Vicir threateningly stuck out his cloak, as if preparing to draw a sword. His gaze burned with a menacing scarlet fire, instilling fear in those around him and making them wonder about his further actions. A girl with tears in her eyes cries and wonders if this is the end of her life, gripped by fear and despair. And then a bag approaches the girl's face. The girl continues to cry, not understanding what is happening and expecting the worst. Vicir leans over to the sobbing girl, takes this bag, brings it to her and says, "Here, for now, your 100 million are here." His words sound unexpectedly soft and reassuring. The girl looks at the coins with tears in her eyes. She is very surprised by this turn of events, not believing her happiness and unable to utter a word. Vicir asks where she lives, explaining that 10 trillion gold is too heavy, so they will deliver it to her later, and will also provide security to protect these funds. These words shock Chihuahua and his assistants. The young hound gently pats the girl on the head, causing her to smile joyfully and feel relief after the fear she has experienced. Vicir says that this is the law, and laws must be observed, proudly looking at the girl and emphasizing the importance of his words and principles. These words shocked Chihuahua even more, who could not believe what was happening in Vicir's generosity. People around were numb. They were shocked at how easy it was to get this stake and get such incredible money, not believing their eyes and ears. This performance became an opportunity to glorify the special law of Vicir even more than the laws of the Baskerville family. Everyone saw that compliance with the law is rewarded and its violation is punished. In the darkness of the office, Vicir sat with his arms crossed, his silhouette casting bizarre shadows. Chihuahua, wiping off the sweat from his face, exhaled. Chihuahua's voice trembled with excitement, in surprise that the young guy was able to put on such a daring performance. Vicir, whose voice sounded like thunder, said that one cannot rule by decree alone. He was thinking about how to attract the attention of the townspeople. Tears glistened in Chihuahua's eyes as he swore loyalty until the end of his days, knowing that now he could sleep peacefully. Memories of Kamuz flashed through Vicir's head. He remembered how she put on a similar show, becoming a matriarch. The crime rate dropped, but the fear of her alienated people. With a determined look, the young hound put the card on the table, saying that the problems are just beginning. They need to look for a way to make money. Vicir, marking points on the map, explained that there are supposed illegal groups here. They will watch them and seize dirty money. The Chihuahua, looking at the map in surprise, asked how he knew about the location of the criminal business, his face expressing a mixture of admiration and bewilderment. Smiling mysteriously, Vicir pointed to his nose, saying that he could sense them, thinking to himself that he had studied these places in a past life and knew them like the back of his hand. Chihuahua, immersed in thoughts about Vicir's impeccability, was suddenly torn from his thoughts by the sharp creak of the door. Out of breath, the guard reported a request for a meeting from the Rural World Youth Autonomous Association, his words hanging in the air, filling the atmosphere with tension. Chihuahua's face turned white with fear, but Vicir remained calm, expecting a meeting with the arrogant freaks from the regions. Chihuahua, having collected his thoughts, explained the composition of the association, which included representatives of 7 clans, founded by the descendants of the Baskerville family. Vicir's eyes lit up when he was informed of the young gentleman's desire to discuss Vicir's special law. His gaze filled with anticipation of the coming fight, like a predator preparing to pounce. "Therefore the flies gathered in a heap," Vicir said sharply, causing amazement in Chihuahua and his assistant. With folded hands, Vicir said with chilling calm that they should start eliminating the insects devouring the city. His words sounded like a sentence. In the heart of the city of Underdog, an elite hotel rose. Its luxurious floors hid the VIP hall of the club, where the elite of young people gathered here, far from prying eyes. The 7 main members of the Youth Autonomous Association reigned in this temple of luxury. Under their leadership, the crystal towers were erected from glasses, filled with the ruby nectar of the gods. The scions of the powerful Baskerville family basked in the rays of their own greatness, one of them proudly towering next to a pyramid of champagne bottles. With royal carelessness, The young heir ordered the servants to collect the spilled drops of the precious drink. The servants, listening reverently, swore eternal devotion. Carelessly throwing money around, the young aristocrats reveled in their position. One boastfully remarked that their wealth was inexhaustible. Another chimed in, praising the generosity of the Baskerville family. In the midst of the fun, cynical speeches began to be heard about the ease of capturing barbarians for sale. The young people, without a shadow of a doubt, attributed their well-being to the greed of the Baskerville family. The discussion also touched on the advantages of their position. Far from the supervision of the Imperial family, under the protection of the powerful Baskervilles, they felt invulnerable. The white-haired youth, whose voice sounded harsh and authoritative, spoke contemptuously of the herd of idiots who were unable to understand anything other than brute force. His words reminiscent of the recent incident in Mesimadunaro. The Mesimadunaro clan, a loyal ally, was destroyed in a bloodbath carried out by the Baskervilles, and the blame for this atrocity was cleverly shifted to others. The scions of 7 influential clans gathered in the elegant interior of the club. Their conversation touched on recent events. The conversation smoothly progressed to a discussion of the new deputy consul. Someone mentioned that he had made inquiries. It seems that this is a newcomer from the Van branch. The white-haired man said with a cheeky grin that the others admitted that this was the first time they had heard of him, a 15-year-old upstart who had already put on a show. With a sparkle in his eyes, he suggested why not have some fun and teach him a lesson. His words, laced with poison, resonated with those gathered, ready for new entertainment. The plan was born before our eyes to lure a newcomer to a party, give him the best alcohol, surround him with girls, and then issue a bill. The company perked up, anticipating the humiliation of a public servant. The white-haired man, reveling in his power, continued, "Let's say that this is a joke, and we'll pay for it ourselves. After that, he won't bother us." Suddenly the doors opened, letting in 3 charming girls, a redhead, a blonde, and a brunette. Dressed in luxurious outfits decorated with jewelry, they entered the hall, attracting everyone's attention. Following them appeared a young man, whose presence caused bewilderment among those gathered. "Who is this? We did not invite the man," the guests whispered, turning to the butler. The butler seemed to be confused. "He doesn't know you," he asked. But there was no answer, because before them stood Vicir himself, whose appearance did not bode well for the presumptuous aristocrats. Vicir, radiating confidence, walked into the center of the hall. His presence was so powerful that no one dared to stop him. Vicir's gaze blazed with scarlet fire. His eyebrows met on the bridge of his nose in a menacing expression. The aura of danger emanating from the young man made those present freeze in stupor. The club members froze in shock, unable to believe their eyes. The white-haired blonde, so self-confident just a second ago, was now helplessly hugging the girl, as if seeking protection. The next moment, everyone saw the cause of the horror. Vicir, with a movement as fast as lightning, twisted the employee's hand. The crunch of the bone echoed throughout the hall, causing trembling among those present. A cry of pain pierced the air. The employee, writhing, fell to the floor. But Vicir remained icy calm. His face did not express a shadow of emotion, which frightened him even more. Realization covered those gathered with a wave of horror. It was he, the same Vicir, the new deputy consul, about whom they so casually gossiped minutes ago. Stuttering with fear, they turned to him. The deputy consul, "What are you doing here?" Vicir, with a cold grin, replied that they called him themselves. Trying to smooth over the situation, the young aristocrats began to fawn, their voices trembling with naked fear. The blonde, still hoping to save the situation, whispered to his accomplice, "Let's put the plan into action," he nodded. "Let's see how he figures out how to pay for the party." Their plan, which seemed so brilliant, now looked like a pathetic attempt. Vicir, as if reading their thoughts, slammed his palm on the table with a menacing look. A frightening red aura appeared around his hand, materializing his anger. The club members, who only a moment ago had reveled in their superiority, were now trembling with fear. Horror gripped their hearts. They realized that their games were over, and it was time for reckoning. The majestic tower of exquisite glasses and bottles suddenly trembled, disturbing the fragile balance. Its vibrations increased, foreshadowing the inevitable fall and collapse of the ambitions of the assembled aristocrats. With a deafening sound, the structure collapsed, scattering into thousands of fragments. Precious alcohol gushed out, flooding the luxurious interior and washing away the remnants of the former arrogance of those present. The club members and invited girls froze in silent horror, unable to believe their eyes. Their faces expressed a mixture of shock and bewilderment. The white-haired guy, suddenly realizing the true strength of his opponent, froze with horror, his thoughts racing feverishly. A terrible guess pierced his mind. Is he really an expert? The white-haired guy's gaze is riveted on Vicir, surrounded by pulsating red mana. A whisper ran through the ranks of the club members. How is this possible? The white-haired guy, trying to maintain the remnants of his composure, muttered that his red-haired comrade should do something. Vicir, radiating a threat, approached the red-haired young man. His hand, heavy with hidden strength, lay on the guy's shoulder. The redhead, stuttering with fear, muttered that they would have to pay for the drinks. Sweat rolled down his face in a hail, betraying panic horror of the inevitable retribution. Vicir, leaning even closer, whispered with chilling calm, "Of course you will pay for your drinks. Did you really want to force me to do this?" Realizing the depth of their mistake, the young aristocrats began to feverishly make excuses. The white-haired man, trying to save the situation, intervened, saying that they just wanted to test him. The white-haired guy continued his speech, mentioning corruption and underdog his comrades supported, expressing their willingness to follow him and test loyalty. Their words sounded flattering and obsequious. Suddenly, Vicir dealt a powerful blow to the red-haired guy. His eyes blurred from the force of the blow. Everyone present froze in shock from the surprise of what was happening. Blood flowed from the red-haired belly. Vicir coldly said that the dog should never doubt his master. His voice sounded harsh and merciless. The wounded guy was writhing in pain, and Vicir sarcastically asked if they were forgotten because of money and power. His tone was full of contempt. Continuing, Vicir stated that their behavior was explained by the lack of experience in meeting real horror. These words left everyone present in awe. Vicir roughly pushed the red-haired guy to the floor, demonstrating his strength and cruelty. The defeated redhead lay on the floor. Vicir stepped on his cheek and asked the others if they understood the reason for his action. His gaze was full of threat. Vicir began to intimidate the others, hinting at the possibility of similar treatment of them, but they hastened to assure him of their understanding of the situation, their voices trembling with fear. Vicir increased the pressure on the red-haired cheek. Tears flowed and blood flowed from his mouth. Vicir said coldly, "Well, okay," his tone did not bode well. Vicir continued, saying that they must know his next move. Increasing the pressure on the guy, his actions led to the redhead's death. The rest of the club members jumped up, shouting at Vicir and threatening consequences, their voices full of rage and fear. Vicir leaned towards one of the guys, coldly noting that they still didn't understand anything. His tone was full of contempt, listing their crimes including kidnapping and human trafficking. Vicir made the club members tremble with fear, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Stating that animals learn only through punishment, Vicir began to brutally beat the other guys. His actions were merciless. He continued, speaking of the need to teach naughty creatures a lesson, his voice filled with cold determination. He continued, speaking of the need to teach naughty creatures a lesson, his voice filled with cold determination. The scene changed to a gloomy room with black chandeliers and candles, creating an atmosphere of horror and despair. Vicir and Chihuahua entered the room. Chihuahua looked wary, but Vicir's gaze remained serious and impenetrable. One of the guys, holding onto the bars of the prison cell, threatened Vicir with violence and promised to complain to his father. His voice trembled with anger and fear. The blonde and his clanmates shouted from behind bars, threatening Vicir and demanding immediate release, their faces expressing a mixture of rage and despair. Chihuahua, amazed by Vicir's cruelty, asked why the prisoners were beaten so severely, his voice betraying a mixture of fear and curiosity. Vicir asked if he had overdone it. Chihuahua objected that people should not be treated like bags of meat. His voice sounded worried and disapproving. Vicir coldly replied that he had not even started, which caused bewilderment to Chihuahua, who asked again with a hint of fear in his voice. While walking somewhere, Vicir explained the role of the rural Mora in society, noting how they had neglected the power of the Baskerville family. His tone was full of contempt. Looking at the beaten white-haired guy, Vicir noticed that he was judging by their impudent expressions, asking the Chihuahua if he didn't see their true nature. Vicir announced his intention to execute them at sunset, causing shock from the white-haired guy. The atmosphere was filled with horror. Continuing, Vicir announced his intention to bury all the people associated with them. Chihuahua could not believe the seriousness of his words. Club members began to sob and beg for mercy, promising to improve, their voices trembling with fear and despair. They begged Vicir for mercy, offering all their property in exchange for life. Chihuahua asked about the reaction of their families. His voice expressed doubt and concern. Vicir, calm and confident, convinces those present that their families connected with the criminal world will not be able to complain, while Chihuahua is interested in evidence. Confidently declaring his methods, Vicir says that evidence will be created if it is not found. These words greatly surprised Chihuahua, who did not expect such an approach. Continuing his speech, Vicir talks about the upcoming changes in the world, his possible participation in battles, and the inevitable departure to the academy, his eyes burning with determination. Vicir begins to list charges of human trafficking, child abduction, bribery, blackmail, organizing murders. Club members listen to this with growing horror. The accused deny their involvement, claiming that they will be punished only for proven crimes, while Vicir questions the need for evidence. With burning eyes, Vicir declares that their words sound like a confession of crimes committed. Even if he has no direct evidence, the atmosphere is tense. Stunned by Vicir's words, the accused begin to hesitate and stammer, not knowing how to respond to such serious accusations. The situation becomes increasingly tense. Thinking about the honor of the family, Vicir is ready to do anything to preserve it. At this moment, he is called by the deputy consul, whose appearance adds intrigue to what is happening. Everyone turns to the new arrival. Chihuahua is noticeably nervous, and Vicir calmly asks if everything is ready, creating a feeling of an approaching denouement. A strong, bald man in bloody gloves appears, probably an executioner announcing the completion of preparations. His presence increases the tension of the situation. Vicir says, smiling predatorily, just in time. Great job. The executioner nods in response, ready to begin his duties. The executioner unwraps a huge bag from which ominous silhouettes of saws, axes, screwdrivers, and tongs peek out. All of these tools are covered with dried blood. With undisguised interest, the executioner examines unfamiliar objects, noting their unusualness even for his rich experience, while Vicir mysteriously hints at their origin. Jokingly suggesting the hellish origin of the instruments, the executioner receives an ambiguous answer from Vicir, who offers training, causing mixed feelings in the executioner. Vicir, plunging into memories, talks about the past, mentioning the torture of demons and the development of interrogation methods. His words sound like an ominous omen. Adjusting his cloak, Vicir announces the start of action. His voice sounds cold and decisive, causing trembling among the imprisoned clan members. Vicir with icy calm comments on the fear of the captives. His words further intensify the horror that gripped the guys from the clan. Rolling up his sleeves, Vicir demonstrates his readiness for action. His eyes burn with a scarlet flame, warning of the consequences of silence. Vicir ominously hints at upcoming events, talking about tribute to the past, causing a new wave of despair among the captives, realizing their fate. Alarming rumors spread throughout the city about the arrest of 7 influential bandits, creating an atmosphere of tension and uncertainty among residents. In the tavern, ordinary people whispered, doubting the severity of the punishment for the local nobility, the second generation, believing that the deputy consul would only reprimand these non-parasites. The visitors continued to discuss the situation, pointing out the seriousness of the charges, but doubting the possibility of executing the children of nobles. Their voices sounded uncertain. The men argued about the methods of the new deputy consul. One argued about his extravagance. The other doubted the possibility of severe punishment of freaks due to potential troubles. The townspeople viewed the situation as a political game between the new and old authorities. Expecting a quick resolution of the conflict, citizens were divided into 2 camps, arguing about possible outcomes. Residents of the city turned out to be right in their assumptions. The clans apologized to the deputy consul, confirming the guesses of the townspeople. Local authorities began to lean towards a compromise. Vicir was offered a chest of gold bars, expecting the release of prisoners without charges and the reward of the deputy consul from the patriarch. The disbelief of the townspeople gave way to shock when the heads of the families of criminals were displayed on the main square. The reality of what was happening amazed everyone present. The heads, preserved in salt, expressed incredible agony, as if they had experienced inhuman suffering until the last moment. The crowd froze in horror at this spectacle. People's attention was drawn to the text above their heads, explaining in detail the reasons for the punishment. Illegal brothels, gambling, and other crimes caused outrage and fear among those gathered. Vicir said with a grin that since the laws already existed, there should be no questions. His words sounded like an ominous warning to all those present. Vicir continued, noting that this is the first time justice has been brought to the region's notorious local authorities, which is sure to lead to significant changes. He spoke of the coming battle cry, after which the destruction of groups would begin, predicting a bloodbath for the underdog. His words sounded like a dark prophecy. Addressing Chihuahua's secretary, Vicir advised him to gather his courage to participate in the next strategy, which greatly surprised and shocked him, causing bewilderment. Chihuahua stood on the evening street near the window. His face was hidden by a mask, giving his figure a mysterious and alarming look. Turning, Chihuahua whispered to the deputy consul, asking about the correctness of their actions, his voice trembling with uncertainty. Vicir asked about trust with a smile, to which Chihuahua quickly replied in the affirmative, his long hair, which had recently appeared, giving him a changed appearance. The Chihuahua was still doubtful, thinking to himself about the correctness of the chosen plan. His internal conflict was reflected in his nervous movements. A gloomy scene unfolded in the square, people in cages being dragged by someone, and a Chihuahua in a mask watched what was happening, frozen in a tense pose. Someone in a mask and jewelry was leading a prisoner on a rope. The cells were filled with dirty, exhausted people in terrible clothes. Suddenly it turned out that Vicir was in one of the cells. His eyes glowed with a bright scarlet color, expressing anticipation of the execution of his plan. On the outskirts of the city of Underdog, at a huge tent similar to a circus dome, luxurious carriages gathered, bringing beautifully dressed people. The atmosphere was filled with anticipation and mystery. Today, there was an illegal slave auction, which was not reported to the Baskerville family. The goods were kidnapped barbarians, nobles, and common people, creating an eerie contrast to the pomp of the event. A man in a mask with a clown nose and a beautiful black hat loudly greeted the guests, calling the place a circus. His voice sounded unnaturally cheerful. The carriage arrived with a neat signature, the exclusive sign of the Man Blanc clan, attracting the attention of those gathered with its elegance. The man with the red nose asked the newcomer if he was here as a seller. Judging by the map, his voice sounded both friendly and wary. It turned out that the arrival was an undercover Chihuahua. He brought Vicir in a cage, creating the illusion of a normal transaction. The man, greeting the Chihuahua as a representative of the Man Blanc clan, expressed concern about the previous purchase, to which the Chihuahua confidently replied about his satisfaction with the quality of the slaves. The buyer, noticing Vicir, shouted enthusiastically about the rare product, promising a good price. These words made Vicir tense, his red eyes sparkled. Wishing him a pleasant time at the circus, the man addressed the Chihuahua as Man Blanc, causing him awkwardness, while Vicir remained serious. In the center of the tent stood a man, surrounded by many people sitting, creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation for the upcoming auction. People discussed among themselves the growing popularity of the mysterious exhibition of slaves in the empire. Some were only interested in appearance. Others, for example, preferred the fallen nobles. The host of the auction expressed the hope that today's goods will be to the taste of buyers, announcing the next lot, appropriated by the knight of the family. His voice sounded intrigued. The host, wearing a red nose mask, introduced an A-rank monster, Merciel, rumored to have 19 hearts, showing off a huge creature, causing admiration and horror among the audience. Describing the value of each part of the monster, the presenter announced the starting price of 100 million gold, showing the body of the dead monster. His words sounded like an advertisement for a rare product. The public perked up, starting active trading. Prices quickly grew from 100 to 250 million gold, creating an atmosphere of excitement and competition. The presenter, concluding the auction, hit the hammer, announcing the sale for 250 million gold. His voice sounded solemn, emphasizing the significance of the transaction. Next, slaves were brought onto the stage, for whom people began to bargain, creating the atmosphere of a cruel market where human lives had a price. A man approached the presenter, whispering something. He reluctantly agreed, warning about the unusualness of the next lot. His voice sounded tense. The host solemnly announced the arrival of a special product, a rarity from the deep jungle, selected by a slave trader, creating intrigue among buyers. He presented a girl from a tribe of warriors living in the jungle of the Red-Black Mountains, a barbarian from Balak. An angry, dirty, but beautiful girl in chains was brought onto the stage, causing mixed feelings among the audience. The host continued, talking about the different sensations of taming a wild slave, offering a chance to test training techniques in practice. His words aroused rage in the girl. Her eyes sparkled with anger. Reflecting on the strangeness of putting such a product up for sale, the presenter announced a starting price of 5 million. The girl flew into a rage, posing a danger, but the presenter continued the auction. People showed no interest. The presenter reduced the price to 3 million. His voice sounded less and less confident, creating a tense atmosphere. Once again, receiving no response, the presenter lowered the price to 1 million, his tension growing, reflected in his trembling voice. The public remained indifferent, yawning and looking without interest, creating an atmosphere of complete indifference to the proposed lot. The presenter announced a failed sale, criticizing the choice of product and suggesting that the bait be used in the future. His words sounded irritated. The girl became even more aggressive. Dark foam came from her mouth. Her rage was almost tangible, creating a dangerous atmosphere. A muscular man looking like an executioner approached the girl and hit her in the stomach, demonstrating the cruelty of treatment of unsold slaves. The girl flew away from the blow. Blood came out of her mouth. The scene caused mixed feelings among the audience, from shock to indifference. The executioner took the slave, and the leader, apologizing for the incident, tried to smooth out the situation. His awkwardness was obvious in his voice and gestures. By announcing the next lot as the best product, the presenter tried to restore the public's interest. His voice regained confidence. As soon as he came out, the audience became interested. Their eyes sparkled, someone exclaimed, creating an atmosphere of sudden admiration. A guy with long black hair and a masculine body walked onto the stage, attracting everyone's attention with his unusual appearance. The presenter introduced him as a rare commodity, a purebred boy with minimal restrictions, urging him to place bets. His voice sounded enthusiastic. The girl, interested in the guy, shouted out a bid of 600 million. The presenter noted her enthusiasm, without even having time to announce the starting price. Another participant interrupted with a bet of 800 million, causing bewilderment in the girl, who asked in surprise about his intentions. The man responded sharply about plans to use the guy in gladiatorial fights. A third participant intervened with a bid of 900 million, heating up the atmosphere of the auction. Suddenly, hand number 99 rose, offering 6 billion, causing shock to those present. The presenter repeated the sum in amazement, his voice trembling with disbelief in what he heard. The audience began to whisper, trying to guess who could offer such a huge sum, creating an atmosphere of mystery and intrigue. It turned out that the bet was made by Baron Gambino from Granary, a huge man in a purple fur coat and gold rings, hiding his face under a mask. Talking about the Baron's recent takeover of underworld funds, which had dramatically increased his influence and wealth, he licked his lips, demonstrating his superiority. The wealthy Baron was negotiating with his servants, discussing the financial aspects of the recent purchase, confidently declaring that he could resell it in the capital at a profit. The servants dared to express doubts about the sum of 6 billion, reminding them of the need to keep the goods in perfect condition. The Baron cruelly reminded the servant of her dependent position, accusing her of ingratitude. The girl was so shocked by his words that she was speechless, unable to utter a word in her defense. Suddenly, the auction host announced the end of the auction, proclaiming the victory of guest number 99, which meant that the deal to purchase Vicir was finally concluded. Vicir was brought to his new owner. A satisfied smile shone on the Baron's face, reflecting his satisfaction from a successful deal. When Vicir approached, the Baron could not contain his admiration. He mentally noted that the young man turned out to be even more attractive than he had expected, which only increased his joy. The Baron tried to calm Vicir down by assuring him that he was a good person and that there was nothing to worry about, but his words sounded insincere and could not hide his true intentions. With a perverse smile on his face, the Baron hinted at his plans for playing together with Vicir. His impatience and anticipation were obvious and alarming. The Baron extended his hands to Vicir's shackles, apparently intending to remove them. His eyebrow raised in bewilderment when he asked the young man if he wanted this. Vicir rejected the offer of help, and in front of the astonished Baron's eyes, freed himself from the shackles, demonstrating unexpected dexterity and strength that seemed impossible for the captive. This action shocked not only the Baron, but also his servant. They froze in bewilderment, unable to understand how Vicir managed to commit such an incredible act. Suddenly, Vicir took a powerful step forward, hitting the ground with his foot. The energy of this movement seemed to throw the Baron up, disturbing his balance and demonstrating the hidden power of the young man. From the force of the blow, the Baron collapsed to the ground, experiencing unbearable pain, but Vicir only proudly looked at the prostrate figure, not showing the slightest sympathy for the defeated enemy. Vicir grabbed the Baron by the shoulder, inviting him to play a game called Spear and Shield. His voice sounded with notes of sinister excitement, hinting that the rules of this game could be deadly. With burning eyes, Vicir explained that he would be a spear, and if the Baron held out, then victory would remain his. These words concealed a threat and a challenge that cast doubt on the Baron's previous confidence. Overcome by pain and fear, the Baron began to desperately cry and call for help, shouting the names of his servant Cindy and the guards. His screams echoed around the area, but it seemed that no one was in a hurry. The scene took a tragic turn when the Baron breathed his last, screaming his death, his blood splashing onto the face of the shocked servant who witnessed the brutal massacre. Vicir, with cold calm, stated the loss of consciousness of the Baron, proclaiming his victory. At the end of this shocking performance, Vicir finally took off his wig, revealing his true identity. The Baron's servants froze in a daze, suddenly realizing who really stood in front of her. The girl exclaimed in horror. Vicir van Baskerville, the young man with a malicious smile, proudly asked about the death of the Baron. His complacency was obvious despite the tragedy of the situation. There was a noise in the crowd. People were excitedly discussing the presence of the new deputy consul and the Hound of the Baskerville family. Among the rows, we notice a shocked Chihuahua who did not expect such a turn. Vicir noted with sarcasm that the circus is quite a suitable name for what is happening. His gaze slid over the gathered people and stopped at the auction host, assessing everyone's reaction. Addressing those present, Vicir uttered an ominous warning so that they should not hope to leave here unharmed. A fire lit up in his eyes, foreshadowing imminent danger. Vicir stood bare-chested, demonstrating his strength and beauty. His grin expressed superiority over the situation. He radiated confidence and power that could not be ignored. The auction host froze in shock as he watched what was happening. Fear was clearly visible in his eyes. He could not believe the reality of the unfolding scene. Desperately, the leader shouted, calling to finish off Vicir, regardless of his status. The guards immediately rushed to attack without thinking about the consequences of their actions. Vicir stood unarmed in the face of danger when he was attacked by 3 bald bandits with weapons in their hands. It seemed that the young man had no chance against superior enemy forces. Suddenly, a blade began to grow from Vicir's hand like an extension of his body. This unexpected transformation took the attackers by surprise. With a lightning-fast movement, Vicir beheaded one of the criminals. Demonstrating incredible speed and accuracy, his actions were cold-blooded and effective. The presenter froze in a daze, unable to comprehend what had happened. He muttered that this simply could not happen. His mind refused to accept the reality of what was happening. Another executioner tried to attack Vicir, but the young man was ahead of him. Striking first, he quickly rushed towards the new enemy. Vicir approached the executioner. His eyes glowed scarlet, reflecting the excitement of the battle. Each step brought him closer to the goal, increasing the tension of the moment. The executioner froze in horror, realizing that something unimaginable was standing in front of him. Fear paralyzed his movements. He realized that he might be seeing the last moments of his life. Vicir cut the executioner in two with a lightning-fast movement, demonstrating incredible strength and accuracy of the blow. His actions were cold-blooded and merciless. There was a whisper in the crowd. People were discussing Vicir's skill, calling him an expert despite his young age. A smug grin was frozen on the young man's face. The presenter, in a panic, called Vicir the ultimate weapon of the nation. Chihuahua, in confusion, noted the heterogeneity of the deputy consul's skill, realizing the scale of the threat. Suddenly, something caught the Chihuahua's attention. His eyes were fixed on something with an expression of extreme surprise on his face. Someone shouted a warning to Vicir while he was dealing with the bandits. The young man turned around to assess the new threat. The auction host took Chihuahua hostage with a knife to his throat. He demanded that Vicir drop his weapon and surrender, threatening to kill his ally. The presenter continued to threaten, rushing Vicir to make a decision, while the young man remained completely calm and did not succumb to provocations. The knife was getting closer and closer to the throat of the Chihuahua, who froze in shock. The situation was heating up with every second. Chihuahua's words that Vicir should not worry about him but think only about himself surprised the young man, showing unexpected devotion. Chihuahua tried to break free, and the presenter shouted, calling him crazy. Chihuahua replied that there were no compromises for him, and he was ready to die so as not to become a burden. Vicir laughed at Chihuahua's words. Noting the discrepancy between his desperate appearance and his displayed loyalty, he acknowledged the incredible loyalty of the security secretary. The young man mentioned the trump card received from the Patriarch of Baskerville. Attention was drawn to the object attached to Vicir's leg, hidden under his clothes all this time. The presenter anxiously asked about the flute, but Vicir clarified that it was a whistle. His calmness only increased the tension of the situation. Vicir brought the whistle to his lips and calmly blew into it without making any visible effort. His actions seemed ordinary in contrast to the tense atmosphere. Suddenly, a deafening sound of a whistle was heard. Its volume exceeded all expectations of those present. People in the hall covered their ears in panic, unable to withstand the force of the sound. Their faces were distorted from pain and discomfort. The auction host and the Chihuahua were frozen in confusion. Their gazes were fixed on something invisible to the others. The expression on their faces spoke of deep shock. Vicir took the whistle away from his mouth. His hands were covered in blood. The contrast between the calmness of the young man and the terrifying picture increased the tension of the moment. The young man stood motionless with a whistle in his hands, looking intently at the auction host and the Chihuahua, his gaze full of cold determination. The presenter, still in a daze, asked why nothing happened, but the fear in his and Chihuahua's eyes said otherwise. The presenter tried to convince himself that the loud whistle was only to intimidate. He was still holding the Chihuahua hostage without understanding the true danger. Suddenly, at the moment of these words of the presenter, his throat was cut from behind. Blood gushed from the wound, demonstrating an unexpected and cruel turn of events. The host noticed in horror how the knife came out of his throat. The awareness of imminent death was reflected in his eyes. Life was leaving his body. From such a deadly blow, he falls forever freezing in this position. It suddenly became clear that the killer was a young, muscular guy in a robe. His appearance was unexpected for everyone present, adding a new twist to what was happening. The killer coolly hid his sword while the Chihuahua meekly watched the scene. Suddenly, one of the bandits, wanting to avenge his friend, rushed at the killer. His impulse was desperate and thoughtless, which immediately became obvious to everyone watching. The killer quickly pulled out his sword, surrounded by a red aura, and with one precise movement cut the attacking bandit. The speed and accuracy of the strike was amazing. Blood splashed on the people in the hall, causing panic and horror. The shock of what was happening paralyzed those present. No one could believe the reality of this scene. Vicir, watching what was happening, smiled maliciously. His reaction contrasted with the general mood of horror, emphasizing his innocence in the ongoing chaos. Several more guys, similar to the one Vicir had summoned, entered the hall, their appearance adding a new level of tension to the already tense atmosphere. The new arrivals were dressed in identical robes, their faces expressing seriousness and threat. Vicir's gaze gazed into the distance. Ruthlessness and greed were visible in it. His facial expression foreshadowed imminent danger for those around him. The bandits talked in fear. Their words betrayed the horror of an unknown, but clearly deadly threat. They begged for mercy, realizing the hopelessness of their situation. The Baron's servant noticed the mark of teeth on the chests of those who came, remembering the terrible stories she had heard earlier. The girl realized in horror that in front of them was the most cruel knightly order of the Empire, known for its mercilessness. At that moment, one of the knights quietly crept up behind her, drawing a sword. Noticing the danger, the girl slowly turned around, her voice trembling with fear. As she whispered that she could not die here, her words were full of despair and pleas for salvation. Suddenly, Vicir shielded the girl with his body, ordering her not to touch her. This gesture of mercy amazed and surprised the girl. The robed man bowed respectfully to Vicir, confirming his order to spare the girl. Vicir gave a cruel order to deal with the rest, sparing only those who obediently lay on the floor. The guy in the robe bowed again, confirming his readiness to carry out any order from Vicir. His loyalty was obvious. Vicir reflected on Hugo and his obsession with military power. Remembering his words of trust, he rejoiced at the ease with which he gained power over the pit bulls, looking forward to future opportunities. The arriving clan began to mercilessly deal with the remaining people. One of those who submitted pressed himself to the floor, hoping to wait it out and escape. His thoughts reflected a desperate desire to survive in this chaos. However, members of the clan noticed him, slowly approaching him. The atmosphere became tense, foreshadowing an inevitable denouement for the unfortunate man. Trembling with fear, the man begged for mercy, ready to accept any punishment. His words were full of despair and hope for mercy. The guy from the clan answered menacingly that they did not carry shackles with them, his tone leaving no doubt about the cruelty of his intentions. Without hesitation, the clansman cut off the pleading man's legs, the brutality of the action shocking all witnesses. The victim's cries about losing his legs mixed with the killer's cold comment. Vicir, who had already left the room, was putting on a shirt. Next to him stood a huge man with a cigar, the commander of the Pitbull Knights, Boston Terrier, Baskerville, his uncle. The Boston Terrier offered his nephew further assistance, of course, if he needed it in turn. The uncle, looking at Vicir, reflected on the reasons for Hugo's interest in his nephew, noting the cruelty and ferocity of the young man, despite his young age. Vicir received an interesting offer. It was to join the Pitbulls, promising to raise him to be a worthy man, which did not particularly interest the young. Vicir, leaving, casually waved his hand to his uncle, referring to his super-urgent business. The uncle, Impressed by his nephew's courage to ignore him, only strengthened his desire to get Vicir. The young man himself mentally noted his uncle's annoyingness. Vicir walked past the cages, confidently looking for something specific. His purposeful actions were frightening. Passing by the money depository, Vicir noted that all the funds would go to the city treasury, solving problems with taxes. It was clear that this information was not at all interesting to the guy. Vicir expressed his disgust at the fact that the event was being financed by the Baskerville family, when suddenly his attention was drawn to a cage covered with a green rag. Admitting to himself that he had come here for a different purpose, Vicir nevertheless pulled the rag off the cage, his curiosity getting the better of his original plans. What he saw greatly surprised Vicir. His gaze was riveted on the contents of the cage. His facial expression spoke of an unexpected discovery. In the cage lay the same savage that no one had previously wanted to buy. Her presence here was clearly not part of Vicir's plans. The savage, exhausted and with traces of tears on her face, was now fast asleep. She looked as helpless as possible, especially against the backdrop of the cruel world around her. Vicir squats down in front of the cage, peering intently at the exhausted captive. His gaze glides over her wounded body, trying to assess the extent of the damage done. Thoughts flash through Vicir's head about the cruel torture that the unfortunate woman was subjected to during her abduction and transportation here. His heart contracts at the sight of the exhausted slave lying motionless. Something in the behavior of the captive alarms Vicir, forcing him to be wary and take a closer look at her. Vicir removes from his belt a small bottle filled with a mysterious scarlet liquid and says in a quiet voice that she is lucky because thanks to his kindness, she will receive a miraculous potion from the knightly order. Carefully lifting the captive's head, Vicir pours a crimson potion into her mouth, from which streams of scarlet smoke rise, creating a mysterious atmosphere around them. At the same moment, the girl's body is enveloped in a ghostly scarlet glow, emanating from the drunk potion, giving her an almost unearthly appearance in the twilight of the cell. Suddenly, the captive opens her eyes, as if awakened from a deep sleep. Her gaze is full of surprise and alertness to the world around her. Instinctively staggering, the girl hides in the far corner of the cage, her eyes feverishly examining the unfamiliar surroundings, trying to understand what is happening. Having taken a defensive stance, the captive clenches her fists in preparation for a possible fight, but is in no hurry to attack, instead carefully studying the surrounding space and her savior. Vicir pronounces words in an unknown language, pointing to the open door of the cage. His gesture clearly invites the girl to leave the place of imprisonment and find freedom. Surprised by the unexpected display of kindness, the captive slowly and carefully begins to move towards the exit, not taking her eyes off Vicir, ready to pull back at any moment. Vicir thinks to himself that he fought countless times with the barbarians before the regression, so he learned the basics of their language, and Vicir again in their language tells her to run away, showing her the exit with his hands. The slave was angry about something. She began to frantically communicate in their language, but did not understand what she was saying, and therefore Vicir said that he does not know their language so well. And so she stood up, and leaves the tent, looking back at Vicir. Her movements are still uncertain, but a glimmer of hope appears in her eyes. Finally, she said something to him in their language, but Vicir could not understand. The words echoed in his head, leaving the riddle unsolved. Vicir turns to the leaving girl, says, "Well, I don't know what she said, but I think she thanked me." His face expresses a mixture of satisfaction and slight sadness, and Vicir again rushed to look for what he came here for, an incomprehensible rag in his hands. Despite something he says, that I found what I wanted. He unfolds the rag. He says that this is the corpse of Merciel. We were already shown it earlier. It is a huge monster, and Vicir says that fortunately the monster has not yet been touched by anyone. Something red begins to pour out again. His skin cracks on his hand, reminding him of the hidden power lurking inside Vicir, ready to burst out. He wants, and he says that he did not absorb monsters of the rank of Beelzebub. I will feed you soon. Calm down. He turns to his hand, from which the sword comes out. He says that he will always arrive in the near future, so try to quickly. They show us a new huge monster, from which the sword will now drink blood. Rumors about the deeds of the new deputy consuls spread through the city like wildfire, with the first rays of sunshine, people whispering about the destruction of the criminal organization and the imprisonment of the nobles in the underdog prison. The majestic building, once a haven for shady affairs and dubious characters, has turned into a blazing bonfire. The heads of the leaders of the criminal community, put on public display, attracted the attention of townspeople to the seriousness of the atrocities committed. 7 powerful bereaved clans sent angry messages to the administrative office, demanding explanations and retribution, but the authorities' response was adamant. Vicir, grim and determined, spoke stern words, declaring death the only outcome for all involved in human trafficking, his voice ringing with barely restrained anger. Reviewing the seized documents, Vicir calmly announced the confiscation of all financial records and bank transfers related to the activities of the 7 clans. Unexpectedly, the patriarchs of the 7 clans personally appeared at the administrative office, creating an unprecedented situation where the proud lords were forced to beg for mercy. Vicir calmly met the pleas of the patriarchs, declaring that all the evidence of their guilt had already been collected. His words sounded like a verdict for the once powerful patriarchs who bowed before him. The announcement of the confiscation of all assets under the laws of autonomous governance was the final blow for the patriarchs. Continues to speak with a completely serious face. It is the punishment for betrayal that will destroy 3 generations of clans. Vicir calculated his steps ahead better and more clearly. He reduced unemployment and crime. People began to adore him because of this. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the office when Chihuahua presented the cup to Vicir, his eyes shining with gratitude to the man. At a table littered with documents, Vicir, without looking up from his work, gently reproached Chihuahua, advising him to take up education instead of serving. But he only smiled, considering this a small price to pay for salvation. Playfully hinting at the stinginess of gratitude, Vicir heard in response a funny excuse about 2 spoons of sugar, cream, and a drop of water added to coffee. Chihuahua's curiosity about the progress in deciphering was satisfied when Vicir handed him a sheet of paper covered in even lines, the deputy consul's hand trembling slightly with fatigue. Chihuahua's admiration grew. Looking at Vicir's successes in a letter, he modestly noted that he had not yet achieved perfection. His talent for learning aroused genuine respect. Chihuahua's thoughts revolved around the extraordinary abilities of Vicir, who managed to quickly master complex laws and create new rules based on recently learned words. Bending over another document, Vicir plunged into work. His concentrated gaze betrayed the importance of the information being deciphered. Chihuahua dreamily said that Vicir's presence could be the key to the prosperity of Underdog, whose majestic walls rose to the sky, promising protection and a new era of prosperity. We are transported back to prison. Someone's female hand is shackled to the wall. The dim light barely illuminates the cold stones, creating a depressing atmosphere. Vicir, the deputy consul, stepped into the darkness. His steps echoed from the walls. He approached the captive, apologizing for his long absence. His voice sounded tired but determined. Turning to the girl's name, Cindy Wendy St. Rose, Vicir noticed a sparkle of curiosity in her eyes as she asked about the reason for her survival, her voice trembling with fear and uncertainty. Carefully removing the blindfold from the captive's eyes, Vicir pronounced the obvious reason for her imprisonment, his fingers trembling slightly, betraying the internal tension that reigned in the air. Cindy's face contorted into a grimace of rage. She spat out the words that simple questions were hardly a sufficient reason to save her life, her voice ringing with pent-up anger. Vicir voiced his suspicions about Cindy's connection with the sudden rise of Baron Gambino. The girl was silent, her face turned into an impenetrable mask hiding a storm of emotions. Bringing a chair, Vicir talked about Cindy's financial talents, suggesting that outside the criminal world she could become an outstanding merchant or banker. His words sounded like a mixture of praise and reproach. Sitting opposite the captive, Vicir made a solemn promise to free her in exchange for answers. His gaze was piercing and unyielding, as if trying to penetrate the most hidden corners of her soul. Concluding his speech, Vicir warned of the consequences of silence. His words hung in the air, filling the chamber with palpable tension. Cindy visibly tensed, realizing the seriousness of her situation. Indy bit her lip nervously, the stress reflected on her face revealing the internal struggle between fear and the desire to survive. Having gathered her courage, the girl replied that she would try to answer the questions to the best of her ability. Her words seemed to satisfy Vicir. His gaze softened slightly. Vicir's first question took Cindy by surprise. He asked her opinion about his observance of the law, to which she answered without hesitation that a real judge honored the city with his presence. Vicir, frowning, warned the girl about the need for serious answers. His voice became colder, recalling the fragility of this promise. Cindy noticeably tensed, realizing the precariousness of her position. After hesitating for a moment, Cindy said that she considered Vicir to be doing his job well, her words hanging in the air, causing the deputy consul to freeze in place. Vicir's face distorted into a malicious smile. His eyes sparkled with an unkind gleam. The atmosphere in the cell became even more tense. Rising sharply from his chair, Vicir approached the girl, invading her personal space. Cindy involuntarily recoiled, embarrassed by the sudden closeness. Leaning towards her, Vicir took Cindy by the chin. His touch was unexpected and frightening. He peered intently into her eyes, ingratiatingly asking about the reasons for her assessment. Vicir's pupils shrank to the limit. His face froze in a mask of shock, betraying the deep shock of what he heard. Still holding Cindy's chin, Vicir threw her head back. The girl tensed, her eyes widened with anxiety and uncertainty. Slowly letting go of Cindy's face, Vicir pulled away. The girl continuously followed the movement of his hand. Her gaze expressed a mixture of fear and wariness. Taking a step back, Vicir said with a hint of sarcasm, "Okay, let's listen to what I'm doing wrong." His voice sounded deceptively calm. Cindy bit her lip nervously, her teeth clenched, revealing her inner tension and determination to speak out. As she began to speak, the girl noted that virtue had previously been considered the most important factor for the consul. Vicir again sat down on the chair, folded his hands and listened carefully to every word. Continuing, Cindy warned of the possible consequences of new laws designed to fight crime. She spoke of the suffering of the townspeople and the coming wrath of the people, her voice trembling with emotion. The girl mentioned a possible conflict with the Baskerville family, predicting a growing hostility towards Vicir as his power increased. Her words sounded like a dark prophecy. With a grin on his face, Vicir asked what he should do now. His eyes were fixed on Cindy, waiting for her answer. Without hesitation, the girl advised returning all the power received and the gained glory to the head of the clan. Her voice sounded firm and confident. Vicir listened carefully to the advice about the need to hide in the mountains or the academy, where people of his status become ordinary, erasing their identity. The mention that the head of the Baskerville clan would become a scapegoat in his place made Vicir thoughtful, and he listened silently, analyzing every word. The girl seemed to want to say something else. Her gaze was fixed on Vicir, waiting for his reaction to the previous words. Vicir asked if this sentence meant that the dog should bite its owner on the neck, his gaze directed at the girl, waiting for her answer. Vicir's eyes lit up not just red, but a bright red glow that replaced his normal eyes. The girl looked at Vicir with anger, her eyebrows furrowed. Her facial expression spoke of strong emotions and possibly ulterior motives. She said that this is the only opportunity for Vicir to avoid the wrath of his master, comparing him to a hunting dog. Vicir unexpectedly agreed to take this advice into account, which greatly surprised the girl. His reaction was unexpected for her. Holding the key in his hand, Vicir noted that this was good advice, almost identical to his own ideas. Vicir freed the captive from her shackles, allowing the metal to clink on the stone floor, while the girl looked at her liberator with disbelief, not believing what was happening and expecting a catch. The freed captive warned Vicir about the danger, to which he responded with assurance of his loyalty to his word. His voice sounded unshakable. Slowly getting up and taking the first step outside the cage, the girl turned around, expressing the hope that Vicir would not have to regret his decision today. Vicir suddenly asked the girl about the Mesimadunaro clan, which caused her obvious surprise. Her widened eyes betrayed a sudden surge of excitement. Continuing the conversation, Vicir mentioned the existence of lesser-known clans besides the 7 ruling an underdog, in particular, a wealthy merchant clan, which was the 8th and was called Mesimadunaro. As it turned out, the Mesimadunaro clan ceased to exist due to a tragic incident. Vicir carefully watched the girl's reaction and tried to penetrate her thoughts. The story began when the youngest son of the clan decided to show off his new sword skills at a birthday party, which became a fatal event for the entire clan. As the demonstration began, members of the Baskerville clan could not believe their eyes, watching with growing tension and bewilderment. The young man demonstrated the secret technique of the Baskervilles, known only to members of their family, which created an atmosphere of mystery and broken taboos around this event. News of what had happened quickly reached the head of the Baskerville clan, who decided to release the hunting dogs, which led to the complete destruction of the Mesimadunaro clan. However, the truth turned out to be even more terrible. All events were led by young demons of the 7 clans who stole the sword technique of the Baskerville family and taught it to the young one from the Mesimadunaro clan. The girl, gripped by a mixture of surprise and anxiety, asked a question about the connection between the history of the 8 clans and her own destiny. Vicir, maintaining calm, told about the only surviving representative of the clan, a 1-year-old girl, kidnapped by ruthless members of the Seven Clans. Continuing his story, Vicir mentioned the cruel torture and unspeakable atrocities that were inflicted on the beautiful girl, causing the girl to tense up. Unable to bear the weight of what she heard, the girl abruptly headed towards the exit from the prison, expressing with all her appearance her reluctance to continue this painful conversation. Vicir, however, hinted at the existence of additional information about this story, instantly awakening a new interest in the girl and forcing her to stop. Revealing the intrigue, Vicir spoke about the appearance of a new deputy consul in the city, hinting at his role in these events, and how he managed to masterfully open old wounds using 7 idiots. Vicir's narrative took on a darker tone as he described the brutal torture and inevitable demise of the criminals forced to admit their atrocities. Vicir concluded his story by mentioning the last words of the convicts, begging for forgiveness for their disgusting acts, which caused a storm of emotions in the girl. Suddenly turning around, the girl angrily asked about the recipient of these apologies, to which Vicir responded with a rhetorical question, implying the obviousness of the answer. Vicir revealed the girl's true identity, calling her Cindy Wendy St. Rose, the only survivor of the Messi Madunaro clan, which caused her to have an uncontrollable outburst of emotions and loud sobs. Cindy, trying to cope with the surging feelings, expressed doubt about the sincerity of the repentance of the tortured criminals, asking Vicir about the reliability of his words. The torch that suddenly materialized in Vicir's hand served as a mysterious omen when he asked about the method of proving his veracity. Inviting Cindy to see everything with her own eyes, Vicir took her to a certain place. The sight that appeared before Cindy plunged her into deep shock. Her pupils shrank to the limit from the horror of what she saw. The reality of what was happening seemed unbearable. In the cage in front of her lay the bodies of 7 idiots from those same clans. Their bodies, mutilated by torture, eloquently testified to the torment and suffering they had endured. Next to the bodies was a message in which the criminals admitted their involvement in the disappearance of the Messi Madunaro clan. Their words, full of fear and pleas for forgiveness, were written with a trembling hand. Cindy, unable to contain her emotions, raised her hand to her mouth, trying to muffle her sobs, her eyes refusing to believe in the reality of what was happening. Unable to withstand the tension, the girl collapsed on her knees, giving vent to her grief and pain, while Vicir calmly watched this heartbreaking scene. Approaching the sobbing Cindy, Vicir quietly said that despite the painful death of these people, revenge for his clan is not yet complete. Vicir, looking intently at the girl, said that Cindy has every right to despise the Baskerville family. His words sounded like permission for long-held hatred. Wiping her tears, Cindy asked Vicir in bewilderment about the reasons for his help to her, because he himself is part of the Baskerville family, her voice trembling with mixed emotions. To this, Vicir sarcastically replied that the question was posed incorrectly, hinting at deeper motives for his actions. Cindy, slowly rising to her feet, said that she was beginning to understand Vicir's true intentions, her voice acquiring notes of awareness. Addressing him as Vicir van Baskerville, Cindy solemnly promised to repay her debt, her words sounding like an oath. She vowed to do everything possible until the end of her days to ensure that Vicir never needed money, her voice full of determination and gratitude. Hearing this, Vicir burst into a wide smile, assuring that he would definitely remember her promise, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. The scene changed to Vicir's room, where Chihuahua happily looked in, announcing the sunset and calling Vicir Mr. Deputy. Before he could finish speaking, Chihuahua froze at what he saw. Vicir's room was littered with many corpses and his bed was covered in blood, creating a terrible picture. Vicir, stretching and rubbing his eyes, said his morning greeting as if nothing had happened, as if not noticing the horror surrounding him. Chihuahua inquired about the origin of the bodies, to which Vicir suggested with feigned doubt that he might have killed them in their sleep, and then admitted with a laugh that it was a joke. Vicir and Chihuahua were walking down the street when Chihuahua asked about Vicir's childhood, to which he laughed it off. But Chihuahua insisted on the seriousness of the question. Vicir, thoughtfully scratching his head, mentioned the many obstacles that had arisen in his path recently. Memories of recent assassinations flashed through Vicir's memory. Poisoned arrows, poisonous tea, snipers, arson. The list of dangers seemed endless. Scratching his ear, Vicir suggested that he might have drawn too much attention to himself, while the Chihuahua expressed concern about his mental state. Vicir's gaze glanced at his ability-absorbing sword. The skill of the hard life of a hellish bull acquired at the last auction was more effective than he expected. Vicir mentally noted that thanks to the river Styx and this strengthening skill, the attacker's sword broke on his body during sleep. Having decisively declared his intention to deal with the increasing number of assassination attempts, Vicir received the full support of Chihuahua, who called this decision a wise one. In front of the building where Vicir worked as a deputy consul, a luxurious carriage pulled by stately fresh horses appeared. On the carriage, the flag of the Baskerville family proudly fluttered on expensive fabric, depicting a majestic hound and two intersecting swords, symbolizing the power and nobility of this ancient family. Vicir, looking at the arriving carriage, assumed that it had been sent by the main family. His voice sounded tense, betraying hidden anxiety about this unexpected visit. When someone began to get out of the carriage, Chihuahua fell into a state of extreme amazement. His pupils dilated to the limit and his body instinctively shrank, expressing a mixture of fear and bewilderment. A figure in white emerged from the carriage, while Vicir remained outwardly calm as he watched what was happening, contrasting with the Chihuahua's obvious fear. The butler came out of the carriage, bowed, and greeted Vicir as a young gentleman, his voice expressing respect and joy at the meeting. Vicir noted the butler's improved appearance, to which he responded with a modest laugh, creating an atmosphere of a warm meeting of old acquaintances. The butler expressed his confidence in Vicir's progress since his departure from the main residence, while the Chihuahua mentally tried to comprehend what was happening. The Chihuahua could not believe that standing in front of them was John Barrymore himself, the head butler of the Baskerville family, who had served 4 generations and was known for his impeccable service in this formidable family. The Chihuahua began to literally glow with delight, recognizing John Barrymore as a role model for the servant. His admiration was so strong that he began to drool. Vicir, without allowing the butler to finish, understood the reason for his visit, creating the feeling that they understood each other perfectly. The butler confirmed Vicir's guess, reporting that the patriarch, impressed with his progress, ordered a return to the main residence and seemed to be extremely pleased. Vicir mentally doubted the sincerity of the patriarch's happiness, his internal monologue contrasting with his external calm. The picture suddenly changes to a sitting Hugo, who is staring at some point, immersed in deep thoughts about the current situation. It turned out that Hugo was looking at a photograph of Vicir, where it was written about his popularity among the residents of the city of Underdog and victories in numerous events. Vicir stood in front of Hugo in the luxurious office of the Baskerville family estate. The patriarch, holding a fresh newspaper in his hands, looked at his son with an appraising glance. Hugo expressed pride in Vicir's accomplishments, noting how he had improved the family's reputation. Vicir bowed his head in respect, trying to decipher his father's true intentions. The atmosphere changed when Hugo announced the decision to send Vicir to the Colosseum Academy. This prestigious institution was not just a school, but an arena where the future of the empire was forged. Hugo announced that he would go there with Highborough, Middleborough, and Lowborough, Vicir mentally planning how to use his companions to achieve his own goals. Suddenly, Hugo remembered the plan that Vicir came up with at the age of 8. It was about a strategy with the Ruby Mines and the Morgue family to get rid of the Barbarians. Hugo triumphantly announced the success of the plan, his voice filled not only with pride, but also with a thirst for new achievements. The realization came to Vicir suddenly. His childhood idea had become the beginning of something much larger. Now, on the threshold of a new life at the academy, he understood the complexity of the game he was entering. He had to not only participate, but also win in this ruthless game of power and intrigue. Vicir's thoughts rushed between the past and the future. He understood that his every step would now be under the close supervision of not only his father, but the entire empire. Leaving his father's office, Vicir felt the weight of responsibility and the anticipation of future trials. The Colosseum Academy would be a stake not only for his future, but also for the fate of the entire Baskerville clan. Vicir asked about the meaning of Hugo's words, who explained that the Morgue family proposed a joint raid, showing modesty in their intentions. Hugo suggested that Vicir conduct an inspection of the territory before entering the academy to ensure compliance with the laws he introduced. Vicir accepted the assignment, placing his hand to his heart and noting the usefulness of such an experience, demonstrating complete obedience to Hugo. After leaving the city, Vicir hit the road with Chihuahua, preparing for the upcoming mission. The Chihuahua, seeing Vicir off, waved a handkerchief with tears in his eyes, expressing his devotion and concern. Shouting out wishes for Vicir's safety, Chihuahua assured that he would take care of administrative matters in his absence. Vicir, already dressed in combat uniform, set off on horseback. Vicir, turning to Chihuahua, sadly thought about the imminent separation from his faithful chief secretary, realizing the inevitability of change. The scene changed to Vicir, mounted on a horse, leading a group of riders, ready for the upcoming trials. Suddenly, Vicir, rolling his eyes, uttered a phrase inviting someone to show up, as if sensing someone's hidden presence. Mysterious figures in black robes appeared from under the trees, creating an atmosphere of mystery and potential threat. Vicir addressed those present, apologizing for the delay and explaining that he wanted to ensure the departure was organized. Taking off his robe, he introduced himself as a member of the Staffordshire Baskerville Pit Bulls, promising to deliver everyone to the morgue's Tower of Youth unharmed. The young man inquired about his uncle's health, to which he received an answer about his determination to place his nephew in the order after a successful slave auction. Vicir, remembering his uncle, felt an unpleasant chill running down his back. His thoughts about his relative were far from rosy. The traveler saw ominous rocks and mountains, an eerie region handed over to the Morgoth clan, causing anxiety and concern. Watching the people working in the fields, Vicir said thoughtfully that the situation did not look like a violation of the law, as they had been described. Staffordshire began to talk about the envoys who had arrived for inspection, but Vicir interrupted, saying that this was just an excuse to get rid of the barbarians. The young man shared information about the morgue group with 3 delegates from the lower house and 100 independent magicians, noting the seriousness of the family's approach to the situation. He added that the Baskerville family has only fielded a dozen knights, and the elite of the lower house are waiting beyond the mountain range. Vicir mentally noted that Hugo's idea to look into the life of barbarians was not as bad as it initially seemed. Having entered the gloomy forest, the travelers froze before the eerie sight of skeletons strung on trees, like an ominous decoration. The work of a magician. Having said this to Vicir, everything became clear that this was a message to the barbarians from the Morgue clan, a frightening warning. The creepy installation is designed to remind you of the power of the red-haired Kamuz, who can destroy enemies in a matter of seconds. Suddenly, high above the heads of the travelers, 3 mysterious silhouettes flashed, arousing genuine interest and wariness in everyone. Staffordshire tilted his head back, trying to make out the unexpected guests, his eyes squinting in the bright sunlight. 3 identical red-haired twins, as if straight out of a picture, declared in unison that entry was prohibited without their permission. Vicir, looking at the girls, felt a vague recognition, trying to remember where he could have met these unusual people. 3 flowers of the Morgue triplets, Hasis, Middlesis, and Lausis, flashed through the young man's head as he examined the sisters. He mentally noted their individual madness, reaching unprecedented heights when combined forces. Turning to the twins, Vicir introduced himself as the envoy of the Baskervilles, but was refused, and the answer from his superiors would not be available until tomorrow. Vicir irritably asks about the right to prohibit passage on his own land, causing the twins to sarcastically mock him about the law of protecting the landlord. The young man, deep in thought, closed his eyes from tension, trying to comprehend the situation and find a way out of the current situation. Vicir's hands suddenly flared up with a violent aura, shocking Staffordshire, and he himself coldly announced the amendments he had made to the law. Vicir's final warning about the opening of the gate wiped the smiles from the twins' faces, replacing them with an expression of wild horror at the realization of the seriousness of the situation. Shrouded in a blazing red aura, Vicir looked at the girls demandingly, silently ordering them to obey and open the gates immediately. Trembling with fear, the twins were ready to obey, but one of them suddenly began to perform water magic. Having mentioned the rumors about a psychopathic boy who captured Underdog, the girl directed a magical flow towards Vicir. Declaring her experience in fighting such individuals, the twin attacked the young man, but he deftly dodged the water spell. Vicir, looking at what was happening with undisguised rage, was mentally preparing for the inevitable clash with the insolent sisters. Staffordshire thoughtfully said that solving the problem with words seemed unlikely, to which the light breeze gently swaying the grass under their paws agreed. The pit bulls that had been following Vicir all this time suddenly burst into furious barking, indignant at the absurdity of the words of the young hounds who did not know their place in the hierarchy of the clan. Vicir felt how all the muscles of his body tensed. Having recognized this voice, he slowly turned his head towards the irritated pit bulls, trying to maintain composure. The twins stubbornly continued to insist on their position, calling pit bulls small fry and arrogantly declaring that their rank was much higher than those uncouth dogs. The pit bulls became even more enraged. Their growling became louder and angrier. They began to snap back, claiming that the problem was not with them, but with the impudence of these arrogant puppies. Suddenly, among the angry pit bulls, Vicir recognized familiar voices. These were blonde twins from the Baskerville clan, whose coat of arms was well known to everyone in the clan. Seeing the twins, Vicir felt his irritation increase exponentially. He barely restrained himself not to growl at these annoying puppies. The twins from the Morgue clan looked at the strangers with puzzlement, wondering why they were behaving so defiantly, while the Baskerville twins looked extremely smug and impudent. The Baskervilles turned to the wind, declaring that they would repay him for recommending him to the academy and asked him to leave everything to them. Their voices sounded self-confident and impudent. The wind thought irritably that it was all because of the academy. He intended to use these puppies only as a punching bag for his own purposes. His plan was cunning and insidious. In the future, these youths could become deadly soldiers. Although they did not have the intelligence to make independent decisions, they could clearly carry out the orders of their elders. The wind thought that if these puppies were trained well, they would become very useful. Vicir smiled and said that he would try to trust his older brothers. The red-haired twins shouted that these fools only know how to walk together. The other two twins picked up their words, repeating these fools, these fools. The white-haired twins showed an indecent gesture to the girls and snapped back, calling them fools. And such antics were happening in front of the amazed public. This greatly angered the girls. They began to concentrate magical energy, saying that they would now teach these impudent creatures a lesson. Their eyes sparkled with rage. Vicir remembered from his regression that the Morgue triplets were known as the possessors of the three magical attributes of water, earth, and nature. Their power was legendary. Each of the twins began to create their own magic of earth, water, and nature. The combination of three highly compatible magical elements greatly enhanced the effect of each attack. The twins from the Baskerville clan, stung by the ridicule of the red-haired twins, stood at a loss, not knowing what to do. Their pride was hurt, and their pride was trampled. Vicir watched this scene with growing irritation. He was infuriated by both Wind's admiration for the twins' technique and their own helplessness before the magic of the girls from the Morgue clan. The huge tree created by the triplets continued to stand as an indestructible barrier, mocking the vain attempts of the blonde twins to cut through it. The red-haired twins, known as the three Morgue flowers, watched the scene with malicious glee, their faces aglow with triumph. They knew that their magic was irresistible to simple swords. Vicir, despite his previous ridicule, seemed surprised by the power of the girls' magic. He clearly underestimated the abilities of the young sorceresses from the Morgue clan. Vicir remembered from his regression about the legendary power of triplets with three magical attributes, and now he saw with his own eyes how great it is. The blonde twins, having stopped their useless attempts to cut through, stood in shock, their self-confidence evaporated, giving way to confusion and bewilderment. Vicir, seeing the confusion of his protégés, thought about how to use this situation for his own purposes. His plan to use the twins as a punching bag needed adjustment. The Morgue triplets, reveling in their dominance, continued to taunt the helpless twins, their snide comments stinging more painfully than any weapon. Vicir, observing this confrontation, understood that the situation was heating up and could soon get out of control if someone did not intervene and defuse the situation. Staffordshire asks with interest if this is not fun, to which Vicir asks again what exactly is fun. Their eyes met in a silent question. Magic against the sword, the question of which is stronger, has been in the air for centuries. Magic uses mana, reproducing the power of the elements, and the mastery of the sword creates explosive power with internal energy. A clan of magicians and swordsmen that will lead us into the future. It's fun to explore their potential. We see the battle of the red-haired Morgue twins against the blonde Baskerville twins. Staffordshire has answered that if the question is posed this way, then he is already one of them. The young gentleman has already surpassed them. Respect and admiration sounded in his voice. Vicir thinks how he would like them all to disappear, but says out loud, "This is a waste of time. I need to move on. I found a leader, but I'm stuck in the papers." Then suddenly someone's thin, fragile legs appear. They moved easily and gracefully, as if dancing in an invisible wind. Someone starts casting fire magic, shouting, "What are you doing in front of my territory?" The flame in the stranger's hand grew, threatening everyone around. The blonde twin approaches the red-haired girl, saying that you've got him, his voice sounding self-confident and triumphant. But suddenly his eyes narrow in shock. Something interfered with him, his movement slowed down, as if he had collided with an invisible barrier. The blonde twin jumps towards the red-haired girl, but their silhouettes are filled with bright flames, creating an impressive scene of fire and darkness. Kamuz, Adolf's grown-up niece, said imperiously that she could not forgive anyone who causes disturbances in the territory she rules. Her long red hair fluttered in the wind, and the power emanating from her seemed even more powerful than before. Everyone present froze in anticipation. Vicir, recognizing Kamuz, carefully studied her silhouette. His face expressed a mixture of surprise and admiration. He clearly did not expect such a development of events. The red-haired twins from the Morg clan, still trembling with fear, huddled together, their burnt clothes testifying to the force of the recent explosion. Vicir, watching intently, noticed that the blonde Baskerville twins had survived. Although they looked shabby, their tousled hair spoke of the shock they had experienced. One of the Baskerville twins, still dazed, muttered about the suddenness of the fire magic, his voice trembling with fear. Plumes of smoke slowly dissipated, revealing a picture of destruction caused by Kamuz's unexpected attack. Everything around was scorched by the heat of her flames. Vicir, although dissatisfied with the twins' survival, could not help but recognize the impressive strength of Adolf's niece. His plans clearly needed adjustment. Vicir, watching the unfolding scene, felt his irritation growing. He wanted to quickly deal with the situation and return to his business. Kamuz, standing in front of everyone with the flame still dancing on her palm, looked menacing and majestic, ready to call to account everyone who dared to disturb the peace of her domain. Kamuz goes down to the red twins, they tell her. We just wanted to stop the invaders. They were the first to start a fight. Their voices trembled with fear. She angrily replies, you just dared to address me without respect. The twins immediately object in fear. Not at all. Their faces turn pale with horror. Kamuz threateningly warns, be careful if you don't want to end up the same way, pointing to the corpse of a skeleton on a tree. The twins apologize in panic, promising that this won't happen again. Suddenly, something attracts Kamuz's attention. She turns her head sharply, her gaze becomes sharp and attentive. Her pupils constricted greatly in surprise. Her face expressed a mixture of shock and recognition, as if she saw someone familiar. Vicir also noticed Kamuz. Their gazes met. The air between them seemed to be electrified with tension and unspoken words. Adjusting her hair, Kamuz says, long time no see. Win Van Baskerville. 7 years have passed, that's right. Her voice sounded both warm and wary. Vicir smilingly replies, yes, a lot of time has passed, Kamuz Morg, silently noting how she has grown from a child's face and become prettier. His gaze lingered on her face. The beauty of Kamuz Morg, striking down all the men of high society, was truly dazzling. Her charming image attracted the gaze of all those present. They said that she seduced many married men, which caused scandals. But for some reason, such rumors did not circulate at that time. Something had changed in her reputation. Vicir turns to Kamuz, saying that let her open the gate. There is no agreement with these triplets. These words greatly excited Kamuz. Her eyes flashed with interest. Kamuz, starting to talk seriously about how long it's been since we've seen each other. And this is the only thing that interests the guy. Resentment and disappointment were heard in her voice. Vicir is interested in what else should I say. These words irritate Kamuz even more. Her face begins to turn red with anger. Staffordshire thinks to himself that the continuation of the battle between the triplets of the two families will be between them. Watching as Kamuz turns green with jealousy and anger. Kamuz, pointing his finger at Vicir, shouts, 0 points, which greatly confuses the guy. His face expresses a complete lack of understanding of what is happening. With tears in his eyes and wild anger, Kamuz says that for his attitude towards his future wife, 0 and a point, her voice trembles with resentment. These words irritate the twins from both the Baskerville and Morg clans, their faces expressing a mixture of surprise and displeasure. Vicir is amazed by these words. He also does not know what to answer. His face is frozen in an expression of complete shock and confusion. The Kamuz girl looks away embarrassedly. Her cheeks are covered with a blush, and her fingers nervously fiddle with the hem of her clothes. The landscape unfolds before our eyes, revealing a picture of exhausting labor. Ordinary people, bent under the weight of work, cultivate endless fields. Their fatigue is palpable even from afar. Vicir and Kamuz, sitting on mighty horses, slowly move forward. The girl notices that the Baskerville clan seems to know little about the barbarians, to which the young man confidently objects. Constant battles give them much more knowledge. Kamuz, not hiding his surprise, asks why then they sent those idiots. Because they are just young, inexperienced hounds, unable to cope with a serious task. Vicir, remaining calm, replies that the Morg clan has already been informed about the location of the main forces on the other side of the mountain range. There is no point in asking about what everyone already knows. Kamuz, smiling, admits that she thought Vicir was not in the know. but the young man explains his awareness with his responsibility for the delegation. The girl notes that he probably earned the trust of the clan, although he could have been the one they wanted to get rid of. Not stopping there, Kamuz continues to question, wondering which tribes of barbarians are the most annoying, while Vicir mentally wonders why the girl does not stop her endless stream of questions. Overcoming irritation, the young man replies that the tribes of Balak warriors and Rococo magicians are especially distinguished by their ability to shoot from a bow, surpassing the level of the Empire. But their techniques remain a mystery to many. Kamuz, pleased with the answer, announces that he gives Vicir 8 points, which causes confusion in the guy. He does not understand what kind of score we are talking about, because he simply gave a good, comprehensive answer. The girl explains that a high score is associated with the quality of the answer, but these words only increase the misunderstanding of Vicir, who cannot understand the meaning of this strange game. Kamuz, not paying attention to his interlocutor's confusion, unexpectedly declares his dislike for smart people, adding that boys are more interesting when they are a little stupid, which completely confuses Vicir. Kamuz continues her strange assessment, stating that Vicir's horse riding only deserves 6 points due to the mount being too big for him. Then she criticizes his fashion for being boring, and 1 for his manners. Suddenly the girl changes her tone, smiling. She rates Vicir's appearance at 99 points, noting that he has grown up to be a real handsome man, but immediately reduces the rating by a point for the lack of emotion on his face. Vicir, unable to bear it, demands to stop this senseless assessment, to which Kamuz calmly replies that she needs to be strict with her future husband, which causes even greater bewilderment in the young man. Puzzled, Vicir wonders why he suddenly became her future husband, while Kamuz, surprised by his lack of understanding, reminds her of the test her uncle took. Vicir's memory flashes back to 7 years ago, when he fought Uncle Kamuz, and the awareness of what is happening begins to slowly penetrate his consciousness. Kamuz, without hiding his irritation, expresses dissatisfaction with his uncle's weak test to evaluate her future groom, complaining about the limitations of her path to marriage. Her emotions are so strong that fire begins to burn around her. Vicir is amazed by her strength as a great magician. Trying to defuse the situation, Vicir invites Kamuz to forget about the past and pretend that nothing happened, but his words only increase the girl's embarrassment. Kamuz, unable to cope with the surging emotions, noticeably blushes. Her cheeks are covered with a blush, and the corners of her lips turn down, betraying deep embarrassment. In a fit of emotion, the girl throws some kind of rag in Vicir's face, shouting that he can't just forget what happened and calling him stupid for such a proposal. Kamuz, not wanting to continue the conversation, spurs his horse and leaves, saying as he goes that she, being a genius, never forgets what she saw, while Vicir, puzzledly holding a rag, wonders what it is. Suddenly it dawns on the young man that this is the same old jacket with which he covered the girl many years ago. Memories come flooding back with renewed vigor. Vicir, looking at the tattered jacket, reflects on how Kamuz kept this thing all these years, while the girl herself, still embarrassed, mutters under her breath about the absurdity of the whole situation. A majestic wall appears, erected in a month by the joint efforts of earth and metal magicians. Its power inspires confidence in reliable protection. Vicir, impressed by the scale of the structure, notes the unsurpassed skill of the magicians of the Morgue clan, who were able to create in a month what would have taken 1,000 ordinary people a year. Huge traces of blows can be seen on the surface of the wall. Vicir, carefully studying them, wonders if they were left by arrows of Balak flame. Kamuz confirms the young man's guess, adding that arrows imbued with a powerful aura claimed the lives of many defenders, their ability to break through walls several meters thick. The girl continues the story, mentioning the serious injury of her uncle, whose pride suffered no less than his body. Vicir recalls that the patriarch also spoke about a similar experience, receiving his famous scar on his nose. Thinking aloud, Vicir suggests the presence of a particularly talented person among the barbarians, believing that this is a woman whose face, like other barbarians, is hidden in black paint. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by a rapidly approaching messenger, loudly calling to the vice-head of the fortress. Kamuz turns around warily. The envoy, barely catching his breath, reports the need for an urgent return. The search party has captured a barbarian scout. A captured barbarian scout appears before us. His powerful, tattooed body, bald head, pointed ears, and evil gaze create the impression of a dangerous and rebellious captive. The servant who led them to the scout explains that the prisoner belongs to the Rococo tribe of magicians. When asked by Kamuz about the information received, he replies that the scout remains stubbornly silent. Kamuz, unexpectedly for the servant, asks whether mental magic was used, to which he receives the answer that it is impossible to read the thoughts of the prisoner due to powerful witchcraft. Addressing the barbarian, Kamuz recalls the recent ambush on the Morgue clan fortress, asking about the number of people kidnapped, but the captive remains silent. The girl continues the questioning, mentioning her sixth cousin Rose, the daughter of the Morgues, interested in her fate. The barbarian mutters something in an incomprehensible language. His gaze and malicious smile betray gloating. Kamuz asks for a defector translator, but the servant reports that they all either died or were kidnapped during the barbarian attack. Shocked by this news, the girl realizes the impossibility of translating the captive's words, but Vicir unexpectedly declares his knowledge of the Rococo language. Kamuz doubtfully asks if there really is something that Vicir doesn't know, but the young man modestly admits that he knows only basic words. At the request of Kamuz, Vicir begins to question the barbarian about the fate of her 12-year-old cousin with red eyes and hair and white skin, using an unfamiliar language. Vicir's words cause a violent reaction in the captive. A vein bulges on his forehead, and his smile becomes even wider. The barbarian answers sharply. His eyes light up with even greater madness, creating an alarming atmosphere. Vicir, closing his eyes, is silent. His face expresses deep regret. He clearly does not want to voice what he heard. Unexpectedly for everyone, Vicir breaks the tense silence, like a bolt from the blue, announcing that cousin Kamuz is dead. These words strike the girl to the core. Kamuz's face contorted with rage so intense that no one had ever seen her so angry before. Having pulled herself together, the girl loudly announces that in the absence of the representative of the patriarch and the head of the fortress, she, as a member of the middle house and vice head, will make a decision. The barbarian, noticing the frantic anger in Kamuz's eyes, begins to feel fear, realizing that a cruel fate awaits him. Without hesitating for a second, Kamuz shouts out a sentence of immediate execution, and at the same moment, her sword cuts the barbarian's neck. His eyes roll back in unbearable pain. The sword, saturated with fire magic, sets the barbarian's body on fire. At the last moment, he shouts something in his own language, while Kamuz coldly says that he should burn as much as he likes. The girl adds that the language the barbarian spoke will henceforth be heard only in hell. Her words are full of contempt and rage. Other captive barbarians observing this scene freeze in silent horror, not expecting such a cruel reprisal. Against the background of the burning corpse of the barbarian, Kamuz abruptly says that it is time for them to leave here. Her voice sounds cold and distant. Vicir, shocked by what he saw, cannot hide his shock. He never imagined that a girl was capable of such a thing. Having left the place of execution, they again approach the wall. But then Kamuz, until recently full of rage, suddenly begins to sob quietly. Vicir, aware of Kamuz's young age, softly says that it seems that she was very close to her cousin. These words cause a new burst of sobs from the girl. Through tears, Kamuz remembers her cousin, an innocent girl who always followed on her heels, not fitting into the cold-blooded Morgue clan. An image of a beautiful girl similar to Kamuz herself appears before her eyes. Trying to console, Vicir suggests that his cousin left without suffering, but Kamuz abruptly cuts him off, reminding him of his brilliant mind and knowledge of the barbarian language, albeit partial. Vicir, amazed, thinks to himself, did she really understand what the barbarian said? Having gathered his courage, the young man admits that the barbarian reported that they ate her cousin. These words cause Kamuz to have a new attack of uncontrollable sobs. Through tears, the girl asks for forgiveness from her dead cousin for not being able to protect her. Vicir watches this scene with deep sympathy and disappointment. Vicir's hand involuntarily reaches out to Kamuz's shoulder, wanting to support her in this difficult moment. However, after reflection, the young man decides that such a gesture may be inappropriate and withdraws his hand. Vicir stands awkwardly next to the crying girl, unable to find the right words of consolation, feeling helpless in the face of her grief. Vicir continues to stand silently next to the sobbing Kamuz, unable to find words of consolation. Kamuz, gathering his strength, wipes the tears from his face, trying to pull himself together. Unexpectedly for Vicir, the girl says that everything is not so bad, because death is the only outcome. Her words amaze the young man. Kamuz, having made a decision, declares that now is not the time to grieve. She needs to gather strength and avenge her cousin. Vicir, admiring the girl's resilience, extends his hand to her, thinking to himself that real heroines really behave differently. He smiles, agreeing that now is not the time for grief. Kamuz is surprised by Vicir's unexpected gesture. Her eyes widen in amazement. Their hands are almost touching, creating a moment of special intimacy between them. Suddenly, the ringing of a bell interrupts this moment. Their hands never met. Vicir becomes wary when he hears an alarm signal. Kamuz, instantly composed, gets up herself and explains that this is a signal of an attack by barbarians. An expression of determination appears on their faces. The girl says that the time for revenge, it seems, was not long in coming. A majestic palace appears before us. Its beauty and power contrast with the impending threat, creating a tense atmosphere of anticipation for future events. Before us appears a whole gang of barbarians. Led by a girl whose aura enhances her bow, they rush towards large white animals with shining eyes, creating a terrifying spectacle. The barbarian girl, with a serious expression on her face, pulls the bowstring, carefully choosing the target. Her concentration is almost tangible. She fires an arrow filled with her magic, glowing with blue light. The arrow flies at incredible speed, cutting through the air. The arrow rushes towards two guards standing on top of the wall, nonchalantly talking to each other, unaware of the impending danger. At the last moment, the guards notice the approaching arrow. Their faces contort in shock and horror, but it is too late. The arrow crashes into the wall with a deafening roar, destroying part of it, demonstrating the incredible power of the attack. The barbarian girl watches the result of her shot with satisfaction. Her face is calm, but triumph is visible in her eyes. She gives orders in an incomprehensible language to her commanders, who with serious faces immediately rush off to carry out the assignment. The barbarians attack the wall's defenders, their huge animals mercilessly biting and tearing people apart, creating chaos and panic. The barbarians themselves also join the battle, using ropes. They try to capture and strangle the defenders. Their actions are cruel and merciless. Someone's leg appears in the field of view. Its owner watches the brutal reprisal of barbarians against people. A picture of bloody chaos unfolds before him. It becomes clear that this is Vicir, he says with a serious look that he may have arrived too early. His appearance radiates masculinity and determination. Suddenly, a rope filled with blue mana flies towards Vicir, threatening to take the young man by surprise. Unexpectedly for Vicir, two ropes are wrapped around his neck. He's shocked by the sudden attack of two barbarians, without having time to react. The young man looks in confusion at the ropes wrapped around his neck, trying to comprehend what is happening and find a way out of the situation. The barbarians, satisfied with their prey, converse in their own language, discussing what a handsome husband they got. Their hunt for husbands seems to be going well. Vicir, understanding their language, realizes the true goal of the barbarians. Hunting for husbands to breed a superior race, this discovery shocks him. Gathering his strength, Vicir breaks the ropes, freeing himself from the capture. He politely but firmly refuses to become their husband. His actions take the barbarians by surprise. Other members of the tribe, observing what is happening, assume that the young man is already betrothed. The barbarians, having failed, fall, feeling pain from Vicir's sudden movement. The barbarian men, noticing Vicir's resistance, approach from behind, drawing their bows and preparing to attack. They recognize him as the enemy. Vicir, forced to defend himself, draws his sword. But at this moment, he remembers Hugo's instructions not to engage in battle until he meets the main forces. This makes him hesitate. Vicir, with a serious look, mentally weighs whether he should wait for the main forces. His face expresses an internal struggle. The young man demonstrates incredible skill, with lightning speed parrying arrows flying at him with his sword. His movements are precise and fast. The barbarians watching this cannot believe their eyes. They have never encountered such a level of swordsmanship before. Their faces express a mixture of surprise and fear. Kamuz suddenly appears, a fireball forming in her hands, ready to rain down on her enemies. The girl, with rage in her voice, asks Vicir why he doesn't kill his enemies. And immediately, a huge explosion created by Kamuz magic breaks out in front of the young man. The barbarians, engulfed in flames, shout something in their own language, their last words drowned in the roar of fire. Kamuz, stopping at nothing, continues her brutal attack, her face contorted with anger and a thirst for revenge. With fury in her voice, the girl screams at the barbarians to die. Her words are full of hatred and contempt. Vicir, watching what is happening, mentally notes that Kamuz used a huge amount of aura. He is surprised by her strength and determination. The girl, without slowing down, turns to Vicir with a question. Her voice is full of tension and expectation. Kamuz, continuing her attack, simultaneously creates several spells. She recalls the order of the Baskerville patriarch not to interfere. Her words sound like a warning and a challenge at the same time. Kamuz shouts that she will get rid of all the barbarians as she continues her furious attack, her eyes burning with mad fire. Everything around is exploding. The tents in the square are engulfed in flames, creating a picture of complete chaos and destruction. Vicir, watching what is happening, notes to himself that Kamuz uses quadricast, significantly increasing the lethality of his attacks. The girl, without slowing down, continues to conjure. Her hands are shrouded in fiery magic, ready to fall on her enemies. Suddenly, one of the barbarians takes out a pipe, brings it to his mouth and blows something through it. His actions are lightning fast and precise. An arrow fired from a tube hits Kamuz right in the throat. The girl realizes with horror what has happened. Her eyes open wide in surprise. The barbarian who fired the shot is seated on a huge white beast, similar to a giant wolf. His aim was impeccable. He carefully watches the falling girl. Kamuz falls, but manages to say that it seems to be a paralyzing poison. Her body refuses to move. Vicir mentally curses the situation, realizing that the problems are just beginning. The barbarians, taking advantage of the moment, begin to unwind the ropes, preparing to throw them on the helpless girl. Vicir reacts with lightning speed, catching the rope on the fly. Kamuz, watching his actions, feels relieved and grateful. Vicir suggests retreating, but Kamuz vehemently objects, mentioning resources and prisoners. The young man reminds him of the order not to engage in battle until the main forces of the Baskervilles arrive. The girl, consumed by a thirst for revenge, insists on the need to avenge her kidnapped cousin, her eyes burning with determination. The guy, in a calm tone, tries to convince Kamuz of the need for a rational decision. His voice sounds reasonable. Suddenly, an arrow filled with a blue aura approaches Vicir. The young man feels its power. His face expresses shock and tension. Vicir barely dodges the arrow. Its speed and strength cause him discomfort. Kamuz, watching this, is also in shock. The arrow was fired by the same barbarian they saw earlier. Her body is shrouded in blue flame. Vicir carefully studies the enemy. The same warrior who poisoned Kamuz with poison appears next to the barbarian. Their gazes meet Vicir's gaze. The barbarian grabs the paralyzed Kamuz by the cloak. The girl realizes her helplessness and horror. Her eyes are wide open with fear. The barbarian, sitting on his huge beast, lifts Kamuz and puts her on the back of the animal. Taking her away, the girl screams Vicir's name in despair. The guy freezes in shock. Vicir, watching the kidnapping, remembers the past, when Kamuz was already held captive, reflecting on how after the destruction of the barbarian tribe they began to treat her differently. His face expresses a mixture of anxiety and determination. Vicir watches with rage the abduction of Kamuz. At this moment, the barbarian with a huge aura suddenly attacks him, jumping towards him. She strikes with some kind of weapon, but the guy manages to dodge. At the sight of the blow, a crater forms in the ground from which energy emanates. The barbarian does not stop attacking, moving into hand-to-hand combat. Vicir notes to himself her unusual tactics. The guy's face is distorted by tension. The fight continues. The girl delivers a strong kick to Vicir's hand. Her movements are lightning fast and accurate. The guy jumps back. It becomes more and more difficult for him to dodge the powerful blows of the barbarian. His breathing quickens. Vicir carefully studies his opponent, noting that her movements are different from other barbarians. He wonders whether he should fight at full strength. Suddenly, something attracts Vicir's attention. His pupils narrow in surprise. He clearly noticed something unusual. The guy hears a phrase in human language. He is amazed that the barbarian speaks their dialect. The barbarian's eyes light up bright blue. She smiles maliciously, and Vicir realizes with horror that this is the same girl he previously saved from the slave auction. His face expresses a mixture of shock and recognition. The barbarian's words struck Vicir to the depths of his soul. Obvious bewilderment was reflected on his face. He could not understand how this was possible and what it all meant. Suddenly, his memory helpfully gave him a memory. He recognized this girl as the same slave whom he had once saved at an auction. This fact only increased his confusion. Vicir tried to understand the situation, suggesting that the girl was taking revenge on him for saving him, but her answer was unexpected. She spoke of slavery and revenge as forms of imprisonment that had nothing to do with him or the Morgue clan. The barbarian gracefully climbed onto her huge white dog, demonstrating amazing agility and unity with her beast. She uttered cryptic words about how she would repay what she had received, and her intention to kidnap the next leader. She concluded her speech with an invitation to Vicir to follow them if he so desired. Vicir was lost in thought, weighing whether he should reveal his true power. At that moment, he noticed Uncle Kamuz and the guards approaching from behind, which made him shout Kamuz's name. Adolf, Kamuz's uncle, arrived on the scene after learning about the ambush. His face contorted in anger as he began to form powerful energy in his palm. calling the barbarians bastards. With a furious cry, Adolf slammed his hand onto the ground, causing powerful rifts. However, the slave and her companions on huge dogs demonstrated incredible dexterity, dodging the cracks that formed. As a result of Adolf's attack, a huge hole was created in the ground. But all the barbarians managed to successfully overcome this obstacle, demonstrating their skill and preparation. Adolf, realizing that he had missed the fugitives, shouted a curse in rage. Vicir stood behind him with a thoughtful expression on his face, trying to comprehend everything that had happened and understand what consequences it could have for the future. Vicir sighed heavily, informing Adolf that they had completed the task just 3 minutes after the bell rang. The result was worse than expected due to Kamuz's frivolity. Unexpectedly for Vicir, the servant turned to Adolf, suggesting that the missing could go to the Forbidden Zone. This news made Balak cry out in alarm. The Forbidden Zone is famous for its bad luck and extreme danger, especially at night. Adolf was tormented by the thought that his niece had been kidnapped, and he was powerless to do anything. Vicir suddenly proudly declared his readiness to pursue the kidnappers. His words caused amazement among Adolf and the servant. No one expected such courage. As a child, even before his rebirth, the guy often visited those places, exploring them thanks to his intelligence experience and his natural curiosity. He walked through most of the forests in the area. Adolf, hearing this, quickly approached Vicir, grabbed him by the shoulders and shaking him, loudly asked if the young man was really speaking seriously. Hope and distrust were mixed in his voice. The servant, observing what was happening, noticed that sending a representative of the Patriarch to the Red-Black Mountains was tantamount to suicide. Without letting go of Vicir's shoulders, Adolf said that he knows how extraordinary this child is, and now all that remains is to rely on him to save his niece. Before the eyes of those present, a fence appeared with the inscription, a dense forest of red-black mountains, located on the territory of the Baskerville clan. This ominous sign seemed to warn of dangers. This thicket is home to blood-sucking mosquitoes, poisonous thorny vines, silent spiders, and other dangerous creatures. An ordinary person would not last an hour here. They are already running through the forest. Vicir takes the lead. His speed is amazing. He seems to merge with the surrounding greenery. Adolf asks if everyone from the Baskerville family is like that, to which he receives the answer that of course not. A slight pride can be heard in the answerer's voice. Vicir calmly cuts through dangerous bees that appear on his way with his knife. His movements are precise and confident. All three twins were amazed by this action. They noted Vicir's speed and skill. Their eyes widened in surprise. Vicir hid behind a tree, asking others to be quiet. His senses were heightened to the limit. He reports that he has heard of the Balak tribe scattering dry leaves to detect pursuers, urging caution. The grandfather begins to casting magic on Vicir, which surprises him and asks him to remain silent. His hands weave invisible patterns in the air. He explains that the magic will prevent sounds when walking. His voice is quiet but confident. Adolf offers his help to the boy, addressing him as his niece, from which Vicir expressing a mixture of surprise and confusion. In a clearing among the trees, the Balak tribe is located. The grandfather's niece is tied to one of the trees. Her figure stands out against the background of the rough bark. Niece Kamuz screams at the top of her lungs, calling them barbaric trash and threatening to undermine everyone, her voice full of rage and contempt. She promises to show them the horror of her special fireballs, urging them to prepare, but the tribe does not pay any attention to her, busy with their own affairs. Noticing that she is being ignored, the niece assumes that the girls of the tribe are discussing the hunt for husband and wife, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. A guy from the tribe approaches her behind a tree. She asks if this is the reason why she was captured. Her voice trembles with fear and anger. A pumped-up guy with tribal tattoos on his face, rubbing his chin, says that since they caught a gorgeous woman, then all the men in the tribe will want her. The captive Kamuz calls him a pervert, demanding that he better kill her. The man, rubbing his ear, replies that he does not understand her words. His face expresses slight confusion. He takes the captive by the cheeks, declaring that it is clear from her gaze that she is resting. His touch is rough and unceremonious. Taking out a sharp arrow, he licks the tip, saying that the arrogant slave needs to learn to be flexible. His eyes sparkle menacingly. A slave whom Vicir knows comes up and orders her to take her hands off her slave. Her voice sounds authoritative and confident. The guy turns to her, calling her commander Ian and claiming that he himself caught the captive, to which she sharply replies, "Nonsense. Shut up." Her tone does not tolerate objections. He makes an excuse that he paralyzed and lured the captive into a trap. Ian retorts that without her stopping the skilled swordsman, he would already be dead. Indignant, he asks, comes out. The woman is the commander's prey, Ayan confirms. The captive is perplexed by their internal discord. The captive realizes that Ayan is the commander. The guy is surprised by her gender. Ayan answers sharply, "So what?" Her voice is full of confidence. The captive understands Ayan's power to resist Vicir, pondering the possibility of escape through it, her thoughts frantically searching for a way out. The guy continues to argue, not allowing even the commander to get away with stubbornness. His tone becomes more and more defiant. Ayan, blazing with anger, threatens to turn Ayun into a bloody pulp if he is dissatisfied, her eyes sparkling with rage. Akun retreats, raising his hands in a sign of surrender. Ayan clarifies whether he understood everything. He surrenders, agreeing to her terms. Watching the showdown, the captive understands that the commander has won. Her gaze expresses a mixture of fear and respect. Ayan notes the good form of the captive, calling her the future leader of the Morgue clan. The girl does not understand the meaning of these words. The commander kicks the captive, talking about her sale into slavery by killers from the clan. The captive winces in pain. Ayan mentions a gesture of goodwill. A flashback flashes to the scene where Vicir frees her from the cage, ordering her to leave. Ayan says that thanks to Vicir she was able to escape, but such a fate does not await the captive. She will not allow her to escape. Her voice is full of determination. She promises to slowly tame the captive so that she can experience everything firsthand. Her eyes sparkle with cold cruelty. Suddenly, an incomprehensible explosion is heard behind the commander, frightening her. Her eyes widen in great surprise. She turns sharply, asking if it's an explosion, her voice shaking with tension and anxiety. The Ayan tribesmen begin to burn in flames, realizing that they are under attack. The air is filled with screams and the smell of burning. Everything around is on fire. It is the leader of the Morgue clan who has come to take revenge for what he has done. His presence is felt as a formidable force. The captive recognizes the voice and begins to rejoice, realizing that they have come for her. Her face lights up with hope. She realizes that it is her uncle. The leader of the clan threateningly demands the immediate return of the captive. His voice thunders over the clearing. People from the tribe are in great shock, not understanding what is happening. Their faces express a mixture of fear and confusion. Members of the Morgue clan begin to cast spells, attacking the barbarians who kidnapped the girl. The air is filled with flashes of magic and screams. Vicir fell silent, sitting on a tree and silently observing the situation. His figure almost merges with the foliage. He thinks to himself that something is wrong here. His gaze becomes angry and suspicious. He wonders why the Balak warriors, who usually set up ambushes, are so nervous. And indeed, their panic is obvious. The barbarians hurriedly mount their huge monsters and dogs, trying to escape death, their movements hurried and clumsy. Adolf orders not to leave anyone alive. His voice sounds authoritative, and people from the clan begin to obey, killing those escaping. Kamuz is very happy, gloatingly commenting on what is happening, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Suddenly, something greatly confuses Kamuz, who is tied to a tree. She tenses up, feeling someone's presence. Turning back, she sees someone approaching and becomes confused. Her heart begins to beat faster. It turns out that this is Vicir, who asks to be quiet, standing right behind the tree. The girl flinches in surprise and exclaims joyfully, "The rope that bound the girl is finally broken, freeing her from her bonds." The girl leans on Vicir, gratefully asking if he has come to save her, but he annoyedly replies that he does not know her, calling for silence. Suddenly, the head of the barbarians appears, addressing a guy who is good with knives. She confidently declares that she knew about his arrival. She admiringly describes his physical strength, which allowed him to overcome great distances, his poise, which helped him make his way through the forest, and the pure love for which he risked his life. Continuing, she says she won't look at his past, looking very excited, her eyes sparkling with emotion. The guy doesn't understand what she's talking about, why he came. His face expresses extreme concentration. There is obvious hostility between Kamuz and the head of the tribe. Their gazes are full of coldness and hostility. Vicir thinks that in this situation it will be difficult for him to hide his abilities, wondering why he cannot remember anyone from his past life. He wonders if she is the one who left the scar on Hugo's face, remembering the Balak archer known as Night Fox. Continuing to analyze the situation, the guy considers the barbarian too young and inexperienced, but admits that she may share a blood relationship with him. At this moment, someone from the bushes aims a pipe saturated with an aura towards the girl and the guy. Vicir notices the danger at the last moment and covers Kamuz with his hand, preventing the arrow from hitting the girl. His reaction is lightning fast. The barbarian who shot from the bushes is in shock, not understanding how Vicir was able to see the attack. His face expresses extreme surprise. The guy takes Kamuz in his arms, saying that the situation is starting to stress him out. His voice sounds decisive. Kamuz is very embarrassed. Vicir asks her to stay with him for a short time, promising to take her to his uncle, to herself. She is surprised at his politeness, suspecting the effect of poison. The guy quickly runs away from the barbarian, who doesn't even have time to say anything. His speed is amazing. Varvarsha, shaking her head, says that she wanted him to go with her voluntarily. Disappointment can be heard in her voice. Vicir asks Kamuz, holding her in his arms. If she is poisoned, the girl answers in the affirmative. Her voice is weak. Suddenly, 2 more pairs of archers attack them, shooting arrows filled with a blue aura. The air is filled with the whistling of arrows. The guy easily deflects all the arrows with the hand in which he holds the sword. Without releasing Kamuz, his dexterity is impressive. The main barbarian does not give up, drawing a bow with an arrow shrouded in blue energy. Her face expresses determination. The barbarian's face is calm, satisfied, and focused. She is thinking of getting rid of the girl from the Morgue clan, her eyes narrow, preparing to shoot. The barbarian directs an arrow with enormous force and speed, shrouded in an incredible amount of blue aura. Her shot is full of power and determination. The arrow is rapidly approaching the guy and Kamuz. He is focused, and the girl is in fear. Their faces express extreme tension. The guy turns, looking at the flying arrow. Thoughts flash in his head about what needs to be done. Time seems to slow down. Another moment, and the arrow will hit Kamuz in the eye. Fear and panic are reflected on the guy's face. He realizes that he does not have time to react. To great relief, the arrow suddenly freezes in the ice wall. The girl is perplexed, not understanding what happened, her eyes wide open. It turns out that it was Adolf who created the ice wall that saved the girl and stopped the arrow. His intervention was timely. Adolf screams, asking if his niece is okay. His voice is full of anxiety and concern. Uncle Kamuz places his hand on her stomach, casting a green poison healing power, his face focused on healing. Adolf speaks of the power of the paralyzing poison, suggesting later that he visit the church while continuing to heal the girl with green magic, his movements careful and precise. The girl takes her uncle's hand, taking it aside and asking him to let her go for a while. Her voice sounds soft but decisive. Kamuz runs into Vicir's arms, thanking him for saving him, which shocks his uncle. He shouts her name, not believing his eyes. He tries to explain that his uncle also tried, but Kamuz angrily asks why he came only now, threatening to tell his mother everything. Her voice is full of resentment. Suddenly, some kind of rope falls on Vicir's head, taking him by surprise. The situation changes dramatically. The head of the Balak tribe pulls the rope around Vicir's neck, trying to pull him towards him. The wind is shocked by what is happening. She is surprised that he has not moved a millimeter, wondering about his strength, continuing to pull and screaming for him to allow himself to be grabbed. The guy calmly breaks the rope around his neck. Kamuz is displeased when he notices the appearance of the barbarian. Her voice sounds irritated. Suddenly, in the barbarian's eyes, calmness gives way to fear. She looks up, thinking that she has been noticed. An incomprehensible purple aura appears in the air. Vicir pays attention to his hand, inside of which something wakes up. His veins begin to glow. It looks ominous. The guy looking at his hand thinks whether Beelzebub, hidden in the veins, is warning him about something approaching. His face is tense. Vicir, not understanding the barbarian's words, tries to comprehend the situation. His gaze is full of confusion. With complete fear and fascination, the barbarian says that Madame Octopus is coming. Her voice trembles with horror and awe. Suddenly, an incomprehensible formation appears from the forest. Similar to a mountain, shrouded in violet energy, the barbarian, Vicir, Adolf, and Kamuz watch what is happening in bewilderment. Their faces express a mixture of fear and amazement. Other people from the tribe scream in panic that it is Madame. Even their animals are in complete shock and despair. The atmosphere is filled with horror. The Kamuz girl, looking at what is happening, asks in bewilderment if it is a pillar, and the wind answers with fear that this cannot be. His voice is trembling. The pillar, shrouded in purple energy, continues to grow, spreading darkness around. Everything becomes dark, gloomy, and frightening. In place of the pillar, 8 huge paws of a monster appear, emitting violet energy. Their appearance strikes terror into the hearts of those present. Adolf, Vicir, and Kamuz stand in complete shock. Kamuz says that this cannot be, and Adolf is surprised that such a monster was hiding in the forest. Wynn thinks to himself with determination that he didn't expect to meet this monster here again. remembering that this is Madame Octopus, an S-level danger. The monster appears in all its terrifying grandeur, a huge spider with purple glowing eyes. Its appearance causes consternation in all those present. Madame Octopus lets out a deafening scream that echoes throughout the forest, causing all living things around to shudder. Vicir, Kamuz, and Adolf froze in tense anticipation, while the tribal commander kept a respectful distance, watching what was happening with concern in her eyes. Suddenly, Vicir covered Kamuz's mouth with a sharp movement, warning about the danger of noise. The girl froze in shock, her eyes widened in surprise. Despite poor eyesight, the monster has incredibly acute hearing and sense of touch. The spider slowly turned its head as if scanning the space in search of its victims. Vicir's memory recalled the old man's story, which he had heard before the regression, about a terrible incident in the Red-Black Mountains. The legend, more like a horror story, told about a madam with 8 legs. The Encyclopedia of Monsters of the Empire, after several revisions, included an entry about Madame Octopus. The two observers continued to stand together in a state of shock. Only Vicir seemed more or less collected. Madame slowly opened her mouth filled with countless sharp teeth, inside of which a strange green slime was visible, a sight unlike anything seen before. The monster began to growl again, but now its roar was accompanied by flying drops of poisonous mucus. Vicir gloomily noted that this creature was capable of destroying an entire country in one day. The green liquid that flew out of Madame's mouth hissed and burned through tree trunks, demonstrating its deadly nature. The air was filled with acrid smoke and the smell of burnt wood. Adolf instantly reacted by putting a shield in front of him to protect himself and Kamuz, who was clinging to him, while Vicir, jumping from side to side, tried to dodge. Suddenly, something unexpected happened, causing Vicir to scream in pain. Cold sweat appeared on his face, and his eyes widened in horror and surprise. The barbarian Akun was horrified to discover that his long braid had been hit by a monster. He exclaimed in despair that he was ready to give up his hair just to be saved. Suddenly, someone's hand cut off part of the braid with a lightning-quick movement. The sound of cutting hair sounded like the blow of a whip in the tense silence of the forest. It turned out that it was Ian who cut off the young man's braid, she angrily hissed, calling him an idiot for shouting in front of Madame. The barbarian guiltily lowered his head, realizing his mistake. Ian froze in indecision. Her face expressed a mixture of fear and despair. She clearly did not know how to proceed further in this critical situation. Turning to the guy again, the commander whispered furiously that if he had not had shamanic abilities, she would have finished him off on the spot. At that moment, everyone realized with horror that the octopus had heard the noise. The commander ordered with gestures to retreat, trying not to make a sound. Members of her tribe of monsters began to silently disappear into the shadows of the forest. Their every movement was filled with fear and caution. Vicir also gave the order to retreat. Adolf carefully carried his niece Kamuz in his arms. The twins and the rest of the group began to hastily but carefully leave the dangerous place. Each step was difficult for them. However, Madame Octopus was not going to let her prey go so easily. She moved inexorably through the forest in search of victims. Her movements were purposeful and frighteningly methodical. The Balak tribe split into small groups to retreat, while the Baskerville and Morg clans stuck together. This slight difference in retreat tactics determined who exactly Madame followed. The monster chose the direction where Vicir, Adolf, Kamuz, and the others were. Adolf exclaimed in despair why this creature was pursuing them. His voice trembled with fear and anger. One of the mortuary clan employees stepped forward, declaring that he would take charge of the situation. He began to cast fire magic. His hands glowed with a bright flame. This sorcerer's magic is directed into a huge C-rank monster, Madame Octopede. A large explosion occurs. The air is filled with heat and blinding light, momentarily eclipsing everything around. The clan mortuary worker is confident that it worked. A joyful smile appears on his face, and he looks with pride at the result of his magic. But not everything is so simple, because Madame did not take this blow. She stretches out her paws with lightning speed and simply pierces the bodies of the Morg clan employees. Their screams echo through the forest. The guy who cast the magic notices with horror that there is not a single scratch on Madame. His face turns pale from the realization of the futility of their attempts. Madame Octopus walks more and more confidently towards her next victims. She is huge, she is very tall, and she creeps towards the group, making the ground tremble under her steps. Adolf shouts in despair that he doesn't understand what it is. They are still trying to escape from this octopus, suffocating from fear and fatigue. At this moment, Vicir freezes in place. His hand rises, and his gaze rushes to some unknown point. as if he realized something. And everyone, when they are trying to escape from this forest, Vicir, on the contrary, turns around and realizes that he will run towards the eight leg. His determination scares the others. They ask him what he is doing, to which Vicir replies that at this rate they will all be destroyed. One of them must tie the monster's paws, and in this case it will be him. Next, the guy decisively asks if Vicir thinks that with his skills he can bind the monster's limbs. His voice is full of doubt and concern for Vicir. He says that they cannot drag this monster with them into their territory. In this situation, the most suitable person is him. These words shocked everyone there. They did not expect this at all. The situation is visible as Vicir takes out his sword. He is full of determination. He knows that it will be he who will tie the paws of the monster. These words greatly surprised everyone, their pupils dilated to impossible sizes. Vicir asks them to leave quickly. From these words, the pupils of those present narrow. Everyone is in great tension. And so everyone decided to leave. Only Vicir remains. Kamuz waves his hand and cries. She begs Vicir to return, but the guy is so decisive he stands and is already eager to act. And so Vicir thinks to himself, looking at this madam, that it's not that he is interested in resolving territorial disputes. Among other things, the combined forces will not be able to stop the madam. For him, this is personal. This is a great opportunity. If he can fake his own death, he will be able to escape observation and gain time to learn the 10th technique stored in his memory. And when he becomes strong enough so that Hugo does not push him around, or when he can hone his skills, hide them, and control them, he will return to the family. And we see how Beelzebub wakes up from the guy's hand. His veins swell to the impossible, resembling lava. And then a huge sword sprouted from the guy's hand, which is one with Vicir. He is very determined, and he says that if he doesn't use everything, he will die. An ordinary 15-year-old boy with a sword that grows from his hand. He glows with a red aura. Looking at the eight-legged, they look at each other. This also applies to the huge amount of mana received from the blessing of the River X, and the aura that more experienced ones use for high-ranking techniques. Vicir says he will use everything he has and he will attack. So he begins to quickly run towards Madame, leaving behind only a red trail. He jumps as high as possible, filling everything around him with an aura. He is already very close to Madame, preparing to strike her the first blow. Madame stands looking at the guy who is jumping at her. She is also determined to stab him. And so young Vicir swung as hard as he could. From his hand now begins to flow not just a red flame, but a whole red impossible energy that blinds. This is Baskerville's 5th technique, and he hits this Madame Octopus, causing her to flip over. His look is very angry. He is ready to strike again. Lightning flashes from his eyes. From this blow that the guy made, the entire forest lights up red, and we see Adolf and company, who escaped earlier, running under this red light. The girl looking at all this in bewilderment thinks, was it really Vicir who did all this? Was it really him? She is sure that he died. Tears begin to roll from her eyes. She thinks, no, he sacrificed himself. And all that is visible from this difficult battle is a dense, dark forest and a huge flash of red. The familiar scene with the guillotine appears again. The older Vicir is bowed in front of it. 2 knights with swords froze nearby. The scar on Vicir's face remains the same, but his gaze has changed. His eyes light up with a red flame. Night darkness envelops the street. The full moon illuminates many figures and Hugo among them. Hugo's eyes glow red. His fingers show something. His gaze pierces right through. This means that in the end, Hugo and the protagonist's words are cut off mid-sentence. Vicir's eyes slowly open. Reality becomes clearer. Everything turned out to be just a bad dream. One eye is wrapped in a bandage. His gaze is directed upward, and there is an incomprehensible wooden canopy above his head. The body is completely bandaged. There is a rope around the neck. Thoughts are confused in an attempt to understand their location. Lying in an unfamiliar place, the consciousness tries to reconstruct the events of the battle with Madame Octopus, the uncertainty of the past time. The key moment flashes through my memory. If Madame had not been frozen by the explosive light, her life could have been cut short. Muscles, veins, bones, everything hurts. There is no living space. The realization of her own underestimation of the power of Madame's attack comes with pain. After the battle with Madame, the noose became a salvation, giving life. Thoughts about the plan to hide from view, witnesses in the form of Kamuz, Adolf, and others, the authenticity of death will not raise doubts. The bright sun blinds the eyes looking out from an incomprehensible tent. Barbarians scurry around causing confusion and questions. Watching the barbarians preoccupied with their affairs, the understanding comes that this is a ballot camp, and it has been here all this time. The look at one's own wounded body is alarming. Escape is impossible. Steps are heard from behind, leading prisoners with tattooed, bound hands. The barbarian commands the prisoners, threatening a wolf bite for delay. The prisoners humbly obey, quickening their pace, fear and submission visible on their faces. Vicir watches what is happening, recognizing Morg and Baskerville among the captured soldiers of the clans. Familiar faces cause anxiety and many questions, thoughts about his own fate. Vicir's thoughts are interrupted by an unexpected question about awakening. Someone creeps up on him, breaking the silence, preparing for a possible threat. A tall, muscular barbarian with piercings in his eyebrows and ears inquires about Vicir's linguistic abilities, and the silent look in return only increases the tension between them. Vicir's memory resurrects the image of this barbarian, the same one who shot from the pipe at Kamuz from the bushes. Vicir's hands involuntarily clenched into fists. The pumped-up barbarian reminds Vicir of his fortunate position compared to other prisoners. Vicir remains silent, analyzing the situation. The barbarian leans towards Vicir, describing feelings of helplessness and despair at the sight of his comrades going to their deaths. Vicir's crippled body limits his ability to act. An inadequate grin distorts the barbarian's face. He hints at Vicir's special status, calling him the commander's dog. The threat of reprisal sounds obvious, emphasizing the precariousness of the prisoner's position. Shock is reflected on Vicir's face. His pupils dilate from the misunderstanding of the dog's words. His thoughts are feverishly trying to decipher the hidden meaning of what was said. An image of Hugo appears in Vicir's mind, shackling the guy in chains, causing mixed feelings. Fear, misunderstanding, and anger are intertwined into a tight knot of emotions. Sudden confusion reflected in the eyes of the pumped-up barbarian, his confidence giving way to inexplicable fear. The reason for the fear was Vicir's gaze. One of his eyes acquired a threateningly aggressive expression after the mention of the word dog. The barbarian's discomfort resulted in aggression, shouting, calling the guy impudent. He struck Vicir on the cheek, demonstrating his superiority. The barbarian abruptly ended the confrontation, ordering Vicir to find his owner at the end of the rope, and quickly left. Vicir mentally vowed to take revenge as soon as his body was restored. He remembered the face of the offender, planning future retribution. Following the barbarian's advice, Vicir decided to find his master. He moved along the rope, surprised at its length. The path seemed endless. Vicir walked and walked, having already covered a considerable distance, but the rope still did not end. Suddenly, the rope tightened sharply, interrupting Vicir's monotonous movement. The unexpected tension in the rope shocked Vicir, arousing interest in the reason for what was happening. Finally, Vicir saw his master, the head of the hunt, Ayan. The girl was sitting in the lake, swimming. Now she looked unusually calm, not at all like during their previous meetings. Vicir came as close as possible to the girl. They exchanged glances, silently studying each other. The girl smiled sweetly, looking coquettishly at Vicir, already thinking through all the possible subsequent scenarios in her head. She invited him to lie next to him, causing Vicir surprise and embarrassment. Without giving him a chance to answer, the girl pulled the rope around his neck. Suddenly, an arrow flew by, which Vicir dodged thanks to the barbarian's dash. The barbarian stood up from the lake, shouting to the joking children to stop. Vicir lay exhausted on the ground. The girl thanked Vicir for freeing her at the slave auction. It was then that she was driven into a cage. She explained that she was repaying the debt twice, saving him twice. These words surprised the guy very much. He clearly did not understand what he was talking about. The girl told about her return and rescue of Vicir. He asked if she hung the rope around his neck. Vicir asked about the reasons for preserving his life. The girl responded with an even sweeter smile. She assumed that Vicir occupies a high position among his people because he is so smart, handsome, and disciplined. Ayan began to pull the rope, although more and more she got the Imperial youth at her feet. Anxious thoughts swarmed in the young man's head. He realized that he had serious problems. If the exchange of prisoners with the Baskerville clan did not begin, his plan to escape from Hugo could collapse at any moment. The guy was feverishly thinking about what to do, while the girl, becoming more and more cheeky and unpredictable, persistently pulled him towards her. The girl with a predatory smile asked him what he thought and felt, whether he had hope, adding with regret that there would be no return to her own people. She sharply pulled him closer. Cutting the rope binding the guy, the girl imperiously said that from now on he would be her slave. The young man mentally exhaled with relief, rejoicing at least in the fact that he was alive. Putting a sword to the guy's throat, the girl playfully asked if they should first decide on a form of communication. She demanded that he call her mistress. The guy, who clearly didn't like what was happening, just looked at her silently, unable to hide his displeasure. The girl, noticing this, laughed. She continued that before that they needed to look somewhere, and offered to go. The guy anxiously asked where they were going. The girl, hiding her sword, only smiled mysteriously. The girl, smiling sarcastically and looking at the guy, asked if he didn't understand where they were going. And isn't it obvious? She began jumping joyfully, clearly anticipating something interesting. She announced that they needed to greet the owners of the lands on which they had set foot. A shaman's hut, made of hay and decorated with animal skulls, appeared before them. The girl said that they would visit the head of the matriarch's tribe, and their eyes met the impressive figure of a woman, even more muscular than the head of the clan. Vicir and Ire carefully moved forward, carefully looking around. Their glances betrayed a mixture of curiosity and wariness. The commander, pointing to the surroundings, explained that if there is no place to sleep, you can use a friend's hammock, and if you are hungry, ask for food from a wealthier fellow tribesman. It seems that their tribe is indifferent to personal property, to which the girl replied that, for outsiders, it may seem strange, but the locals are very comfortable here and advised him to get used to this way of life. Suddenly, the girl announced that they had arrived at the place. Vicir peered intensely into the distance, trying to understand what awaited them ahead. His heart beat faster with excitement and anticipation. They entered a spacious room, and the girl loudly greeted her mother. This surprise made the guy even more wary. The head of the tribe, the matriarch, said that it was wonderful. She rose majestically from her place, and Vicir could see only part of her impressive figure, from which she radiated strength and authority. The matriarch noticed with a smile that the girl had brought a guy from the Empire, whom she chatted about every day. These words greatly confused her daughter, who immediately objected, her cheeks turning slightly pink from embarrassment. Vicir, watching this scene, mentally concluded that the girl must be the daughter of the matriarch of the Balak tribe. This discovery made him take a new look at his companion. Night Fox herself appeared before them, the matriarch of the tribe, a strong, powerful, and beautiful woman with impressive muscles, and her eyes radiated wisdom and determination. This Balak warrior woman was the one who left the scar on Hugo's nose, and she was the reason why he could not cross the Red-Black Mountains. Vicir mentally analyzed what could have happened if his former self had decided to confront her. He understood that the chances of success in a direct confrontation or secret assassination were zero. Looking at the imposing figure of the matriarch, the guy involuntarily felt a wave of fear running through his body. Her presence was overwhelming and awe-inspiring. Vicir reflected that even if he tried to escape, he would only have a 20% chance of surviving. The majestic image of this woman towering over the small leader, the matriarch, carefully examining Vicir and thoughtfully scratching her chin, said that she had already seen his face somewhere. Her penetrating gaze seemed to penetrate into the very soul of the young man. Vicir mentally noted that she instinctively sensed his kinship with Hugo, while the matriarch's daughter was quick to point out that everyone in the Empire looked more or less the same, trying to distract her mother's attention. The girl's mother inquired about her plans for Vicir, noting his helplessness, to which the daughter replied that he would become useful after treatment. The matriarch warned her against rash actions. The matriarch thoughtfully said that it doesn't matter how destroyed his body is if the seed is good, but before she could finish speaking, the girl interrupted her, trying to smooth over the awkwardness of the situation. While the girl emotionally explained that she was not going to use Vicir in this way, he carefully examined the territory. The mother reminded her daughter of her previous words. The girl's mother, affectionately stroking her head, noticed that the owner has the right to decide the fate of his slave. These words caused embarrassment in the daughter and a slight blush on her cheeks. The girl looked at Vicir confusedly, wondering what he was thinking after everything he had heard. Her gaze expressed a mixture of curiosity and concern about his reaction to this unusual situation. While Ayan and her mother discussed his fate, Vicir seemed engrossed in studying the structure of the matriarch's tent, his attentive gaze skimming over the details of the interior, noting every little detail. After leaving the matriarch's tent, they moved somewhere. Their legs were bandaged, which made movement difficult. Suddenly, Vicir broke the silence, saying that he had a question. His voice sounded calm and confident. Vicir's question about the girl's name caused her unexpected excitement. She sharply replied that the slave did not dare ask such questions, to which Vicir calmly explained that he was not going to call her mistress. After a moment's hesitation, the girl, still embarrassed, quietly said that her name was Ayan, her voice sounding softer than before, betraying some uncertainty. Vicir introduced himself in response, saying his name, and asked what Ayan wanted from him. This directness caused a new attack of anger in the girl. Suddenly changing her tone to a playful one, Ayan thought about what the first order to give to Vicir. Her eyes flashed slyly, indicating that she was planning something. Pointing her finger at Vicir, Ayan imperiously ordered him to build a dwelling in which he would live from now on. Her voice sounded confident and adamant. Ayan, sarcastically rubbing her chin, reflected on the impudence of the Imperial slave. Doubting his ability to build a home, she decided to use the right of the mistress to establish a clear hierarchy between them. Vicir, having heard the order, thought for a moment, rubbing his chin, then calmly repeated, his voice betraying neither surprise nor displeasure. A spark flashed in Vicir's eyes, and he barely grinned, saying that it would be fun. This reaction clearly did not meet Ayan's expectations, making her wary. Suddenly, something greatly surprised the girl. Her gaze went somewhere into the distance. She looked confused and puzzled. Vicir proudly demonstrated the ordinary tent he had built, which looked quite cozy, albeit modest. He calmly stated that he had carried out Ayan's order. Ayan, looking at the tent, was perplexed how Vicir managed to set it up so deftly. Despite his injuries, she expected that the task would be much more difficult for him. The girl realized with surprise that the objects she had brought were useless. Behind her were some sticks and other strange things. Vicir, smiling to himself, recalled the last time he had to pitch a tent. These memories seemed to awaken something long forgotten in him. He reflected on the times of destruction, when swordsmen suffered from low survivability due to narrow specialization. Then he had to learn many survival skills in order not to die. Ayan, continuing to inspect the territory equipped by Vicir, noted with reluctant approval the quality of the drains he had made. Recognizing his skills and resourcefulness, Vicir suddenly noticed that the matriarch's tent looked unstable. These words greatly surprised Ayan. She asked about her mother's home. Concern and interest were heard in her voice. The guy calmly explained that in its current state during the rainy season, the ground around the pillar could erode, which would lead to water seeping inside. Vicir was intently mixing some kind of mixture that looked like cement or clay. His movements were confident and precise. Ayan, quietly watching him, could not hide her curiosity and surprise. Having lit a fire, Vicir set up a mold and poured the prepared mixture into it to create cement bricks. Ayan was amazed at his skill and dexterity. With the finished bricks, Vicir headed to the matriarch's hut, intending to strengthen the structure and make it more stable. His determination and practicality left no doubt. Vicir's proposal caused great surprise among the matriarch. Ayan's mother did not hide her amazement. Having started work, Vicir began installing bricks around the central pillar in the tent. Everyone present watched with interest as the structure was noticeably strengthened. The matriarch thoughtfully said that she was confused by the ineffectiveness of previous attempts to repair the roof. Now it became clear that the problem lay precisely in the pillar. Having assessed Vicir's work, the matriarch noted its high quality and praised her daughter's choice, calling the guy very useful. These words caused Ayan embarrassment and a slight blush on her cheeks. The matriarch, impressed by Vicir's skills, gave him a new task to walk through the tribe's tents and deal with similar everyday problems. Ayan, looking at the guy, felt a slight regret. Heading to the stream for water for the solution, Vicir heard Ayan's call. He turned around, expecting to hear what she wanted. His gaze expressed his readiness to listen to her. Ayan asked if Vicir was tired of doing this work and offered him the opportunity to become an official member of the tribe. Vicir calmly replied that the work of a slave is not so bad, mentally noting that this occupation is much more peaceful than life in the Baskerville family or work in the city of Anderdu. Ayan noted Vicir's high level of discipline, judging by his manner of speech, recalling that slaves have no right to complain. On the way somewhere, Ayan offered her help to Vicir, promising to teach him life in the tribe and help him adapt. Her voice sounded friendly and interested. She promised to remove the rope from Vicir's neck if he tried. The guy turned around sharply and sarcastically remarked that this was an attractive prospect, his tone betraying skepticism and slight irritation. Vicir asked what he needed to do, which made the girl laugh. Ayan noted with a smile that now he was honest with her. Her eyes sparkled with approval. Ayan gave Vicir the task of going hunting and catching a huge tembicha. The guy asked about the hunt in surprise. His voice betrayed a mixture of curiosity and wariness. The girl explained that lately the tribe had been unable to catch large prey, which is why the growing children could not get enough meat. Her voice sounded worried. She added that if Vicir caught someone big, changing his position from a slave to an ordinary resident would no longer seem like a pipe dream. There was a hint of encouragement in her words. Ayan nudged Vicir in a friendly manner, noting that he seemed to have no problem carrying light objects, and asked him to just help her. She reminded him to be grateful for being the slave of the hunting commander. These words caused unpleasant feelings in the guy. He shot her a dissatisfied look, holding back his irritation. Vicir agreed, which surprised Ayan. She did not expect such a quick readiness on his part. Ayan spoke to Vicir again, her face lit up with a smile that she seemed unable to contain. She offered to go tomorrow, to which the guy agreed, but noticed her smile. Ayan tried to deny it, saying that she was not smiling at all. At that moment, it became noticeable that someone was watching the couple from behind a tree. The observer turned out to be the same jock with the earring who had previously beaten Vicir. His face expressed strong dissatisfaction with what was happening. Obvious hostility was visible in his eyes. Looking at how cheerfully Ayan was communicating with Vicir, the jock muttered that Vicir was a freak, disgusting and unpleasant. His voice was full of anger and jealousy. Someone's bandaged hand slowly and carefully reached for the strange pot. The movements were confident and purposeful. A hand, belonging to either a woman or a man, removed a mysterious black substance from the pot, which looked somehow ominous and mysterious. It turned out that it was a shaman of the Balak tribe named Akiman, an elderly man with a luxuriant hairstyle and a braided beard. His appearance radiated kindness and wisdom. The shaman continued to speak the words of blessing, addressing the people from the tribe who listened to him carefully, his voice sounding serious and warning. The barbarian explained to Vicir the meaning of the ritual. The tribe's hunters, tormented by a sense of guilt for killing their victims, smear charcoal on their faces in order to hide from the gaze of the god of death. This ancient custom gave them confidence and protection before a dangerous hunt. Observing what was happening, Vicir noted to himself the presence of a shaman, even among such a warlike tribe as the Balaki, while behind him his fellow tribesmen whispered, discussing the shaman's grumpiness. As the shaman continued to smear the barbarians' faces with black coal, those in the back rows discussed the dual nature of his blessings, noting that they often bring pain, but still seek to receive. Vicir, reflecting on what he had seen, came to the conclusion that the shaman's position was largely formal, and this place was not much different from other tribal communities that he had seen. Among the ritual participants stood out a smeared barbarian with comical charcoal patterns around her mouth, on her forehead, and under her eyes, who silently and with obvious dissatisfaction obeyed tradition. When Vicir drew attention to her appearance, the barbarian, embarrassed, began hastily erasing the charcoal patterns, snapping irritably at his remark. Unexpectedly for Vicir, the barbarian handed him a strange dog collar, embarrassedly asking him to put it on as soon as possible. This gesture was filled with some hidden meaning that the guy could not yet understand. In response to Vicir's surprised question about the purpose of the collar, the barbarian explained that they put them on so that the victim could bite their neck, after which she herself put on the same one. Vicir decided that since he was here, it was better to adapt to local customs, despite the oddity with the collar. Soon Vicir and the barbarian were already sitting on a huge wolf, preparing to set off, and the girl reminded the guy to take her by the waist to hold on, to which he confidently replied that he could handle it. When the barbarian gave the command to move forward, Vicir, to his irritation, could not resist and fell at the first movement of the wolf. The girl turned around sarcastically, looking at the fallen guy. Her gaze was full of mockery. She reminded him that he needed to obey and grab onto her. Otherwise, he would definitely fall along the road. While Vicir wondered if he could get up on his own in his current state. Suddenly, someone's shadow covered the guy's head, causing him to look up in surprise. It turned out that this was the same guy who had previously beaten Vicir, covered in tattoos with an earring in his ear. He appeared with his animal and looked menacingly at the lying Vicir. The girl turned to him, calling him Akun and asking what he forgot here. Her tone was mocking and a little defiant. Akun reproached Ayan for being too free and having fun with her slave. His voice sounded dissatisfied and jealous. He declared his intention to catch bigger prey and become captain of the hunting party in the next hunt together, intending to put his grandfather's honor on the line. Something greatly surprised Vicir. His eyes widened in surprise, watching what was happening. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, Akun decided to kick young Vicir in the face, earning an angry look from the girl. Vicir lay unconscious while Akun sarcastically commented on the presence of a neck protection on the slave, which caused strong displeasure from the girl, who sharply asked what he was doing. Akun turned to the girl, reproaching her for wanting to use a wounded man on a hunt and urging her to pull herself together, claiming that Vicir would only be a burden. These words clearly hurt the girl. After that, she just smiled and said mysteriously that we'll see how it goes. Her tone was full of confidence and hidden challenge. Suddenly it turned out that Akun had lost arrows from his belt, which plunged him into complete shock and confusion. Vicir, having come to his senses, spat out blood from his mouth, demonstrating his resilience and determination. Rising to his feet, Vicir held Akun's stolen arrows, sarcastically noting that a weapon must be held as tightly as the love of one's life. The girl stood there, chuckling at the situation, while Akun slowly turned around, his face expressing a mixture of fear and surprise. Angry, Akun decided to attack Vicir, threatening that he would not escape unpunished, and began to approach him with the clear intention of attacking. The girl stopped Akun, ordering him to stop his inappropriate behavior. She angrily asked Akun who he was going to punish, hinting that he had already crossed the boundaries of what was permitted. Akun insisted that a slave is a slave, accusing the girl of insulting the tribal warrior, to which she replied that this was his problem. But the guy, being on edge, continued to ask why she was so protective of the slave. Akun asked with suspicion if she liked Vicir, but the girl remained completely serious and silent. Suddenly, she stepped forward and agreed that a slave is a slave, and if he did wrong, he should be punished, which earned Akun's approval. The girl watched what was happening with obvious bewilderment, not understanding where all this would lead. Unexpectedly for everyone, the girl decided to strike Vicir with a strong fist, taking everyone by surprise. The blow was so powerful that it even shook the nearby grass, demonstrating the girl's incredible strength. Akun watched this scene in complete bewilderment, not understanding how this was possible and what was happening. The force of the blow was so great that it left a noticeable mark in the ground, emphasizing the girl's physical strength. With a clearly angry look, the girl turned to Akun and asked if he was satisfied now. Her gaze was full of challenge and hidden threat. The girl's fist was bleeding, and she noticed that Akun was upset about his failure in his previous attempt to find a girlfriend. She angrily warned that if he did this to her slave again, he would be in trouble, wiping the blood from her hands. The girl asked Akun if he understood everything, and strong fear was reflected on his face. Vicir was lying on the grass, recovering from the blow, as if nothing had happened. The girl looked at Vicir with regret. She was ashamed of her action. Despite the mark of the blow on his cheek, Vicir silently followed his mistress. They rode together on a large wolf. The girl asked if he was in pain, and if he was angry, but the guy remained silent. She explained the need for her actions to prevent Akun's reaction, but Vicir remained silent, which caused her to ask a concerned question. Vicir finally replied that he was in pain, causing the girl a strong feeling of shame and dilated pupils with excitement. The girl performed an acrobatic trick on a wolf, turning to face Vicir. Taking him by the head, she excitedly asked if his life was that much in danger, clearly worried about him. Vicir answers with difficulty that the blows he received make it difficult and painful to speak. Without having time to explain about the frequent injuries, Vicir is taken by surprise by the girl's kiss, which leaves him in shock. The girl shyly strokes her lips after an unexpected kiss. She turns away, pretending nothing happened. Vicir is shocked, but the girl looks satisfied. The girl calls Vicir promising. Despite his Imperial origins, Vicir reflects on the danger of the barbaric method of treating wounds. She invites Vicir to ask for anything, promising to fulfill any wish to the best of her ability. Vicir asks again about the possibility of asking for anything, the girl confirms, citing loyalty to the word of the Balak tribe. Vicir can be seen thinking, scratching his chin, falling into deep thought. The girl notices the guy's thoughtfulness, already imagining different scenarios about what the young man can do. Vicir says that it's good since you can ask for anything. His words confuse the girl even more. She expects to hear his request. Vicir asks to teach him how to shoot a bow, which surprises the girl, but she agrees. The girl laughs and suggests starting special training tomorrow. Vicir agrees. The arrows pierce the tree with a dull thud, leaving deep marks in the bark. Disappointment shines through the girl's voice as she comments on her charge's lack of talent. Vicir, covered in sweat, nervously clutches his bow, trying to cope with the growing stress. The girl's soft touches correct Vicir's stance. Doubts about teaching methods creep into his question, which is answered with a confident answer. Explanations about the traditional training of young warriors of the tribe sound like an excuse for an unusual approach. Vicir silently accepts the information, trying to adapt to new conditions. The words about the need to catch large prey for the sake of reputation make Vicir tense even more. Thoughts about the limits of his body's capabilities flash through his mind as the girl continues to adjust his position. The sudden appearance of a wolf from the bushes interrupts a grueling workout, introducing an element of surprise into the measured rhythm of the lesson. Exhausted, Vicir falls to the ground, while the girl turns to the animal that has appeared. The barking of the dog confirms the successful completion of the assignment. The demand to rise sounds harsh, but Vicir, despite complete exhaustion, tries to gather his last strength. The girl's smile contrasts with the seriousness of the situation as she points to the huge dog and announces an increase in the pace of training. At the confluence of the river and the ocean, a girl warns about the danger of the local fauna. Her voice sounds both caring and wary. The legend of a salmon rushing up a waterfall to evolve comes to life in the words of a girl passing on the wisdom of her grandmother. The reality is harsh. Most fish cannot cope with the current, falling down in a fruitless attempt. Sharp stones become a cruel punishment for unlucky daredevils, turning their path into tragedy. The fallen fish, having failed to reach the target, becomes part of another cycle of nature. The bull bear is a monstrous hybrid with red evil eyes and horns waiting for its prey, towering over the river as the embodiment of primeval power. The attention of Vicir and the girl is attracted by an individual who is strikingly different from the others. Its uniqueness does not escape the experienced eye. The explanation of superior bloodline and countless trials is accompanied by the spectacle of an evil monster feeding. Vicir's relieved sigh is replaced by surprise that he will not become prey, but a strong female for the hunt. Attention turns to the goal of their mission, indicated by the powerful paws of an unknown creature. The true purpose of the male bear who came to the mating games is revealed. There are many similar monsters around, gathered near the water in search of a mate. The majestic bear, towering above those around him, stared piercingly into the distance with his menacing gaze, as if trying to unravel the secrets of wild nature. Not far from him, another bear, no less impressive and ferocious, also turned her gaze into the unknown, as if challenging fate itself. Suddenly, two powerful beasts collided in a fierce fight, forcing the guy watching them to freeze in a daze from this breathtaking spectacle. In the heat of battle, the bear struck with her sharp claws, demonstrating incredible strength and agility in the struggle for dominance. The air was filled with growls and roars as a real battle broke out between the two giants, each of them seeking to prove their superiority. The girl watching what was happening explained to the surprised guy that the female continued to reject the advances of this male, sarcastically adding that in fact she was not looking for a strong partner at all. At this moment, an unexpected contender entered the scene, a small and frail-looking monster who seemed completely out of place among these giants. To everyone's surprise, the bear and this tiny male began to sniff each other carefully, and suddenly, an amazing idyll arose between them. The guy, amazed by what he saw, asked the girl why the female chose the weakest, to which she enthusiastically replied that the bear was looking for a companion whom she could dominate. Explaining further, the girl said that large males can accidentally kill their partner during mating, so the bear deliberately looked for someone smaller and weaker than herself. Concluding her story, the girl drew a parallel with the warriors of the tribe, who approached the choice of partners in a similar way, intriguingly offering to find out which choice of couple is considered the most popular among them. A young man with outstanding genetic data was considered an ideal candidate for procreation, especially if his physical form was temporarily weakened by injury, which made the guy think about the true value of heredity. While watching the unusual pair of bears, the young people continued to discuss the intricacies of natural selection and survival strategies in the wild. The peaceful silence of the forest, where the sun's rays gently filtered through the dense foliage, was suddenly broken by the powerful roar of wild animals, echoing throughout the surrounding area. The guy, awakened by this deafening sound, clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with such an early and unpleasant awakening. The source of the restless growling turned out to be a dark cave, to which the guy, overcoming fear, carefully approached to unravel the mystery of what was happening. Expressing his irritation, the young man complained that for the fourth day he had to listen to these bear roars, simultaneously demonstrating a cunning trap filled with fish, berries, and apples. The intrigued girl asked if he really left food for the bears, trying to understand the motives for his strange behavior. The guy confirmed that he actually fed a couple of bears, explaining this with the desire to support them in the mating process and observe the natural course of nature. The girl's attention was attracted by a bright red berry, about which she knowledgeably noted that these fruits have the ability to temporarily enhance physical strength, but in return deplete vitality. Continuing her reasoning, the girl explained that the female, having a higher intelligence, would understand their intentions, just like the male, but the latter, trying to match his partner, would be forced to eat the food offered. Vicir, devouring the strange brew prepared by the girl for his speedy recovery, involuntarily noted that the bears, despite the inconspicuousness of the treat, continued to mate furiously. Having taken another sip of soup, the guy was stunned by the girl's question about the normality of such frequent mating that he almost choked in surprise. With a laugh, the girl explained that for men of the Balak tribe, such behavior is quite common, but apparently in the Empire, where Vicir is from, everything is different, hinting at his inability to perform such feats. Intrigued by her own words, the girl slyly asked whether Vicir was really not capable of such a thing, which put the guy in an extremely awkward position. Continuing her game, the girl began to slowly approach Vicir, persistently asking whether he was really capable of such amorous feats. Suddenly, the girl's playful mood gave way to anxiety, her gaze filled with fear, as if she had heard something frightening in the depths of the forest. Turning sharply, the girl loudly shouted to Vicir to immediately prepare for something unexpected and possibly dangerous. With alarm in her voice, she reported that the bear seemed to be pregnant, and they saw a huge pregnant female next to an exhausted, barely breathing male. The enraged bear let out a deafening roar, filling the surrounding area with her anger and rage. The exhausted male, having gathered his last strength, left his lair in search of a new victim, driven by the instinct of survival. In response to Vicir's surprised question about the reasons for the expulsion of the male, the girl explained that after mating, the bear becomes only a competitive predator encroaching on the female's territory. Vicir suggested that the bear, exhausted from long days without sleep, was looking for shelter to rest, to which Ian suggested quietly tracking it, taking advantage of the moment when the animal disappeared into a safe and remote place. Ian cryptically hinted that when the prey takes its last breath, it will be time for the true predators to awaken, meaning herself and Vicir. The surrounding landscape has undergone dramatic changes. Green forests have been replaced by majestic mountains, covered with a snow-white cover of snow and ice. Vicir and Ian continued on their way, surrounded on all sides by high mountain peaks, whose peaks were lost in the clouds. Vicir was surprised at the endurance of the bear, which managed to go so far despite being tired. And Ian explained that the animal instinctively looks for places with a minimum number of threats, where the cold protects against blood-sucking insects. Intrigued, Vicir asked if the bear had deliberately chosen this place, to which Ian responded, emphasizing the high intelligence of the animals and their ability to use the acquired knowledge more effectively than simple instincts. Vicir, finding himself completely naked in the harsh mountain conditions, began to complain of the cold, aggravated by his weakened state. Ian, noticing her companion's discomfort, invited him to cuddle up to her for warmth, but Vicir, embarrassed, refused, assuring that he was fine. Turning to Vicir, Ian persistently reminded him of the danger of hypothermia, which would make him a burden on the hunt, and again offered her help. Vicir, reflecting on Ian's words, recognized the logic of her arguments, once again noting to himself her ability to make rational decisions in any situation. Vicir, having accepted Ian's offer, clung to her with his whole body, unexpectedly confusing the girl with his determination and closeness. Ian, trying to hide her embarrassment, mentally convinced herself that her concern for Vicir's health was only a manifestation of the master's duty towards his slave. Suddenly, the huge wolf they were riding on became alert and began to growl furiously, sensing something alarming in the snowy desert surrounding them. While examining the area, they were surprised to find that the bear's trail suddenly ended, as if the animal had disappeared into thin air. While they were pondering the mysterious disappearance of the bear, someone's frightening eyes appeared from a dark cave on the opposite side, carefully watching them. Ian, intently studying the place where the tracks broke off, did not notice how the huge bear was already preparing to attack her from the side, using the effect of surprise. When the girl finally realized the danger threatening her, her gaze was filled with genuine horror and shock from the suddenness of the attack. The massive bear took advantage of the moment and rushed at its prey, raising its huge claws for a crushing blow. A group of cheerful barbarians looked into the distance with undisguised interest and admiration, their faces glowing with anticipation. Enthusiastic cries of "Wow, just look at this boar" echoed throughout the area when a huge carcass was brought in on a cart, around which members of the tribe immediately crowded. Aken proudly declared that this meat was enough to feed the entire tribe, while other hunters modestly admitted that they could only catch a few birds with one stone, recognizing the superiority of his catch. Akun stood in the spotlight, radiating self-confidence and self-satisfaction, enjoying his moment of triumph. A sudden announcement was made that Akun would now be in charge of the hunt, citing tribal rules and acknowledging Ian's limited ability to act alone despite her status as a commander. Someone reminded her of the slave that Ian had taken with her, but Akun contemptuously dismissed him, declaring that he was only a nuisance and would not help in any way, predicting that Ayan would return without prey. The scene changes abruptly, returning us to Vicir and Ayan, who are furiously attacked by a formidable bear, trying to get at them with its sharp claws. Ayan froze in shock, her gaze expressed complete confusion. She clearly did not expect such a turn of events. The bear was inexorably approaching the girl, but Vicir, showing an incredible reaction, grabbed Ayan by the waist and pulled her to the side, saving her from the fatal blow. If it weren't for Vicir's lightning-fast actions, the bear would inevitably have gotten Ayan with its claws, causing her serious injuries. Out of fear, Vicir and Ayan fell, dragging the huge dog with them, trying to somehow protect themselves from the attacking bear. Their faithful dog, baring his teeth and sparkling yellow eyes, began to growl menacingly at the approaching predator. The huge dog fearlessly rushed at the bear, which looked no less menacing and dangerous. Ayan, finding herself lying on Vicir, expressed gratitude for the fact that she remained alive, to which the guy worriedly inquired about her condition. As they watched the furious fight between the bear and their dog, they discussed the cunning of the beast, which may have deliberately lured them out, confirming the wisdom of the female's choice. Vicir expressed his readiness to join the fight, but Ayan, realizing that the slave had helped her, began to think about her dignity as a mistress. Unexpectedly for Vicir, Ayan ordered him to rest behind her back, deciding to handle the situation on her own. Ayan, demonstrating the seriousness of her intentions, declared the need to confirm her dignity as a mistress, and prepared for battle, drawing her bow. Vicir, surprised by the order to rest, sighed, but it was unclear whether he was relieved or disappointed. Watching Ayan deftly climb the rocks in pursuit of the bear, Vicir thought about the strangeness of the situation where the slave was idle and the mistress was working. Vicir wondered about the tribe's unique relationship with slaves as he watched Ayan, imbuing an arrow with his powerful blue aura, prepare to shoot the bear. The arrow fired by Ayan hit the formidable bear, but instead of weakening the beast, it only enraged him even more. Ayan, filled with rage and a desire to avenge her humiliated dignity, unleashed a stream of threats on the bull bear, promising to make him pay for his unworthy behavior in front of her slave. Despite the bear's attempts to take cover behind the rock, Ayan did not loosen her grip, continuing to aim her bow with unwavering determination. Ayan's contemptuous look, accompanied by caustic words, made it clear that no shelter could save the beast from her deadly arrows. Filling her bow with an even more powerful aura, Ayan spoke wisdom about the power of an arrow that could pierce steel, but only with true intent. The arrow released by Ayan, surrounded by a radiant aura, rushed towards the bear's stone shelter, as if possessing a mind and will of its own. The power of Ayan's shot turned out to be so great that the arrow not only pierced the stone barrier, but also reached its target, causing the rock to crack and crumble. The air was filled with the deafening roar of the wounded bull bear, whose body shook with unbearable pain and shock. Vicir, who witnessed Ayan's incredible skill, froze in mute amazement, unable to comprehend how she managed to hit her target through a massive obstacle. The wave of aura that accompanied Ayan's arrow overcame all obstacles in its path, as if nothing existed that could stop it. Ayan's skill with the bow, bordering on magic combined with her unrivaled hunting skills, allowed her to achieve an unconditional victory over a formidable opponent. The realization that Ayan's combat skills could easily surpass even the legendary Kamuz of the Morg clan made Vicir take a new look at his mistress, whose face now shone with inordinate pride and self-satisfaction. Blood flowed from the mouth of the defeated monster. Its breathing became more and more intermittent and weak. Suddenly, the situation was complicated by the appearance of a second monster that jumped out from behind the rock, and now two angry beasts were rushing straight towards Ayan. Unperturbed, Ayan, unfazed, reloaded her bow with powerful arrows, preparing to meet the approaching monsters. Looking at the barely alive monsters, Ayan defiantly asked about their ability to withstand her deadly arrows. Every arrow Ayan fired was filled with her unyielding determination. Demonstrating the incredible power of her weapon, Ayan declared the ability of her arrows to pierce even castle walls, once again drawing the bowstring with incredible force. The arrow, released by Ayan, leaving behind a trail of dazzling blue color, rushed towards the target with incredible speed and power. Having reached its target, the arrow pierced the bear's body, causing him unbearable suffering and pain. The eyes of the wounded bear lit up with a scarlet light, reflecting his unbearable torment. Ayan's next arrow hit the bear's other eye with amazing accuracy, despite his desperate attempts to dodge. Suddenly, Ayan noticed something strange. Her gaze was filled with surprise and misunderstanding of what was happening. The arrow could not stop the angry bear, which was rapidly approaching Ayan, reducing the distance separating them. With a powerful blow, the bear threw the girl from her mount, sending Ayan into a dangerous fall towards the cliff face. Finding herself on the edge of the abyss, Ayan lay motionless, barely breathing from her injuries and shock. Having difficulty opening her eyes, Ayan felt incredible fatigue engulfing her entire body. At this critical moment, Ayan remembered her mother's wise words about the ability of a wounded animal to sense the killing intent coming from a person. Realizing her mistake in underestimating her enemy, Ayan reproached herself for her carelessness, trying to muster her last strength to rise. An angry bear was inexorably approaching the defeated Ayan, his gaze radiating indomitable rage. The growl of the beast became increasingly loud and threatening, foreshadowing imminent reprisals. In despair, Ayan thought about her fate, bitterly ironizing that her life could end in an attempt to demonstrate the dignity of her mistress. Tears were already starting to appear on Ayan's face when suddenly something unexpected caught her attention. Vicir appeared in front of the stunned Ayan, resolutely standing between her and the angry bear. Vicir, having declared his intention to fight the monster, took a fighting stance, preparing to strike. Vicir concentrated, calling on his strength, and a scarlet glow enveloped his hand, rushing towards the gaping mouth of the beast, ready to attack. In the palm of the young hound, a blade materialized again, thin and deadly, like a ray of light in the pitch darkness. Vicir activated the power of the Cerberus flame, and his sword flashed with blinding fire, spreading waves of unbearable heat around it. Kamuz froze in silent amazement, unable to believe her eyes, stunned by the incredible power emanating from the young man. The monster, engulfed in flames, froze in a lifeless heap, not showing the slightest signs of life in this hellish heat. The flames that engulfed Vicir instantly incinerated the bandages that had previously hidden his body from prying eyes. The shocked Kamuz could not come to her senses, her cheeks flushed, realizing that this mysterious and powerful young man had just saved her life. Vicir, maintaining external calm, said that he foresaw a similar outcome of events, as if everything was going according to a pre-written script. The young man admitted that using this skill requires enormous effort, and his body, exhausted from the battle, can barely stand on its feet. Vicir's strength finally left him, and he collapsed to the ground, presenting a picture of complete exhaustion next to the defeated monster and the shocked Kamuz. Night fell on the tribal camp, illuminated by the dancing tongues of fires, around which the Abbas were preparing for bed, plunging into a peaceful atmosphere. Cheers and laughter echoed across the clearing, where members of the tribe, inspired by Akun's successful hunt, danced around the fire and enjoyed the taste of freshly cooked boar meat. Skilled chefs of the Balak tribe turned the boar carcass into a fragrant, rich soup, which happy tribesmen devoured with pleasure, praising the skill of the hunters. Akun, who had killed the largest animal, basked in the rays of glory and respect, which were generously showered on him by grateful members of the tribe, admiring his hunting skills. Kamuz, intrigued by Vicir's success, inquired about the secret of his hunting skills, to which the young man modestly responded, causing the girl irritation at his supposedly ungrateful behavior. Ayan proudly explained that the bull bear, being not only strong and fierce, but also an unusually intelligent animal, is considered an honorable prey, which is why Vicir was chosen as the main participant in the ceremony. Kamuz, wanting to emphasize the importance of hunting a bull bear, compared it to an ordinary wild boar, which at the slightest danger takes flight, dropping everything in its path. The girl's words, spoken with the aim of pinning Akun who brought the boar, clearly offended the hunter, causing him noticeable irritation and dissatisfaction. Kamuz, continuing her game, handed Vicir a bowl of soup in which pathetic pieces of meat were floating, mockingly declaring that this was a portion worthy of a slave. Vicir, surprised by the meagerness of the portion, inquired about the reason for such a discrepancy, which provoked an angry tirade from Akun, who explained that this was more than enough for the slave. Ayan patiently explained to Vicir the tribe's tradition, according to which the most successful hunter receives the least meat, but the most honors, and Akun admitted with annoyance that he himself would like to bring more prey. Vicir mentally doubted the wisdom of such a tradition, preferring real food to ephemeral honors, while Kamuz, noticing his dissatisfaction, the young man, immersed in thought, realized that hunting brought him something more valuable than simple meat, revealing new facets of his abilities. Vicir shared his discovery, talking about Beelzebub's acquired ability to absorb the properties of monsters, which allowed him to increase his weight to 600 kilograms and significantly improve his breathing control. Continuing to analyze the benefits received, Vicir noted that Beelzebub not only absorbed new abilities, but also used them to restore and strengthen the young man's body. Kamuz, holding a strange plate in her hands, approached Vicir, drawing his attention to the unusual contents of the dishes. The girl offered Vicir soup, made from the genitals of a defeated monster, explaining that she took this part from the shaman to give to the young man as a legitimate hunter. Vicir, who had already received his share of the spoils, tried to refuse, but Kamuz insistently demanded that he eat this dish too, without accepting any objections. Ayan explained the principle of distribution of parts of the prey, connecting them with various organs of the hunter, which made Vicir think about the reasons why he got this particular part of the monster. The young girls of the tribe, watching what was happening, began to loudly comment on Ayan's actions, hinting at her obvious motives, which caused a sharp rebuke from the commander. Vicir, realizing the inevitability of the situation, began to chew the unusual treat with difficulty, noting to himself the unpleasant taste and consistency of the dish. Vicir swallowed the unusual treat with difficulty, causing genuine joy in Kamuz, pleased with his obedience and perseverance. Encouraged, Kamuz announced that Vicir is now ready to fulfill her real duty, adding mystery to what is happening. The young man was perplexed, reflecting on the fact that he had already made his contribution during the hunt, and wondered what else might be required of him. Vicir's attention was drawn to the massive stump of a felled tree, standing out against the background of the forest clearing with its impressive size. A light smoke emanated from the stump, and part of its surface bore traces of fire, giving it a mysterious and ominous appearance. Vicir, examining the stump, remembered yesterday's conversation, realizing that Kamuz really was not lying in her words. Observing how his fellow tribesmen piled choice meat on a stump, Vicir inquired about the reason for such wastefulness, to which Kamuz recalled the problems with food and explained the ritual significance of this action. The girl revealed the secret of the offering, explaining that the meat was intended for Madame the eight-legged creature, on which the tribe's right to live in this forest depends. Vicir, realizing that Madame is the same terror of the dense forest, began to understand the recklessness of his recent act, observing the reverent attitude of the tribe towards this creature. Returning to the tribe's camp, the young man noticed an unusual activity near one of the tents, which attracted his curiosity. Seeing a long line of girls at the matriarch's tent, Vicir became interested in what was happening, suggesting that this could be another tribal ceremony unknown to him. A crowd of excited girls gathered near the matriarch's tent, discussing their long wait. Some boasted that they had been standing since dawn, others that they had taken a place at the front of the line, and some had not slept at all night. The girls' lively conversation concerned yesterday's events and Vicir's possibility of becoming a member of the tribe. They discussed his strength and the likelihood that he would choose a wife from among them. The appearance of Ayan with a huge carcass of a roe deer on her shoulders interrupted the conversation. The hunting commander spoke sharply about the girl's claims to Vicir, hinting at her right of primacy. Having dropped the loot, Ayan announced her intention to take advantage of the right of the first night, which caused shock and indignation among the assembled girls. Ayan's irritation grew with every word of the girls complaining about the lack of worthy husbands in the tribe. In a fit of anger, the commander burst out with threats, hinting at hellish torment for the disobedient, which caused panic among the girls, who instantly ran away in fear. Vicir, who became an unwitting witness to this scene, watched in embarrassment, while Ayan continued to be indignant, mentioning her sacrifices for the sake of his recovery. Suddenly, Ayan became aware of Vicir's presence, freezing in place in surprise. Trying to justify herself, the girl began to explain herself confusingly, but Vicir, without hiding his irritation, demanded an answer about the nature of yesterday's treat. Ayan, trying to change the conversation, mentioned the night meeting of the elders and Vicir's ability to turn to the matriarch with any request as a full-fledged hunter of the tribe. Smiling shyly, the girl admitted that she had already thought of what Vicir could ask the matriarch for, hinting at her own plans. Ayan began to present her ideas, causing extreme surprise in Vicir, who did not expect such a turn of events. The meeting of the elders was attended by a familiar shaman and two elderly people similar to him, decorated with necklaces embodying the wisdom and experience of the tribe. The honorable warriors of the tribe stood to the side, carefully observing what was happening and ready to express their opinion. Vicir stood in the center, bowing respectfully, awaiting the words of the matriarch, feeling the gaze of everyone present on him. The young man, gathering his courage, confidently and respectfully greeted the matriarch, a strong and wise woman who inspired respect with her mere presence. The matriarch, turning to Vicir, noted his role in defeating the monster and providing the tribe with good meat, to which the young man modestly replied that he had only fulfilled his duty. The wise woman praised Vicir for his excellent performance of the task, urging him not to belittle his merits. The matriarch expressed surprise at Vicir's quick recovery, to which the young man gratefully noted the tribe's concern for his health. Vicir, looking at the matriarch, reflected on her reputation as the Night Fox as a brilliant archer, feared by the Empire, and how she, leading a small tribe, exuded greatness and warmth at the same time. The matriarch announced her decision to reward Vicir for yesterday's achievements with a change in his status, while the young man listened carefully to her every word, awaiting further instructions. The matriarch announced the upgrade of Vicir's status from a slave to a family member, which caused noticeable discontent from the shaman, who did not hide his disapproval. Vicir, noticing the shaman's reaction, remembered Ayan's words about the elder's dissatisfaction with the change in his position in the tribe. The shaman of the Acumen tribe, Akun's grandfather, whose face was covered with hunting ash, demonstrated obvious displeasure with what was happening, without hiding his negative attitude. The matriarch, rising majestically from her seat, announced Vicir's right as a new official member of the tribe to express his desire. Coming closer to the young man, she uttered heartfelt words that although she did not give him life, she now considers him part of the family, promising to fulfill any of his requests. The matriarch offered Vicir the choice of blessing a relationship with a girl from the tribe or receiving a slave, while Ayan tried in every possible way to attract the young man's attention to her candidacy. Vicir, slightly irritated by Ayan's insistence, threw a dissatisfied glance at her, trying to concentrate on the upcoming decision. The young man closed his eyes, collecting his thoughts before voicing his desire, feeling the tension of the moment. The matriarch, noticing her daughter's impatient gestures, mentally noted her lack of restraint, marveling at the strength of Ayan's feelings for Vicir, and urged the young man not to be shy and express his request. Vicir, hesitating to answer, began his request slowly and carefully, creating tension among those present. Unexpectedly for everyone, the young man expressed a desire to take a bath in the hero's spring, which caused a storm of emotions among those gathered. The elders, struck by the audacity of Vicir's request, froze in mute amazement, not expecting such a bold demand. The warriors of the tribe, having heard Vicir's words, could not hide their indignation at his insolence. Ayan, the matriarch's daughter, on the contrary, was pleasantly surprised and delighted by Vicir's courage, seeing his request as a manifestation of strength of character. The matriarch, without hiding her irritation, sharply asked Vicir if he realized the seriousness and significance of his request. Vicir, maintaining external calm and confidence, looked intently into the eyes of the matriarch, ready to defend his right. The shaman, without holding back his emotions, launched an angry tirade at Vicir, accusing him of excessive impudence and disrespect for the traditions of the tribe. The matriarch sternly reminded that the right to bathe in the hero's spring belongs only to the best warriors of the tribe, urging them to reject Vicir's request. Akun joined in the objections, emphasizing that only true heroes who have proven their incredible strength can claim access to the source, while Ayan came to Vicir's defense, recalling his recent feat in fighting the monster. The matriarch, without hiding her irritation, sharply asked Vicir if he realized the meaning and importance of the hero's source. Vicir, remaining calm and confident, quietly answered in the affirmative. The young man explained that the source of the hero is a sacred place of the tribe, accessible only to the strongest warriors. He added that it is a hot spring that has healing properties for both external and internal injuries. Vicir mentally noted, according to Ayan, that filling the source takes a long time, so only warriors who have made a significant contribution to the well-being of the tribe have access to it. The elders, discussing the situation, opined that while giving access to a recent member of the tribe was undesirable, Vicir's ambitions could serve as additional motivation for him. The matriarch, analyzing the situation, understood that she would like to satisfy Vicir's request, but the lack of sufficient grounds and the opposition of the shaman and guards did not allow her to do this. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed. The gaze of those present sharpened, sensing the approach of something important. Suddenly, a bell rang. Vicir asked alarmedly about a possible attack, but Ayan confidently answered that no one in their right mind would dare challenge their tribe in this forest. The matriarch, interrupting the discussion, announced the need to return to her duties, postponing the resolution of the issue for the future. The shaman, without hiding his displeasure, cast a menacing glance at the matriarch, not understanding why the issue remained open for further discussion. The shaman's gaze shone blue, reflecting his growing bewilderment and dissatisfaction with the matriarch's decision. Members of the tribe began to gather in a certain place, attracted by an unusual event. Vicir was surprised by what was happening, while Ian joyfully announced the arrival of the long-awaited guests. Carts loaded with a variety of food and clothing arrived at the tribe and began to unload. Ian explained that these were traders bringing goods unavailable in the forest, and the tribe was eagerly awaiting their arrival, but Vicir noticed a familiar symbol on the carts. The young man recognized the symbol of the bourgeois family, one of the 7 trading families. Vicir wondered how the traders managed to get here from the capital of the empire, bypassing the territories of hostile families. Assuming the use of smuggling routes, Vicir watched as a joyful merchant from the bourgeois family announced the opening of the 5-day market, displaying ripe vegetables and fruits. The trader encouraged the tribe members to bring goods for exchange, and the people enthusiastically began bringing various items, expressing their joy. Vicir watched as members of the tribe brought old things, trying to exchange them for goods brought by traders of the bourgeois family. The wind calmly watched what was happening, maintaining equanimity. Vicir speculated that merchants brought food and necessities freely traded in the empire and exchanged them for rare items of value to them. Vicir thought that traders were taking advantage of the tribe's ignorance of the real value of things in the market. The young man decided not to interfere, fearing being recognized and realizing that his intervention could have negative consequences. Ian was outraged, claiming that the transactions taking place in the makeshift market were unfair. The girl rudely expressed her dissatisfaction by comparing the exchange of diamonds for corn, which made Vicir relieved to have a sane person in the tribe. However, Vicir's expectations were not met when Ian began loudly demanding at least 2 ears of corn for her goods. Having received what she wanted, Ian expressed obvious pleasure, while Vicir sighed hopelessly as he watched what was happening. Other members of the tribe also began to bargain, demanding more goods for their valuables, demonstrating a complete lack of understanding of the real value of the items being exchanged. The trader was confused by the sudden aggressiveness of the tribesmen during the bargaining process. Yielding to the pressure of the tribe's warriors, the merchant agreed to give more goods than he had originally planned, which caused joy among the participants in the transaction. The merchant was mentally chuckling at the naivety of the tribe, not realizing the true value of the goods received, when a little girl approached him, asking for another glass sphere. The merchant asked what the girl had brought for the exchange, and she showed him a rare and nutritious sun-dung beetle larva. The merchant's reaction was sharply negative. He expressed disgust at the product offered. The merchant hit the girl on the hand, knocking out the larva, and asked with contempt why they even eat such a thing. The fallen girl sadly looked at the larva, and the merchant cynically noted that for a stupid barbarian she was quite pretty. The merchant heartlessly talked about the possibility of selling the girl into slavery for a good price, while she, crying, picked up the fallen larva. Suddenly a hand was placed on the girl's head, and the sunlight illuminated her face, creating a dramatic contrast. Suddenly, a menacing voice was heard addressed to the merchant, causing him to flinch in fear. It turned out that it was Vicir, who approached the girl and declared that such a deal was unacceptable. His eyes glowed with righteous anger. Ian was mentally surprised by Vicir's actions, while the merchant, trying to get out, began to make excuses, claiming that he was misunderstood due to the language barrier. Vicir, ignoring excuses, demanded the cancellation of all dishonest transactions made during the day, relegating to the background the issue of attempting to sell a child into slavery. The merchant, pretending that he did not understand what was going on, asked about unfair transactions, to which Vicir pointed out the huge difference between market prices and the prices at which the merchant sold goods to the tribe. The merchant, trying to defend himself, stated that the trade was blessed by the shaman of the tribe and expressed surprise at Vicir's knowledge of prices. Pointing his finger at Vicir, the merchant tried to disqualify him from interfering in such arrangements. Vicir, not paying attention to the merchant's attempts to discredit him, cited specific figures, comparing the cost of corn and diamond, which shocked the merchant. Vicir continued to reveal the true value of the goods, mentioning that the monster's horn and the goblin mushroom used for medicine were worth around 1,000,000 gold each. The merchant, increasingly worried, wondered where this young man got such accurate knowledge about the prices of rare goods. Vicir proceeded to expose the glass spheres, explaining their true purpose as a source of drug poisoning under the guise of pleasant dreams. The young man revealed the mechanism of action of the spheres, describing the holes through which a cheap drug seeps, which is prohibited due to the harm to health with long-term use. Clenching his fist in anger, Vicir accused the traders of selling these dangerous items to the tribe. Defiantly breaking the sphere, Vicir showed everyone present the white powder inside, shocking the merchant with his actions. Another merchant, approaching his colleague, learned about the exposure of their fraud by an unknown guy. Ayan, approaching Vicir, clarified the meaning of his words about the dangers of drugs for the body, to which the young man confirmed his words. The girl, realizing the reason for the deterioration in the health of many of her fellow tribesmen, could not contain her anger. The merchant, realizing the danger of the situation, tried to smooth over the conflict, citing a slight misunderstanding. Unexpectedly for everyone, an arrow shrouded in a strange aura pierced the merchant, leaving him in shock. The merchant was relieved to realize that he had narrowly escaped serious consequences, but he understood how precarious his position was. It turned out that the arrow, shrouded in aura, was fired by an angry Ayan. The wounded merchant fell and his comrades tried to help him up while Ayan continued to scream, accusing them of deception. The girl, without holding back her emotions, attacked the traders with accusations of shamelessly deceiving the tribe. The merchant, realizing the seriousness of the situation, realized that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. He ordered his people to pack their things and immediately leave the tribe's territory, after which they quickly mounted their horses and rode away. Vicir asked Ayan if she would really allow the traders to get away with impunity, given their reputation, to which the girl hinted at the possibility of a different development of events. Ayan explained the tactics of hunting herd animals, comparing it with the current situation, and at that moment it became clear that one of the fleeing merchants had been shot in the shoulder with an arrow. The girl explained that such animals have a tendency to return to their group, hinting at further developments. The fleeing merchants, feeling threatened, urged their men to prepare for battle, accusing the barbarians of stealing their goods. As night fell, the tribe members, as usual, began to prepare for bed by lighting fires, and a strange white bird appeared in the sky, attracting the attention of the observers. A majestic white bird resembling an eagle with a menacing beak landed on the girl's hand, creating an impressive picture. Vicir commented on the situation, noting that the traders had contacted the tribe, and now there is only one way to resolve the conflict. A girl, looking terrifying with a white bird on her hand, announced the impending complete destruction of the merchants. Vicir stood next to her, and a large wolf dog could be seen behind her, reinforcing the atmosphere of an impending threat. An imposing procession of merchants moved slowly through the dense forest, their silhouettes crowned with swords and shields on their backs, standing out against the green trees, creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation. Suddenly, a figure approached the chief merchant, whose voice, full of feigned sympathy, broke the silence of the forest, expressing shock at the robbery and suggesting cruel measures against the barbarians, including murder or enslavement. The chief merchant, keeping his cool, answered his interlocutor that it was obviously his first time in these deep forests. Otherwise, he would have known that defeating the local tribe in close combat would be a task bordering on the impossible. The insolent man with the eye patch, clearly irritated by the merchant's caution, sharply challenged, asking about the purpose of hiring their squad if the merchants did not intend to change the situation in their favor. The smell of sulfur suddenly filled the air as one of the mercenaries struck a match, coldly announcing his decision to split the dirty money in exchange for an escort. Another mercenary, whose gaze radiated savagery and lust for profit, directly asked if they could now consider everything stolen to be their rightful booty. The merchant, shocked by the cruelty and unceremoniousness of the mercenaries, froze in silent shock, unable to find the words to respond to such a blatant proposal. Finally, having collected his thoughts, the merchant calmly replied that as you wish, to which the mercenary with a cigarette in his mouth suggested setting up a night ambush, setting fire to the tribe's settlement, and luring them out to end the problem once and for all. At this point, there was slight confusion among the young mercenaries, one asking the other to hold a match to light his own cigarette, creating a contrast between the routine of their actions and the cruelty of their plans. The second mercenary, however, sharply reined in his comrade, recalling the ancient belief that only two can use one match, and fire cannot be passed on to a third, to which he received only a disdainful snort in response. The mercenary, defiantly ignoring superstition, struck a match and lit a cigarette, challenging ancient beliefs and mocking the prejudices of his comrades. Suddenly, as if in response to his insolence, an arrow cut through the air, piercing with deadly accuracy right into the forehead of the self-confident mercenary. The third mercenary, who had just lit a cigarette from an ill-fated match, collapsed dead, while a new arrow, saturated with a mysterious aura, rushed towards the leader of the detachment with an eye patch, forcing the merchant to freeze in silent horror. The merchant's eyes widened in shock as he saw the arrow, shrouded in a strange glow, overtake the main mercenary, bringing with it certain death. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of arrows flying towards the mercenary squad, who tried in vain to hide behind their shields. But their desperate attempts to defend themselves were useless in the face of an invisible enemy. Ayan, commanding the attack, ordered her warriors to aim exclusively for the heads of the enemy, demonstrating the strength and accuracy of her tribe, while the tribe's archers drew their bowstrings, preparing to fire another deadly volley. Vicir, watching what was happening, could not help but admire the skill of the tribe's warriors, who were able to hit the target with incredible accuracy, even by the barely noticeable light of a cigarette in the darkness of the night. Vicir's thoughts were interrupted by the rude voice of one of the tribe's warriors, who called him a slave, to which the young man, unexpectedly for himself, firmly objected, declaring his new status as a resident of the village, which caused a surprised laugh from his fellow tribesmen, who noted the increased courage of the former captive. The mercenaries and merchants, still trying to fend off the incessant attacks, desperately called upon their mages to block the arrows with shields and the aura users to prepare for a counterattack. But their efforts seemed futile in the face of an unseen enemy. Suddenly, another arrow cut through the air, shrouded in a powerful aura, emitting a bright blue glow. Its incredible speed and strength made everyone freeze in anticipation of the inevitable outcome. A mysterious arrow tied to a rope has left onlookers puzzled as to the purpose of this unusual weapon and its role in the unfolding drama. The arrows, with amazing accuracy, pierced the trees on which mysterious barrels filled with an unknown substance were attached, creating an atmosphere of growing tension and horror. The merchant, surrounded by trees with hanging barrels, initially assumed they contained alcohol, but the sudden realization of the true nature of their contents left him cold with fear. With every second, the merchant understood more and more clearly that the mysterious liquid in the barrels was something much more dangerous and unpredictable than simple alcohol. Suddenly, a whistle cut through the air, and a fiery arrow pierced one of the barrels, causing a powerful release of black, oily liquid that heralded imminent disaster. A moment later, a deafening explosion was heard, causing people to panic and seek shelter from the raging flames and flying debris. The chief traitor watched in horror and disbelief as his companions burned alive in the raging flames, unable to comprehend how a primitive tribe could organize such a sophisticated and deadly trap. Realizing the cunning of the tribe's plan to use ropes tied to arrows and barrels of flammable oil amazed the traitor, forcing him to rethink his idea of U-200 BIE U-200 the primitive aborigines. Suddenly, the merchant, hiding behind a tree, felt someone's presence. He turned around sharply and saw Vicir approaching him, whose gaze did not bode well. Recognizing that same annoying freak in the young man, the merchant felt panic seize him when he met Vicir's gaze burning with rage. In a desperate attempt to save his life, the merchant began to threaten the guy, his voice trembling with fear, betraying the true emotions hidden behind the ostentatious bravery. With trembling hands, the merchant took out some paper, claiming that this was an official permit with the seal of the new acting consul of the city of Underdog. Vicir, with undisguised interest in his voice, clarified with the merchant whether he really mentioned the consul named Vicir, to which the merchant hesitatingly confirmed, speaking about the famous Vicir. The young man, whose voice dripped with rage and sarcasm, coolly noted that he did not remember ever giving such permission, clearly enjoying the merchant's confusion. The merchant, gripped by panic, tried to justify himself by pointing out the differences in Vicir's appearance, desperately clinging to the hope that this was not the one he was afraid of meeting. At that moment, arrows cut through the air, mercilessly piercing the merchant's body, forcing him to collapse to the ground, still clutching the ill-fated paper that had become his last hope for salvation. Vicir, looking at the defeated merchant, coldly said that forging the official seal of the Baskerville family is punishable by death. His words sounded like a final verdict. Ayan suddenly appeared, riding on her majestic wolf dog, calling Vicir to retreat. But the young man, who no longer considered himself a slave, objected. The mercenaries, still trying to hide from the deadly arrows, were relieved that the attack seemed to have stopped, giving them a moment of respite. Encouraged by the temporary lull, the mercenaries decided that the tribe was retreating, attributing the use of fire as a sign of their uncertainty, and urged each other to give chase. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest, the familiar figure of Madame Octopus appeared, awakened from her sleep, her presence going unnoticed by the mercenaries who continued to shout threats towards the tribe. Madame Octopus, clearly in an extremely aggressive mood, rushed towards the burning camp, mercilessly sweeping away people in her path, wreaking havoc and destruction. Vicir, observing this scene of chaos and destruction, only mentally noted the appearance of the monster as something ordinary, as if such events had become a common occurrence for him. Ian, admiring Vicir's foresight, noted his ability to calculate the appearance of the madam and use tactics using fire, proclaiming him a great warrior of the tribe, to which the young man modestly replied that he anticipated the appearance of a monster at every meeting. Vicir emphasized that Madame is a real disaster, and at that moment the giant paws of the monster appeared, each about 20 meters high, instilling horror and awe in the hearts of the observers. The matriarch of the tribe, impressed by Vicir's actions, solemnly announced her decision to give him permission to visit the sacred source of heroes. Listing the young man's merits, the matriarch noted his contribution to solving the problem of food, participation in the battle without a single scratch, skillful use of oil barrels, as well as revealing the true cause of the illness of the warriors of cheap drugs. Continuing her speech, the matriarch, placing her hand on Vicir's shoulder, declared that there was no longer any doubt about his courage and dignity, recognizing him as a full-fledged warrior of the tribe. The matriarch ordered her daughter to accompany Vicir to the source, to which the girl readily agreed, showing respect for her mother's decision. Ian, approaching Vicir and placing her hand on his shoulder, said mysteriously that this was what he needed, leaving the young man slightly perplexed as to the meaning of her words. The girl explained that the shaman, who had previously insisted on a curse as the cause of the illness of the warriors, had now lost his authority thanks to the actions of Vicir. Vicir, remembering that the ill-fated trade was blessed by the shaman of the tribe himself, turned to him and said with slight irony that yes, this was a curse. Finally, Vicir reached the sacred spring of heroes, plunging into its turquoise waters, feeling the healing power envelop his body, bestowing renewal and strength. Vicir completely immersed himself in the healing waters of the spring, allowing himself to relax and enjoy the moment, while rabbits and geese swam serenely around him, creating an idyllic picture. Feeling his body healing, Vicir thought aloud about the effectiveness of the source, understanding the reasons why the shaman so zealously guarded access to it, and suggesting that the old man himself would not refuse to enjoy its healing power. Comparing the source with the river Styx in the territory of the Baskervilles, Vicir noted that, despite its lower efficiency, the lack of age restrictions was a definite advantage of this place. Suddenly, Vicir realized that he was not alone in the source, but shared it with the matriarch's daughter, and asked whether the effectiveness of the water would be reduced by their joint presence, to which the girl, playfully twirling a strand of hair on her finger, replied that real members of the tribe do not think about such little things. The girl unexpectedly mentioned Mr. Adonai, calling on Vicir to be grateful to him for discovering the source, which caused the young man to question the identity of this mysterious benefactor. In response to Vicir's question, the girl spoke of Adonai as the only warrior capable of fighting Madame Octopus, who lives deep in the forests, praising him as the greatest hero of their legends. Calling on Vicir, as a full member of the tribe, to show respect to Adonai, the girl was surprised by the young man's response, who agreed that Madame's opposition really deserved respect. The girl sighed and admitted how difficult it was for her to communicate with strangers, feeling the cultural barrier between them. Her gaze suddenly darted off into the distance, and a slight blush of embarrassment covered her cheeks, creating a moment of awkward silence between them. Realization washed over the girl like a wave. Now the guy, an ordinary village resident with an untarnished reputation, seemed to her to be a very worthy candidate for the role of her future husband. Embarrassment enveloped the girl as she glanced at the guy, anticipating the upcoming events of this promising evening. Vicir, with his wet hair and naked torso, appeared before her as the embodiment of male beauty, and the girl mentally vowed to make him hers, unable to resist the desire that gripped her. Surrounded by the majestic beauty of the night forest, they sat together by the water, immersed in the romantic atmosphere created by nature. Ian, deep in thought, admitted that she had long suspected the traders of making excessive profits, and now felt satisfaction that they were able to take the chance and restore justice. The girl continued her thought, saying that if it weren't for him, she herself would certainly have taken similar actions, to which the guy responded with an understanding smile. Irritation crept into the girl's voice as she demanded an end to the ridicule, insisting that she did know that diamonds were more expensive than corn in the Empire. Uncertainty flashed through her words as she tried to determine the difference in price, first suggesting 20 and then 30 cobs for 1 diamond. The words of the guy, who pointed out the incorrectness of the stated number of cobs that can be obtained for 1 diamond, caused a storm of indignation in the girl, causing her to boil with anger. A sudden realization struck the girl, and she, covering her mouth with her hand, mentally reproached herself for using an outdated address, because he had not been a slave for a long time, reflecting on the strange logic of the Empire, where this gem had such ambiguous uses. The guy, trying to smooth out the awkwardness, tried to move the conversation in a different direction, noting that this was not so important. Unexpectedly for the girl, the guy brought up a topic that made her embarrassed, asking whether she preferred to call him by name or slave, explaining his reluctance to remain in uncertainty. Slowly and carefully, as if weighing every word, the girl began to express her desire to address him. She suddenly fell silent, as if about to say something extremely important that could change their relationship forever. Approaching the guy so close that he felt a slight tension, the girl, with slight irony, reminded him of his own words about his dislike of uncertainty. Gently running her fingers over his lips, the girl promised to clarify the situation, causing the guy a thrill of anticipation. Confusion colored her face as she admitted that she did not want to call him either slave or Vicir, hinting at something more intimate. Their lips almost touched, creating a moment filled with electrifying tension and unspoken feelings. Suddenly, the romantic atmosphere was destroyed by the appearance of small children who, as if from nowhere, jumped into the mine with joyful cries. The girl, still embarrassed by the interrupted moment, asked the cheering and smiling children in surprise how they ended up here. Vicir, watching what was happening, mentally complained about the appearance of children who prevented him from learning the truth about what the girl wanted to call him. Ayan, not hiding her irritation, raised her voice at the children, calling them scoundrels and warning that their bathing in the spring would have its effectiveness. The children, hiding behind Vicir, reminded Ayan of her own words that a true warrior of the Balak tribe does not think about such trifles, and Vicir supported them, which caused even greater irritation to the girl. Akun, who came with the children, explained that it was the matriarch's order. Due to the side effects of the drugs brought by the traders, she ordered the sick children to bathe in the hero's spring. Ayan, hearing this, thought bitterly about whether her mother was deliberately trying to make her look stupid in front of everyone. Akun, wanting to attract Vicir's attention, pretended to have a sore throat. Turning to Vicir, Akun thanked him for helping his younger sister, and the girl next to him supported her brother, also expressing her gratitude. Continuing, Akun apologized to Vicir for misunderstanding him all this time, while Vicir only silently listened to his words. In response, Vicir only briefly said that it was okay, which caused obvious embarrassment on Akun's face. Unable to contain his emotions, Akun exclaimed, asking if this was all Vicir could say in response to his apology, to which the guy noticed that Akun was too aggressive. Ayan smiled as she watched this scene, thinking to herself how many things these two would have to experience in the future. The girl's address to a guy named Vicir caused him great embarrassment, causing his heart to beat faster. With a smile on her face, the girl congratulated Vicir on becoming an official member of their tribe, and the children behind her happily supported her words, creating an atmosphere of universal rejoicing. 2 years later, the picture changes dramatically. Akun, writhing in pain, falls to the ground after a powerful blow to the face inflicted by someone unknown. An imperious young man whose figure radiates strength and confidence approaches the defeated Akun. Blood streams from Ahun's nose, and the other tribe members are frozen in shock, watching with alarm and bewilderment. The owner of the fist that just hit Akun mockingly notes that he turned out to be a much bigger crybaby than he expected. This domineering young man turns out to be the matured Vicir, who is now 17 years old, still as handsome but a little older with grown hair, giving him an even more masculine appearance. Vicir announces the end of sparring for the day, while the other tribe members rush to Akun's aid, trying to help him up. Despite Akun's request to continue training, Vicir firmly refuses, announcing his intention to go for a walk. Akun, through clenched teeth, calls Vicir an infuriating freak, noting that after restoration he has become an even bigger monster, and his comrades, helping him get up, discussed Vicir's increased accuracy, comparable to the commander's level. One of the guys declares that he can also hit Akun, so that blood starts to flow, to which Akun only responds in confusion that he does not understand what is happening. The explanation shocked everyone. Vicir's fist did not even touch Akun, but stopped right in front of his face. causing a nosebleed only due to the air pressure created by the movement of his hand. The focus shifts back to Vicir, showing how he has matured and become even more attractive, his fist frozen in the air radiating strength and skill. Vicir, assessing his achievements, mentally noted that now his technique had truly reached an ideal level. The sixth technique, which Vicir could now use perfectly, allowed him to release 6 claws, leaving huge trails of destruction that were impressive in their power. Vicir reflected on his progress, noting that despite the long journey to reach the 10th technique, reaching the 6th by the age of 17 was already an impressive growth. Additionally, with his 6th magic circle, Vicir could now be considered a high-level sword expert, greatly increasing his combat potential. The combination of the blessing of the river Styx, the possession of a demonic sword, and the use of shooting and killing techniques learned from the tribe allowed Vicir to withstand even high-level sword experts. It has been 2 years since Vicir entered this deep forest, and now something off to the side caught his attention, making him wonder when he could leave the tribe. Attention shifts to a playful scene where a wolf dog playfully plays with a butterfly, creating a contrast with Vicir's serious thoughts. Vicir, now not alone, but in the company of the matured and even more attractive Ayan and his animal, carefully examines the tracks on the ground, commenting that these are the tracks of a snake from the deep Musyuhushu forest. Ayan, rubbing his chin in thought, only briefly agrees. And Vicir continues, noting that the capture of this snake will provide food for the village for at least 4 days. Vicir did not like the girl's reaction. He turned and looked at her with obvious suspicion, trying to unravel the reason for her strange behavior. Vicir asked Ayan directly if she was thinking about anything else during the hunt, to which the girl quickly assured him that, of course, she was completely focused on their task. Shifting uncomfortably from foot to foot, Ayan admitted that another hunting group asked her to ask Vicir something, which made the guy suspect that she was hiding something. The girl continued talking about the dagger brought by the Imperials who invaded the forest, and showed a green emblem with the image of 2 grappling snakes. Looking at the dagger, Vicir immediately recognized the emblem. His face expressed understanding and some concern. He explained that it was the symbol of the Leviathan clan, one of the 7 significant clans of the Empire, and Ayan shared her concerns about the red liquid that had been poured by the intruders at various places near the source. Ayan continued the story, saying that the hunting party managed to catch one of the intruders, but he swallowed the poison hidden in his mouth and died, leaving only a dagger. Without finishing her story, the girl hinted that there was something else that greatly interested Vicir, making him wary. Looking away shyly, Ayan hesitantly said that she would like to ask one more question, clearly nervous. Unexpectedly for Vicir, Ayan asked if he wanted to return to his hometown, which took the guy by surprise, causing him to ask in surprise about the reason for such a sudden and strange question. Ayan, gathering her courage, stated that she did not like secrets and lies and demanded an honest answer, explaining that another inhabitant of the Empire had gone deep into the forest, which clearly worried her. Ayan's words that Vicir might be the target of the Imperials struck the guy to the core. His face expressed extreme amazement and confusion. Having said this, Ayan felt relieved, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders, because she had finally asked a question that had been bothering her for a long time. Continuing her thought, the girl clarified that the same girl had entered the forest, meaning Kamuz, a beautiful red-haired girl whose appearance obviously caused mixed feelings in Ayan. Ayan, stammeringly, reported that for 2 days, Kamuz and a search party had been walking around the forest in search of Vicir, probably trying to find his traces. Looking away, the girl with alarm in her voice asked if the guy was going to leave with Kamuz. In the back of her mind, Ayan wondered if Vicir hated her for hiding information, and wondered whether she should deal with the red-haired girl if she tried to take him. Vicir, having collected his thoughts, decided to say something, his lips parted, preparing to utter important words. The guy firmly and confidently stated that he was not going to return. His voice did not waver for a moment. Ayan was amazed and fascinated by these words, her face expressing a mixture of surprise and hope. Not believing her ears, the girl hesitantly asked if it was true, to which Vicir firmly answered in the affirmative. Ayan's face blossomed with happiness. She could hardly contain her joy upon hearing confirmation of her hopes. While the girl rejoiced, Vicir was lost in thought about whether the Empire knew that he was alive, coming to the conclusion that he probably did not. He decided that he would only return when he could hide his power perfectly so that even Hugo couldn't detect it. Vicir thought about Kamuz, the girl Ayan had spoken of, wondering if she still remembered how he saved her, or if this was just part of the diplomatic game. The guy concluded that since the Baskerville clan allows the Morg clan to conduct searches in the deep forest, their alliance is apparently still alive and strong. Vicir, immersed in thoughts about the need to find out the situation outside the forest, was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a huge monster, similar to a giant fish, jumping out of the water. This unexpected sight greatly surprised both Ayan and Vicir, causing them to momentarily forget about their previous conversation. A huge muscular fish demonstrating incredible strength jumped ashore, striking with its size. Vicir, watching strange mucus flow out of the fish's mouth, wondered about the creature's ability to survive on land. Ayan, quickly recovering from the shock, explained that the appearance of fish on the shore foreshadows the imminent rainy season, which, judging by the size of the fish, will be long. Suddenly, Vicir noticed something and abruptly interrupted Ayan, asking her to wait. An arrow protruding from the fish caught his attention and he inquired about its origin. Wasting no time, Vicir began to cut open the belly of the fish to examine the find. To their horror, a human skeleton was found inside the fish, causing both of them to have mixed feelings of shock and curiosity. Ayan, having carefully examined the remains, concluded that judging by the clothing, the deceased was from the Rococo tribe, and from the marks on the bones, it was clear that the victim was surprised at being eaten. The girl noted the strangeness of the situation, explaining that this fish usually feeds only on carrion and is too stupid to actively hunt, to which Vicir suggested that perhaps the man was so weak that the fish considered him already dead. Vicir wondered why such a weak man would go hunting, suggesting that the situation in the Rococo tribe could be extremely dire. Both concluded that something serious might have happened in the forest, and a thorough investigation needed to be carried out. Moving further, Ayan and Vicir came across something terrifying, causing the girl to cover her mouth with her hand in shock. A clearing appeared before them, strewn with the corpses of people from the Rococo tribe, presenting a terrible sight. Ayan, not believing her eyes, asked with a trembling voice if they were all really dead. Vicir, carefully studying the tracks, noticed signs of vomiting and diarrhea on the corpses. Before he could finish his thought, Ayan called out to him, pointing to something else. Even though it was supposed to be mealtime, not a sound was heard from Rococo village. The forest around was unnaturally calm. Human skulls tied with ropes hung from the trees like eerie decorations. The village appeared before them completely devastated, with destroyed houses, creating an atmosphere of abandonment. Walking through the village, Vicir noted the strangeness of the situation, emphasizing the complete absence of signs of life. The guy noticed the height of the grass, concluding that no one had looked after this place for quite a long time. Ayan, opening one of the surviving tents, suggested with hope that perhaps the residents had simply moved, although deep down, she understood the unlikelihood of such a scenario. Suddenly, a whole swarm of flies flew out of the tent, causing Ayan to jump back. The girl saw with horror that inside the tent lay not just a corpse, but a completely decomposed skeleton. Ayan, in a panic, shouted to Vicir about her find, to which the guy calmly replied that there were remains next to him too. Vicir, analyzing the situation, noted the presence of corpses in the village and red spots, remembering that around this time before his regression, an epidemic was raging in the forests. This disease was called the Red Death, an infectious disease that killed almost all the barbarians in the area. Ayan, gripped by fear, screamed about the need to immediately leave this place, considering it cursed, to which Vicir calmly objected, explaining that it was just a disease, which frightened the girl even more. The guy tried to reassure Ayan, assuring that the disease was not contagious, but when she asked about the possibility of him dying from this disease, he simply replied that in that case, he would die. These words caused a storm of emotions in the girl, she screamed, demanding to know who allowed him to talk about his death so easily, to which Vicir calmly replied that it was his decision. Vicir, continuing to analyze the situation, suggested that judging by the number of corpses, the tribe did not completely die out, but probably left the dead and moved to another place. He expressed a desire to examine the tribe's household items and invited Ayan to rest while he conducted his research. Ayan, watching Vicir's calmness, thought with alarm that he seemed to feel nothing at all. Suddenly, something greatly surprised the girl, making her wary. Ayan slowly turned her head when she heard an unusual sound that caught her attention. Vicir also caught this sound, instantly tensed and prepared for possible danger. The guy asked the girl what was happening, to which she, through tears, replied that it was a curse. Ayan pointed forward with a trembling finger, her hand visibly shaking with fear. She screamed that there was a cursed child in front of them, pointing to a child with long disheveled hair and a nightie. Ayan called to run, but it was clear that Vicir was not going to go anywhere, carefully examining the child. Trying to escape, Ayan fell and began to writhe in pain, complaining about her cramped leg. Vicir came closer to the child, noting to himself that judging by her appearance, the girl was not from the Rococo tribe, and she looked to be about 5 years old. The guy noticed a gravestone behind the girl and assumed that she was mourning someone's death. He asked the girl who she was, but she just looked at him silently, without saying a word. Finally, the girl answered Rococo as a slave cook, which greatly surprised Vicir, making him think that she apparently was a slave of the tribe. Vicir asked what the girl's name was, to which she replied Pomerian. The guy immediately noted that this was an Imperial name, wondering if she had been captured by people from the Rococo tribe. Unexpectedly, the girl continued, adding Baskerville, which surprised Vicir extremely, making him wary. Stunned by this information, the guy asked again, clarifying whether he had heard correctly. The girl, without changing her face, repeated that her name was Pomerian. When Pomerian Baskerville raised her head, Vicir noticed the characteristic red color of the eyes inherent in all representatives of the Baskerville clan, which finally confirmed her words and puzzled the guy even more. Vicir remembered that in the Baskerville clan, there is a system of middle names. Van is given to members of the sideline. Lee is assigned to men who are the main heritage, that is, the main line of the clan. Lei is a rare middle name given to girls of the main line, which is not common due to the predominantly male offspring. The guy, processing this information, was thinking about the rarity of the middle name Law, when Ayan, being behind him, suddenly pointed at something with her finger and attracted his attention. The girl asked if the symbol on the girl's necklace was the emblem of the Vicir clan. Vicir, grabbing the necklace, examined it carefully, and realizing his abrupt behavior, apologized to the puzzled girl. The guy still couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the necklace. Opening the medallion, he saw inside a portrait of a family, which consists of 4 people. To his amazement, Vicir noticed Hugo Baskerville among the people depicted. Holding the pendant in his hand, the guy was in complete shock, trying to understand why Hugo was in this photo. The girl, noticing Vicir's reaction, was afraid that he might harm her, and became even more anxious and withdrawn. Vicir, trying to understand the situation, asked the girl who the people in the photo were. The girl's fear did not escape the attention of Ayan, who gently advised Vicir to change tactics and try to smile in order to win over the child. The internal struggle was reflected on Vicir's face, trying to cope with shock and reminding himself of the girl's innocence in the current situation. Having gathered his courage, the guy repeated his question about the people in the photograph, but in a completely different, friendly tone, trying not to scare the child. Vicir's face lit up with a sweet smile directed at his little interlocutor, although inside he was still struggling with a storm of emotions. The unexpected change in Vicir's behavior did not go unnoticed by Ayan, whose surprised remark about his ability to smile like that slightly annoyed the guy. The atmosphere of tension began to dissipate, and the girl, feeling more comfortable, slowly began her answer. The girl's words that the photograph shows her mother and grandparents echoed in Vicir's head, forcing him to rethink a lot. The shocking realization that the butler's words might be true struck Vicir, forcing him to look at the situation in a whole new way. Memories of a conversation with the butler in the corridor suddenly surfaced in Vicir's memory, recalling his previous distrust of the words about the patriarch's nepotism. The butler's words about the patriarch's love for his wife Roxolana, and that even her death from illness did not harden his heart, now took on a new meaning for Vicir. The butler's last phrase about the only direct heir, Miss Penelope, kidnapped by the barbarians, now sounded in Vicir's head as a clue to the mystery surrounding the little girl in front of him. The patriarch's desperation to find his daughter led to the decision to move the Baskerville clan from the capital to the Red-Black Mountains, closer to the barbarian refuge. The patriarch's countless attempts to find his daughter, sending hounds to search, did not bring any results, leaving him in painful ignorance. The lack of news about the fate of his daughter gradually undermined the patriarch's peace of mind, plunging him into the abyss of despair. Anger and pain from the loss of his only daughter transformed the once loving father, turning him into a cruel and merciless man. The tragedy changed Hugo forever, turning him into a ruthless killing machine, obsessed with destroying monsters and barbarians, something Vicir had never thought possible until that moment. Now before Vicir stood living proof of the veracity of this story, a sweet girl with the characteristic red eyes of the Baskervilles. The realization that Pomerian is Hugo's own granddaughter, born from the only daughter of his beloved wife Roxolana, struck Vicir to the core. The thought of Hugo's reaction, who after so many years of war with the barbarians, would discover a granddaughter born from one of them, caused mixed feelings in Vicir. Moved by a sudden impulse of tenderness, Vicir reached out his hand and affectionately stroked the girl's head, feeling an inexplicable connection with this child. Speaking softly to Pomerian, Vicir invited her to come with him, realizing that the tribe had probably treated her poorly. The girl's wide-open eyes expressed surprise and hope caused by Vicir's unexpected proposal, which could change her whole life. Vicir tried his best to smile sweetly, although he internally doubted the naturalness of his smile. Responding to the girl's remark about the similarity of their appearance, Vicir explained that all the Baskerville hounds look alike and suggested that he was probably her uncle. The sweet girl with childish spontaneity repeated Vicir, calling him her uncle, which gave him a warm feeling. Suddenly, Pomerian's attention turned to the grave, which she apparently had built herself, and her gaze was filled with anxiety. The last words of her dying mother surfaced in the girl's memory, telling her to go with a man who would have red eyes. Pomerian, looking at her mother's grave, recalled this important instruction, which now made sense. Vicir, noticing that the girl was looking intently somewhere, felt slightly uneasy. Suddenly, Pomerian grabbed Vicir's pant leg, tugging slightly to get his attention. The girl's words about her desire to go with him marked the moment of crossing the paths of two clan martyrs, connected by the invisible threads of fate. The next morning, Pomerian, leaving Vicir's tent, asked him with childish spontaneity where he was going. Hearing that Vicir needed to attend a meeting with the matriarch, the girl, not wanting to part with her newfound uncle, with tears in her eyes, asked to take her with him. Vicir, realizing the complexity of the situation, carefully placed little Cindy on his back, realizing that now he would have to bear responsibility for the fate of this fragile creature in a cruel world. The young hound, immersed in deep thoughts, realized that raising a child in a tribal environment was impossible, and he needed to find a safe place. Vicir's thoughts were feverishly racing in search of a solution, and suddenly it dawned on him. He remembered his old friend Chihuahua, who could help him leave the forest. Arriving at the matriarch of the Balak tribe, Vicir was met with alarming news about the spread of a mysterious infection that began to affect the inhabitants of the area. The matriarch, with undisguised worry in her voice, continued to talk about the impending threat, emphasizing that if the disease continues to spread during the rainy season. Suddenly, Ayn, the daughter of the matriarch and leader of the hunt, interrupted the conversation, claiming that what was happening was not a common disease, but carried the mark of an ancient curse. Vicir, having listened carefully to Ayan's words, suggested that if they managed to lift this curse, all problems would be resolved by themselves, and suggested performing a ritual. Unable to contain her emotions, Ayan protested furiously, insisting that the curse could not be the cause of their troubles and calling for the immediate evacuation of the village. The elders of the tribe, who gathered for an emergency meeting, categorically rejected the idea of leaving the sacred lands, watered with the blood and sweat of their ancestors. The young warriors, who disagreed with the elders' decision, objected vehemently, pointing out that if the disease continued to spread and claim the lives of their children, a heated argument broke out in the council hall between the elders and the young warriors, the former insisting that the tribe was faced with an ancient curse, the latter pointing to strange mushrooms. The matriarch, under enormous pressure from both sides, felt anger boiling inside her because everyone expected her to make a quick decision. Vicir sat quietly in the corner of the council room with little Cindy sleeping peacefully on his lap, and dark thoughts overwhelmed him. The young man remembered the story of how the contagiousness of the Red Death was comparable to the monstrous Black Death that once devastated the Empire. Vicir reflected that the Empire was able to survive that terrible epidemic only thanks to Kamuz from the Morg clan, who created a great wall of flame. The young hound also remembered the invaluable contribution of Dolores, whose divine powers helped heal those who were already stricken with illness, giving hope and salvation to the doomed. However, as Vicir realized with bitterness, this miraculous method of treatment extended only to the territory of the Empire, leaving numerous tribes of barbarians without protection. The disappearance of barbarian tribes, who played an important role in maintaining the delicate balance of the forest ecosystem, led to irreversible consequences for the entire region. In this critical situation, the border defenders received unexpected help from the Empire and began actively destroying the monsters. Ultimately, the combined efforts made it possible to successfully protect the borders, which in turn helped Hugo strengthen his position and expand the influence of the Baskerville clan. Lost in these heavy thoughts, Vicir slowly raised his hand, attracting the attention of the matriarch and everyone present, ready to share his knowledge of the terrible threat. Vicir, realizing the seriousness of the situation, confidently raised his hand, attracting the attention of the matriarch, and with determination in his voice announced that he knew a way to stop. In the center of the clearing, surrounded by the wary gaze of members of the tribe, the body of a goblin hung tied up, His head was lowered down, and his skin had acquired an unnatural greenish tint. Under Vicir's direction, the goblin's body was slowly lowered into a large vat of water, and splashes flew in all directions, causing those present to recoil, fearing infection. The goblin swayed lifelessly on a strong rope attached to the branches of an old tree. His body seemed to be trying to tell the tribe some important secret about the nature of the mysterious disease. The tribe members, wearing homemade masks for protection, carefully watched the process of immersing the goblin into the vat. Characteristic red spots clearly appeared on the goblin's face, and the barbarians realized with horror that the creature was indeed infected with the Red Death. After removing the goblin's body from the water, it was immediately burned at the stake, and Vicir explained that all goblins immersed in the polluted water had become infected with the Red Death. Vicir, addressing the audience, emphasized that the problem can be solved if all water used for drinking and cooking is first boiled. Ayin, who carefully observed the experiment and listened to Vicir's explanations, asked with hope in her voice whether boiling water could really protect them from the terrible disease. The goblin was carefully lowered into a vat of boiled water, and everyone present froze in anticipation of the result of the experiment, which could be the key to saving the tribe. Ayin, carefully watching what was happening, suddenly exclaimed that something was wrong, because the goblin died instantly, to which Vicir irritably replied that the creature should be immediately transferred to cold water to complete the experiment. Following Vicir's instructions, the goblin was quickly transferred to a vat of cold water, and to everyone's amazement, he came out of the water absolutely healthy, without any signs of a terrible illness. The tribe members who observed the experiment noted with admiration that even after some time the goblins did not show symptoms of the Red Death. The matriarch, without hiding the satisfaction on her face, admitted that the work done was truly outstanding, and expressed her approval to Vicir and all participants in the experiment. Sincerely thanking Vicir for his contribution to saving the tribe, the matriarch noted that thanks to him they finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Vicir warned that infection can penetrate through the eyes and any mucous membrane, and therefore special care must be taken during the morning fog. The shaman, clearly irritated by Ayin's remark, abruptly interrupted her, ordering her to shut up and not undermine his authority in front of the tribe. Continuing his thought, the shaman, with undisguised irritation, pointed out that although a solution to the problem of the Red Death had been found, the rainy season would soon come, and how to avoid infection. The shaman was clearly pleased that he was able to pay attention to this important detail, especially when the matriarch completely agreed with him. The matriarch, having weighed all the risks, announced the need to move the settlement, which caused a new wave of irritation in the shaman, who could not understand and make such a radical decision. The shaman, without holding back his emotions, exclaimed indignantly, recalling the sacred duty to remain on the land of his ancestors and accusing the matriarch of ignoring the wisdom of the elders of the council. At this tense moment, Vicir unexpectedly intervened in the dispute, declaring that he had a method that would allow the tribe to remain in their territory without endangering their lives. With the onset of the rainy season in the Red-Black Mountains, the river overflowed its banks, turning the surrounding area into a vast swamp, swallowing ancient ruins and changing the familiar landscape beyond recognition. The elements mercilessly flooded most of the deep forest, leaving untouched only the settlement of Balak, which rose above the water surface like an impregnable island. The inhabitants of the tribe, following Vicir's plan, pulled strong ropes with incredible zeal, loudly encouraging each other and urging each other to tighten the knots tighter. Joining forces, they erected a high fence around the settlement, carefully strengthening it so that it could withstand powerful flows of water and protect their houses from destruction. The next stage of preparation was the construction of houses on the roofs of existing buildings, creating additional safe space for living during a flood. Observing the results of their labors, the inhabitants of the tribe are relieved, expressing gratitude to Vicir for his wise advice. Shouts of joy were heard from all sides, praising Vicir for saving the ancient village from flooding, and people sincerely thanked him. Vicir, looking at the fruits of his labors, thought with satisfaction how fortunate it was that many tall trees grew on the territory of the tribe, which allowed them to survive the dangerous rainy season. Suddenly, Vicir's expression changed. Genuine horror flashed in his gaze, making him wary and take a closer look at his surroundings. With horror, he noticed that behind the backs of the people who had just thanked him, something was approaching in the muddy water, sparkling with huge, luminous eyes. And Vicir, without wasting a second, screamed, warning of the danger. Suddenly, a monstrous monster with bright yellow glowing eyes jumped out of the water, revealing several rows of razor-sharp teeth, preparing to grab onto the unsuspecting members of the tribe. The barbarians, taken by surprise, froze in shock as the huge monster rushed straight at them, opening its terrifying mouth full of deadly teeth. At this critical moment, someone pulled the bow with lightning speed, imbuing the arrow with a strong aura, preparing to repel the terrible enemy. The arrow, fired by a skillful hand, cut through the air with a whistle and pierced the body of a giant monster resembling a gigantic fish, causing it to roar in pain and rage. Ayan, keeping her cool in the face of danger, glaring at the monster, commandingly ordered him to leave, calling him a damn catfish, demonstrating her determination to protect the tribe. Turning to Vicir, the girl explained that this giant fish has been considered the invincible king of the waters here for several decades, instilling fear in all the inhabitants of these places. Ayan pointed to a huge, fearsome-looking catfish they call Ka, whose appearance always foreshadowed disaster and destruction for coastal settlements. However, even the wound he received did not stop the insatiable Ka, who continued to attack, sweeping away all previously built bridges and treehouses in his path. Vicir, observing the destructive actions of the monster, said with bitterness that the monster destroyed the houses that they had built with such difficulty, and without hesitation, rushed to attack the giant catfish. Suddenly, frightening red energy began to emanate from Vicir's hands, and with determination in his voice, he declared that he would put an end to the monster once and for all, eradicating the threat to the tribe. The mysterious sword, created by the power of his will, reappeared from his hand, and Vicir prepared for the decisive battle, his face expressing absolute seriousness and concentration. With a lightning-fast movement, Vicir used the sixth technique of the Baskerville clan, delivering a crushing blow that completely cut through the monster's body, leaving him defenseless. The wounded monster let out a deafening roar, shaking the air around and causing everyone present to flinch in horror. Vicir, without losing his vigilance, watched the defeated enemy out of the corner of his eye, ready for any surprises. Unable to withstand the power of the blow, the giant fish flopped lifelessly into the water, raising huge waves and splashes. Vicir carefully watched as the body of the defeated monster slowly sank to the bottom, realizing that he had managed to kill the legendary Ka. The barbarians, stunned by what had happened, almost fell into the water from fear and amazement, but still managed to hold on, tightly clinging to the remains of their buildings. Having come to their senses, the tribe members burst into joyful cries, admiring Vicir's feat, and remembering how many times in the past, Ka terrorized their settlement. Enthusiastic exclamations filled the air, but Vicir only modestly lowered his gaze, not accustomed to such a stormy manifestation of gratitude. The shaman, clearly irritated by everyone's admiration for Vicir, shook his fist menacingly and ordered everyone to be silent, not hiding his dissatisfaction with how the tribe praised the young hero. The matriarch and Ayan, watching everything that was happening, could not hide their joy for Vicir. Their faces shone with pride and gratitude for his heroic act. At this time, Vicir's niece enjoyed the food prepared by her uncle with great pleasure. Her face expressed genuine bliss from the amazing taste. Ayan, sitting next to the girl, also could not resist the temptation and, trying the treat, puffed out her cheeks with pleasure, enjoying every bite. The little niece enthusiastically said that the food was incredibly delicious, and Ayan, agreeing, added a compliment to Vicir's culinary talents, which slightly embarrassed him. Vicir, turning to Ayan, noted with slight bewilderment that he did not remember inviting her to his home, to which the girl playfully replied that she could not pass by a place that smelled so delicious. While the adults were jokingly arguing about whether Ayan could call Vicir his slave, the little niece carefully watched their interaction, noticing something for herself. Unexpectedly for everyone, the girl blurted out the phrase that Uncle and Ayan looked like a married couple, taking both adults by surprise. Ayan, hearing such words, was embarrassed but could not help but smile, clearly flattered by such a comparison. She approached the girl, hugged her tenderly, and with warmth in her voice asked if it was true, calling her cutie. Vicir, watching this scene, embarrassedly thought about when they managed to become such friends, feeling slightly confused by what was happening. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed into the house, ruffling Vicir's hair, making him alert and pay attention to what was happening around him. Someone suddenly appeared at his house, and Vicir, straining his eyes, tried to make out who this uninvited guest was. Ayan, clearly irritated by the appearance of a stranger, sharply asked why he came here, emphasizing that no one invited him. Akun appeared on the threshold, soaked to the skin from the pouring rain, his clothes hanging heavily, soaked in water. Everyone present tensed up, worried about Akun's unexpected arrival, not knowing what to expect from his visit and what could make him come in such bad weather. With a face distorted by despair and tears, Akun turned to Vicir, saying that if we were talking about him, then everything was possible because he had already saved the villagers many times and begged him for help. Akun pointed to a little girl who was barely breathing. Her condition was causing serious concern to everyone present. A young warrior prayed for the salvation of his younger sister, who was lying in a tent. Her body was covered with red spots, and a high temperature indicated a serious condition. Vicir, Ayan, and Akun hurried to the tent where the little girl lay, barely breathing and clearly suffering from a serious illness. Leaning over the child, Vicir carefully examined the girl's body and asked when the symptoms began, to which the girl's brother replied that it all started yesterday, when she went into the swamp while collecting wood for buildings. Ayan, looking at the patient with compassion, noted that this girl was always very sweet and helped them, and hopefully asked Vicir if he knew what could be done in such a situation. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a fourth person entering the tent, whose presence immediately changed the atmosphere. This person turned out to be a shaman, who said with obvious disapproval that all this was the result of disobedience and ignoring the advice of elders, adding that the girl got what she deserved. The shaman continued his tirade, claiming that any actions have consequences, and this is the result of the fact that people listen to the Imperial family, to which Akun abruptly interrupted him, begging him to stop such speeches. To the surprise of everyone present, Akun shouted at his grandfather, demanding that he shut up, which shocked those around him. The shaman, angry at such disobedience, began to shout at his grandson, calling him a useless oaf, just like his parents, and gave him a resounding slap in the face. Leaving the tent, the shaman continued to insist that this was God's punishment, and the only way to fix everything was to conduct a family rite, forbidding Akun to disgrace the name of the tribe by serving the Imperial. The shaman expressed confidence that the matriarch would agree with his opinion, leaving everyone present in a state of irritation and indignation at his words. Akun, unable to withstand the emotional stress, burst into tears, feeling humiliated and confused after his grandfather's cruel words. To diffuse the oppressive atmosphere, Vicir decided to change the topic and said that if we are talking about treatment, then it exists. Addressing Akun, Vicir gave clear instructions to disinfect the furniture that the girl was using, boil water, and then light a fire with coals to smoke out all the insects and mice from the house. Vicir explained that their task is to create conditions in which the girl can fight the disease in order to gain precious time for her recovery. The girl's brother, wiping away tears, gratefully accepted the advice and assured that he would cope with all the instructions. Ayan, still doubtful, asked Vicir if he really wanted to save this girl, to which he answered in the affirmative without hesitation. Vicir explained that to save the girl, Ayan's help would be needed, to which the girl agreed without hesitation, ready to do everything necessary. Unexpectedly for Ayan, Vicir asked her to take him out of the forest, which caused great surprise and confusion in the girl. Explaining his request, Vicir said that this is the only way he can get a medicine against the infection that can save the life of a little girl. Hearing this, Ayan began to scream, categorically forbidding Vicir to even think about such a risky plan. While Akun, listening to their conversation, was in confusion, Ayan continued to scream, reminding Vicir that even though he was recognized as one of them, you can't just go out onto someone else's land, and she won't allow him to do such a rash act. Vicir, trying to convince Ayan, bitterly noted that it seemed that she was not ready to take risks to save the little girl, which greatly embarrassed and hurt the girl. Addressing everyone present, Vicir suggested that if they kept his departure a secret, he could escape unnoticed and get the necessary medicine. With a decisive look, Vicir directly asked Ayan if she would let him go, understanding the importance of this mission. Ayan, gripped by fear and doubt, did not know how to answer such a serious question, feeling enormous responsibility for her decision. Despite the fact that the rainy season was still not over, and the rain was pouring heavily, Vicir, getting ready to set off, deftly jumped from branch to branch, trying not to touch the water and remain unnoticed. His gaze was full of determination, and his movements were fast and precise. He was ready to do anything to save an innocent life. Vicir suddenly stopped, noticing something unusual, and turning around asked in surprise why she was following him. Ayan, wet to the skin, reminded him with a guilty look that she did not give him permission to leave, to which Vicir responded with a slight reproach. The girl offered to go together, but Vicir refused, saying that she would only disturb him. Ian asked at least to tell the direction where he was going, but this offer was rejected. Unexpectedly, Ian discovered that all this time, his little niece Pomerian had been sitting on Vicir's back, like a turtle shell, and the girl was surprised to ask why he was taking the child with him. Ian continued, saying that when the sword appeared from Vicir's hand, and when he learned about the Red Death, she did not ask questions, keeping his secrets. Slowly and seriously, she admitted that she had known about his unusualness from the very first moment they met. Ian remembered how Vicir found her in the slave cage, and from that moment she realized that she would always be inferior to him in strength and knowledge. She explained that she never dared to ask him anything, afraid that he would disappear as soon as she received an answer. So now she asks him to answer only one question. With concern in her voice, Ian asked if he would come back after completing his mission. Lowering her head, the girl prepared to hear the worst possible answer. Her heart sank in anticipation. Unexpectedly, Vicir answered sharply and confidently that yes, he would definitely return, which brought Ian into a state of shock and relief at the same time. Ian slowly began to raise her head, waiting with trepidation to see Vicir's face. As she looked up fully, ready to meet her boyfriend's eyes, her heart began to beat faster. To her surprise and disappointment, Vicir had already disappeared, leaving behind only a light breeze, and Ian quietly said that he had better keep his promise and return. The scene changes and we see the administrative building where Vicir once worked as a deputy consul, familiar corridors and offices. Chihuahua sits at the table as if nothing had happened, lazing around and humming something to himself, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, Chihuahua notices that it is already dark, and is surprised to note that, despite the work done, the number of documents on the table has not decreased at all. Going to the window and opening it slightly, Chihuahua indulges in memories of the old days, when everything was wonderful, and the acting consul was here. Although the work was tiring, it brought fun and satisfaction. Looking at the lonely moon in the night sky, Chihuahua quietly says that he misses Vicir, his energy and friendship. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Vicir appears, looking at Chihuahua with a smile and asking if he was bored. Such an unexpected appearance shocked the Chihuahua. He froze in place, unable to comprehend what was happening. When the reality of what was happening dawned on Chihuahua, his eyes widened and his head seemed to enlarge tenfold in surprise. He did not know how to react to such a sudden appearance of his friend. Vicir, still holding his niece on his back, turned to his stunned friend with a warm smile, asking how he was doing. Chihuahua's look expressed alarm and concern, because he had not had any news about Vicir for a long time and had not seen him. Chihuahua, still not believing his eyes, listed everything he had heard about Vicir fighting a forest monster, serious injuries and living among barbarians, to which Vicir simply nodded in confirmation. Continuing his thought, Chihuahua noticed that Vicir spoke like a living person and not a ghost, and that is why he was in shock for so long at his appearance. Vicir replied with a smile that Chihuahua was still the same general secretary as he remembered. From these words, Chihuahua could not contain his emotions and burst into tears. He was overwhelmed with feelings. Wiping away tears, Chihuahua said through sobs how glad he was that Vicir was alive. Suddenly, Chihuahua noticed the child sitting on Vicir's back and asked with curiosity whether the girl was the fruit of Vicir's union with one of the barbarians. Vicir replied that they were indeed of the same blood and therefore similar, but Chihuahua made the wrong conclusions, which only further inflamed the secretary's curiosity. Vicir asked Chihuahua to look after a girl named Pomerian in his absence, to which he readily agreed. Then Vicir asked if it was difficult for the Chihuahua to cope with the work on its own, and suggested if necessary to seek help from Cindy Wendy. Chihuahua, surprised, asked again, referring to the same criminal who was pardoned 2 years ago. Not believing that Vicir was offering to cooperate with her, Chihuahua asked how to find Cindy Wendy, to which Vicir reminded him of the times when he worked here and gave the little girl 10 billion. Chihuahua remembered that this money was intended for Judy. Vicir explained that no one was supporting Cindy, so she would be easy to approach, and she had to leave with that child. Continuing, Vicir said that if Cindy refused to cooperate, Chihuahua could inform her that he was alive, and she would definitely agree, to which Chihuahua replied that he understood his instructions. Chihuahua asked when the deputy consul intended to return, and Vicir replied that after he had finished with one important matter. Vicir mentioned that he needed to keep his promise, remembering Ian and her trust. He thought that it would be possible to cure Ahil from the Red Death by giving just one drop of holy water from the Quo Vadis clan. Having handed over his niece to Chihuahua, Vicir resolutely stated that in this case everything was decided. Vicir's gaze went somewhere upward, full of determination, he headed to the religious holy clan of Quo Vadis, ready for any challenge. The scene changes to show a huge Venetian-style room with 2 knights guarding the entrance. Suddenly the knights cross their swords, demonstrating that passage was prohibited, ready to repel any attempt to penetrate. In the dim light of dusk, the steel of crossed swords ringing, the guard stopped a man with a pair of horses carrying a mysterious cargo, intending to conduct a mandatory initial check at the entrance to the city. The driver, nervously fiddling with the reins, hastily pulled out from his bosom a crumpled scroll with an import permit, assuring the vigilant guards that his carriage was filled to the brim with a valuable cargo of oil. One of the guards, squinting, inquired about the possibility of inspecting the contents of the barrels, to which the driver, noticeably nervous, began to convince them of the unnecessariness of such an inspection, referring to his frequent visits to the city. The unyielding guards, citing strict instructions from their superiors and the importance of observing all formalities, insisted on checking, causing the driver even more anxiety and obvious fear of something unknown. Approaching a row of identical barrels lined up on a cart like soldiers on parade, the guard stood thoughtfully, wondering which one to choose for inspection. Suddenly his gaze fell on one of the barrels, and he resolutely walked towards it, confidently declaring that this particular container would be ideal for testing. The driver, watching the actions of the guard, could not help thinking about the strange coincidence of choosing this particular barrel from all the many standing on the cart. With caution and obvious curiosity, the guard opened the lid of the chosen barrel, preparing for any surprises that might be hidden inside. Time seemed to slow down as the guard carefully peered into the contents of the barrel, studying every detail and trying to detect anything suspicious. Finally, satisfied with what he saw, the guard announced that everything was in order, since there was indeed oil in the barrel, confirming the words of the nervous driver. The guard, satisfied with the check, allowed the driver to continue on his way and deliver the goods, causing him obvious relief and a sigh that escaped from the very depths of his soul. Holy Mecca, a majestic city, appeared before the traveler in all its splendor, striking the imagination with tall statues, luxurious balconies, and exquisite architecture, like the embodiment of earthly paradise. The driver driving the horses continued his journey deeper into the city, taking the mysterious cargo further and further from the city gates and vigilant guards. Suddenly, a muffled voice, full of fear and uncertainty, was heard from one of the barrels, begging to be allowed to get out. Unexpectedly for the driver, a human hand appeared from under the lid of one of the barrels, breaking the illusion of an ordinary load. Seeing this unexpected phenomenon, the driver felt a wave of panic cover him completely, making him even more nervous. A powerful blow from inside the barrel completely broke the lid, which fell with a roar to the bottom of the cart, revealing the contents. From the barrel, covered from head to toe with a thick black liquid reminiscent of oil, someone appeared, chanting a strange melody. The mysterious figure was dressed in a costume reminiscent of the attire of a medieval plague doctor, from which viscous drops of a dark substance slowly flowed. The driver, addressing the strange passenger in a trembling voice, tried to clarify whether he could go, having fulfilled his part of the deal to deliver him to Mecca. The mysterious stranger, rummaging through the folds of his clothing, pulled out a small bag and showed the driver the promised bull-bear fangs. The man in the costume of a plague doctor, without saying another word, disappeared into the maze of narrow streets, leaving the stunned driver to follow him with his gaze. The startled driver could not understand how someone managed to spend 2 whole hours in a cramped barrel, involuntarily wondering whether his mysterious passenger was... The mysterious figure, moving to a safe distance, lowered the mask of the plague doctor, greedily inhaling the fresh air that was so lacking during the long journey. It turned out that hiding under the mask all this time was none other than Vicir, who was surprised to note that this dive turned out to be the longest of his life. Despite all the difficulties and dangers, Vicir managed to successfully penetrate the clan's territory without being noticed thanks to his cunning plan. Now he was in the very heart of the Quo Vadis clan, in a central city with a population of 160,000 inhabitants, striking with its beauty and grandeur everyone who was lucky enough to see it with their own eyes. Strict rules set by the all-powerful church prohibited any manifestation of sexual desires and greed, forcing the city's residents to live in strict accordance with established norms. Suddenly, the clock tower bell rang above Vicir's head, reminding him of a strange ritual that the locals performed, stopping on the streets and beginning to pray at each strike. Indeed, all the people in white robes, as if on command, froze in place and plunged into deep prayer, creating the impression of a city frozen in time. Vicir, dressed in a black suit, walked among the worshippers, remaining unnoticed, and could not help thinking about how these people could live, being so depressed. As night fell, Vicir, hiding in the shadows, approached a lonely well, his hand carefully reaching into the folds of his cloak, intending to extract something hidden. From the depths of his robe, he pulled out a small test tube filled with a mysterious pink liquid, carefully opening its lid. Without hesitation, Vicir began to slowly pour the contents of the test tube into the dark waters of the well, watching as the liquid disappeared into the depths. The Red Death bacterium, found in the blood, sweat, and tears of the Akil, causes a highly contagious infection that can instantly spread among local residents as soon as they touch contaminated water. Despite the urgency and radicality of the situation, when every second counts, the religious sanctity of the territory can lead to people being saved even before the first accident. Suddenly, 3 boys, appearing as if out of nowhere, approached Vicir from behind, curiously and apprehensively asking who he was. Whispering among themselves, the boys discussed the suspicious stranger at the well. One of them suggested simply leaving without attracting attention. Another boy, with concern in his voice, remarked that the stranger looked very dangerous, and it was better to stay away from him. Vicir, still dressed in his plague doctor costume, slowly turned to the children, his rough voice cutting through the silence of the night, urging them to listen carefully. Vicir, in a menacing voice, told the children about the curse of the well, warning that anyone who dared to drink from it would receive no mercy, instilling genuine horror in the young hearts. He then turned to the frightened children to do him a favor, begging him to carry his ominous warning throughout all the houses of the city. The panicked children ran away with tears in their eyes, screaming about the ghost who had cast a terrible curse on the well. Vicir, standing motionless in his plague doctor costume in the silence of the night, watched the fleeing children, confident that now no one would dare to drink from the damned well. Having completed his mission, the guy carelessly threw away the previously found dagger with the coat of arms of the Leviathan clan, leaving evidence at the crime scene. Looking at the abandoned dagger, Vicir thought about how this blade, known for its deadly poison, would certainly bring suspicion to the Leviathan clan. Given the long-standing enmity between the religious Saint clan and the deadly poison clan, this evidence will inevitably trigger a massive conflict between them, completing Vicir's carefully laid plan. The guy noted to himself that the duration of the holy water was coming to an end, watching as the city residents gathered at the windows of their houses. Reflecting on the situation, Vicir thought about the possibility of dedicating this water to Dolores, imagining the image of an angelic girl with long white hair and an elegant hairpin in the shape of wings. A huge crowd of people gathered near the walls of the majestic palazzo, striking in its beauty and elegance of architecture. Excited voices from the crowd called out to the inhabitants of the palace, begging them to open the gates and allow them to welcome the saint, whose presence was said to sanctify the place. The suffering cried out to the saint's mercy, begging her to heal their illnesses and allow them to catch a glimpse of her face, considering this the greatest blessing. The saint's voice, coming from behind the walls, inquired about the reason for their late visit, causing a new wave of enthusiastic cries at the sound of her divine voice. One of the petitioners, introducing himself as the Lord of the Dortmail region and the eldest son of the Jonathan clan, emphasized his importance by mentioning frequent military campaigns and marriage to the daughter of the Alphonse clan. Another claimed a high position in the Ibsen Guild Association, responsibility for the export of the bourgeois family, and an honorary knighthood in the service of the Count for 2 years. The third, in a desperate attempt to gain an audience, offered an entire granary, a luxurious villa, and a personal carriage in exchange for healing. Saint Malian, hidden behind the doors of the palazzo, gently but firmly asked the crowd to stop their prayers. Continuing her speech, she expressed doubt that anyone's position or wealth could be a sufficient reason for disturbing the peace at such a late hour, which deeply upset the audience. Concluding her address, Saint Malian politely asked everyone to disperse, and the crowd, albeit with obvious disappointment, slowly began to disperse. Only one figure remained motionless among the dispersed crowd, Vicir in his plague doctor costume, carefully watching the unfolding scene. Vicir's gaze rushed into the distance. His thoughts were carried away somewhere far away, plunging him into deep thoughts. Memories of the past surfaced in his mind, where he had often seen the saint on the front lines of battles, her white robes covered in scarlet bloodstains as she desperately tried to heal the wounded. Vicir reflected that the saint he knew had always despised money and power, which was in sharp contrast to the current situation. Suddenly the saint, hearing Vicir approaching the door, asked who he was and why he had come to her. Slowly kneeling down in front of the majestic gates, Vicir began his answer. He introduced himself only as a young lamb who had lost his way from the true path, appealing to the mercy of the Holy One. Vicir continued to wait on his knees in front of the luxurious gates, not daring to raise his eyes. Suddenly the gate opened slightly, emitting a bright golden glow like heavenly light. The voice of the saint invited him to enter, and this divine light enveloped the figure of Vicir. Upon entering, the guy found himself in a luxurious Venetian-style interior, surrounded by clay sculptures and gold decorations. Slowly moving along the corridor, Vicir carefully examined each statue, absorbing the atmosphere of holiness and wealth. The saint, invisible to the eye, asked how the young lamb lost his way. Looking at the next statue, Vicir mentally noted that the saint did not come to him personally, which, however, was understandable, given his suspicious outfit. Vicir began his story by reporting the spreading epidemic and offering water from the contaminated well, assuring that the divine forces would easily sense the negative energy emanating from it. The saint silently listened to the guy's words without interrupting his story and without revealing her thoughts. She suddenly exclaimed, accusing Vicir of lying, her voice echoing throughout the hall. At her command, guards appeared in knightly armor with characteristic wings on the sides of their helmets, ready to protect the saint. Vicir, still wearing the plague doctor's mask, froze in anticipation, carefully watching the development of events. One of the guards aggressively remarked that Vicir was acting too confidently for a lamb that had gone astray. Another guard, not hiding his anger, demanded that Vicir reveal his true identity. Vicir, peering into the speaker's face, noted with recognition that he had not seen these features for a long time. Before him stood Pedro Quo Vadis, a man he could once trust with his back in battle, known for his inflexibility in matters of justice and mercilessness in lawlessness, sometimes surpassing even demons. Addressing Pedro, Vicir expressed pleasure at the meeting, which caused obvious bewilderment among his former comrade in arms. Pedro, having pulled himself together, recalled the purpose of Vicir's visit to the message about the epidemic, but emphasized the suspicion of his appearance, demanding to take off his mask to meet the saint. Pedro, opening the book, began to work magic, declaring that he could not let a suspicious person just leave. Vicir mentally noted that Pedro still uses interesting weapons, sheets filled with divine power. Jumping from the balcony, Pedro accused Vicir of spreading the epidemic, citing the evil energy emanating from the water he brought. Vicir retorted by asking why he would come with a report then, to which Pedro suggested that this could be a tactic to obtain golden water. Pedro increased his magical attack, sending more energy sheets towards Vicir, threatening to interrogate him in the dungeon. Vicir deftly dodged the magic sheets flying at him, deflecting them in different directions. Holding the mask so that it would not fly off, Vicir thought that the use of an aura could give away his belonging to the Baskerville family. Vicir, having decided on a risky maneuver, ran up to the wall and, pushing off from it, jumped as high as he could. Using the momentum of his jump, he rushed towards Pedro, intending to deal him a crushing blow. At the climax, Vicir attacked Pedro with a powerful kick. Pedro, amazed by the force of the blow, exclaimed that it felt like a boulder had fallen on him, wondering where such power came from in Vicir's small body. Without allowing his opponent to come to his senses, Vicir delivered another crushing kick to Pedro's shoulder. Vicir mentally noted that this was the first time he was using the skill he acquired after defeating the monster 2 years ago, and the result pleasantly surprised him. Having landed after the blow, Vicir again rushed towards Pedro, preparing to strike again. Pedro, stunned by what was happening, tried to defend himself with his book, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. Pedro's frightened look betrayed his confusion. He clearly did not know what to expect next from his unusual opponent. In a desperate attempt to defend himself, Pedro began to cast magic, his hand glowing with a bright light. Vicir, without slowing down, continued his attack, intending to deal another blow to Pedro. The book Pedro was trying to defend himself with suddenly burst into flames. In a panic, Pedro threw the burning book to the ground, letting out a loud scream. Vicir, stopping, asked Pedro if he wanted to continue the battle, but received only a silent, stunned look in response. Pedro, having come to his senses, accused Vicir of using witchcraft, calling him an atheist. Pedro, filled with anger, declared that he could not let Vicir go and rushed towards him. Vicir, showing incredible dexterity, kicked the burning book into the air, pointing it towards Pedro. A flaming book suddenly appeared right in front of Pedro at the level of his body, diverting his attention. Taking advantage of the moment, Vicir delivered a powerful blow to Pedro's stomach with his fists. From the force of the blow, Pedro flew back, crashing into the statue, which broke into small fragments. Blood flowed from Pedro's mouth and his eyes rolled back. His pupils disappeared. The guards who had been watching the fight all this time could not believe their eyes. exclaiming about the impossibility of Pedro's defeat. They rushed to the defense of the defeated Pedro, going down and building a shield wall in front of Vicir. Vicir, seeing their determination, said that if they want to see the matter through to the end, he is ready. Suddenly, the voice of the saint was heard, ordering the battle to stop. Finally, the face of the saint was revealed to everyone present. She truly looked like a living angel, striking with her unearthly beauty, fair skin, and large green eyes. The saint turned to the guy and asked if he was really the same lost young lamb. Vicir, mentally noting that in front of him was the same Saint Dolores, confirmed her assumption. The saint noticed that he looked more like a puppy covered with bruises than a lamb, but one of the guards objected, calling Vicir a wolf obsessed with blood. Unexpectedly for everyone, the saint asked to bring tea, which greatly surprised the guards. The saint announced her intention to speak with this man alone. Vicir and the saint sat down at the table opposite each other, leisurely sipping tea. The guards present felt extremely uncomfortable, not understanding why a man in such a strange mask was given the honor of sitting in front of the saint. Vicir, looking at the girl, mentally noted that she should now be about 16 years old. The saint, looking like an angel, calmly and gracefully drank her tea. Vicir knew that in the future, during the war against demons, this fragile-looking girl would selflessly take care of the wounded on the front line. Vicir remembered that during the times of destruction, all the masters of the great arts, including himself, deeply respected the saint for her dedication. The saint began the conversation by mentioning her stress lately, which puzzled Vicir, who did not understand what she was getting at. She talked about her admission to the Imperial Colosseum Academy and her current break from studying while attending to family matters, which made Vicir wonder about the purpose of this small talk. The girl continued, noting the persistence of the nobles and merchants in trying to meet with her. She explained that the diseases from which they seek healing are associated either with the consequences of drug use or with infections, but none of them are terminally ill. The saint reflected on justice, fairness, mercy, and equality, wondering why people do not see the obvious. Vicir unexpectedly noticed that theology is essentially a process of learning about people, which greatly surprised the girl. She admitted that this was a quote from the Old Testament, expressing surprise at the existence of a person who remembered such ancient texts. Vicir, returning to the main topic, reported on the epidemic spreading in the Holy City, presenting a vessel with contaminated water that he personally collected from the well. The saint asked if he himself was involved in this incident. Vicir denied his involvement, arguing that otherwise he would not have come with the report, although he mentally understood that he most likely could not avoid suspicion. The thought of using that very method flashed through Vicir's head, and the young hound began to slowly rise from the chair, preparing for decisive action. Vicir's unexpected behavior caused amazement among the servants standing next to the saint. Their eyes widened in surprise and wariness. The servant instinctively rushed to protect the girl, trying to cover her with her body and calling for help, her voice trembling with fear and excitement. Vicir began to concentrate mysterious yellow energy in his palm, while his face expressed a clear reluctance to harm innocent people. Considering that this place was Vicir's home, the saint and servants were extremely amazed at what was happening, taking this force as a manifestation of divine intervention. The saint, with trepidation in her voice, asked Vicir about his faith in Luna, but the young hound, ignoring the question, continued her speech about suspicious individuals pouring liquid from glass bottles. Vicir confidently declared the criminal intentions of these people, which aroused keen interest in the girl, who immediately asked about the possible motives of the attackers. Answering the question, Vicir suggested that the criminal could be someone who wants the fall of their clan and who would benefit from it, while simultaneously extracting a mysterious package from the folds of his cloak. Having unwrapped the package and presented the map to those present, Vicir caused a new wave of amazement among the servants and the saint, their faces expressing a mixture of curiosity and anxiety. Pointing to the location of the Leviathan clan on the map, Vicir explained that the primary beneficiaries of this would be the deadly and poisonous Leviathan clan, as well as the powerful conglomerate of the bourgeois family. The Leviathan clan, seizing the opportunity, uses the epidemic as a unique opportunity to collect samples from countless sick people, planning to use them in their sinister experiments. The bourgeois family, not considering the epidemic as an obstacle to making money, benefits from the death of workers and the slowdown in production, absorbing bankrupt enterprises, empty lands, factories, and shops. Vicir, confident in his guesses, stated that vile representatives of the Leviathan and bourgeois clans were behind the spread of the disease, the latter of whom were reaping the benefits of cooperation with the former. Young Hound emphasized that his conclusions about the connection of the named clans with the epidemic are based on logical conclusions and the reasons presented. But all this remains only a hypothesis. Vicir's words made a stunning impression on the saint and the servants. Their faces expressed extreme amazement and shock at what they heard. Internally recognizing the plausibility of what was said, they were amazed at this man's ability to feel and analyze complex incidents so subtly. The intrigued girl, without hiding her curiosity, inquired about Vicir's personality, her voice trembling with excitement and impatience. Vicir introduced himself as an aspiring bloodhound, to which the girl noticed the ominous nature of this nickname, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. The saint, having thought over what she heard, admitted that everything said by the night hound may well correspond to the truth. Her eyes shone with understanding and anxiety. Determined, she suggested that they immediately go to the slums to conduct an investigation and then report the results to her father, her voice sounding confident and purposeful. Vicir mentally noted the successful coincidence of circumstances. The meeting with the saint promised to significantly speed up the course of events. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. The girl, stunned by everything that was happening, tried to comprehend the situation, her face expressing a mixture of surprise and confusion. The question was swirling in the saint's head, why the man who defeated Pedro and his knights looked so small and unhappy. Her gaze was full of compassion. Carefully studying Vicir, the girl tried to unravel his true essence. Her eyes slid over his figure, trying to catch the slightest detail. The saint felt the animal smell emanating from Vicir's soul, mixed with the aromas of blood, oil, and iron. Her nostrils fluttered slightly. In the aura of the young hound, the girl felt cruelty and pent-up anger, the light of hatred, and in the very depths, enormous sadness. Her heart sank from this feeling. They sat opposite each other, a bright and holy girl and a guy from whom only the smell of death emanated, creating a striking contrast. The nuns in the church, dressed in white robes, froze in deep shock, their faces expressing extreme amazement and confusion. It turned out that St. Pedro and Vicir had arrived at the church. Their appearance caused a wave of excitement among those present. One of the nuns, bursting into tears, begged for salvation from the terrible epidemic, pointing to the many unconscious people, her voice trembling with despair. The saint, covering her mouth in horror, realized the veracity of the night hound's words, her eyes widening in shock and understanding. Vicir remained silent, mentally confirming the obviousness of the situation. His face remained impenetrable. Deep down, the young hound regretted the need to involve the townspeople due to lack of time, guilt weighing heavily on his heart. Vicir noted with relief that there were no children among the sick. Realizing that the fear he had sown had borne fruit, his face softened for a moment. Observing the early symptoms of the disease in the victims, the young hound understood the inevitability of his decision to leave further actions to the saint, his gaze expressing humility. The saint, approaching the sick, carefully examined them. Her voice, full of compassion, called them unfortunate people. Taking the hand of one of the men, the girl softly uttered words of consolation, promising healing with the power of the highest love of the moon goddess. Her touch was gentle and soothing. Having begun the prayer, the saint appealed to the light and flame of her life, offering her sins and soul in the name of the unfortunate gathered in the church. Her voice sounded sincere and heartfelt. The girl's eyes filled with tears, which slowly flowed down her cheeks, reflecting the depth of her emotions and empathy. Suddenly, a bright yellow light began to emit around the saint, gradually intensifying and filling the space around her. The radiance became so intense that it broke through the windows of the church, illuminating everything around and creating the impression of divine intervention. This wonderful light enveloped all the people in the church, giving them hope for healing and deliverance from suffering. After the wonderful radiance faded, the red spots on the faces of sick people disappeared, as if they had never existed, and the skin acquired a healthy tint. The nuns watching this miracle could not hold back their tears, their faces expressing a mixture of disbelief and awe. Enthusiastic exclamations filled the church. The nuns thanked the saint for the healing. Their voices trembled from overwhelming emotions. Vicir, watching what was happening, mentally noted the force he knew. His gaze expressed understanding and some satisfaction. The young hound spoke of the need to deliver miraculous holy water to the forest, his voice sounding decisive and purposeful. In a secluded room, illuminated only by a lone candle, the saint wrote intently with a pen, shadows dancing on her concentrated face. Bent over the map, she carefully marked something with crosses, her gaze full of determination and attention to detail. The saint's thoughts were occupied with the understanding that healing the sick with divine power was only a temporary measure, It was necessary to prevent the emergence of new cases of the disease. She realized that the increase in the number of sick people indicated the presence of a contaminated well somewhere in the slums. Her brows furrowed slightly at this alarming thought. Suddenly, the saint's gaze stopped at a test tube with a green liquid standing on the table. Her eyes widened with sudden insight. Analyzing the bodily fluids of the sick, the saint noted a short incubation period and a long time before death, realizing the malicious nature of the disease, which forced victims to suffer for a long time. Reflecting on the problem, the girl came to the conclusion that in order to completely prevent the spread of the disease, it is necessary to focus on cleaning the deepest well. Despite the importance of reflection, the saint understood that now was not the time to plunge into thoughts. She had to take care of one more urgent matter. Suddenly, her gaze changed, her body tensed, and her pupils constricted, expressing sudden awareness or alarm. Unable to keep her balance, the girl suddenly fell from the chair. Her body sank limply to the floor. Lying on the floor, she realized that her anemia was the result of frequently using too much strength, her thoughts clouded by weakness. The exhausted girl could hardly move her lips, trying to overcome a sudden attack of weakness. Gathering her last strength, the saint stood up, determined to continue her mission for the speedy relief of the suffering of the sick. Arriving at the place, she was confused by the loud cheers announcing her arrival, her face showing some confusion. The young people who were trying to get to the saint expressed their readiness to follow her, asking her not to worry. Their voices sounded sincere and devoted. Protecting the girl, those around her were interested in the reason for her coming, to which she replied about her intention to help. Her voice sounded confident, despite her fatigue. The noble young men, driven by a sense of duty, could not leave the Holy Virgin alone in such an unfavorable place. They brought money to alleviate the suffering of those in need. Contrary to expectations of seeing emaciated and dirty slum dwellers, visitors were surprised by the humanity and dignity of the local residents. Following the code of honor, the young men expressed their readiness to protect the lady and follow her, their faces expressing determination and devotion. The saint, turning to them, softly uttered words of understanding of their intentions. Her gaze was full of gratitude and approval. With a smile on her face, the girl expressed hope for their support. Her voice sounded warm and trusting. The hearts of the young men trembled at these words. They felt that the saint noticed their sincere intentions. Their eyes shone with joy. Arriving at the rehabilitation center, where tents had been erected for patients, the young people anxiously examined their surroundings. An unpleasant smell, reminiscent of rotting garbage, made them wince, their faces expressing obvious disgust. Suddenly, the young men began to shout, demanding that the clergy give priority to them for fear of getting sick, their voices sounding panicked and selfish. The saint, observing this scene, noted with bitterness the hypocrisy of those who came with selfish motives. Her gaze expressed disappointment and condemnation. The girl reflected on the importance of true altruism, self-sacrifice, and the desire to selflessly help. Her face expressed deep thoughtfulness. The saint directed her gaze into the distance. Her face acquired the most serious expression. Her eyes filled with determination. In a voice full of compassion, she said that there are even more severe cases and critical patients ahead. Everyone will suffer, her tone expressing deep sympathy. With a hint of guilt in her voice, the girl apologized for her absence, her eyes expressing sincere remorse. Moving forward, the saint left behind her a trail of yellow divine energy, as if illuminating the path with her steps. She confidently uttered words of consolation, promising that now, with her presence, everything would work out. Her voice sounded firm and reassuring. Suddenly, her attention was attracted by someone shouting about the need to urgently bring the solution. Her gaze rushed in the direction of the voice. A terrible picture came into view. They were trying to cut out a red spot on the patient's body with a scalpel, creating an atmosphere of tension and despair. One of the clergy, exhausted by long hours of fighting the disease, expressed doubt about the possibility of help with anything other than divine power, his voice sounding tired and hopeless. The moment when the red spot was cut in half with a scalpel caused a wave of anxiety and anticipation among those present. Someone wearing gloves passed his hand over the wound, emitting divine energy, creating a feeling of miracle. The divine energy completely healed the patient without leaving a spot or scar, causing everyone to be amazed and awed. The cleric, watching this, thought about a new method of applying the blessing, allowing divine power to penetrate directly into the infected area, his face expressing deep thoughtfulness and hope. The saint, amazed at the effectiveness of the method, paid attention to what was happening. Her eyes widened in surprise. To her amazement, the healer turned out to be a night hound, whose hand was emitting healing energy that healed the patient. Watching this, The girl mentally noted Vicir's amazing skill in medicine, which she had no idea about. Her face expressed admiration. Vicir continued his actions, now pumping out the patient with the help of divine power. His movements were confident and precise. The young hound's face expressed maximum concentration. Sweat beaded on his forehead from the exertion. The saint reflected on the nature of divine power, imagining it as a prayer that reached God and received holy power in response. She realized that the amount of divine power depended on devotion to God, and in proportion to what was needed to perform a miracle, her gaze was thoughtful. A comparison flashed through her thoughts. 1 divine power is equal to 1 miracle, 10 powers to 10 miracles. Vicir shared knowledge of a method that allows one to create 10 miracles with 1 divine power and 100 with 10 powers. His voice sounded confident. He spoke of the times of the fall, when priests, surrounded by monsters and caring for many sick people, realized the lack of divine power. Vicir continued, explaining that God, seeing the despair and fading faith of the priests, decided to change the equation to perform miracles, his tone full of awe. Vicir called for using the power immediately, leaving all questions for later, explaining that this phenomenon, known as advanced divine power, was an old phenomenon. He said that in the past, even without being a cleric, a person could use advanced divine power if he killed monsters, which was seen as a manifestation of faith. Thanks to this, Vicir, the owner of a soul that had absorbed the karma of the past, could use divine power in a holy place, his eyes glowing with inner strength. Everyone's attention was drawn to a girl sitting by the bedside of her sick mother, her face expressing anxiety and hope. Vicir, turning to the girl, gently promised to cure her mother soon. His voice sounded soothing. Noticing signs of severe malnutrition, he handed the girl coins, advising her to buy food and firewood to care for her mother. His gesture was full of compassion. Suddenly, the clergyman became indignant, shouting about the inadmissibility of financial assistance, his face distorted with indignation. He warned that the thirst for money is limitless, and such actions will lead to complete emptying of the wallet. His voice sounded insistent and warning. Vicir calmly asked why there is no end to something that has no boundaries, which puzzled the clergyman, who did not understand the question. The young hound explained that his wallet was limited, and he could simply give away everything he had, his tone being reasonable and firm. Looking at the girl's mother, Vicir realized with bitterness that she had died, and quietly uttered words of regret, his face expressing deep sadness. The saint, hearing Vicir's words of regret, involuntarily grabbed her heart. His sincerity deeply touched her. The girl's eyes lit up with a bright light, reflecting a sudden insight and emotional response. A question flashed through her thoughts about the reasons for the regret and request for forgiveness of this mysterious man. The girl thought about the possible similarity of their motives. Her face expressed deep thoughtfulness. She suggested that perhaps he, like her, regretted not being able to help more people. 16-year-old Dolores, a young and inexperienced saint, felt inner agitation and confusion. The saint's heart began to beat faster at the sight of the mysterious man in front of her, her cheeks turning slightly pink. Vicir, holding the beak of his mask, began to slowly remove it. His movements were careful and precise. Taking off his mask halfway, exposing part of his face, covered with perspiration, he exhaled with relief. Stepping outside, the young hound took a deep breath of fresh air and took a sip of clean water, enjoying the moment of respite. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Vicir's gaze sharply rushed in a certain direction. His body tensed in anticipation. Vicir, noticing the saint who had suddenly crept up, hastily put on his mask and asked what it was, his voice sounding slightly tense. The saint, looking at him, remained silent. Her gaze was full of unspoken questions. Coming closer and sitting next to her, the girl softly asked if he wouldn't mind talking, to which Vicir agreed. The saint thanked him for his help in treating all the sick, but Vicir modestly replied that he had only fulfilled his duty, his voice sounding restrained. An awkward silence hung between them, both not knowing what to say. Nervously fiddling with her dress, the girl finally said that a strong person like him must have been born with divine power, her voice trembling with emotion. She continued by speaking of her good fortune to be born with this power despite weakness of body, mind, and faith, expressing doubts about God's choice. The saint was perplexed why God awarded the title to her, and not to other people with greater faith. Her face expressed sincere misunderstanding. Vicir's answer that it was precisely this suffering and guilt that became the reason for God's choice greatly surprised the girl. Her eyes widened in amazement. The young hound continued, explaining that the world needed a light that could illuminate even the darkest and most eerie places, his voice sounding confident and wise. The girl, listening carefully to the guy, was more and more surprised by his words. Her face expressed a mixture of admiration and deep interest. Tears began to form in the girl's eyes, reflecting the depth of her emotions and inner experiences. Lowering her head, she quietly asked if she could become such a person, capable of speaking like that, to which Vicir confidently answered, "You can." His voice sounded encouraging. Through the joint efforts of the clergy and family, it was possible to successfully complete all the processes necessary to create holy water, the result being 3 drops of a concentrated substance. On a beautiful pillow, there were 3 elegant cones with a precious concentrate called the Tear of the Saint. Their appearance evoked awe and reverence. The cones stood on a stand in the room, illuminated by soft sunlight, creating an atmosphere of holiness and wonder. The saint, dressed in a beautiful dress with a cape, knelt down to pray, her pose expressing humility and devotion. Slowly and carefully, she began to say a prayer. Her voice sounded calm and soulful. See everything. Continuing her prayer, she spoke of a woman whose one and only son was forced to bear the burden of God's chosen one, shedding tears all night long. The saint expressed the unbearable agony of her heart, calling this day the most painful, her voice trembling with emotion. After these words, a huge stream of divine energy burst through the wall, rushing towards the flasks, filling them with sacred power. The guards approached, carefully took the flasks and placed them in a special briefcase on a stand, acting with the greatest caution. They thanked the saint for her hard work, assuring that they would ensure the complete safety of the holy water in the basement, their voices sounding respectful. The girl looking out the window was lost in thought about the future. Her gaze was thoughtful and a little anxious. In a room filled with reverent silence, a man clutching a white pearl cross in his hands plunged into deep prayer. The saint, silently approaching from behind, turned to her father with a report on the Red Death. Her voice was quiet and respectful. The father, turning around, affectionately asked his fairy to come closer, and the girl obediently took a few steps forward. Placing his hand on the girl's shoulder, the father noted the enormous sacrifice she had made this time. Pride was heard in his voice. Continuing his speech, the cardinal of the Lun Gumrert Lun Quo Vadis Church expressed that this was exactly the kind of behavior he expected from his daughter. After a short silence, the girl humbly responded to her father's praise, calling him too merciful, and then, at his request, began to tell the story of what happened. The saint revealed plans to use the holy water they created to purify the stream flowing through the holy Mecca, and confirmed the discovery of the source of contamination in a slum well. According to child witnesses, the well was cursed by a spirit and heavily polluted, and glass containers used to store infections were found inside. After a thorough examination of the area, suspicious items were found, and the girl, answering her father's question, held out something wrapped in cloth. The discovered item turned out to be a dagger with the coat of arms of Leviathan, found at the well, which aroused the keen interest of the father. Looking at the Leviathan clan emblem, his father said thoughtfully that they really did a great job creating an artificial virus. The girl's father was indignant at the insolence of the lowly poison fanatics and misers who dared to offend God himself, his voice trembling with anger. The father's rage was so strong that it seemed as if it had materialized around him, and the girl silently watched this manifestation of anger. With a stern look, the father pronounced the order to declare a holy war. His words sounded like an inevitable sentence. The girl stood with her mouth closed, unable to find words to answer, stunned by her father's determination. Suddenly, the father switched the topic to the guy calling himself a night hound, his tone becoming suspicious. The father's words about suspicions regarding the night hound greatly confused the girl, making her nervous and sweating. The father ordered to immediately seize the guy and force him to confess everything. His voice did not tolerate objections. Unexpectedly, the girl screamed about the guy's innocence, which surprised her father. The father, amazed by his daughter's reaction, asked what she had just said, noticing how weak his holy daughter looked now. The girl, gathering all her determination, declared that it was this guy who tried the most to heal the sick. Hand on heart, she confidently stated that he could not be evil. Her voice sounded sincere and convinced. The father, surprised by the unusual behavior of his daughter, who had never contradicted him before, listened carefully to her words. The father suddenly raised his hand, from which yellow energy began to emanate, declaring his intention to personally interrogate the guy. A huge amount of yellow energy rushed into the sky from her father's hands, causing the girl to instinctively cover herself. A bright yellow beam launched by the girl's father became visible throughout the city, attracting everyone's attention. The energy beam exploded, lighting up the surrounding area with a blinding yellow flame, giving the impression of divine intervention. The father, turning to his daughter, said that resistance to him was pointless. His voice sounded adamant. He said that he had already instructed the paladins to find the guy, and we are shown how they began the search. The paladins methodically went around the houses, knocking on doors and looking for the suspected guy. When faced with a closed door, they knocked it down without hesitation, demonstrating their determination to carry out the order. Bursting inside, the paladins loudly announced suspicions of the spread of the Red Death, their voices echoing throughout the empty room. Finding an open window and no one in the room, the paladins realized that the suspect had managed to escape. Suddenly, an excited servant ran up to his father, clearly bringing bad news. A church minister, filled with anxiety and concern that what happened was directly related to one of the sacred tiers. Under the protective dome, flickering with dim light, a striking picture appeared to the eyes of those gathered among many bottles and vials. An empty space was clearly visible. The servant's voice trembled when he reported the mysterious disappearance of the relic from an underground vault, which was considered impregnable, and these words plunged the girl into a state of deep shock. Unable to contain her emotions, the young hound felt hot tears rolling down her cheeks, and the thought throbbed in her head that perhaps this was the real reason. Vicir, carefully holding the precious concentrate in his hands, like the greatest jewel, said words of gratitude. His voice was quiet, but full of deep gratitude. In the darkness of the forest, shrouded in alarming silence, little Ayan, trembling all over, pulled the bowstring, trying to stop the trembling in her hands and concentrate on the goal in front of her. The Balak tribe, having united their forces, fought desperately, and this monster, emitting a guttural roar, inexorably approached the fragile figure of the girl, frozen in a daze. The tribe's warriors, gripped by panic and despair, tried to attract the monster's attention, distracting it from the defenseless Ayan. Their screams echoed through the forest, merging with the growl of the beast. The monster seemed to only become more inflamed by the screams of people. His eyes became bloodshot and his movements became increasingly sharp and aggressive. A monster with 3 terrible heads, each of which exuded a stench and rage, was inexorably approaching Ayan, forcing the girl to retreat further and further. Not noticing the danger behind her, Ayan continued to back away until her foot touched the edge of the cliff. Pebbles fell down, making the girl realize that she was trapped. At the moment when the ground seemed to disappear from under her feet, Ayan began to fall backwards into the abyss. Time slowed down, and she managed to see the faces of her fellow tribesmen distorted in horror. Suddenly, as if emerging from a deep sleep, Ayan began to slowly open her eyes. The reality around her blurred and swirled. Opening her children's eyes slightly, Ayan saw blurry silhouettes of people in front of her. Their voices reached her, as if through thick water, not allowing her to make out a single word. The 2 men standing near her contrasted sharply with each other. One, a thin intellectual in round glasses, peered carefully into the girl's face. Curious traders crowded around Ayan, pausing their way to look at the unusual sight, their eyes full of surprise and sympathy as they tried to unravel the mystery of the appearance of the wounded girl among them. Little Ayan, with a white bandage on her head hiding a recent injury, stood holding back tears, her fragile figure trembling with tension and fear of the unknown. In the girl's hands was clutched a long sword, almost equal in height to her, which she held with difficulty, straining all her strength not to let go of the weapon from her trembling fingers. Suddenly the scene changed, and Ayan found herself in a huge arena, surrounded by a crowd of people in ominous masks, and opposite her was the figure of a muscular man with a cruel expression on his face. The one-eyed giant, whose body was covered with scars and lumps of muscle, stretched his huge arms, preparing for the fight, his one eye burning with the crazy fire of anticipation. Suddenly the man jumped up and rushed at the girl, who froze in place, clutching her only sword, looking incredibly fragile and defenseless in the face of the impending danger. Ayan's face was distorted with panic. Her thoughts were confused, unable to find a way out of this nightmare situation in which she found herself completely alone against a ruthless enemy. In the eyes of the attacking man, one could read complete madness and the absence of any moral restrictions. He was like an uncontrollable killing machine. At the last moment, when it seemed that there was no hope, Ayan, obeying the instinct of self-preservation, sharply dodged the crushing blow. At the moment of dodging the attack, the blade of Ayan's sword accidentally touched the enemy's shoulder, leaving a deep cut, from which scarlet blood immediately gushed out, coloring the arena. Ayan froze for a moment, amazed at her own ability to inflict damage on such a formidable opponent, her eyes widening in surprise and disbelief at what was happening. Suddenly, the enraged bull, ignoring the pain from the wound, grabbed the girl's leg with a lightning-quick movement, turning her over in the air, causing Ian to be in a state of complete shock. With a creepy laugh that echoed throughout the arena, the man spun the girl's fragile body and threw her forcefully against the wooden wall, which could not withstand the impact and split. Blood oozed from Ian's broken lips, mixing with the tears on her face. Pain pierced every cell of her exhausted body, but she continued to fight for life. The massed crowd watching this brutal fight burst into malicious laughter, seeing the little girl's suffering as nothing more than amusing entertainment, devoid of any compassion. Ian lay barely conscious on the cold arena floor as her tormentor continued to taunt her, his loud laughter echoing off the walls, adding to her sense of hopelessness. There was no longer fear on the girl's face, only deep disappointment and bitterness from the realization of the cruelty of the world in which she had to fight for survival at such a young age. Hot, innocent tears rolled from Ian's eyes, leaving light trails on her face stained with blood and dirt. Each drop carried pain and suffering. In these difficult moments, images of her native tribe, the loving face of her mother matriarch, and other close people flashed before Ian's eyes, giving her the strength to continue the fight. Suddenly, as if gaining a second wind, Ian began to slowly rise, leaning on a trembling hand. Her body was exhausted, but her spirit remained unbroken. Ian, overcoming unbearable pain, rose to her knees, causing a wave of discontent among the spectators, clearly disappointed that the young warrior did not give up, violating their expectations of an easy victory. With every moment, the girl's strength returned, and now she was standing on her feet, staggering, but demonstrating incredible fortitude. Ian's face, covered in the war paint of the Balak tribe, radiated determination and an indomitable will to win. Her gaze was riveted on the enemy, ready for a new clash. The girl's memory recalled moments of humiliation and bullying that she experienced, and these memories, like fuel, fueled her thirst for justice and the desire to strike back. The scene suddenly changes, and Ian finds herself in a dark, damp room, imprisoned in a cramped cage. Her emaciated body suffering from hunger and thirst, and her consciousness teetering on the edge of reality and oblivion. Images of her family, once bright and clear, now become blurry and unclear in her inflamed mind, as if disappearing in the fog of time and suffering. Ian is struggling with the last of his strength against the weakness that has fallen on him, trying not to close his eyes, afraid that if he falls asleep, he will never wake up in this nightmare place. Suddenly, through a veil of semi-oblivion, Ian notices a strange flask next to him, from which a mysterious red liquid slowly flows, frightening with its unnatural color. Overwhelmed by horror, the girl huddles in the corner of the cage, her gaze riveted on the figure of Vicir, who appeared as if out of nowhere, evoking in her mixed feelings of fear and hope. The image of the young man who once saved her flashes in Ian's memory, with a bright light, like the only ray of hope in this dark world of pain and despair. She remembers his words, spoken with urgency and care, that she needed to escape her cage, free herself from the shackles of the past and find her way. Years later, the now matured Ian, recalling this story, cannot hold back her tears, realizing the trials she had to go through to become who she is now. Ian, immersed in memories, lay with her head in the lap of her mother, who, with tenderness and concern, asked if her daughter had had a terrible nightmare, trying to unravel the cause of her anxiety. The mother, noticing her daughter's anxiety, cautiously asked if Ian was looking for some guy in her dream, but the girl only remained silent in response, unable to put her feelings into words. Suddenly, Ian clutched her chest, feeling the pain in her heart intensifying with each beat. Her whole body was burning as if engulfed in an invisible flame, and her heart seemed to be drying up from unbearable melancholy. Perplexed, Ian whispered that she could not have gotten sick so suddenly, asking where this excruciating pain came from, making her regret her own birth and existence. The mother, trying to console her daughter, gently placed her hand on her heart and began to tell the ancient story of how, long ago, she and Ian's father planted a special seed in the ground. Continuing her story, the mother told how her father planted this seed, and she lovingly watered it every day. Listening to her mother's story, Ian could not hold back the tears that rolled down her cheeks, mixing with pain and awareness of the depth of parental love. The mother continued her story without stopping, talking about how they picked the flower, which resulted in the birth of Ian. Ian, feeling the pain in her body intensifying, shared her fears with her mother, to which she wisely noted that life is unpredictable, and you need to find the strength to go through all the trials. The mother tried to calm her daughter down, talking about the return of a certain guy who would find a way to heal her illness. But Ian, lost in her thoughts, asked not to console her with empty hopes. With bitterness in her voice, Ayan said that he would not return. Her words were full of pain and humility in front of the cruel reality that she was forced to accept. Suddenly, the silence of the settlement was broken by a loud exclamation, echoing throughout the area, announcing the long-awaited return, causing everyone's hearts to freeze in anticipation and hope. In the cozy tent of the matriarch, where Ayan found solace, the girl heard the excited voices of her fellow tribesmen, pronouncing the name Vicir, which made her heart beat faster, and a spark of hope flared up in her soul. The wise matriarch, looking at her daughter with a gentle smile, uttered words full of maternal warmth and satisfaction, recalling her prediction of the return of the one whom Ayan had been waiting for. Without listening to her mother's words to the end, Ayan, driven by an uncontrollable impulse and overwhelmed with emotions, jumped to her feet and quickly ran out of the tent, leaving her surprised mother behind. The mother's feelings were mixed with slight annoyance at her daughter's hasty departure, replaced by an understanding of the naturalness of what was happening, because a young heart knows no barriers, especially when it comes to a long-awaited meeting. Barefoot, not paying attention to the dirt and stones under her feet, Ayan ran with all her might, driven by the only desire to see the one she had been waiting for so long, overcoming all the obstacles on her way. Along the way, she remembered moments of fear and despair, but the image of Vicir, his ability to withstand difficulties, helped her find the strength to rise and continue the fight, overcoming her own fears. Having made her way through the crowd of fellow tribesmen, Ayan found herself in the first rows of those greeting her. Her gaze eagerly searched for a familiar silhouette among the arrivals. Her heart was ready to jump out of her chest with excitement. Vicir, noticing Ayan, slowly approached her, his eyes glowing with warmth and tenderness as he quietly uttered words of greeting. Not believing his happiness to see her here, wasting no time, he continued the conversation by mentioning the rumors about her illness, his voice trembling with excitement and concern for her condition, betraying the depth of his feelings. Without letting him finish, Ayan, overwhelmed with emotions, threw herself into Vicir's arms. Forgetting about everything in the world except this long-awaited moment of meeting, their bodies merged in one impulse. Ayan's impulse of feelings turned out to be so strong that the lovers' embrace ended in falling to the ground, but even this could not break their long-awaited meeting. Vicir, with a gentle smile on his face, softly joked about the timely use of mana preventing possible injuries and expressed surprise at her recovery. Unable to contain her emotions, Ayan buried her head in Vicir's chest, allowing tears of happiness to flow freely down her cheeks, expressing the depth of her feelings and relief at his return. Ayan, barely containing her excitement, said words of greeting and joy from the meeting, to which Vicir responded with a warm smile. As night fell, all the inhabitants of the tribe gathered in the tent surrounding the sick girl and Vicir. The atmosphere was filled with anxiety and hope for a miraculous healing. Vicir slowly and solemnly took out a bottle of holy water concentrate from the folds of his cloak, his gaze riveted on the emaciated face of the sick girl. The moment of truth had come. Vicir brought the bottle to the girl, and bright yellow energy began to emanate from it, filling the tent with a magical glow. Time was playing against them. The girl could barely breathe, and every second counted, requiring decisive action from Vicir to save a young life with the help of miraculous holy water. In the blink of an eye, when Vicir brought holy water to the girl's lips, a miracle happened. All traces of the disease disappeared, and her brother, without holding back his emotions, burst into tears of relief and joy over his healed sister. Amazed tribe members commented with admiration on the power of the elixir, noting how the Red Death retreated before its power, recognizing that Vicir had indeed brought a genuine and effective cure. Vicir anxiously inquired about the number of sick people, to which Ayan replied that there were about 30 people in their tribe, including the girl who had just been healed. But the situation in other tribes was much worse. Many were on the verge of extinction. Quickly assessing the scale of the disaster, Vicir ordered to gather all the sick, including victims from other tribes, which surprised Ayan, who did not believe that he could have so much miraculous medicine. Confidently declaring that there was enough medicine for everyone, Vicir suggested using this chance to demonstrate the strength of their tribe, causing enthusiastic cries from his fellow tribesmen, admiring his generosity and foresight. Suddenly changing the topic, Vicir inquired about the swamp monster, which local residents usually summoned, confirming their knowledge of local customs and traditions. To everyone's amazement, the guy said that on the way to the tribe, he had already dealt with the monster, offering to use its carcass as food, demonstrating practicality and concern for the well-being of the tribe. The news of the victory over the formidable monster of the swamps plunged the tribesmen into even greater shock. They could not believe that Vicir alone dealt with such an enemy. Suddenly becoming serious, Vicir recalled the lack of time and asked Ian to spread the order to the other tribes to gather at the river catchment. After some time, representatives of different tribes gathered near the river catchment. The atmosphere was filled with expectation and hope for deliverance from the terrible disease. The center of attention was Vicir, holding a bottle of concentrate from which bright yellow energy emanated, captivating everyone present with its unusual radiance. With the solemnity of an ancient ritual, Vicir added the concentrate to the water, and everyone held their breath, awaiting the miracle of healing that would change the fate of all the gathered tribes. The concentrate slowly flowed into the water, emitting a supernatural yellow glow, and tiny molecules of the miraculous substance dissolved in the river stream, filling it with magical energy. Suddenly, the entire surface of the water was transformed, losing its usual blue color and shining with a bright yellow light, as if the river had turned into molten gold, bringing healing to all those who suffer. Gradually, everything around began to be covered with this divine yellow glow, creating the impression that the air itself was filled with healing power, ready to rid the world of a terrible disease. Vicir, standing on the shore, contemplated the result of his labors, the divine blessed yellow water, which now brought hope of salvation to all the gathered tribes. Addressing people, the guy calmly explained that for healing, it is enough to simply drink this water. His words sounded simple, but they conveyed the confidence of a man who knew the power of his medicine. Representatives of different tribes approached the water with caution, their faces expressing a mixture of hope and distrust, because it was difficult to believe that simple water could defeat the terrible Red Death. Gradually overcoming fear and doubts, people began to drink the magic water. Each sip was difficult for them, but faith in the miracle gave them strength. Suddenly, the incredible happened. Everyone who drank the water was healed of the Red Death. The terrible spots disappeared from their skin, and the excruciating pain receded, as if it had never happened. Cheers echoed across the catchment as people cried out for miraculous relief, as they felt their bodies become light and healthy, and the Red Death recede. Vicir explained that the purification would spread throughout the entire watershed, destroying bacteria everywhere, and the matriarch, impressed by his deeds, offered to appoint him as the tribe's shaman, but the guy modestly refused this honor. Suddenly, something caught Vicir's attention. His gaze went into the distance, as if he had noticed something important, invisible to the rest, arousing curiosity. The suddenly appearing thug, demonstrating his strength, kicked the ground, forming an impressive hole. His pompous appearance attracted everyone's attention. With a thunderous voice, the stranger turned to the people of the deep forest, demanding to know the name of the hero who cleared the forest of a terrible disease. His words echoed throughout the area. The crowd, as if caught in a single impulse, burst into enthusiastic shouts, chanting Vicir's name, their voices merging into a powerful chorus of gratitude and admiration. Others joined in the general rejoicing, asking for the name of the savior of their families, and the answer was a resounding Vicir, filling the air with waves of gratitude. The question of who gave the deep forest a bright tomorrow caused a new wave of enthusiastic cries, extolling the name of Vicir to the skies, making him a symbol of hope and rebirth. The entire forest seemed to tremble with the power of this name, uttered by thousands of grateful voices, turning Vicir into a living legend. Vicir, standing by the divine water, looked like a real deity, silently watching how people praised his feat. His face remained impenetrable. In his thoughts, the guy noted how the vile act of the deadly poisonous clan unexpectedly turned into a favorable situation, opening up new opportunities for him. Reflecting on the Baskerville clan, pioneers of the Red-Black Mountains, and their enmity with the locals, Vicir realized that gaining trust could be the key to a successful fight against the powerful clan. Vicir's eyes clouded for a moment as he thought about the possibility of using this unexpected chance to deal a serious blow to Hugo. His thoughts filled with determination and strategic plans. Addressing the people, Vicir announced the start of a grand festival, calling on everyone to prepare for the holiday, but someone from the crowd reminded them that before that, one more important task needed to be completed. The matriarch and Ian looked at Vicir in surprise, their faces expressing confusion and misunderstanding, as if his words had opened up to them a new, previously unknown perspective on what was happening. Vicir, noticing their confusion, reminded them of the need to find the source of the infection in the forest. His voice sounded firm and confident, emphasizing the importance of this task. Tension hung in the air as everyone remembered the words of the shaman, who accused Vicir of spreading the disease. Now these accusations took on a new, ominous meaning. The shaman's insidious plan began to unfold at a moment of general despair. He intended to heal everyone with his antidote, counting on the awe and respect of the tribe. The shaman was sure that no one would suspect him of such a monstrous act, because who could have imagined that a grandfather was capable of harming his own granddaughter? While in a secluded cave, the old man reveled in the genius of his plan, unaware of the impending collapse of all his hopes and ambitions. Coming out of his hiding place and hiding behind a tree, the shaman suddenly felt a vague uneasiness. The first doubts crept into his soul, making him doubt the perfection of his plan. To his horror, he saw that the people from the clan looked completely healthy, their faces shining with joy and relief, which did not fit into his sinister scenario. The shaman's thoughts were racing feverishly, trying to understand why everything was in order, because he was sure that during the birth ceremony they were barely breathing, stricken by a terrible disease. He was especially struck by the complete recovery of his granddaughter. This finally pulled the rug out from under the old man's feet, forcing him to wonder about what was happening. In a panic, the shaman rushed to the water, intending to check the source of the disease. His movements were sharp and nervous, betraying the despair and fear of exposure that gripped him. The shaman, looking with disbelief at the living fish in the water, was shocked by its healthy appearance. His mind refused to accept the fact of water purification, which destroyed all his plans. Panicked, the old man clutched his head, muttering questions under his breath about what was happening, his confidence in his own infallibility crumbling before his eyes. The sudden appearance of Vicir behind the shaman and his calm comment about the purity of the water in the river made the old man flinch from surprise and fear of exposure. The shaman, unable to contain his rage, shouted an insult at Vicir, calling him an imperial monster, his voice trembling with anger and fear of imminent exposure. As if on cue, other members of the tribe emerged from the trees, their faces expressing anger and disappointment, their eyes glued to the shaman's figure. The atmosphere became tense. The people of the tribe radiated aggression and readiness for immediate retribution. Their silence was more eloquent than any words. Vicir, looking at the shaman with undisguised contempt, announced that it was this old man who turned out to be the source of infection in the deep forest. His words sounded like a sentence. The guy remembered the popular stories before his regression about a treacherous old man living in the forest and plotting evil intrigues against his people. The terrible story of a man who infected a tribe out of a desire to become a hero, but was unable to heal those who were sick, took on real shape in the face of the shaman standing in front of them. The shaman, trying to preserve the remnants of his dignity, asked with feigned surprise whether everyone had really come to greet him. The old shaman, his voice trembled with fear of inevitable retribution. Suddenly, the formidable foot of one of his fellow tribesmen stepped very close to the shaman, signaling the beginning of inevitable retribution for his monstrous deeds. The matriarch, folding her hands on her chest, turned to the shaman with mocking irony, asking about preparations for the ceremony. Her voice sounded cold and threatening. The shaman, trying to maintain composure, assured that the infection would soon disappear, but the matriarch retorted, mentioning the war in the empire due to the artificially created and widespread Red Death. The matriarch's question about the strangeness of what was happening, uttered with the utmost contempt, hung in the air, increasing the tension and driving the shaman into a corner. The shaman, with growing fear on his face, tried to justify his ignorance, citing his recent return from a ritual for the recovery of the tribe. The matriarch, without missing a single detail, asked a reasonable question about the reason for the shaman's appearance by the river and not in the village, completely depriving the old man of the opportunity to maneuver. Vicir, picking up the thread of the revelation, recalled the shaman's words about coming to the watershed, causing complete confusion and panic in the old man. Continuing the pressure, Vicir offered to check the veracity of the shaman's words, to which the old man, overcome with horror, only helplessly asked about the essence of the accusations. Memories of Vicir's words about the shaman's intentions to become a hero of the tribe and his presence of a cure against the Red Death surfaced in the minds of those present, increasing suspicions. The matriarch, finally losing patience, demanded that the shaman show the contents of his bag. Her voice sounded like a sentence, leaving the old man no chance of salvation. From these words, the shaman fell into a state close to panic. His thoughts frantically rushed about in search of a way out of a situation that seemed completely hopeless. Vicir recalled a recent conversation with Ayan when she asked if he wanted to know about the origin of the shaman, to which he replied in the affirmative, considering it useful for a better understanding. Ayan said that the shaman was not an indigenous inhabitant of the tribe. His origin remained a mystery, but many years ago he came to the tribe, having been enslaved by the previous shaman. However, he killed the shaman who was planning the coup and took his powers, for which he was elevated from the position of a slave to the role of the new shaman of the tribe. To get used to life in the tribe, the new shaman, according to rumors, took on any job, not disdaining even the dirtiest deeds. He also often acted as bait during the hunt for particularly dangerous prey, risking his life. He was recognized as a full-fledged member of the community only when he grew old and his hair turned gray. Vicir reflected that now, in old age, the shaman apparently wanted to receive the privileges that he was deprived of in his youth. This led to him overstepping the authority of the matriarchy and trying to seize power over the forest. The matriarch, extending her hand even more menacingly, demanded to immediately show her the contents of the shaman's bag. The shaman, gripped by fear, began to visibly sweat, realizing that his secret might be revealed. In a trembling voice, the shaman muttered that the bag contained only flour, which he had prepared for food after the ceremony. Suddenly, as if by accident, the bag began to slip out of the shaman's hands. The bag fell straight into the water in front of everyone present. The white powder contained in the bag completely disintegrated in the water. The shaman exclaimed that the old man's hands were completely shaking, and the matriarch, covering her face, admitted that Vicir was right. She confirmed that the shaman had indeed thrown his bag into the river, and that Vicir was right about everything. Vicir noted that now, unfortunately, they would not be able to find out the exact contents of the bag. The shaman, flying into a rage, accused Vicir of considering him guilty of spreading the infection throughout the forest. Pointing to Vicir, the shaman demanded that the matriarch punish the vicious monster for his accusations, but the matriarch calmly replied that no one could be accused without evidence. She stated that if the shaman maintained his innocence, she would help protect his honor and pride, which brought a smile to the face of the shaman, who was confident that he would not be punished without evidence. Unexpectedly, the matriarch announced her demand to hold the Iliad, which probably shocked the shaman. The shaman's pupils shrank in horror. The realization of the need to carry out the Iliad frightened him to the core. The Iliad is an ancient tribal custom used when a conflict of interest cannot be resolved otherwise. The tribe sides with the winner of the fight, and the loser is declared incompetent. The shaman's grandson approached his grandfather, reminding him of his own words about the importance of traditions. The boy asked his grandfather to demonstrate how he defended the traditions of the tribe, which he always taught his grandson. The shaman, internally seething with rage, mentally cursed Vicir, considering him an immoral monster. Pointing a trembling finger at Vicir, the shaman reluctantly agreed to the duel, offering to hold it in 4 days, on the night of the full moon. Vicir, clenching his fist, resolutely approached the shaman, rejecting the offer of a 4-day delay. He recalled that according to tradition, the date is set by the person against whom the accusation is brought. Approaching close to the shaman, Vicir's eyes lit up and a malicious smile appeared on his face. The shaman cowered in fear when Vicir suggested performing the Iliad immediately. The matriarch confirmed that the Iliad will begin right now. She announced that the duel would take place in a circle of warriors who would mercilessly execute any coward who tried to leave the circle. The matriarch solemnly announced that they were being watched by the spirits of their ancestors from the mountain of warriors, and she would not forgive unworthy behavior. Behind one of the trees with a bow at the ready, Vicir hid, carefully watching what was happening. A disgruntled grandfather sat behind another tree, also drawing his bow. The entire tribe unanimously chanted Vicir's name, expressing their support for him. The shaman, overcome with anger, mentally cursed everyone, realizing that no one was on his side. Deciding that victory would silence everyone, the shaman reminded himself that weapons were not the only thing you could use in the Iliad. He made a cut on his finger and dripped the blood onto the ground, summoning skeletons. An ominous skull began to sprout from the ground. 3 skeletons rose from the ground, obeying the blood of the shaman. He ordered them to monitor blind spots and report enemy sightings. The shaman was sure that Vicir, who had spent only 2 years in the tribe, would not be able to defeat him, who had lived here for 70 years. Shouting out a challenge to Vicir and promising to shoot an arrow, the shaman looked in the opposite direction, unaware that Vicir was already hanging from a nearby tree. Vicir used the silent step skill, obtained after defeating the owner of the river, which allows him to silently aim at open areas of the enemy. Vicir noted to himself that it was not without reason that this man became a shaman. His ability to raise the dead indicated that he belonged to the Rococo tribe of shamans. Despite this, the situation did not change. The shaman and his skeletons continued to look for Vicir in the wrong direction. Suddenly, Vicir jumped from the tree straight into the center of the group of skeletons, remaining unnoticed by the shaman. In one swift movement, he destroyed all the skeletons and began to approach the shaman. The shaman, still looking in the other direction, mistakenly believed that his opponent was scared and not moving. Before he could come to his senses, the shaman felt Vicir pierce his heart with a stab in the back. With his last breath, the shaman turned, wondering how Vicir managed to get so close without making a sound. The shaman fell to the ground, bleeding from the fatal blow. Vicir calmly put away his summoning sword, which materialized in his hand to attack. Ian ran up to Vicir, joyfully congratulating him on his victory, along with other members of the tribe. The tribesmen admired the speed of the fight, believing that even the ancestors did not consider it necessary to listen to the old shaman. Against the background of the defeated body of the shaman, everyone rejoiced at Vicir's victory. The dying shaman, experiencing unbearable pain, mentally resisted inevitable death, not wanting to leave this world. Vicir, who had overcome his shameful past to survive in the tribe, was bitterly aware of the injustice of his likely end. The shaman, consumed with envy and anger, could not come to terms with the fact that this stranger had what should rightfully belong to him, vowing never to forgive the insolent person who dared to steal his rightful heritage. The shaman's bitter heart seethed with hatred for his fellow tribesmen, whose arrogant views burned his soul, giving rise to a thirst for revenge and an insatiable desire to prove his worth. Vicir, turning to Akhun, offered to put an end to the suffering with his own hands, but the young man refused, to which the Hound noted that leaving everything as it is, the shaman will continue to be in agony. Akhun, remembering how he almost lost his sister because of the Red Death, firmly stated that he would not forgive the shaman, even though he was his grandfather. Cowardice in Akhun's opinion deserved only suffering, and the shaman could not count on pity because his actions erased all good memories. In his last breath, the shaman, having gathered his remaining strength, drew a mysterious sign on the ground. His trembling hand left mysterious symbols on the soil, like the last message of a departing soul. Suddenly, as if obeying an ancient spell, ghostly spirits began to rise from the graves, summoned by an incomprehensible sign, disturbing the peace of the dead and invading the world of the living. The matriarch, instantly perceiving changes in the surrounding atmosphere, said in alarm that an ominous energy was emanating from the graves, permeating the air. Unexpectedly for everyone present, the shaman, seemingly on the verge of death, began to rise sharply, as if driven by an unknown force, defying the laws of nature. Vicir, turning to the rebel shaman, could not believe his eyes, because he personally pierced his lungs. Vicir was asked if he was not afraid of the wrath of his parents, to which the young Hound, holding back the trembling in his voice, answered in the affirmative, realizing that his actions could bring him the disfavor of his ancestors. The shaman, overcome with violent rage, his eyes blazing and his face distorted with anger, scornfully declared that he had nothing to fear, radiating a grim confidence in his newfound power. Akhun, watching what was happening, whispered in horror that this could not be, realizing that the situation was out of control, and threatened to turn into a disaster for the entire tribe. Vicir, without wasting a second, quickly rushed towards the shaman, shouting as he ran about the need to immediately destroy him before he had time to fully release his dark power. The shaman, not allowing anyone to get close, summoned a mysterious violet energy, which, obeying his will, fell to the ground, throwing back the attackers. Akhun, watching the scene unfold, exclaimed in despair that they might be too late, realizing that an ancient evil had already awakened and was now threatening all living things. The shaman, looking at everyone with an ominous gaze, proclaimed that the time had come to leave the decision to the prohibitions. Against the background of this frightening sight, the silhouette of a girl with a bow appeared, and the shaman solemnly announced that the time had come for the great ancestors to judge them, calling upon the ancient forces to witness their triumph. Closer to the observers appeared the image of a girl risen from the grave, whose disfigured face, missing half of the flesh, exuded violet energy from empty eye sockets. Ian, puzzled by what was happening, exclaimed that it was impossible for an Ahaiman-level shaman to use the magic of their ancestors in the vicinity of the tribe. The shaman, calling skeletons from the ground, mockingly replied that he lived among the tribe, not forgetting to think about controlling the dead. He added that it was too early to be surprised. His voice sounded ominous and confident. The shaman pointed to many other graves, and an army of undead appeared rising from the ground. Calling to scatter the ashes of the ancestors, the shaman sat on the skeletons while Akhun, taking a bow, took aim at him with a shout from the grandfather. Akhun, not believing his eyes, asked his grandfather how low he was ready to fall. Suddenly, Akun noticed a strange purple glow on the mountain, which attracted his attention. The source of the glow turned out to be a dead knight, aiming a bow at the guy, surrounded by a purple aura of death. The undead emitted an eerie growl. Its body was covered with holes and cracks. Its eye sockets were empty. Suddenly, a bright blue arrow, filled with a powerful aura, rushed towards the undead, cutting through the air. The matriarch announced the need to prepare for battle, her voice sounding decisive and authoritative. She explained that the creatures in front of them were puppets of the shaman, and they could honor the ancestors after they were sent back. The matriarch emphasized the priority of survival, and the tribe, although puzzled, began to prepare for the coming battle. A furious battle broke out between the undead and humans, filling the air with the sounds of battle. One of the undead creatures stabbed the man in the chest with a sword shrouded in purple energy. Another undead attacked the tribe girl, stabbing her in the shoulder with an arrow. The air was filled with the loud and frightening roars of the undead, striking terror into the hearts of the living. Suddenly, the head of one of the undead creatures exploded, shattering into pieces. A similar fate befell the neighboring inanimate ones. Their heads also exploded, leaving a trace of blue aura. The matriarch, moving with incredible speed, fired from a bow, each shot of which destroyed the heads of the undead. Vicir, watching what was happening, noted to himself that one arrow from the matriarch was capable of destroying a dead knight of the high-ranking sword expert level. The night fox Aquila, shrouded in a mysterious radiance, appeared before the eye, and next to her 3 warriors of the matriarchy, like a single organism, pulled the string of their bows. The young man, imbued with the atmosphere of strength and confidence that reigned in this place thanks to the matriarchy, expressed his conviction in a successful outcome. Decisively declaring his intention to follow the shaman, he drew attention to the ominous figure of the sorcerer sitting on the shoulders of skeleton carriers. The shaman, addressing his creepy skeletal porters, mysteriously hinted at some important task that they would have to complete in the near future. Suddenly, one of the skeletons, as if obeying an unknown order, separated from the group and headed in the opposite direction, leaving the shaman immersed in deep thoughts. Despite the fact that the shaman had already turned to the spirits of his ancestors for advice, he could not allow himself to relax, realizing the genius of his opponent. Suddenly, the shaman's face lit up with a wide smile, revealing all his teeth, and he said with undisguised sarcasm that even the genius of his opponent would not be able to withstand the coming events. Ayan and Vicir, holding their breath, hid behind a massive tree trunk. Their eyes were glued to the figure of the shaman, whose every movement they carefully tracked. The shaman, immersed in a trance, sank to the ground in a ritual pose, surrounding himself with a mysterious circle dotted with mysterious symbols. Vicir, exchanging glances with Ayan, said quietly that the shaman deliberately chose this place. The girl, overcome with determination and indignation, expressed her firm belief that they could no longer allow the shaman to continue his strange and ominous speeches. The girl's eyes flashed with a fierce fire, full of indomitable aggression, and she, without holding back her emotions, declared her intention to immediately deal with the shaman. In the blink of an eye, the girl released an arrow filled with a powerful aura, which, cutting through the air, rushed towards the shaman with incredible speed, carrying within itself all the power of righteous anger. The arrow, like a living creature eager to achieve its goal, was inexorably approaching the shaman's back. It seemed that in another moment it would pierce his flesh, putting an end to his atrocities. Suddenly the shaman, without turning around and without losing his mysterious smile, said that his ritual was completed. His words sounded like an ominous omen of future events. At that same moment, an eerie hand rose from the ground, resembling a gnarled branch of an ancient tree, which with unnatural ease intercepted the rushing arrow, stopping its deadly flight. The guy, shocked by what he saw, turned his gaze to the girl, whose face was frozen in an expression of complete shock and disbelief. Their eyes met. The shaman, triumphant, proclaimed his success, his voice ringing with pride and jubilation, because he managed to accomplish the seemingly impossible to successfully call upon the ancient power from the depths of the earth. According to ancient legends, this creature slept deep in the forest, alone and forgotten. But now it rose from the earth, a purple, undead creature with a skull stripped of its skin. As the creature emerged from the ground, its appearance changed. Its hair became thicker, turning into fiery red hair. The divine archer Adonai, risen from oblivion, appeared in all his terrifying majesty, his presence filling the air with a sense of ancient and implacable power. The girl, unable to contain her emotions, exclaimed about the impossibility of what was happening, recognizing in this creature the divine archer himself, while the guy, The realization flashed through the young man's mind that the same legendary archer from the Balak tribe, whose name had been passed down in legends and tales for centuries, appeared before them. Adonai, without wasting time, began to pull the string of his mystical bow. His fiery red hair, as if alive, continued to grow, giving him an even more terrifying appearance. Shrouded in a purple aura of death, the divine archer took aim in the direction of the boy and girl, his eyes glowing with an unearthly light, foreshadowing imminent death. At the last moment, the guy, activating his hidden power, released the sword from his hand, which seemed to have grown out of his flesh, and barely managed to repel Adonai's deadly attack. The young man, breathing heavily, noted that the arrow created from pure aura was incredibly powerful, and although he managed to deflect the blow, the force of the attack was truly devastating. Suddenly, the guy noticed with horror that part of the attack still reached its target, slightly touching the girl's leg, leaving an ominous mark on it. The girl, wincing in pain, reported that her leg seemed to be on fire, and the guy realized with alarm that this was the effect of a deadly poison that had penetrated her body. At that moment, the young man realized that the legend about Adonai's battle with the ancient monster was true, and the bow was indeed created from Madame Octopus. Waves of the purple aura of death now echoed throughout the forest, accompanying each of Adonai's shots, turning the once picturesque landscape into a deadly battlefield. Adonai, demonstrating his incredible power, fired one of his arrows with such force that it literally tore off the top layer of the earth. The guy, determined to defeat a formidable opponent, was preparing for the decisive battle when the girl, overcoming the pain, put her hand on his shoulder. The girl, suffering from increasing pain, begged the guy to leave her and flee, but the young man, driven by a sense of duty and affection, refused to listen. The shaman, whose face was distorted into an even more sinister grimace, said with contempt that they, pathetic monsters, did not dare even hope to survive in this battle. In a commanding tone, the shaman ordered Adonai to destroy them, and the ancient archer, like a weak-willed puppet, unquestioningly obeyed this order. Adonai, without wasting a second, fired another arrow, from which an even more terrifying aura of death emanated, causing all living things around to tremble with fear. The girl and the guy, frozen in shock, watched as the deadly arrow inexorably approached them, bringing with it inevitable death. At the last moment, the guy, having gathered all his strength and skill, again managed to repel the attack with his wonderful sword, saving them both from inevitable death. The shaman, watching what was happening, froze in complete shock, not believing his eyes. The undead summoned from the depths of the earth, watching the unfolding scene, became increasingly enraged, their fury seemingly reaching its limit. Suddenly, something caught the attention of the guy and the girl, causing them to turn their heads in unison, their faces expressing extreme surprise and disbelief. A striking picture appeared to the eyes of the guy and girl. Someone's hand, as if out of nowhere, intercepted a deadly arrow right in the air. An ominous steam rose from the arrow clutched in this mysterious hand, testifying to its destructive power. To everyone's amazement, it was the matriarch herself who intercepted the arrow, stopping the projectile imbued with terrifying energy with one hand. The matriarch's face expressed extreme seriousness, determination, and barely restrained aggression were visible in her eyes, while the shaman, gripped by fear, began to babble about the possibility of negotiations. Ayan, unable to contain her emotions, exclaimed, to which the matriarch calmly replied that she arrived here, feeling a powerful aura emanating from this place. Despite the fact that her actions were absolutely correct, everyone present noticed with horror how blood was oozing from the matriarch's hand, clutching the cursed arrow. The undead, watching what was happening, took on the most serious look, while the shaman froze in complete shock, unable to believe his eyes. The girl, concerned about the matriarch's condition, warned her about the poisonous nature of the arrow, insisting on immediate disposal of the poison. The matriarch, hearing the warning, only clenched her fist tighter, as if challenging death itself. The guy, watching this scene, noted with admiration that the matriarch must be using her inner aura to neutralize the poison, emphasizing that only a few are capable of such a feat. The matriarch became even more determined than before. She again tells the shaman that this is partly her fault. Hearing these words, the shaman fell into a state of shock, his hair standing on end with horror in the face of the unexpected turn of events. The matriarch, not paying attention to the shaman's reaction, continued her speech, coldly stating that she did not care about his betrayal, and demanded to answer only one question. The matriarch's gaze was drawn to the figure in front of her as she asked with undisguised interest, whether this was indeed the legendary divine archer, Sir Adonai. The shaman, stuttering with fear, confirmed that this was indeed the same brilliant archer, whom in his opinion the matriarch would not dare to oppose. Hearing the answer, the matriarch only smiled, saying with cold confidence that now everything was clear to her. Turning to the guy and girl, the matriarch praised them for their courage, but ordered them not to interfere with what was happening anymore. The matriarch now stood face to face with the legendary archer, her voice sounding firm and decisive as she addressed Adonai. While expressing her respect for the divine archer, the matriarch nevertheless challenged him to find out which of them was the best warrior. The atmosphere became tense. A sudden gust of wind ruffled the hair of the opponents standing opposite each other, ready for a decisive battle. The undead, summoned by the shaman, remained indifferent to what was happening, only silently observing the development of events. The matriarch, maintaining unshakable calm, froze in anticipation of Adonai's reaction, ready for any turn of events in this fateful confrontation. Suddenly, the matriarch began to move. Her figure seemed to disappear into thin air. Moving instantly, she took a new position, crouching slightly and drawing her bow, on which 5 arrows were already ready to fire at once. Without wasting a second, the matriarch released arrows filled with a powerful blue aura that rushed towards the divine archer. Adonai, demonstrating incredible dexterity, began to dodge the arrows flying at him. His movements were smooth and precise. At the same time, the divine archer prepared his arrow, created entirely from the aura of death, its ominous radiance piercing the air. Firing his deadly arrow towards the matriarch, Adonai filled everything around with terrifying energy, from which it seemed that the very air began to tremble. The matriarch, showing incredible skill, managed to dodge a huge stream of destructive energy directed in her direction. Without losing concentration, she readied several arrows again, her movements full of determination and confidence. The divine archer, not inferior in speed and skill, also pulled back his bowstring, preparing new arrows created from pure energy. The forest turned into an arena of epic confrontation, where streams of blue and purple energy collided, creating an incredible spectacle. The guy watching this grandiose battle noted with trepidation that they had witnessed the rarest event of a battle between holders of an aura of the highest level of skill. The shaman, without hesitation, touched his eyeball, intending to remove it. In one eerie movement, he removed the eye and carefully placed it on the branch of a nearby tree. With a smirk, he commented that such skill was to be expected from the matriarch, since fighting against the divine archer was not an easy task. Covering his empty eye socket, the shaman added with undisguised gloating that the situation was very funny and cunning. He suddenly shouted, claiming that the matriarch would never be able to defeat his opponent, since the divine archer was already dead and could endlessly draw power from the hell dimension. The matriarch, continuing to fight, mentally noted that in long-range combat, she could have serious problems. Suddenly she froze, her gaze directed into the distance, as if she was trying to solve some kind of riddle. Carefully studying the enemy, the matriarch recognized that his strength, speed, and mobility made him an ideal archer, seemingly without a single flaw. Preparing another arrow, she said that despite all the advantages, Adonai lacked something extremely important. 2 arrows, purple and blue, collided in the air, their auras about to clash in an epic confrontation. The moment of collision generated an incredible, deafening explosion of energy that shook everything around with its power. A huge cloud of smoke generated by a powerful explosion enveloped the battlefield, and at that moment the matriarch attempted to strike the divine archer. Aiming her foot at her opponent, the matriarch quickly attacked while the archer, without wasting a second, began to form a new arrow from his sinister aura. The aura released by Adonai easily cut through the nearby trees, but the matriarch, showing incredible dexterity, managed to avoid the harmful effects. Wasting no time, the matriarch reached for the sword attached to her belt, preparing to engage in close combat. With one precise movement of her blade, she managed to knock the weapon out of the hands of the divine archer, instantly changing the balance of power. Taking advantage, the matriarch launched a powerful kick at her opponent's knee, aiming to disrupt his balance. The archer's face remained lifeless, his eyes reflecting only the emptiness characteristic of the undead, incapable of experiencing emotions. Suddenly, something changed in Adonai's eyes. They flashed with a reflection of the blue energy that the matriarch used, as if reflecting her power. The matriarch, without losing concentration, pulled the bowstring again, putting all the power of her blue aura into the arrow. With unshakable determination, she released an arrow filled with incredible power, rushing towards the target with amazing speed. The arrow's impact was so powerful that its radiance was visible far beyond the forest, reaching even the clouds, illuminating the sky with a blinding flash. The matriarch, having released the arrow, instantly jumped back, landing on her feet and resting her hand on the ground, ready for her next move. Her gaze suddenly became sharp and focused, her brows furrowed with determination as she addressed her opponent with the words, "Great Ancestor." Continuing her speech, she suggested that the reason for the reluctance to fight lay in the fact that the archer was already dead, or in his reluctance to harm his descendant, at which point it became noticeable that the great archer was missing half of his shoulder. The matriarch said with bitterness that the only thing she could do was to free him from his current state, giving him peace. Pulling back the string, she released another arrow filled with powerful blue energy, rushing towards the target. The great archer remained motionless, only watching the approaching blue glow of the flying arrow. The force of the shot was such that the blinding light momentarily blinded even the great archer himself. At the last moment, when it seemed that the arrow was about to hit the great archer's forehead, he unexpectedly intercepted it with his hand, demonstrating incredible reaction and skill. The unexpected turn of events caused the matriarch a severe shock. She froze in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening. A strange purple energy began to ooze from the wounds matriarch inflicted on the great archer, and the undead's face became distorted with rage. Suddenly, in addition to the purple energy, a second energy began to emanate from the great archer's body. His eyes flashed with a bright flame. This new energy completely enveloped the archer's body, exactly repeating its contours, as if creating a second energy silhouette. A mysterious power penetrated every part of his body, manifesting itself especially clearly in his hands, as if giving them new power. The great archer spoke, explaining that he resisted the resurrection spell, but would not tolerate carelessness in combat, requiring his opponent to fight at full strength. The matriarch, realizing what was happening, realized that this was the work of a shaman, who deliberately used special witchcraft to strengthen the divine archer. In front of everyone, the divine archer's body was completely restored. All the wounds and damage that had previously been inflicted on him disappeared. The undead began to scream with frantic rage, emitting waves of evil purple energy around them. The matriarch, realizing the inevitability of the fight, focused her gaze on the enemy. Her determination was unshakable. The shaman commented that the creature in front of them could no longer be called the former Adonai. And indeed, there had been noticeable changes in the divine archer. The archer's gaze transformed, becoming incredibly evil, insidious and sinister, as if a different entity now resided in him. The divine archer bent over, his body seemingly barely able to contain the enormous flow of new energy bubbling within. Suddenly, a huge, turtle-like creature appeared above the archer's head, its silhouette looming ominously over the battlefield. To the surprise of those present, the creatures turned out to be 3 turtles, a dragon and something between a turtle and a dog. Their appearance increased the tension in the air. The shaman, watching through his detached eye on the tree, noticed these monsters and said with alarm that these high-ranking creatures must have come to the sound of battle. All 3 monsters looked extremely angry, their eyes fixed on Adonai, as if preparing to attack. Suddenly, Adonai launched a lightning strike at all 3 creatures, but now his attack looked different. Instead of the usual arrows, he used pure purple energy. The divine archer watched the unfolding scene intently, his lips slowly stretching into a malicious grin, as if enjoying every moment of the chaos happening around him. The matriarch, once full of confidence and strength, now felt doubt creep into her mind as the arrows seemed to disappear from sight, leaving her confused and anxious. The shaman, without hiding his admiration, enthusiastically noted the true power of Adonai, capable of crushing all monsters with one blow, his eyes shining with the awareness of the power he witnessed. With an ominous glint in his eyes, the shaman turned to the divine archer, begging him to kill the woman standing in front of him, implying the matriarch, his voice sounding urgent and demanding. Without the slightest hesitation, the divine archer began to strike, his movements precise and deadly, like a dance of destruction in which each step brought him closer to his target. As the matriarch fled, she felt an uncontrollable bloodlust overcome her, as if the arrows had awakened an ancient primal instinct of survival within her. With each new blow that fell on the matriarch, the poison spread further throughout her body, causing increasing weakness and clouding her consciousness. Deciding to stop the senseless flight, the matriarch stopped and, gathering her last strength, took out her bow, realizing that the time had come to end this mortal duel as soon as possible. With incredible dexterity and focus, the matriarch drew several arrows simultaneously, preparing to strike the decisive blow against her opponent. The matriarch fired all her arrows towards the divine archer, who seemed to be completely unperturbed as he watched the approaching attack with cold calm. The arrows, imbued with powerful blue energy, were rapidly approaching the divine archer, cutting through the air and carrying the matriarch's last hope for victory in this unequal battle. The arrow, imbued with the power and determination of the matriarch, was rapidly approaching its target, cutting through the air and carrying within itself the last hope of victory in this unequal battle. The divine archer, however, remained unfazed in the face of the oncoming threat, his confidence unshakable as he raised his finger, creating a tiny energy barrier. The collision was instantaneous and crushing. The arrow, meeting the energy shield of the divine archer, shattered into thousands of fragments, scattering in the air like fragile glass. After this display of power, the divine archer began to emit an even more intense blue glow, his aura becoming increasingly menacing and overwhelming. The matriarch, watching what was happening, felt her pupils shrink to impossible sizes, reflecting shock and disbelief at what she saw. Suddenly, the matriarch's face lit up with a sharp smile. Anticipation of something unexpected flashed in her eyes, as if she knew about the coming turn of events. At this moment, the second arrow, previously fired high into the sky, began to rapidly fall down, describing an unexpected trajectory and picking up deadly speed. The divine archer, who was not expecting an attack from behind, was caught off guard, and an arrow pierced his neck, piercing his flesh and causing a serious injury. The matriarch triumphantly noted to herself that while the first arrow served as a distraction, the second had achieved its true target, demonstrating the mastery of her strategy. This incredible move, the matriarch thought, was her personal shooting skill, allowing her to turn around in the air and attack from an unexpected direction. The blue energy that filled the arrow continued its path of destruction, piercing the divine archer's throat and leaving a trail of devastation and pain in its wake. The divine archer, without showing the slightest sign of pain or discomfort, calmly removed the arrow from his neck, his movements smooth and confident, as if it were an ordinary action. The matriarch, watching this scene, felt a wave of amazement and disbelief wash over her. Her confidence in her own abilities began to rapidly melt away. The air was filled with the ominous laughter of the divine archer, and the shaman, watching what was happening, reflected on the futility of the matriarch's attempts to defeat someone who had already crossed the line of life and death. The shaman continued his gloomy reasoning, arguing that no arrow, even one pierced through the throat, is capable of defeating an archer who no longer belongs to the world of the living. Despite the seemingly hopeless situation, the matriarch did not give up, continuing the desperate battle, which Ayan closely watched from the top of the forest. Ayan, gripped by deep anxiety, pressed her hand to her chest. Her thoughts were full of anxiety for her mother, whose life hung in the balance in this unequal battle. Standing on the dais, Ayan felt the entire forest seem to resist the ominous force emanating from the divine archer. Every tree seemed to tense in silent opposition. In her heart, Ayan prayed that her mother could hold out long enough for Vicir to find a way to turn the tide of the battle in their favor. All this time, Vicir was thinking intensely about the current situation. His mind was feverishly searching for a way to stop the resurrection and destroy the shaman, the key figure in this gloomy performance. Vicir came to the conclusion that the shaman has a special fear of the matriarch, and that is why he hides behind the back of the divine archer. Suddenly, something caught Vicir's attention, his gaze sharply focused on a certain point in the distance, as if he had discovered something extremely important. Among the trees, Vicir finally noticed a shaman who, hiding in the shadows of the forest, watched what was happening with his only remaining eye, his figure barely visible in the thick foliage. Without wasting a second, Vicir turned around and quickly rushed towards the shaman. His movements were fast and decisive, like those of a predator pursuing its prey. Confidence filled Vicir. He was convinced that he could finish off the shaman with one precise and deadly blow, putting an end to his sinister plans. With every step, Vicir approached his goal. The distance between him and the shaman was rapidly decreasing. The tension was growing with every moment. Suddenly, Vicir's plans were disrupted by the appearance of another undead, which suddenly crawled out of the tree, blocking his path and preparing to attack. The undead wasted no time in making a swift leap towards Vicir, intending to deliver a crushing kick and stop his progress. At the last moment, Vicir managed to show incredible dexterity. He jumped back, maintaining a distance between himself and the unexpected enemy. The shaman, hearing the sounds of the struggle, turned slowly, his voice full of caustic recognition as he spoke the words about Vicir's return, as if he had been waiting for this moment. With cold prudence, the shaman explained that he foresaw an attempt on his life, so he tied dead knights to himself in advance as protection. The shaman continued, praising the strength of these resurrected warriors, claiming that they deserve to be buried in the graves of the greatest heroes. At this moment, the dead knights, as if obeying a silent order, simultaneously attacked Vicir. Their weapons were aimed at the young man. Suddenly attention turned to the matriarch, whose body was now completely enveloped in a shimmering aura. Her silhouette seemed to dissolve in this radiance. The matriarch's gaze changed beyond recognition. Genuine fear and panic were visible in her eyes. She seemed lost, not knowing what the next step to take in this deadly game. Jumping back, the matriarch sank to her knees, her posture expressing despair and fatigue, while the shaman who was watching this scene burst into malicious laughter. The shaman did not hide his pleasure, his voice dripping with venom as he commented on how the proud guardian of the forest was finally on her knees in front of him. In his speech, the shaman predicted the imminent death of the guardian of the forest, declaring that power over the forest would be his well-deserved reward for all the injustices. The shaman's eyes lit up with a mad fire as he promised to destroy all clan members who had ever looked down on him. At this moment, Vicir began to use the 6th Baskerville technique. His movements were swift and precise. He easily dealt with the undead surrounding him. The shaman watched in shock, his voice trembling with disbelief as he said that he could not believe how Vicir managed to defeat the Death Knights, who were considered invincible. The realization that Vicir possessed power beyond the advanced level made the shaman shudder, while the young man's eyes lit up with determination, and he coldly wondered if the shaman had time to make his last wish. The shaman, in a state of complete shock, began to mutter something incoherently. His confidence evaporated, giving way to panic. In a desperate attempt to escape, the shaman began to call upon the divine archer, begging him for help, his voice breaking with fear and tension. The divine archer, without slowing down, continued his furious attack on the matriarch. A purple ball of energy materialized in his hand, pulsating with power and ready to fall on the enemy. The matriarch, gathering her last strength, managed to block this attack with her foot. Her movements were precise, but were given to her with visible difficulty. It was obvious how difficult it was for the matriarch to continue the battle. Her strength was rapidly melting away with every new blow, every movement. Her breathing became increasingly heavy. Unlike the matriarch, the divine archer seemed tireless. He continued to fire powerful arrows, shrouded in an ominous purple glow, each of which carried destructive power. The divine archer's arrows were so powerful that upon contact with trees they simply melted them, leaving behind only smoking remains. Vicir, overcome with rage, was rapidly approaching the shaman. His intentions to kill the enemy were obvious in his every movement, in every step. Vicir's eyes burned with an unprecedented thirst for revenge. His gaze radiated such aggression and anger that no one had ever seen in this young man. The shaman, realizing the danger, again tried to call on the divine archer for help. His hands had already folded in a ritual gesture of calling, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Vicir was next to the shaman, and with one precise movement cut his hands, making it impossible to complete the call. The shaman looked in horror at his severed limbs. His mind refused to accept the reality of what was happening. The words were stuck in his throat. Without allowing the shaman to come to his senses, Vicir struck another decisive blow. His blade cut through the air with a whistle, separating the shaman's head from his body. The severed head of the shaman fell separately from the body. His last cry echoed through the forest, full of pain and despair. Vicir stood over his defeated enemy, his face expressing a mixture of satisfaction and tension from the act of retribution he had just committed. Ordinary members of the tribe continued to fight desperately against the dead knights. This battle seemed endless. Suddenly, one of the dead knights struck a powerful blow at the young warrior, knocking the bow out of her hands and leaving her defenseless in the face of a mortal threat. The girl, realizing her helpless position, knelt down, her gaze full of humility before the seemingly inevitable death that hung over her. The dead knight, without hesitating for a second, raised his huge sword, preparing to deliver a fatal blow and cut off the head of a defenseless girl. At this critical moment, something incredible happened. The hand of the dead knight, clutching the sword, began to rapidly turn into sand. The girl, still in shock from the proximity of death, watched in bewilderment what was happening, unable to understand what or who intervened, saving her life at the last moment. Suddenly, all the dead knights began to incinerate, turning into smoke and dissipating into the air, causing a wave of amazement and relief among the tribe's people. The matriarch, noticing these strange changes, tensed. Her gaze became alarmed. She tried to understand the reason for what was happening and its consequences for their struggle. Driven by curiosity and caution, the matriarch approached the divine archer to get a better look at what was happening to him, her senses heightened to the limit. To her surprise, the divine archer also began to slowly turn into ash, his once powerful body now disintegrating before her eyes. The process of destruction began with the hand of the divine archer, pieces of which flew off and dissolved in the air. The matriarch, overcoming fear and uncertainty, came close to the divine archer and carefully touched his hand, clutching the bow, feeling how his flesh crumbled under her fingers. Looking at the disappearing archer, the matriarch said with deep respect and a bit of sadness, asking the great ancestor to calm down. Her voice was quiet, but full of sincere respect for the departing warrior. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a piercing scream that echoed throughout the area, causing everyone to flinch in surprise. The source of the scream turned out to be the severed head of a shaman who in agony screamed about his defeat, unable to come to terms with the fact that he was so close to possessing the forest, but all his plans collapsed overnight. The shaman, noticing Vicir, growled with hatred that this was again a child of the Empire. His gaze was full of anger directed at the guy. Vicir, looking at the last moments of the shaman's life, said with a note of respect in his voice that he turned out to be better than he expected, not only being a surprise, but also managing to use magic on a completely different level. The shaman, laughing through pain and despair, shouted that he would make him regret it, his voice trembling with rage and powerlessness. Continuing his threats, the shaman shouted that he would curse everyone even if he died, but his words were suddenly interrupted by an arrow, piercing his head and ending his existence. Vicir turned around and saw that it was Akun, a young warrior from the tribe, who fired an arrow, deciding to finally finish off the shaman and put an end to his threats. Vicir, turning to the Akun, was surprised that he was nearby, watching how the young warrior's face reflected a mixture of determination and anxiety from the action he had just committed. Akun, with notes of regret in his voice, apologized to Vicir. His words were full of remorse and awareness of his past mistake. Vicir suddenly turned his gaze into the distance as if noticing something intriguing. His eyes narrowed, trying to make out vague outlines on the horizon. Vicir approached Akun, placing a friendly hand on his shoulder as a sign of support, and spoke words of consolation, assuring the young man of his innocence and courage. The shaman, having exhausted his last strength, began to crumble, turning into dust. His body finally succumbed to death, leaving only memories of its former power. The villagers rejoiced when they learned that the patriarch had received the legendary bow of the divine archer. And Ayan, without hiding her joy, enthusiastically welcomed this event. Vicir, closing his eyes from fatigue, quietly said that it was time to return to the village, feeling the tension of the last hours receding. The tribe, tired of the events but inspired by the victory, approached their native village, anticipating the long-awaited rest and celebration. Anxiety gripped the people, not knowing who could visit their village in their absence. All eyes turned to the matriarch in anticipation of answers. Ayan, noticing something unusual, peered into the distance, her gaze expressing extreme interest and wariness. No one expected to see the village completely destroyed without a single surviving tent or house. Everything around was a picture of complete devastation. Ayan, amazed by what she saw, exclaimed in bewilderment, asking about what had happened, and the people around her echoed her words, not believing their eyes. Sister Ahuna stood among the ruins, bursting into bitter tears, and through her sobs she said that this was the work of the mysterious madam. Hearing these words, Akun immediately rushed to his sister, excitedly asking about her condition and whether she had suffered in this chaos. Vicir, thinking aloud, assumed that the madam had attacked the village during their battle with the shaman, wondering why she had decided to act now, after a long time of inaction. The girl, bursting into tears, pointed a trembling finger somewhere into the distance, drawing attention to something that made her heart clench with horror. Through sobs, she said that first smoke rose from the ceremonial tent, and then a madam appeared, organizing a terrible pogrom in the village. Vicir, carefully studying the remaining traces, began to examine every detail, trying to recreate the picture of what happened and find the key to the solution. One of the girls of the tribe, examining the ruins, suddenly discovered a lifeless body and exclaimed in horror that it was the corpse of an orangutan. Vicir, analyzing the traces, concluded that the shaman burned plants that repel insects, marveling at the old man's foresight and cunning. The matriarch, unable to contain her anger, furiously slammed her fist into the rock, releasing her pent-up emotions in a powerful blow. At the sight of the impact, a deep dent formed, from which cracks spread across the stone surface, demonstrating the strength and rage of the matriarch. The matriarch, despite her wounds from the battle with the greatest archer, resolutely stated that the village could be rebuilt and food gathered, showing her resilience in the face of adversity. She gave a clear order to the surviving warriors to collect the bodies of the fallen and provide assistance to the survivors, showing leadership qualities at such a difficult moment. Ayan was suddenly very frightened by something. Her face expressed extreme confusion and alarm when she noticed something strange nearby. Approaching her faithful companion, the wolf dog, she was horrified to discover that something terrible had happened to his paw, causing her to have a panic attack. The wolf dog's hind leg was completely burned. Not a single piece of white fur remained on it, presenting a terrifying sight. Ayan, not holding back her tears, hugged her faithful companion tightly, whispering an apology for leaving him alone in a moment of danger. Madame Octopus, the evil goddess of the forest, inspired terror in all tribes. Her existence was an indisputable fact that promised disaster, and the Balaka perceived her as an inevitable force of nature. Vicir was deep in thought, his gaze expressing unshakable determination, as if he had made an important decision. Vicir came to the matriarch in the cave, which had become a temporary shelter, and reported his request, arousing the interest of the leader of the tribe. The young man, with determination in his eyes, asked to tell him about Madame Octopus, preparing to hear the terrible truth. The matriarch, surprised by the request, asked if Vicir really wanted to know about this terrible creature. Vicir showed some kind of package, explaining that these were records about Madame that he found in the village of the Rococo tribe. He said that the package contained information about Madame, including evidence of battles with other monsters, and even the location of her hideout. However, after studying the records, Vicir was left with one important question that haunted him. He could not find a reason why the forest tribes were so afraid of Madame, and wondered why no one tried to unite against the common enemy. The matriarch began to tell that all tribes kept records about Madame, passed down from generation to generation, including the legend of Adonai's battle with her. In the battle between the bow god Adonai and Madame, as legend has it, Adonai managed to deprive Madame of one of her many paws. However, this was only the beginning. The severed paw quickly grew back, turning into two, and the more paws Adonai destroyed, the more Madame had. The matriarch noted that she could judge the strength of the poison only by the small wound left on her from Adonai's arrow. She continued, explaining that Madame was an evil goddess created through the efforts of countless warriors of the forest, and asked Vicir not to attack her. Vicir resolutely thought that now his chances of defeating the matriarch or god were small. But if we were talking about a strong monster, although Madame was considered a rare monster, Vicir had encountered creatures of a similar level and had experience fighting them. No matter how strong Madame was, she was still a monster with her own habits and weaknesses, Vicir reasoned. Leaving the matriarch's cave, Vicir stated that if he found out Madame's weakness, he could kill her. Throwing a hood over his head with glowing red eyes, Vicir resolutely headed somewhere, ready for new challenges. Suddenly, a column of smoke began to rise from the volcano in the middle of a clear day, disturbing the usual tranquility of the forest. It was Madame Octopussy who was leaving her shelter. Her 8 huge paws appeared from the mouth of the volcano, causing horror among all the inhabitants of the forest. Once fully out, she sprayed green poison from her terrifying mouth, poisoning everything around her. Madame moved through the forest in search of a victim, while Vicir, holding his breath, hid behind a tree, trying to remain unnoticed. Vicir noted to himself that Madame's awakening is always accompanied by a deafening noise that disturbs the silence of the forest. After several days of observing Madame, Vicir discovered that at certain times she goes hunting. Analyzing her movement pattern, he calculated that he had about 2 hours before she returned. Vicir quickly began to overcome the path to the top of the volcano, deftly jumping from stone to stone. Having reached his goal, he landed at the edge of the crater, holding a mysterious bag and wearing a cloak, full of determination. The crater of the volcano, Madame's lair, opened before him, covered with cobwebs and emitting an ominous atmosphere. Vicir noted that the outside of the lair resembled an ordinary stone, but something much more sinister was hidden inside. The young man called upon Wezelbub, his faithful assistant, preparing for a decisive confrontation with Madame Octopus. Vicir resolutely began to clear the cobwebs woven by Madame in her lair, clearing the way for further exploration. He noted that the weaving of the web is unusually strong, and cutting a path even with the help of mana will not be easy. Vicir decided to use the fortress of the web for his own purposes in order to go down it like a rope. He began to deftly jump from thread to thread, gradually descending into the depths of Madame's lair. As they descended, Vicir thought about Madame's size, realizing that it would be difficult for her to squeeze into the narrow passages. But the deeper she went, the larger the space became. During his descent, he noticed various animals and people glued to the walls of the shelter with cobwebs. These Madame victims included both monsters and humans. Some of the bodies were left intact but had already decomposed. Vicir concluded that Madame was well aware of her position in the forest's food chain. He reminded himself that there was no time for long thoughts. He needed to study as much as possible before Madame returned. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He noticed eggs attached to the web. Coming closer, Vicir carefully removed one egg for examination. The egg turned out to be wet and perfectly round, causing Vicir a mixture of curiosity and anxiety. Holding the egg in his hand, he realized that this could be the reason for the demonic spiders that infested the forest during his fall. Vicir decided to take the egg for analysis, but the situation was complicated by Madame's unexpected return ahead of time. Madame noticed the changes. Green poisonous mucus began to flow from her mouth, filling the lair with a stench. She carefully examined her shelter, checking that everything was in order, her huge paws moving with frightening dexterity. Having found nothing suspicious, Madame left the lair again, leaving Vicir in tense anticipation. All this time, the young man was hiding on the back of the web, sticking to it and trying not to move. Vicir reflected on how keenly Madame felt the invasion of her lair, realizing that without the skill of silent movement, inevitable death would await him. In the tribal village, life gradually returned to normal. People restored the homes destroyed by Madame. There was talk among his fellow tribesmen about Vicir. Some saw him leaving at dawn. Others wondered what he was doing all this time. The concern was that Vicir did not show up for meetings with Commander Ayan, which was unusual for him. Ayan stood in front of Vicir's tent, her gaze expressing a mixture of guilt and fear of what she might find there. She said quietly that she had heard from her mother about his questions about Madame, her voice trembling with emotion. Ayan continued, saying that Madame is a monster that no warrior can defeat, and asked hopefully if Vicir was trying to fight her. Ayan shared that her wolf dog had to have his back leg amputated, and she doubts that the pet will be able to return to its former life. The girl, not holding back her tears, began to talk about her fears for Vicir, unable to finish the sentence. Suddenly, Vicir's voice came from the tent, causing Ayan to flinch in surprise. He invited her in, saying that he had something to tell her. Ayan opened the screen and saw Vicir leaning over the table, busy with some kind of work. With amazement in her eyes, she asked what it was, not understanding what he was doing. Vicir explained that these were records he had collected about Madames from different tribes of the deep forest. He spoke of his plans to examine the web, skin, and egg obtained from Madame's lair. Ayan, angry, exclaimed that he was really going to fight Madame. When the girl expressed her desire to go with him, Vicir reminded her of the wound inflicted by Adonai and that she could interfere. Vicir, becoming serious and even rude, said Ayan's name, attracting her attention. He announced his plans to leave the forest, but first he needed to complete one thing for which he needed to return to his family. Ayan, looking down, quietly said that she knew that everything would be like this. Her voice was full of bitterness and disappointment. Suddenly, Vicir said something that made Ayan's eyes narrow in surprise and interest. He said that after all his business was completed, he would think about returning here, giving the girl a glimmer of hope. Turning around and looking into Ayan's eyes, Vicir continued his thought, his voice becoming softer. He explained that he wanted to protect the place he planned to return to, and showed a huge map with records of Madame, shining a flashlight on it. Vicir stated that the plan to hunt Madame was already ready, and confidently added that the same thing that happened to Ayan's dog would not happen to him. Ayan called his plan reckless, but Vicir recalled his past successes in the fight against the infection and the shaman, emphasizing his ability to overcome difficulties. The girl took Vicir's hand. His gaze remained serious and decisive. Ayan smiled, acknowledging that his words made her hope for the best despite the dangers. Continuing to hold his hand, she asked if she could expect a positive outcome this time, to which Vicir confidently answered in the affirmative. A few days later, in the pouring rain, Vicir encountered a huge monster that looked like a green dinosaur with gills and glowing yellow eyes. The giant lizard tried to grab Vicir with its powerful paw, intending to tear him to pieces. However, Vicir, not at all afraid, calmly drew his sword and struck down the monster with one precise blow, demonstrating his skill and composure. Vicir killed the monster in a split second, his gaze remaining determined and serious, demonstrating his incredible skill. He decided to test the theory of the monster regenerating while retaining its head, and this hypothesis was confirmed, expanding his knowledge of his opponents. Vicir said seriously that he needed to defeat Madame. His voice was full of determination and confidence. Addressing the defeated monster, Vicir demanded to give up the salamander's ability, extracting the swamp salamander's regeneration ability from the dead body. Akun, wiping sweat from his face, said with relief that he had finally completed the task. Before us appeared a beautiful house that he had built, significantly different from the usual tents of the tribe. The tribesmen were surprised to ask Akun about his ability to build houses, and who it was for, to which he replied that it was for Vicir, whom he considered a brother. The guys from the tribe began to make fun of Akun, reminding him that he had not loved Vicir before, which made Akun embarrassed and asked them to shut up. The settlement had finally returned to its original form, largely thanks to the efforts of Vicir, and everyone decided that they needed to notify him about this. In the evening, the guys decided to visit Vicir. When they opened the tent, they froze in shock at what they saw. Vicir was not at home, which caused them bewilderment and the assumption that he may have just gone out for a short while. Ayan, standing near the tent and watching what was happening, could not stop thinking about how much she wanted him to see all this, because such a sight could not help but touch his heart. The sudden realization of the guy's absence in the tent pierced Ayan, and she realized that the long-awaited events would begin to unfold today. Fixing her gaze on the heavenly heights, the girl mentally turned to the god of the forest with a request to bless the one who had to face the impending disaster. Vicir, as if sensing a vague uneasiness, also raised his eyes to the sky. His attention was completely absorbed by something unknown floating in the air. A sudden strong wind blew through Vicir's hair, but his determined gaze remained fixed on the sky as he said that it would soon begin to rain, as if nature was preparing to witness the events to come. Thinking out loud, Vicir suggested that Madame was most likely sleeping at the moment, which made the current moment ideal for an attack, his voice sounding confident and calculating. During preparation, Vicir carefully thought through many options for the development of events and developed methods to overcome all possible obstacles. With the dexterity of an experienced hunter, Vicir began to climb the mountain using the web he had created, precisely following the contours of Madame's lair. In her lair, Madame was indeed sleeping deeply. Unaware of the approaching danger, her breathing was even and calm. Caught by a web on the wall of her shelter, Madame hung in the air, continuing to sleep, her body swaying slightly on invisible threads. At this tense moment, Vicir silently jumped from one web to another. His gaze was full of determination, and his hand was ready to deliver the decisive blow. Vicir used the sixth technique of Bashkiria, quickly attacking Madame. His movements were precise and deadly. Madame instantly woke up, all her eyes opened wide, filled with horror and rage. Letting out a fierce scream, Madame was horrified to discover that some of her paws had been mercilessly cut off. Vicir looked at his victim with unshakable determination. His face did not express a shadow of doubt. Observing the beginning of regeneration, Vicir noted that everything was happening exactly as Adonai described in his notes. Suddenly, Madame, filled with rage, rushed to attack Vicir. Her blow was accompanied by a bright purple beam, which Vicir deftly dodged, deciding to use Plan A. With incredible speed, literally in seconds, Vicir launched a series of lightning strikes at Madame. Madame, amazed by the strength of her opponent, froze for a moment in shock, not expecting to meet such a worthy opponent. However, Madame quickly came to her senses and decided not to give in. Green poison began to spray from her terrifying mouth. Trying to hit Vicir with poison, Madame attacked again and again, but the young man deftly dodged, avoiding the deadly splashes. Unexpectedly, one drop of poison still reached its target, landing on Vicir's hand, causing acute pain. Vicir watched with alarm as Madame's poison instantly began to spread throughout his hand. With a serious expression on his face, Vicir said that although he did not want to do this, it seemed that he had no choice. In the blink of an eye, Vicir resolutely cut off his poison-stricken hand without flinching for a second. To his surprise, the severed limb began to rapidly regenerate, recovering before his eyes. Madame was amazed at what she saw, wondering where her opponent got such incredible abilities. Vicir, noticing Madame's surprise, calmly declared that they were in the same position. The enraged Madame became even more aggressive, preparing to strike again, but Vicir was not going to retreat. Vicir quickly rushed towards Madame, again cutting her paws with his sharp blade. Being dangerously close to Madame's paws, Vicir barely escaped her grip. The difference was a matter of centimeters. Deftly dodging Madame's attacks, Vicir never stopped striking back, his movements precise and deadly. Vicir's gaze expressed complete seriousness and determination. His eyebrows were furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, Madame still managed to deliver a crushing blow, depriving Vicir of his leg. Vicir was shocked by what happened, not understanding how Madame managed to overtake him. Jumping down, Vicir was relieved to notice that his leg had begun to regenerate, restoring the lost limb. Madame, having lost sight of Vicir, looked around, trying to detect her elusive opponent. After a short respite, Vicir, having fully recovered his strength, again rushed into the attack, continuing to strike Madame with renewed vigor. The Madame continued to spew streams of green slime from her terrifying maw as she continued to attack Vicir. Vicir, looking straight into the monster's mouth, felt both fear and determination, preparing for the next step. Regenerating his hand, Vicir looked intently into the distance, his gaze extremely serious. Vicir mentally counted how many times he had already regenerated, realizing that this took a significant amount of strength. Meanwhile, Madame easily duplicated her pause, as if it did not require any effort from her. Vicir took a deep breath, allowing himself a short respite before the next attack. Suddenly a smile appeared on Vicir's face, as if he had found a solution to a difficult problem. Without wasting a second, Vicir resumed his attack, jumping onto the nearest web. Deftly moving from one web to another, Vicir quickly approached Madame, preparing to strike the decisive blow. Madame watched with surprise as Vicir approached, marveling at his stamina and endurance. Suddenly, Madame found that due to the excessive number of paws, she could not move normally, not understanding how this could happen. Vicir, with a triumphant grin, revealed that he had planned all along to force Madame to double the number of her paws. He reasoned that the ability to duplicate severed limbs sounds like a divine gift, but can turn into a curse when the same paw multiplies endlessly, making movement difficult. Madame continued to attack Vicir, but the young man easily dodged her clumsy attempts to strike. When Madame began spitting webs, Vicir stated that he had foreseen the use of this tactic. Having studied the properties of the web, Vicir discovered its critical flaw: invulnerability to ordinary fire. However, the web was instantly burned by the purple hellfire of the underworld that Vicir possessed. Vicir noticed that everything around was saturated with the corpse poison of Madame's victims, creating unfavorable conditions. He noted that such a situation is not ideal for the spread of fire, but that did not stop him. With a confident smile, Vicir declared that the time had come to cleanse Madame's tainted karma from her excessive power. Standing on the bear's corpse, Vicir pierced its head with his hellish flames, releasing hidden power. An aura of hellfire began to emanate from the bear's body as Vicir stood resolutely on top of it, smiling at his imminent victory. Vicir thought about the church expelled from their native lands, and about the barbarians who drove out a dangerous monster from the red-black mountains, realizing the complexity and ambiguity of the situation. The truth turned out to be much deeper. The expansion of the territory led to the fact that the barbarians were forced to retreat to the red-black mountains where Madame lived. Beyond the mountains, Vicir managed to discover the monster's lair, and he realized that Madame had cunningly used the forest barbarians to drive out Cerberus and the hellish creatures. This evil plan was devised by Madame in order to avoid her main weakness of the Hell Tribe, which she was unaware of. Vicir realized with surprise that the key to defeating Madame all this time was the sword Vesulbul in front of his nose, capable of piercing her defenses. When the blade pierced the bear's head, he began to disappear in the tongues of hellish flame, as if melting under its heat. Madame, watching what was happening, froze in shock, realizing that her time was running out, and the last moments of her life were slipping through her fingers. Vicir said that the hour of reckoning had come, and the hellish flames, obeying his will, began to rapidly spread throughout the beast's lair. Returning from the battle with the monster, the young man watched as Madame's lair was engulfed in hellfire, reasoning about her weakness and the need to make sure that the monster did not get out. Vicir understood that Madame, surrounded by her own web, would not be able to escape due to the many paws that became a hindrance in the narrow space and the inability to use her main weapon. And no matter how strong the outer shell she has, as long as life glimmers in her and breath remains, the air filled with smoke and heat will mercilessly burn her insides. All that remained was to wait for her inevitable death. When the fire subsided, Vicir had to take away Madame's ability, completing his mission. Suddenly, something incredible struck the guy, causing him severe shock and bewilderment, forcing him to freeze in place. Vicir looked up, not understanding what was happening. His eyes were filled with fear and confusion in front of the unknown. Suddenly, something began to burst out of the lair, rapidly approaching the guy and leaving behind a trail of acrid smoke, fogging everything around. Looking at what was happening, Vicir could not believe his eyes. His mind refused to accept the reality of what was happening, plunging him into a state of deep shock. In an instant, Madame, seemingly defeated, destroyed the mountain and slipped away, leaving Vicir completely confused. Although covered in smoke and partially burned, Madame still retained the ability to fight, demonstrating incredible durability. She began to hiss threateningly at the guy, preparing to take revenge for the harm and humiliation caused to her. Madame opened her mouth wider than ever before, spewing out a stream of green, sticky poison that could dissolve anything in its path. Poisonous spray flew like a fountain throughout the forest, burning through the trees and leaving behind a trail of destruction and death. Madame, looking at the chaos she had caused, rejoiced, not noticing Vicir lurking behind her, ready to strike the decisive blow. Vicir, noticing Madame's strange behavior, was surprised to realize that she could not detect him despite her proximity. The young man realized that the eyes and sensitive hairs on the monster's body were destroyed by fire, depriving her of the ability to navigate. Due to the enormous stress caused by the destruction of the mountain, cracks appeared throughout Madame's shell, weakening her defenses. Vicir, realizing that the task was still feasible, decisively rushed into battle, intending to deal a decisive blow to the weakened Madame. Deftly jumping from one paw of the monster to another, the young man struck, trying to find a weak spot. Vicir focused on the deep crack created by the destruction of the mountain, realizing that this was the key to victory. Using the 6th Baskerville technique, he delivered a powerful blow to the crack, putting all his strength and skill into it. A bright red glow began to emanate from the site of the impact, indicating the incredible power of the technique used. Jumping to the side, Vicir was surprised to notice that Madame was almost unharmed and thought about the need for repeated attacks. Full of determination, the young man prepared to strike again, not wanting to retreat in the face of danger. Suddenly, Madame's eyes completely regenerated, becoming even sharper than they were before the fire, which greatly complicated Vicir's situation. Noticing this, the guy began to feel fear, realizing that restoring the monster's vision would create serious problems for him. Madame, finally gaining the ability to see, immediately tried to strike Vicir with her huge paw. The monster began to move rapidly, destroying everything in its path and creating chaos in the surrounding forest. Vicir, looking at what was happening with tears in his eyes, realized that he had made a serious mistake by underestimating Madame's ability to regenerate. Vicir did not know about Madame's ability to regenerate by shedding her old shell, and the extra legs also fell off, making her more mobile. The guy, completely exhausted from the battle, found himself at a dead end, not knowing how to continue the battle and feeling the hopelessness of the situation. Realizing the need to end the battle as quickly as possible, Vicir watched in horror as Madame prepared to destroy the entire forest. Suddenly, someone's voice addressed the guy, completely discouraging him with a question about the reasons for the battle with this monster. A mysterious creature appeared next to Vicir, lying on the ground, resembling either a ghost or a vision from the past. The mysterious interlocutor continued, arguing that in order to take revenge on Hugo, one should only think about killing him, ignoring the current battle. With surprise, Vicir realized that the speaker was himself, but an older version that existed before the regression. The ghost, with burning eyes and frightening calm, recalled the only desire for revenge, as if trying to direct Vicir to the path of darkness. The spirit of Vicir before the regression, like a poisonous fog, enveloped the consciousness of the young man, whispering bitter reproaches about the lost sharpness of mind and former dexterity, supposedly lost in the thicket of this mysterious forest. The spirit's aggressive cries echoed in Vicir's head, calling him to remember the burning hatred of the South and that painful sensation when a sharp blade cut his throat. The motionless Vicir and his ghostly double, frozen nearby, silently watched the prowling monster, creating a tense atmosphere of anticipation of an inevitable fight. Vicir's memories took him back in time, where he appeared as a grown man with a scar running across his face, the living embodiment of determination and cold calculation. Vicir's voice from the past sounded firmly and unemotionally, proclaiming the only purpose of his existence, the unquestioning fulfillment of the master's tasks, where the mission always stood above life. With bitterness, Vicir recalled how from birth he was taught this iron rule, which determined his entire way of life and the only source of satisfaction. Suddenly, the memories gave way to a terrible scene on the scaffold, where the guillotine mercilessly fell on Vicir's neck, cutting off all his previous beliefs along with his head. Vicir's last look in his past life was filled with the bitter awareness of betrayal on the part of the master whom he served so faithfully. This painful insight opened Vicir's eyes to the futility and worthlessness of his entire life, crossing out everything in which he once so passionately believed. The thirst for revenge, born from this despair, pushed Vicir to the desire to make Hugo experience the same painful feelings that tore his own soul. The spirit of Vicir before the regression, unable to restrain his anger, attacked the current Vicir with furious reproaches, accusing him of ruining all plans for revenge with his rash actions. The furious cries of Vicir's spirit echoed around him, demanding the murder of the Hugo and the complete destruction of the Baskerville line, as if this was the sole purpose of his past existence. Suddenly, a ghostly metal chain was draped around the guy's neck, symbolizing the shackles of his past life and the obsessive thoughts of revenge that continued to haunt him. Deep down, Vicir wondered if the purpose of his existence was truly so clear, trying to remember if he had ever gone against the will of a Hugo in his past life. A sudden insight pierced Vicir's consciousness. Yes, there was a moment when he thought about leaving the group. This brief moment of doubt that he so diligently suppressed. His memories took him to the past where the adult Vicir stood next to his group in the forest, secretly contemplating an escape plan, feeling the weight of an unspoken desire for freedom. However, at that moment, he chose the path along which the chain of duty and loyalty led him, suppressing his true desires for the sake of loyalty to the clan. Chained by invisible bonds, Vicir nevertheless followed his group, feeling the weight of every step and the bitterness of unfulfilled hopes for a different life. He realized that he was just another trained bloodhound, a tool in the hands of the clan, deprived of the right to his own desires and aspirations. Vicir's inner voice rebelled against the ideals imposed on him, fiercely rejecting the attempts of the spirit of the past to impose its beliefs and thirst for revenge on him. He firmly stated that he would no longer obey Hugo's commands or his own sense of duty to take revenge, rejecting the shackles of the past and striving for a new path. Vicir decisively declared that after his execution at the hands of Hugo, he no longer intended to live as a bloodhound, rejecting his past and striving for a new, free life. Before Vicir could finish her internal struggle, Madame, a monstrous creature, continued to splash her green slime onto the surrounding forest, inexorably approaching her victim. Finally finding the guy lying among the trees, the madam pointed her sharp foot straight at him, preparing to strike a fatal blow. With his last breath, the guy proclaimed that the only thing he truly wanted was freedom, and at that moment he miraculously managed to dodge Madame's deadly attack, as if fate itself had heard his plea. Deprived of the ability to walk, Vicir rolled on the ground, desperately trying to escape and return to those who had become dear to him. His movements clumsy, but full of determination. In his heart, Vicir realized that the forest, the people he wants to protect, and the place where he strives to return, all this has become the embodiment of his true desires and aspirations. With incredible effort, the guy began to press his hand into the ground, trying to rise and continue his path to salvation. Every movement was given to him with great difficulty. Vicir's gaze filled with determination as he, looking straight ahead, firmly stated his desire to live according to his own aspirations, rejecting other people's goals imposed on him. Realizing the need to fight for his life and newfound ideals, Vicir tried to stand up while Madame continued to attack him with her sharp legs. Suddenly, a bright blue beam cut through the air, striking the madam and causing her to recoil. Vicir froze in shock, not believing his eyes and not understanding where the unexpected help came from. Two huge energy beams rained down on Madame, causing her to writhe in pain. Their power was so great that even the ground seemed to tremble under their pressure. Vicir, looking at the scene unfolding in front of him, could not believe his eyes. His face expressed a mixture of surprise, relief, and hope for salvation. Looking up, he noticed a group of people on a nearby mountain, surrounded by a bright blue glow of energy. Their appearance attracted the attention of not only Vicir, but also Madame herself. The matriarch and her daughter, who came to the aid of the guy, resolutely entered the battle. The young girl screamed, turning to the monster and calling Vicir a candidate for husband. Her voice was full of anger and determination. Turning to Vicir, the girl shouted with enthusiasm that they had come to fight with him. Her words sounded like a promise of support and loyalty in this difficult hour. In the background, Vicir noticed with surprise and relief the approaching people from the tribe, ready to stand up for him and fight against a common enemy. The tribe's warriors loudly expressed their dissatisfaction with Vicir, reproaching him for shouldering the brunt of the battle without telling them about his plans, while others called on everyone to prepare for the decisive battle. A unanimous cry spread through the forest to help the hero of their lands, and now all eyes and weapons were directed at Madame, ready to repel the monster. A hail of arrows rained down on Madame's face. Each arrow fired by the tribe's warriors was filled with their determination and desire to protect their home. Vicir, whose legs had already completely regenerated, boldly stepped onto Madame's body, reproachfully reminding her that she had completely ignored his warnings not to come here. With gratitude in his voice, Vicir turned to Ayan, admitting that it was thanks to her that he survived, and at that moment, he again raised his hand to strike Madame. Vicir's crushing blow hit the crack in Madame's body, causing a bright red glow to emanate from the wound, as if the very essence of the monster was trying to escape. Despite the force of the blow, Vicir knew that it was most likely still not enough to completely destroy Madame. his face expressing a mixture of determination and slight disappointment. A new plan of attack was already forming in Vicir's head. He decisively stated that if it didn't work now, he would try again. His voice sounded confident and unshakable. Madame's rage reached its peak. She began to move her huge paws furiously, causing clouds of dust and destruction in the forest. Her movements were chaotic and full of uncontrollable anger. The tribe's people shouted warnings of caution, realizing that the madam was completely out of control, her rampage posing a threat to everyone around her. Ayen, not hiding her concern, loudly asked whether Vicir really needed to continue fighting, her voice trembling with fear for his life. A tense moment hung in the air as the matriarch's and Madame's gazes met, like two titans about to clash in an epic battle for the fate of the forest and its inhabitants. The matriarch's gaze radiated unshakable determination. She was clearly aware of the scale of the upcoming battle, preparing for the most difficult test of her life. With bitterness, the matriarch admitted that she had always considered Madame an inevitable catastrophe, not even allowing the thought of the possibility of her destruction, having come to terms with her existence as an inevitable evil. However, the young warriors, especially Vicir, showed her a new path with their actions, and now Vicir deftly dodged the next blow from Madame. The matriarch realized that these brave men taught her not only to overcome fear, but also to confront a seemingly insurmountable disaster. The matriarch's resolve was unshakable. She was ready to fight to the last drop of blood, even if it led to the opening of old wounds. Her eyes lit up with a bright blue flame of strength and courage. Inspired by the desperate bravery of the young warriors, the matriarch vowed to clear the way for them, her voice sounding like an oath given not only to them, but to the entire forest. The matriarch fired an arrow of unprecedented power. Its power was so great that it completely destroyed the mountain, demonstrating to everyone the true power of the guardian of the forest. The matriarch's powerful attack reached the madam's body, causing the monster to cry out in pain and agony. The force of the blow was so great that it seemed to shake the entire forest. The dazzling blue glow from the matriarch's blow was reflected throughout the forest, penetrating even into Madame's eyes, symbolizing the triumph of light over darkness. Vicir, without wasting a second, rushed to the attack. His movements were swift and full of determination. Every step brought him closer to the decisive moment of the battle. Vicir's eyes burned with indomitable determination. There was not a trace of an inadequate red glow in them, only pure will and desire to protect his new home. Vicir's speed was so great that his figure turned into a blurry red beam, rapidly rushing towards its target. For the third time, Vicir struck a powerful blow at the crack in Madame's body, pouring all his strength and determination into it, hoping that this blow would be decisive in their epic battle. Vicir's eyes were electrified with a determination that he had never experienced before. His gaze expressed an unshakable will. An intense red glow began to emanate from the resulting crack, illuminating everything around with an ominous light. Madame let out a deafening cry of pain, her huge body shaking in agony. Vicir continued to bare his teeth, smoke escaping from his mouth, symbolizing his rage and determination. He used the first Baskerville technique, piercing the fang deeply, causing a crushing blow. People from the tribe watched in horror what was happening, realizing that Vicir had penetrated Madame's body. Inside Madame Vicir's body, she successively used the second Baskerville nipper technique, the third cutting fang technique, the fourth developing fang technique, and the fifth technique. Purple blood gushed from Madame's wounds. Her torment was obvious. The last seconds of the monster's life were flowing away. Vicir said that he would no longer live as a bloodhound, driven by shackles, his voice full of determination. Using the sixth technique, Baskerville's destroying fang, Vicir exploded the shackles within himself, freeing himself from the past. The people of the Balak tribe froze in complete stupor, unable to believe their eyes, watching as the young hound Vicir appeared as if out of nowhere, materializing directly from the eye of the defeated madam. A thunderous roar shook the area as Madame's massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and leaving a deep dent in the ground. When the smoke cleared, an amazing picture of Vicir lay prostrate right next to the defeated madam, like two fallen titans after an epic battle. Suddenly, an ominous green substance began to spread across the young hound's face, pulsing through his veins, and Vicir realized with horror that Madame's blood was poisoned with a deadly poison. The deadly poison rapidly spread throughout Vicir's body as he anxiously watched the panting madam, whose life seemed to hang by a thread. The hound understood that he was running out of time, because Madame, it seemed, was already having difficulty keeping her soul in this wounded body, balancing on the brink of life and death. Gathering his last strength, Vicir barely opened his eyes and whispered that it was urgent to get rid of the poison that was poisoning his blood and threatening imminent death. In a desperate attempt to escape, the young hound called upon his trusty weapon, the sword Wezelbub, to help him, which materialized right in his hand, ready to serve his master. The Wezelvul blade that emerged from Vicir's hand suddenly lengthened, becoming much larger than usual, and greedily reached for Madame's blood, like a living creature eager to quench its mortal thirst. However, the situation suddenly became more complicated when Madame suddenly opened her huge eyes, awakening from oblivion and trying to understand what was happening around her. Madame's face showed complete confusion and misunderstanding as she tried to comprehend who dared to drink her blood, violating ancient laws and taboos. At that moment, 3 terrifying monsters appeared in front of the stunned Madame, whose powers were now contained in Vicir's sword, ready to engage in the final battle. The monsters attacked Madame, mercilessly tormenting her exhausted body, while the consciousness of the ancient creature slowly faded away, plunging into the abyss of oblivion. Vicir could hardly keep his eyelids open. The strength was leaving his body, and the agitated Ayan desperately screamed, begging him not to give up and continue to fight for life. The young hound could no longer keep his eyes open, but he still heard Ayan's worried voice, feeling her concern and concern. Gathering his last strength, Vicir quietly whispered that he was all right, and asked Ayan not to make noise since her loud voice was preventing him from resting after a grueling battle. Hearing these words, the girl could not contain her emotions and burst into tears, overwhelmed with relief and joy that Vicir was still alive. Through tears, Ayan told how much she was worried, and pointed to the huge body of the defeated Madame, whose corpse towered above the trees. Vicir realized that he managed to acquire the third ability, deadly poison from Madame Octopussy, becoming even stronger and more dangerous. Exhausted by the heavy battle, many members of the Balak tribe simply fell asleep on the spot, unable to fight the fatigue any longer. Those who were still standing gathered around the fire, celebrating the victory and enjoying the long-awaited meal. Vicir looked around at what was happening and exhaled with relief, realizing that the worst was over. The young hound asked how many days had passed since the beginning of the festival, but for the exhausted people it did not matter. They rejoiced at the celebration of life near the body of the defeated Madame. Nearby was a happy wolf dog named Agent, whose tongue hanging out and sparkling eyes betrayed her genuine joy. Vicir approached the agent and asked with concern how he was feeling after everything he had experienced. The hound praised the agent for his courage, noting that despite the loss of his leg, he was able to defeat another wolf and even find a partner, advising him to rest. Suddenly, Vicir decided to carefully examine his hand, as if something had caught his attention. Vicir reflected on how, after defeating Madame, he managed to use the 7th Baskerville technique, despite lacking the necessary skills. The young hound admitted that although Hugo's current 7th technique was stronger, his own version was still imperfect, requiring further development and practice. However, Vicir noted with satisfaction that compared to his previous self, he had become much stronger, having achieved his goal in this test. With his eyes burning with excitement, the guy decided that it was time to return to the Baskerville family, ready for new challenges and adventures. Vicir took the necklace he received at the festival from his neck, not noticing that a girl lurking nearby was eavesdropping on him. Dressed in his usual pants and shirt, throwing a robe on top, the young hound froze, peering into the distance, as if trying to discern his future. Turning to the matriarch, Vicir thanked her for allowing him to leave, to which she replied that she saw no reason to keep him. The matriarch assured Vicir that having become part of their family, he would forever remain a member of it, and distance would not weaken their family ties. She reminded the young man that from now on, he would always be considered the commander of their tribe, no matter where he was, to which Vicir sincerely thanked her. Looking around for Ayan, Vicir thought sadly that she probably wouldn't come to say goodbye, understanding her reluctance to see him go. With a smile on his face, Vicir looked at the people of the tribe for the last time and announced his departure, ready to go towards new adventures. The people of the Balak tribe assured Vicir that they would always come to the rescue at the first call, asking him not to forget about them and visit from time to time, as if lighting a light of hope in his heart. Akun, with tears in his eyes, promised Vicir that he would wait for his return at any time, demonstrating deep affection and respect for the young hound. When Vicir's silhouette was barely visible among the trees, his fellow tribesmen continued to shout words of farewell and admiration after him, calling him their hero. The young hound walked with a feeling of complete peace, satisfied with the results of his stay in the tribe and ready for new achievements. Suddenly, Vicir's path was blocked by a wheat field, the golden ears of which swayed in the light wind as if inviting him to stop. Among the ears of corn, he noticed the figure of Ayan, holding something in her hands. Her presence here was unexpected and intriguing. The girl's eyes shone with unshed tears, and her gaze, full of sadness and tenderness, was fixed on Vicir, as if trying to capture every feature of his face. Standing in the middle of a wheat field, Ayan quietly asked if he was really leaving, her voice trembling with pent-up emotions. Handing Vicir a wrapped gift, the girl asked him to take this thing with him, putting all her feelings and experiences into this gesture. The gift was carefully wrapped in white cloth, and Ayan began to explain its meaning, her voice soft and soulful. Smiling shyly, the girl said that this was a nubis, a huge bow that Adonai used, and she personally modified it for Vicir. The young hound suddenly understood why he had not seen Ayan for some time. She had been working on this gift, putting her whole soul into it. To conclude the farewell, Ayan placed a broken collar around Vicir's neck, symbolizing their connection and his newfound freedom. Vicir looked at the collar in bewilderment, and Ayan explained that she made it, remembering the hound's words about the bloodhounds, which he muttered in his sleep or unconsciousness. The girl said softly that Vicir is not like the bloodhound. His behavior is completely different, emphasizing his uniqueness. Ayan added that Vicir is more like a wolf, which is strange to keep on a chain, to which the guy responded with a smile, surprised at her way of comforting him. Holding the broken collar in her hands, the girl reached out to Vicir, intending to kiss him goodbye. Their faces came closer. Surrounded only by an endless field of wheat, Vicir and Ayan merged in a tender kiss, expressing all unspoken feelings. After the kiss, the girl could not contain her emotions, and large tears rolled down her cheeks, revealing the depth of her experiences. Ayan suddenly pulled away, trying to hide her tears, and said that she had heard about such a farewell in the Empire, noting how Vicir had grown. In a trembling voice, she asked him to take care of himself and stay healthy, putting all her care into these words. Vicir noted with a smile that it was the first time he had heard of such a farewell in the Empire, trying to diffuse the emotional atmosphere. Having spoken before the meeting, the guy noticed how the girl began to tremble, unable to contain her feelings. Ayan did not turn around, trying to hide her tears and maintain her dignity in this touching moment of farewell. However, having wiped away her tears, she turned to Vicir with a sincere, wide smile and replied that we would definitely meet, instilling hope for a future meeting. Vicir stood at night on a high tower, carefully observing the city spread out below, his silhouette clearly outlined against the starry sky. The young hound said quietly that this was Red Crook's castle, and noted how long it had been since he had been here, feeling a little nostalgic. Thinking aloud, Vicir noted that the Morg family had already settled here, mining rubies in collaboration with the Baskervilles, marveling at their unexpected alliance. Vicir's thoughts involuntarily turned to Kamuz Morg, and he wondered where she was now and what she was doing. The guy winced, imagining their possible meeting, and muttered that just thinking about it made his head hurt. Carefully jumping from the tower on which he stood, Vicir landed softly and silently, like a real predator. Looking around, he thought it was too late and decided to find an inn for the night, wondering where it could be in this changed city. Vicir thought about his new abilities, marveling at how far he had come in his development during his absence. A tall golden statue caught his eye, and he wondered when they had time to build it, noting the changes in the cityscape. Thinking about the need to obtain permission from 7 families to install such a tall statue, Vicir suddenly interrupted his thoughts, becoming wary. The guard warned Vicir not to touch the statue, warning that an attempt to tear off a piece of gold would not be forgiven, and advised only to watch from afar. Vicir asked in surprise, to which the guard asked if he was a foreigner who did not know about the statue. The inspired guard, not believing that anyone might not know about the hero, decided to share his story. He spoke of the hero's strength, having destroyed countless barbarians. The guard told about the hero's rescue of the weak and charming daughter of the Morg family. He mentioned the hero's self-sacrifice as a child to save the soldiers. The Guardian concluded the story by noting that the Morg family had immortalized the hero, and Vicir sheepishly realized that the statue was likely erected in his honor. The guard insistently asked to remember that the hero was here 2 years ago. Having called the name of the hero Vicir van Baskerville, the guard fell silent, and the statue suddenly shone with a golden light. Vicir, as embarrassed and irritated as possible, muttered that he knew so. At the bar, the red-haired Morg twins recalled their first meeting with Vicir, noting his attractiveness. They told bar visitors about how they realized Vicir's value when they first met. One of the twins noted Vicir's charisma, but also mentioned the difficulty of getting close to him. Another recalled that when they first met, they communicated a lot, despite the interference. The third interlocutor noted with enthusiasm that at the sight of him, the fatigue seemed to leave her body, inspired by his strength and determination. Vicir, being in the tavern and hearing these conversations, reflected on how much this version of events differed from the one stored in his memory. He wondered if the result achieved by Adolf and the combined forces was attributed to him, and thanks to the chatty twins, he managed to learn more information about past events. It turned out that 2 years ago, Hugo was furious and visited the family morgue several times, causing loud scandals and demanding explanations. The mortuary family paid the Baskervilles a huge compensation, but even this could not calm the enraged Hugo, whose anger seemed to know no bounds. Vicir could understand Hugo's anger. The loss of a useful hound was a serious blow to the clan, and this explained his violent behavior. The twins, continuing their conversation, dreamily talked about what a wonderful couple they and Vicir could make, their words full of youthful admiration and rivalry. Vicir, unable to listen to their chatter any longer, left the money for his drink and stood up, ready to leave the tavern and these annoying memories. One of the twins suddenly noticed Vicir, but did not recognize him. Her gaze was full of suspicion and curiosity towards the stranger. All the visitors to the tavern suddenly turned their attention to Vicir, spurred on by the twins' exclamations about the suspicious stranger. The guards tried to calm the heated girl down, attributing her behavior to alcohol, but she insisted on her suspicions, not taking her eyes off Vicir. Vicir was told to hurry up and leave the tavern, leaving him wondering how best to handle this unexpected situation. The twins' angry hiss cut through the air, her voice full of rage, attacking the guy for his impudent disregard. The ground beneath the young man's feet came to life, twisting and writhing as the twin began her sinister spell, calling on the vines to entangle his feet. Vicir, like a feather in the wind, soared into the air with incredible ease, leaving the insidious vines to grab the void. Amazement froze on the twins' faces, their eyes widening at the incomprehensible sight they had just seen. Strata, as stunned as the others, could not believe her eyes as she watched an ordinary-looking guy make such an incredible leap. Vicir's landing was as graceful as his jump, his hands carefully clutching the precious bag to his chest as if it were his most prized trophy. Suddenly, the air around the guy thickened as the guards and twins surrounded him in a tight ring, cutting off all routes of retreat. Gruff voices demanded answers, questioning his identity and ordering him to remove his hood, while Vicir felt irritation boiling in his veins. Deciding it was time to reveal his true self, Vicir slowly raised his hands to his hood, preparing to face his past. Shock and embarrassment bloomed on the twins' faces when they saw the guy's face, hidden under the hood all this time. Shouts of admiration burst from their lips, proclaiming the unearthly beauty of the young man standing before them. The guard, gripped by the horror of recognition, could barely squeeze out the words about the incredible similarity of the guy's face with someone familiar. Vicir's irritation grew as the guard stammered and compared his face to an ancient statue carved into stone centuries ago. The guardian, unable to restrain himself any longer, expressed his bewilderment at the absurdity of what was happening, turning to Vicir with undisguised irritation. Confusion and surprise mixed on the twins' faces when they said Vicir's name, causing the entire tavern to shudder in surprise. The twins, overcome with excitement, offered Vicir a VIP room in the fortress, but he politely rejected their offer, assuring that this was not necessary. The joy of confirming their faith in Vicir's survival quickly turned into an argument between the twins about who he came to first. Watching their altercation, Vicir felt irritation growing inside him, like a wave about to crash. When Vicir tried to leave, the twins continued to insist on escorting him, but the guy decisively rejected their offer, barely containing his irritation. Vicir suddenly turned to them, his gaze expressing concern as he asked about Kamuz morgue, inquiring about its whereabouts and condition. Disappointment showed on the twins' faces when they realized Vicir's interest in Kamuz, informing him that she was currently undergoing training in the Hall of Darkness. Surprise flashed in Vicir's eyes, remembering Kamuz's past conflicts with the head of the Hall of Darkness, Snake, which made him think about the reasons for such a change. Vicir asked the twins to convey to Kamuz his desire to meet and advice to leave the Hall of Darkness, which caused them even greater surprise and misunderstanding. As the twins watched Vicir leave, they reflected on the complexity of the situation, given the past relationships and 2-year separation that connected them all. The news of the return of the hero of Red Peak spread throughout the area with lightning speed, like a fire in the dry steppe. Chihuahua and niece Vicira, overwhelmed with joyful excitement, could hardly restrain their emotions from such long-awaited news. Cindy, hearing about the hero's return, felt a wave of happiness wash over her heart, filling it with warmth and hope. Adolf Morg, sitting in his chair, frowned and rubbed his forehead, trying to comprehend the unexpected news that could change everything. The saint, struck by the suddenness of the news, froze in mute surprise, trying to understand the significance of what was happening. Suddenly, the doors burst open and a breathless attendant burst into Hugo's room, shattering the usual calm. Upon hearing the news, the faces of the butler and Hugo froze in an expression of complete shock, as if struck by thunder. Hugo's eyes lit up with an ominous red light as he, barely containing his excitement, demanded confirmation of what he had heard. Vicir, mounted on his horse with determination written all over his face, rode forward, ready to face his past and future. The Chihuahua, meeting the guy, remembered with a smile his last visit through the window, joyfully noting that they were now entering through the main entrance. Deputy Consul Vicir, leaning against the wall, radiated seriousness and determination, ready for the challenges ahead. Chihuahua, clutching his head, could not believe that everything was happening in reality, as if Vicir's 2-year absence had never happened. Vicir, puzzled by the unusual crowd of people on the street and around the administration, could not help but notice how much his return shook the city. Chihuahua, with undisguised excitement, told Vicir how the news of his return quickly spread throughout the empire, attracting crowds of people who wanted to greet the hero. Vicir, feeling the growing irritation and pressure from everyone's attention, could not hide his discomfort from what was happening around him. Suddenly, the door swung open and Pomerian, unable to contain her emotions, burst into the room with a joyful cry of "Papa." Vicir, approaching the girl with a smile, gently stroked her head, gently reminding her that he was her uncle, not her father, to which Pomerian, embarrassed, corrected herself. In her children's hands, Pomerian held a small, fragile mouse, proudly demonstrating her catch to her uncle, not forgetting to warn that the rodent was already dead. Vicir, turning to Chihuahua, inquired about solving Underdog's problems, to which the secretary gratefully noted Cindy's invaluable help in resolving the situation. However, Chihuahua, turning gloomy, mentioned a matter that even Cindy could not cope with, which immediately interested Vicir. Chihuahua, pushing the envelope towards Vicir, spoke about the alarming trend of children disappearing from the slums in recent years. The lack of ransom demands and evidence of black market sales made the kidnappers' motives a mystery, complicating the investigation into the grisly case. Despite the lack of direct evidence, Chihuahua expressed confidence that the same attacker was behind all the abductions, handing over documents on the case to Vicir. Vicir, having familiarized himself with the papers, felt anger boiling in his veins, squeezing the documents from the emotions that overwhelmed him. The thought flashed through Vicir's head about the similarity of this situation with the one in which he himself was once accused of kidnapping children. He was aware that his own case happened years later, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the cases were somehow connected. Pomerian's loud exclamation interrupted Vicir's thoughts, but he, immersed in heavy thoughts, only apologized, explaining that he was busy right now. Pomerian, beaming with happiness, enthusiastically announced the miracle of resurrecting the mouse she held in her small hands. Chihuahua and Vicir froze in shock, unable to comprehend the incredibleness of what was happening before their eyes. In response to their incredulous questions about how this was possible, the girl, with childish spontaneity, confirmed that it was her doing. Vicir, analyzing the situation, came to the conclusion that Pomerian used voodooism, drawing mana from another dimension to resurrect the rodent. When Vicir asked how long ago the girl discovered this ability, Pomerian, amusingly counting on her fingers, replied that it happened 3 nights ago. Pomerian explained that she simply repeated the actions she had seen among the people from the tribe, which made Vicir remember her stay in the Rococo settlement, where they practiced black magic. Vicir reflected that in the Baskerville and Morg families, famous for their gifted children, the ability for magic did not appear until the age of 8, while 5-year-old Pomerian was already manipulating mana of another dimension. Realizing the exceptionality of Pomerian's gift, Vicir understood that the girl could be considered the genius of black magic in their family, and thought about Hugo's reaction to this discovery. Vicir, stroking the girl's head, thought about the unpredictability of the cold-blooded Hugo, believing that it would be better for them not to meet in the near future. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a dove that flew into the window with an important message, which Chihuahua immediately began to read. The Chihuahua, without hiding his anxiety, turned to Vicir, informing him of the impending problems, which immediately intrigued the guy. In a voice trembling with excitement, Chihuahua announced the imminent arrival of the Patriarch himself in the city, to which Vicir, not understanding the seriousness of the situation, asked to explain in more detail. Chihuahua began to explain about the upcoming visit of the Patriarch, but his words were cut off mid-sentence, leaving Vicir in tense anticipation of the continuation. The sudden appearance of the Patriarch in the room made the air thicken, and the Chihuahua visibly tensed, barely containing his excitement. The butler Hugo, the epitome of perfection and restraint, froze across from him, creating a contrast with the agitated secretary. Vicir, although he looked outwardly calm, was internally preparing for any turn of events, understanding the unpredictability of the situation. Opposite Vicir sat Patriarch Hugo, his presence filling the room with a sense of power and authority. The Patriarch, turning to Vicir, stated the fact of his return, which caused a sigh of relief from Chihuahua at the start of the dialogue. Vicir, mentally worried about Pomerian hidden in the next room, hoped that the sudden visit of the Patriarch would not lead to unpleasant consequences. When asked by the Patriarch about his activities, Vicir spoke about his experience with thieves, where he, pretending to be a friend, studied them from the inside. Continuing his story, Vicir mentioned that this experience helped him develop a plan of action against criminals. Interested, the Patriarch asked for details about the destruction of the enemies, to which Vicir proposed the idea of eradicating the barbarians by stopping supplies from the Empire. Vicir explained that barbarians valued even the simplest goods from the Empire, and exploiting this addiction could be an effective weapon. The Patriarch, doubting the effectiveness of trade manipulations, received assurance from Vicir that this method would lead to the death of the barbarians. With excitement in his eyes, Vicir revealed the essence of his plan to exchange goods for the destruction of monsters by the hands of the barbarians themselves. The Patriarch, stroking his beard, appreciated the cunning of the plan, which made it possible to simultaneously protect the territories of the Empire and destroy the barbarians with their own hands. The enlightenment and wisdom emanating from young Vicir filled Hugo's heart with paternal pride, because he always wanted to raise just such an heir. The Chihuahua, amazed by the depth and sincerity of the conversation between Hugo and Vicir, involuntarily felt awe, as if he had witnessed the long-awaited reunion of father and son. John Barrymore, Hugo's faithful butler, noted with warmth how the Patriarch's face lit up with a smile that he had not seen since Vicir disappeared from their lives. Vicir, sipping aromatic tea, was lost in thought about how to protect the Balak tribe from the destructive influence of the Baskerville family, whose power was fraught with threat. Vicir's cunning plan was to create the illusion that the tribe would die in a battle with monsters, while they would quietly move into territory controlled by Hugo. Suddenly, Hugo interrupted the thoughts of those present. His voice sounded unexpectedly sharp, causing Chihuahua and Vicir to flinch in surprise. The evil energy emanating from the Patriarch filled the room as he categorically stated his refusal to negotiate with the Rococo tribe. Hugo, without hiding his intentions, openly declared his desire to destroy the Rococo tribe, warning Vicir about the seriousness of his intentions. Vicir, outwardly agreeing with his father, was inwardly horrified by the anger that Hugo still kept in his heart, which only strengthened his determination to protect Ayen from meeting her grandfather. Hugo, immersed in his thoughts, admitted that during the many years of separation from his son, he only indulged in bitter memories and cursed the barbarians responsible for their separation. Hugo's unexpected request not to overdo it this time caught Vicir by surprise, making him wonder about his father's true motives. The Patriarch bitterly told how Vicir's disappearance after rescuing the daughter of the Morgue family deprived them of an important diplomatic advantage over longtime rivals. Continuing his confession, Hugo admitted that all political benefits faded in the face of his father's grief from the loss of his only son. Vicir realized the deep wisdom in his father's words, realizing that sometimes it is pointless to strive to get something in return, especially when it is not worth making excessive efforts. Doubts crept into Vicir's soul, making him wonder if Hugo's current aggression is just a clever game, reminiscent of the night of his escape after being falsely accused. Memories of betrayal overwhelmed Vicir, again making him feel the pain of a stab in the back and the cold gaze of former comrades with whom he once shared joys and sorrows. The bitterness of resentment towards Hugo, who did not give him a chance to justify himself, again stirred in Vicir's soul, reminding him that his vigilance and the sharpness of his fangs had not dulled during the years of separation. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere was shattered by the appearance of little Pomerian, who burst into the room screaming uncle, taking everyone by surprise. Chihuahua and Vicir froze in silent amazement. Their pupils shrank to the limit from the surprise of the girl's appearance at such an inopportune moment. Pomerian, not noticing the tension of the adults, excitedly talked about the thunderstorm raging outside, accompanying her story with emotional exclamations and gestures. Frightened by the thunder, the girl rushed to Vicir, seeking protection in his arms, which led to even greater confusion for the Chihuahua and Vicir himself. Vicir instantly realized that under no circumstances could he allow Pomerian to meet Hugo, realizing the consequences this could have. Vicir's shock reached its climax when he realized the seriousness of the situation. His pupils constricted even more, expressing extreme anxiety and tension. Hugo stood up sharply and stood opposite Vicir, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty and expectation that seemed to freeze the air in the room. Pomerian, still sobbing, turned her attention to the patriarch. Unknown to her, when he unexpectedly turned to her with a question, Hugo's gaze was filled with alarm and surprise as he peered closely into little Pomerian's face, as if seeing something familiar in it. Hugo, the head of the Ironblood family, one of the 7 great families of the Empire, inspired awe with his power and influence, which extended far beyond the borders of his dominions. Hugo's fame as an unsurpassed warrior and the strongest holy magician resounded throughout the Empire, especially after his successful campaigns against the barbarians on distant frontiers. However, at this moment, the usual mask of composure and steadfastness flew off the patriarch's face, revealing his true emotions. Pomerian, still frightened by the storm, continued to seek comfort from Vicir when Hugo unexpectedly addressed her as Penelope. The girl, confused and frightened, fixed her sad gaze on the patriarch, full of bewilderment and anxiety. The terrifying appearance of Hugo with his menacing mustache frightened Pomerian even more, forcing Vicir to intervene and try to calm his father down. Hugo, trying to explain his reaction, talked about how he brought a girl with red eyes, considering her one of his own, but later discovered her connection with the gingerbread tribes. Vicir, trying to dispel his father's suspicions, confidently stated that the girl could not be a member of their family, which surprised Hugo a lot. The patriarch fell into silence, carefully choosing words to express his thoughts and feelings in this difficult situation. Admitting his mistake, Hugo wondered about the girl's age, realizing that she was too young to be who he thought she was. Feeling tired and confused, the patriarch decided to leave, holding his head and muttering about the need to return to his business. Vicir, seeing his father off, wished him a good journey, mentally noting how strong Hugo's shock was and realizing that there was something more behind this. Hugo, addressing Vicir, mentioned the upcoming grand banquet, hinting at the importance of this event for their family. The Chihuahua, having heard about the banquet, mentally noted that it was a prestigious dinner for selected heirs, which every member of their society dreams of. Before leaving, Hugo once again looked at Pomerian intently, as if trying to solve the mystery of her origin and connection with their family. As night fell, Vicir unexpectedly discovered that he was lying not on a soft bed, but on the floor next to the bed. Vicir reflected on how unusual a hot shower and a soft bed felt after years spent in harsh conditions. Years spent among the tribe's warriors had changed his habits, and now his body needed time to reacclimate to the comfort of civilization. Vicir's thoughts returned to Hugo's unexpected reaction to Pomerian's appearance, trying to understand the true reason for the patriarch's behavior. Vicir analyzed his decision not to tell Hugo about the girl and the medallion based on past experiences with his father and his unpredictable nature. As he fell asleep, Vicir firmly decided that no matter what, he must protect Pomerian from any danger that might threaten her. Suddenly, the silence of the night was broken by a strange sound, as if someone had entered the room through the window, bringing with it an unusual air current. Vicir instantly became alert, hearing a rustling at the window and noticing the silhouette of an unknown figure frozen in the moonlight. The mysterious stranger took out some kind of test tube. His movements were careful and purposeful. A female figure, penetrating through the window, froze above Vicir's bed, creating an atmosphere of tension and uncertainty. The stranger mentally noted that information was spreading at incredible speed, because not even a day had passed since the important events. Vicir, without wasting a second, made a lightning-fast jump over the bed, preparing to strike his unexpected guest. Pushing off the bed with his foot, Vicir increased the power of his attack, directing all the power at the enemy. With an accurate and powerful blow, Vicir managed to knock the sword out of the hands of the mysterious woman, depriving her of her advantage. Already ready to strike a fatal blow, Vicir stopped when he heard the woman's desperate cry. The stranger hastily explained that it was just a joke, and at that moment Vicir realized that the voice seemed familiar to him. Vicir, recognizing the guest, sternly warned her about the need for advance notice of the visit in order to avoid tragic misunderstandings. The girl noted with slight irony that Vicir's character had not changed at all, despite his return from the world of the dead. It turned out that the overnight guest was Cindy, who warmly greeted Vicir, asking him to remove his mask. Vicir asked Cindy to be quieter, to which the girl playfully stuck out her tongue, demonstrating her frivolous attitude. Cindy ironically noted that sending Chihuahua was unnecessary, since she would not have been tempted even by the huge sum of 10 billion. Vicir reproached Cindy for manipulative methods of doing business, to which she, sitting on the bed, objected, calling herself only a financial consultant carrying out orders. Vicir retorted that he provided Jody with a bodyguard precisely to prevent the loss of funds, to which Cindy shook her head skeptically. Cindy explained that even the bodyguards could not have prevented the financial fraud, and only her intervention and orders to the expert stopped the dubious transactions. With a slight smile, Vicir recalled that he had originally ordered his men to stay away from Cindy, hinting at his trust in her. Cindy, realizing that she had been under Vicir's control from the start, expressed her annoyance at this fact, feeling deceived. Vicir, getting down to business, asked about the requested information, and Cindy, taking documents from her suit, confirmed the completion of the task. While accepting the papers, Vicir noted with slight irony the changes in Cindy's character over the past 2 years, advising her to bring the reports in a folder next time. Vicir reiterated his promise to allow Cindy to participate in trade with the locals, to which she jokingly asked if she should now address him as boss. Studying the received documents, Vicir noted that this was information about the guests of tomorrow's banquet, to which he was expecting an invitation. The first sheet contained information about the patriarch, which caused Vicir bewilderment because this information should have been well known to him. Suddenly, something in the documents greatly surprised Vicir, forcing him to peer intensely at the text. Vicir was surprised to discover that Boston Terrier, the commander of the Pitbull Knights and Hugo's half-brother, would also be present at the event. Great Dane Baskerville, Count and Hugo's half-brother, was unexpectedly on the guest list, causing Vicir to consider the possible consequences. Vicir, surprised by the presence of the Boston Terrier at the internal event, suggested that this may be due to the desire to meet the resurrected legend. Cindy expressed her opinion about the possible intention to strengthen the troops, to which Vicir noted that the coming day promises to be tiring. The mention of Orisa, the eldest son who had reached the level of mastery of the 7 counts and became a copy of his father, attracted the attention of Vicir. Vicir recalled his rare observations of Orus from afar, noting his coldness and restraint even towards his subordinates. When Cindy tried to compare the strength of the clan members, Vicir responded evasively, advising her not to try to understand their fighting skills. Vicir noted that Orus, who had previously been in isolated training, returned specifically to participate in the grand banquet. Information about Seth, Orus's younger brother, revealed a contrast between them. Seth's weak magical abilities were compensated by his kindness and tenderness. Vicir remembered how Seth showed compassion for the dead bloodhounds, whom others considered trash, which earned Vicir respect. The realization of the possibility of an early meeting with Seth caused Vicir mixed feelings and expectations. Continuing to study the invitation cards, Vicir came across another unexpected name. Cindy, noticing Vicir's reaction, noted with slight irritation her efforts to gather information that he seemed to be only briefly skimming. Vicir explained his superficial study of the documents by the fact that he was already well acquainted with most of the people mentioned. Having laid out all the papers on the table, Vicir eagerly and grinningly anticipated many interesting events at the upcoming grand banquet. Vicir approached the doors of the grand hall where the dinner was to take place, noting the luxurious decoration and vigilant security on both sides of the entrance. With slight excitement, he opened the massive doors, preparing to enter the hall full of influential people. Vicir entered the room with a determined look. His gaze radiated confidence and readiness for any surprises. Some guests had already gathered inside, among whom Vicir recognized the twins he knew, Hugo and other invited persons. Having introduced himself, Vicir announced his arrival at the grand banquet by order of the patriarch, which attracted the attention of Set and Osiris. The twins greeted Vicir with joyful smiles, clearly pleased with his appearance. Hugo's half-brothers, having noticed Vicir, have already begun to think about strategies on how to win him over to their side. Vicir, bowing slightly, began to express his gratitude for the invitation, but was interrupted. Patriarch Hugo invited Vicir to sit down, addressing him as a son, which created a special atmosphere in the hall. All those present sat at the table, enjoying the delicious dishes. The Boston Terrier, tasting the meat, remarked out loud that it seemed slightly undercooked to him. Hugo, hearing the comment, asked if the Boston Terrier didn't like the meat, to which he quickly answered in the negative. The Boston Terrier explained that he was referring to the meat on the next plate, trying to smooth over the misunderstanding. Great Dane, clearly annoyed, sharply inquired about the reason for the increased attention to his plate. The Boston Terrier, trying to diffuse the situation, explained his concern about the quality of the meat offered to their sweet nephew. Great Dane, agreeing with the definition of dear, recalled that Vicir is also his nephew, expressing a desire to guide him along the right path. He continued, implying that Vicir would be better off joining the Mastiff Knights rather than joining the slow and stupid pit bulls. Vicir, remaining calm, noted that his presence here was connected with the possibility of recruitment. He mentioned offers from the knightly orders of pit bulls and mastiffs, admitting that he would previously have welcomed such offers. However, now Vicir expressed his disappointment, seeing only idiots in those present. The butler, pouring wine for the patriarch, noted his good mood, despite his usual aloofness, and the sympathy of his younger brothers for the young master. Vicir mentally noted the importance of a positive interpretation of events, finding it amusing to watch the brothers clash. Boston Terrier asked Vicir about his achievements over 2 years in the Red-Black Mountains, asking about the number of barbarians and monsters killed. Great Dane expressed a desire to know how Vicir spent his time in the dangerous forest and how much he had grown during this time. The Patriarch tried to stop the questions by offering Vicir to eat first, but the half-brothers insisted on their curiosity. Finally, the Patriarch, clearly irritated, abruptly interrupted the questioning, which frightened his half-brothers. Patriarch Hugo, without hiding his irritation, reminded those present of his dislike for pretense. The half-brothers, realizing their mistake, bowed their heads and apologized. Vicir, maintaining his composure, noted that his achievements were not difficult to demonstrate. Hugo asked if Vicir was tired after a long journey, offering to visit the training room, to which he agreed. Vicir philosophically noted that skills can be demonstrated at any time by treating daily life as part of training. He pointed to Uncle Terrier's overflowing glass and Uncle Dane's undercooked steak, demonstrating his powers of observation. Vicir pointed his finger at the table, attracting the attention of those present. After Vicir touched the table, the wine in the glass began to evaporate and the table shook slightly. The half-brothers watched in amazement as Vicir deftly handled the situation. Vicir explained that he used Manu to fry meat and evaporate wine, demonstrating his skill. The brothers approached the Patriarch, expressing admiration for Vicir's achievements, reaching the level of an average expert by the age of 17. The Patriarch, immersed in his thoughts, realized that something was wrong. He remembered that 2 years ago he believed that he had revealed Vicir's level as an average expert during the battle with Madame, but it turned out that no one even knew about it. The Patriarch wondered why no one had reported on Vicir's skills, while the twins looked at the young man with delight. Suddenly, someone present praised Vicir, calling him brother, which surprised the guy. It turned out that it was Orisis, who, drinking wine, approvingly noted Vicir's successes. Vicir, amazed by his elder brother's praise, expressed his gratitude. Orisis, the first successor of the Baskerville family, most reminiscent of Hugo, unexpectedly expressed approval. This unusual sight of an older brother praising his younger brother attracted the attention of everyone present. Seth noted that this was the first time he had seen his brother praising someone, and with such an open smile. Turning to Vicir, Seth noticed the similarity of their faces in the absence of emotions, but Vicir assured him of the opposite. Seth, smiling, expressed his joy that Vicir knew him and explained his poor health and stay in the medical wing. Vicir remembered the proximity of the training hall to Underdog, where he held the position of deputy consul, and his intention to visit Seth. Memories of serving under Seth during the fall, their time together amidst chaos and battles, came back to Vicir's mind. Even when Vicir was falsely accused, Seth stood up for him, defending him until the very end. At the gala banquet, Vicir felt like the only uninvited guest among the refined audience of the cream of society. Suddenly, the young hound was filled with a sense of foreboding, and his nostrils caught a foul odor reminiscent of the dark days of his fall. This fetid aroma was unmistakably the smell of demons from the darkest depths of the underworld. With horror, Vicir realized the terrible truth among the noble gentlemen at this luxurious table, lurking an insidious demon in the flesh. Thoughts rushed feverishly in search of an answer. Who of those present is the source of this disgusting smell? Vicir's eyes, full of rage and suspicion, began to carefully study each guest in an attempt to expose the demon. The young man's gaze settled on Seth, whose hands were shrouded in a red demonic aura, and he, noticing the close attention, inquired about Vicir's intentions. Vicir, trying to hide his shock, watched as Seth casually continued small talk, trying to diffuse the tension. Seth even condescended to ask the servants serving the delicious dishes about their lives and affairs. Vicir couldn't believe his eyes. In front of him was the same man whom he knew before Grace, but now a demonic aura emanated from him. Seth, as if not noticing anything, as if nothing had happened, asked Vicir if it was true that in his absence he had taken over the post of deputy consul. The conversation continued, and Seth spoke with interest about the rallies of residents who advocated for Vicir to remain in charge of the city, and expressed hope for fruitful cooperation in the future. Vicir, remaining wary, laconically answered with consent without taking his gaze off his interlocutor. Seth broke into a smile and announced his impatience for them to work together. Suddenly, Vicir's attention was drawn to a glass, in which he noticed something strange and disturbing. With horror, the young man realized that he did not see Seth's reflection in the glass, which led him to think about the possible seizure of the body by a demon. Vicir feverishly wondered whether to immediately expose the demon right at the table, risking causing panic among the guests. Common sense dictated that more evidence needed to be collected before making such serious charges. Seth inquired about Vicir's plans for joining the order, but the young man, choking from the stench, barely squeezed out an answer. Nostalgically recalling his youth, Seth mentioned his admiration for the uniform of the Doberman Knights, to which Osi reprimanded him about being excessively talkative. Osi, interrupting his brother, insisted on finishing dinner and stopping the tedious conversations. Vicir took these words with relief, hoping to get rid of the unbearable smell of the demon. The patriarch asked the young men's opinion about the dinner, to which they politely responded, noting the exquisite taste of the dishes. The patriarch, expressing satisfaction, asked Vicir to come into the main office of the mansion for an important conversation. Vicir, hiding his excitement, agreed without hesitation to visit the patriarch's office. Late at night, the young man walked along the main corridor of the mansion, shrouded in a mysterious fog. Vicir reflected on how hard it was for him to have this dinner that lasted until 5 in the morning in the company of such difficult personalities. Anticipating that the reason for the call to the patriarch lay in the entrance tests, Vicir did not notice how an ominous figure appeared behind him. Suddenly, an unknown force attacked the young man, taking him by surprise. Vicir instantly recognized the Baskerville's 6th technique and wondered whether he should repel the attack with full force. Realizing that those around him considered him an average expert, Vicir decided not to demonstrate his true capabilities. The young man used the 4th technique of the Baskervilles so as not to arouse suspicion with his skill. Vicir neutralized the rest of the attack with the blessing of the river Styx and his aura. The red energy of the attack was inexorably approaching Vicir, threatening to swallow him whole. The mysterious man, watching from the wall, laughed maliciously at Vicir's desperate attempts. The Boston Terrier, having revealed his identity, mockingly noted the slight difference in the level of their techniques, surprised at Vicir's arrogance. Jumping down, he smugly declared that his instincts regarding his nephew were infallible. Uncle Dane unexpectedly appeared and reproached the Boston Terrier for barbaric behavior unworthy of the main house. Dane warned his brother against rash actions, reminding him of the possible severe consequences on the part of the patriarch. The Boston Terrier, grinning, justified his action as a manifestation of love for his nephew, assuring that he stopped the attack in time. A dispute broke out between the brothers over Vicir's future. Dane insisted on his mastiff origins, criticizing the order's choice of pit bulls. The skirmish escalated into an exchange of barbs. The brothers recalled old grievances and made fun of each other's physical disabilities. The dispute heated up to the limit. The brothers drew their blades and decided to fight for the right to determine the fate of their nephew, causing Vicir only irritation. Vicir, assessing the situation, noted skeptically that his uncle's attack was not so insurmountable. The young man mentally compared the levels of techniques, realizing his superiority thanks to the 7th technique of the Baskervilles. Vicir, confident in his strength, supported by the blessing of the river and the demonic sword, realized that he was able to resist both uncles. Suddenly, an unexpected figure blocked Vicir's path, causing him to freeze in place in surprise. Vicir, faced with the blonde twins from the clan, wearily inquired about their intentions. The young hounds, without answering, began to draw their blades, preparing for the unknown. An irritated Vicir reminded them of the significant difference in their strengths, warning them against rash actions. Unexpectedly for Vicir, the twins knelt down, leaning on the hilts of their swords in a sign of submission. Puzzled by this turn of events, Vicir carefully watched what was happening, trying to understand the meaning of their actions. The thought flashed through Vicir's head about the possible oath of allegiance that the twins were going to take. Noticing the points of the swords at the twins' feet, Vicir realized the seriousness of the situation. The slightest movement could lead to injury. Without hiding his irritation, Vicir rudely demanded an explanation for their strange behavior. The 3 young men in unison declared their desire to repay the debt they believed they owed to Vicir. The first twin remembered an old incident when, As a 9-year-old child, he was attacked by Vicir, which created fear in him. He admitted that he recognized Vicir during his victory over Cerberus, which changed his attitude. The second twin expressed his admiration for Vicir's feat in the battle with the troll. The third young man mentioned the battle with the giant forest monster, which instilled in him sacred awe and respect for Vicir. Having survived mortal danger, 3 young people decided to become Vicir's faithful followers, ready to serve him. The young men solemnly asked Vicir to become their master, whom they, the Bloodhounds, would faithfully serve forever. Vicir remembered how, before returning in time, these 3, nicknamed the 3 Spears of Hugo, caught him after being falsely accused. Despite past grievances, Vicir calmly walked past the kneeling youths without uttering a word. This reaction deeply upset and puzzled the twins, who had expected a different outcome from their confession. Vicir rejected their oath, citing fatigue, but mentally decided to use their devotion for his own purposes. He warned the young men about the need to keep their conversation and further actions secret, which pleased the twins. Their overly respectful response again irritated Vicir, who preferred less formal communication. Vicir, concerned about Seth's demonic possession, decided to assign Cindy to conduct a secret investigation into the matter. The determination to destroy the demon, no matter the cost, matured in the young man's thoughts. Before this, Vicir had one more important task to complete, and the scene shifts to Hugo's room. The butler's face contorted in shock when Hugo, unable to believe his ears, asked him to repeat what he had said. The patriarch insistently demanded that Vicir repeat the words he had just spoken. Vicir calmly mentioned Miss Roxanne, Hugo's first wife, and their daughter Penelope, asking for information about the latter. Hugo's eyes flashed with anger and aggression. He demanded to know how Vicir knew this name. Vicir, without looking away resolutely, declared that this is where his entrance test begins. Hugo gave Vicir the letter, explaining that it came from the academy. While the young man was studying the contents, the patriarch reminded him of his promise to enter an educational institution. Vicir, reading the notice for the 20th grade students of the Colosseum, realized the true reason for the call to Hugo. The Colosseum Academy was the largest educational institution supported by the Great Rock Empire. Vicir remembered how, before returning to the past, he attended this academy as a servant of the triplets, being disfigured by scars. Hugo asked if Vicir would like to take anyone else with him besides the triplets. Vicir, before answering, recalled a letter 2 years ago, promising a reward for some advantage for the family. The patriarch confirmed this information and asked if Vicir was ready to receive his reward. Vicir asked to tell a story as a reward, which aroused Hugo's interest. The young man dared to ask to tell about Miss Roxalana and Miss Penelope. The butler was completely shocked by Vicir's unexpected question. Hugo, not believing his ears, demanded that Vicir repeat what he had said. Vicir confirmed that he was asking about Hugo's first, now deceased wife, Miss Roxalana. The young man asked to tell about Hugo's daughter, Penelope, which caused an angry reaction from the patriarch, and a question about the source of the information. Hugo's eyes showed intense anger and aggression, barely restrained. Vicir, interrupting Hugo's angry tirade, insisted on the need to get an answer before explaining the reasons for his interest. The young man assured the patriarch that his question was not dictated by idle curiosity, asking him to trust him. Vicir understood that information about Hugo's first marriage and kidnapped daughter was key to uncovering the mystery of Pomerian's existence. The tale told by the butler Barrymore seemed incredible, and Vicir could not allow Hugo and Pomerian to meet without checking the facts. Hugo fell into silence, mulling over what he had heard and deciding whether to reveal family secrets. Finally, the patriarch broke the silence by pronouncing the name of his first wife, Roxana. Hugo admitted that Roxanne was the only one he loved with all his heart, and Penelope was his most valuable treasure. Vicir was surprised to hear words about love from the stern patriarch. This did not fit with his usual image. Continuing the story, Hugo said that Roxanne was a commoner. Their marriage was not contractual. The patriarch fondly recalled the day of their first meeting, calling it love at first sight. Vicir, listening to Hugo's revelations, thought that he decided to start the story from the very beginning of their story. Hugo continued to talk about the complexities of their love. Roxanne tried to distance herself because of her background, but he was ready to give everything for her. Vicir, trying to speed up the story, was interrupted by the patriarch, who decided to reveal the whole story. Hugo told about the persecution by the Baskerville family, which became a new test for their love. He described their struggle for survival and the rejection of their union by society that they had to go through. The butler, touched by the memories, began to cry, and the patriarch noted that this was only the beginning of their harsh life together. Despite the difficulties, they got married, and thanks to their determination, Penelope was born. Hugo expressed his desire to protect the happiness gained through suffering, his beloved wife and daughter. He spoke about the rapid deterioration of Roxana's health after childbirth and her early death, leaving behind a small daughter. With warmth, Hugo described how Penelope grew up as a bright child, inheriting his mother's strong character and kind heart. The patriarch admitted that he was happy, simply knowing that everything was fine with his daughter, which surprised Vicir. Suddenly, Hugo's tone changed and he slammed the table hard, preparing to talk about the turning point. Hugo told about the tragedy Penelope was kidnapped by the Rococo tribe while walking. Hugo expressed bewilderment at how the barbarians infiltrated the center of the Baskerville's territory and kidnapped his daughter, whom he had not been able to find until now. Vicir mentally noted that, under the pretext of expanding the territory, Hugo began searching for Penelope and destroying the barbarians. Realizing the difficulty of fighting alone, Hugo increased the number of wives through arranged marriages and began mass-producing children. Over the course of a decade on the borders of the empire, he created the powerful Baskerville family, which everyone had to reckon with. Hugo's composure allowed him to revive his family and serve the empire, hiding the pain of losing loved ones behind a mask. Vicir mused that every villain has a story behind them, but only their atrocities remain, condemning Hugo's insensitivity. Hugo finished the story and demanded an explanation from Vicir about the reasons for his interest in this story. Vicir began to look for something in his pocket, preparing to present important evidence. The young man handed the found pendant to the patriarch, inviting him to look at it. Hugo instantly recognized the gold beagle pendant that belonged to his family. The patriarch confirmed that this is a medallion he created for Roxana and subsequently worn by his daughter. Opening the pendant, Hugo saw a family photograph of himself, his wife and daughter, which moved him deeply. Vicir puzzled Hugo with a question about what he would do if it turned out that Penelope was still alive. Hugo froze in complete shock, clearly not expecting to hear something like this. Vicir, heading to the door, said that Penelope's daughter and Hugo's granddaughter were waiting behind it. A little girl entered the room. She walked around the room with her neat legs. It was the granddaughter of the patriarch. Hugo's world turned upside down. He found himself in complete confusion, realizing that the girl was his own blood. The girl said that she was waiting as Vicir told her, and a chihuahua was peeking out from behind the door. Vicir admitted that he had lied earlier in the forest. He met a child from the Rococo tribe who called the owner of the medallion Mom. In a trembling voice, Hugo said his daughter's name, realizing that Penelope was the mother of this girl. The frightened girl clung to Vicir while Hugo examined her resemblance to her mother. Excitement was visible in Vicir's eyes. He intended to completely confuse the patriarch. The young man emphasized that in the girl's veins flows the blood of both Hugo's beloved daughter and the barbarians he despises. The formidable Hugo stood up from the table and walked towards the girl, and Vicir wondered whether the patriarch would retain his composure. Hugo noted that the fact that the girl was in the Rococo tribe frightens the child. Coming closer, the patriarch asked if this meant that the girl was born from the union of his daughter and the barbarian. Vicir confirmed this, mentally enjoying how Hugo was shaking with rage and despair. Hugo raised his hand and reached out to the girl, causing tension in everyone present. His movements were slow, as if he was afraid of scaring the child. Vicir, with burning eyes, mentally prepared himself for the beginning of his revenge, confident that Hugo's reaction would be exactly as he expected. Osi, Vicir, and the butler stood near a beautiful gazebo. Suddenly they heard a child's voice asking in surprise about the beard. Hugo's little granddaughter, Vicir's niece, pulled her grandfather's beard with curiosity, finding this activity very amusing. Osi admitted that in his short life, he had never been so surprised. The butler, despite his age, fully shared these feelings. Vicir's pupils shrank in shock. He could not believe what was happening and demanded an explanation, not understanding how the situation could change so much. The image of the stern Hugo that Vicir knew earlier completely collapsed before his eyes, leaving the young man in complete confusion. Hugo, closing his eyes from the surge of emotions, held his granddaughter on his lap and quietly said that he was a grandfather, as if not believing himself. The patriarch, without holding back his tears, admitted that he never thought that the day would come when someone would call him grandfather, his voice trembling with excitement. Vicir was shocked, realizing that his plan did not go at all as he expected. Hugo's expression was completely inconsistent with his predictions. Vicir, standing before Hugo 15 years after the regression, suddenly wondered about the possibility of killing the patriarch. The thought of taking Hugo's life flashed through Vicir's head, causing him to tense up. Realizing the unshakable mind of the swordmaster even in everyday situations, Vicir abandoned the idea of killing Hugo, realizing the complexity of the task. Years later, Vicir found Pomerian, Hugo's granddaughter, which became the key to his plan. Vicir hoped that the emotions from meeting his granddaughter would affect the swordsman's skill, weakening his defense. By combining the mastery of Wezelbub's sword and his increased skills, Vicir increased the chances of a successful kill. This day was to be decisive in Vicir's plan to eliminate Hugo. However, Hugo's reaction, sincere laughter and obvious happiness, did not at all correspond to Vicir's expectations. Vicir was confused, not understanding the reasons for Hugo's great surprise and joy. Hugo approached Vicir, asking about the baby and placing his hand on the girl's head, which confused Vicir even more. The girl's words that Penelope was her mother's name made Hugo's pupils constrict in shock and realization. The little girl, playing with Hugo's hand, told of her mother, who missed her father, and often looked at the pendant that preserved the memory of the past. The child's gaze fixed on the formidable patriarch turned to warmth when she called him grandfather, as if the word melted the ice between them. Hugo's unexpected reaction, his sudden relaxation, plunged Vicir into a state of deep shock. The stern patriarch, unable to hold back his emotions, burst into sobs, surprising everyone present with his sudden humanity. Kneeling down in front of his granddaughter, Hugo gave vent to his feelings, his screams and tears expressing years of pent-up pain and anguish. The butler, turning to Vicir, expressed sincere gratitude, leaving the young man bewildered by his unexpected gratitude. The butler's words that the patriarch's smile seemed like a pipe dream underscored the significance of the moment for everyone who knew Hugo. The butler's gratitude confused Vicir, causing him to wonder about the unforeseen consequences of his actions. Hugo's transformation into a sweet grandfather and Penelope's obvious well-being created a picture of a family idol, so unusual for this house. Vicir, clenching his fists, felt helpless in the face of Hugo, who was open like never before, not understanding his conflicting feelings. At night, lying on his bed, Vicir plunged into deep thoughts, trying to comprehend what had happened. The young man was still impressed by Hugo's unexpected reaction, realizing that his carefully thought-out plan had gone awry. The image of Hugo in Vicir's memory began to change, forcing him to reevaluate his previous ideas about the patriarch. The sudden rush of memories of his own execution before the regression stirred up old pain and resentment in Vicir's soul. Vicir's memories of the unfair accusation and Hugo's unwillingness to listen to his excuses surfaced in his mind, causing bitterness and resentment. Accusations of demons and child abduction, which Vicir desperately denied, echoed in his memory, recalling the horror he had experienced. Hugo's cruelty, expressed in the merciless blow to Vicir's face, came to life again in the youth's memories, causing him to shudder. Vicir remembered holding back the blood flowing from his mouth while Hugo forbade him to even say his name, showing complete contempt. The words of the patriarch, who called him ordinary trash, were deeply etched in Vicir's memory, leaving an indelible mark on his soul. The realization that it was Hugo who turned him into a sinner and sentenced him to death once again stirred up a wave of conflicting emotions in Vicir. Vicir's internal conflict, wavering between the thirst for revenge and doubts, was reflected on his face, revealing deep mental torment. An unexpected voice brought Vicir out of his reverie, noting the unusual apathy on his face, so rare for an energetic young man. Cindy, who appeared through the window, ironically commented on the state of Vicir, lying on the bed instead of fulfilling his own request. Vicir, coming out of his stupor, inquired about the reason for Cindy's visit, to which she reminded him to carry out his instructions. The girl casually threw a folder with documents to Vicir, reporting the information she had collected about Seth Baskerville. Cindy, noticing Vicir's lost appearance, decided to leave the report and leave, citing other matters. Before leaving, the girl emphasized that she had conducted a detailed investigation about Seth, as Vicir had asked. The investigation revealed that Seth, under a false identity, sponsored several orphanages, taking responsibility for the adoption of children. Information about foster families and the fate of adopted children turned out to be unavailable, which aroused Vicir's suspicions. Gloomy speculation about the possible use of abducted children by the demon as victims or food made Vicir shudder. Looking through the archive, the young man began to understand the connection between Seth and the mysterious disappearances of children in the city. Vicir blamed himself for having missed these important details earlier, feeling bitter about his short-sightedness. The realization that Seth was a demon even before returning in time forced Vicir to rethink all past events. The young man remembered that it was Seth who warned him about Hugo's plans to accuse and execute him, which now seemed to be part of an insidious plan. Memories of the conversation with Seth in the cage before the regression surfaced in Vicir's memory, taking on a new, ominous meaning. Vicir now saw Seth's false sympathy and feigned powerlessness to help as part of a cunning manipulation. Vicir, baring his teeth in rage and despair, could not believe the scale of deception and betrayal. A picture of children's and adult legs appeared before Vicir's eyes. A frightened child asking about his fate. The image of the frightened red-haired boy and the ominous answer about his new home made Vicir shudder with horror at the child's impending fate. A gloomy darkness enveloped an abandoned cave, where a little boy, in a trembling voice, spoke words about the kind family promised to him in the shelter. The cold stone walls of the cave reflected the dim light falling on the silhouette of Seth standing next to the child, whose face was distorted with horror at the realization of his deception. Seth's lips stretched into an ominous smile as he noted the misunderstanding with feigned sympathy, his eyes sparkling with anticipation of the coming nightmare. Suddenly, Seth's face began to crack like a porcelain mask, and his laughter echoed throughout the cave as he revealed the true nature of this cursed place. A demonic entity burst from the cracks in Seth's skin, enveloping the boy in darkness and whispering in an icy voice about his inevitable fate in this kingdom of horror. The demon transformed into a giant pulsating eye, full of thirst for destruction, looming over the child cowering in fear, like the embodiment of his worst nightmares. The red-haired boy, overcome with panic and despair, let out a heartbreaking cry, calling out to his mother, who would never hear his plea for help. The demonic mouth opened, swallowing the small victim whole, leaving only the echo of the child's last cry, dying away in the dark depths of the cave. Seth, watching this terrifying scene, said with undisguised pleasure that innocent children were indeed the most delicious delicacy for people like him. Overcome by the euphoria of his evil, Seth confessed his inability to resist his desires, revealing his true identity as one of the 10 elite demons. In an eerie cave, Seth sat on a throne, surrounded by an ominous atmosphere of darkness and despair, his eyes sparkling in the dim light of the torches. Sipping wine from a crystal glass, Seth turned to the crow sitting next to him, expressing his dissatisfaction with the inadequacy of the current state of affairs. Thinking aloud, Seth mused about the lack of human supplies, wondering about creating an organization that used humans like livestock. Turning to the crow, whom he called 8, Seth asked for her opinion, and it became obvious that this was an unusual creature with 3 eerie eyes. Crow spoke out against the idea, warning of the increasing risk of their existence being revealed by humans as they expanded their activities. She also reminded Seth of his fondness for children and warned against spreading the smell, mentioning the excellent sense of smell of the Baskerville mongrels, to which Seth responded irritably about the trap they had set. Seth complained that at the current rate, it would take him 12.5 years of sucking human blood to accumulate enough magical powers to open the ravine. But Crow insisted on caution. Interested in what was happening in the family, Seth confidently declared his excellent performance in the role, urging Crow not to stand out in the morgue family. Crow confirmed that the 10 elite corpses should focus solely on opening the gate leading to the fall. The conversation ended with a mention of the coming fall of the human race, after which the crow melted away as if it had never existed. Left alone, Seth thoughtfully asked himself if something unusual was happening in the Baskerville family, his gaze fixed on emptiness. Seth, sipping his wine, mused aloud about the impossibility of explaining how Hugo had become stupid because of his granddaughter, his voice sounding irritated and worried. He reasoned about the need for Hugo to keep his cool to weaken the Baskerville family, a potential threat to their plans, hoping to continue his treatment of the young Baskervilles as mere products. Doubts crept into Seth's thoughts. He hoped that this would not interfere with the plan, but the uncertainty of a successful outcome troubled his mind. With obvious disgust, Seth said that all this was because of that freak Vicir, his voice dripping with hatred at the mention of this name. He remembered how this infuriating fellow had survived an assassination attempt with poisonous snakes as a child, and how he had rejoiced at the false news of his death in the forest, until Vicir returned with Hugo's granddaughter. Biting his thumb aggressively, Seth spoke of his many efforts to destroy Hugo, his voice shaking with suppressed rage. Seth's eyes lit up as he said that the best solution would be to get rid of the problem, his tone becoming decisive and ominous. Meanwhile, Vicir and Hugo walked along the corridor, heading somewhere deep in the castle, their steps echoing in the silence. Vicir noticed that Hugo looked much more cheerful than usual. His gaze was calm and focused, which caused some surprise. Vicir's gaze was directed somewhere into the distance. Immersed in deep thoughts, he tried to understand the reason for the sudden call. Looking at Hugo, Vicir reflected on the strangeness of the situation. He had been called, but for 5 minutes they had been walking in silence, without uttering a word, which increased his anxiety. Walking past the Christmas tree, Vicir realized his vulnerability. He had several open places, and he thought that now was the ideal opportunity for an attempt on his life. Vicir closed his eyes, mentally preparing for possible danger, his body tensed in anticipation of the unknown. Suddenly, Hugo broke the silence, saying that he knew about Vicir's hatred for him, which left the young man in a state of shock and confusion. Vicir felt the intent to kill him, remembering how Hugo treated his sons like bloodhounds, sending them on dangerous adventures. Hugo admitted to being cruel to Vicir since childhood, despite his successes, calling it a burden he had to bear. Vicir thought to himself that Hugo had changed. His inner voice was full of surprise and disbelief. Unexpectedly, Hugo uttered words of apology, which led Vicir into even greater confusion. Hugo, bending down in front of the young man, expressed his deep gratitude to him, his voice trembling with sincerity. He said that he learned from Pamirian about his daughter's happiness until the very end, and this knowledge brought him relief. Hugo acknowledged that Vicir had saved him, his words filled with deep gratitude. He invited Vicir to ask for whatever he wanted, in gratitude for bringing his granddaughter to him. Hugo emphasized that this was not a reward for the bloodhound, but a gesture of sincere gratitude, his tone serious and solemn. Vicir reflected on his doubts after returning, wondering if Hugo had truly changed, or if the cold Hugo no longer existed. He recalled how he had spent the last 17 years thinking only about revenge, but now realized that he was able to forgive. Although he doubted Hugo's involvement in his execution, Vicir faced a choice between revenge and forgiveness. Looking at Hugo bowed before him, his thoughts in turmoil. Finally, Vicir spoke, asking the patriarch to raise his head, his voice sounding calm and confident. Vicir asked about the possibility of asking for whatever he wanted, to which Hugo confirmed his promise with a pitying look. The young man slowly began to formulate his desire. Every word was filled with the significance and weight of the decision made. Standing right in front of the patriarch at a distance of a meter, Vicir was thinking about how to deal with Hugo, weighing the pros and cons. Suddenly, the scene changed to someone braiding Hugo's granddaughter's hair, creating a contrast to the previous tense moment. The girl was asked if she liked the Baskervilles in the family, to which she joyfully responded, mentioning Uncle Vicir, grandfather, and Uncle Osi. The interlocutor asked why she didn't say his name, to which the girl said thoughtfully, as if trying to remember. Unexpectedly, the girl said Uncle Seth, and Seth smiled sweetly in response, hiding his true emotions. The nanny appeared and reminded Seth about the training, but he replied that he would like to meet his niece first. The nanny objected, citing the patriarch's ban, but Seth asked to keep his visit a secret, making the same request to his niece. Touching the girl's hair, Seth complimented their beauty, his voice sounding soft and ingratiating. He added that they reminded him of his sister Penelope, which shocked the nanny, who did not expect such a confession. Nanny asked in surprise how Seth could meet Miss Penelope if he had not yet been born at that time, her voice expressing obvious bewilderment. Seth realized that he had said too much, revealing information that he should not have known, and his face showed concern for a moment. Suddenly, a demon began to appear from Seth's head, addressing the nanny in an ominous voice that caused horror. The demonic entity began to approach the woman, uttering threatening words about the need to rush to him. The girl turned around and was surprised to notice that the woman had disappeared, as if she had disappeared into thin air. Seth, trying to calm the child, said that Grandma had left, and there was no need to worry. His voice sounded unnaturally soft. He lied about the urgency as the demon began to retract back into his head, leaving only slight ripples on his skin. Seth asked the girl if she liked Grandpa Hugo, to which she joyfully and sincerely answered in the affirmative. Seth's face took on a demonic expression when he said that the girl really looked like his dead wife and daughter. His eyes flashed with an ominous fire. He bared his teeth with a scary look, wondering how much Hugo would suffer if she killed Pamirian. His hand began to transform. Something sinister appeared between the fingers, changing the shape of the limb behind the girl's back. The palm split in two. Sharp teeth appeared in the resulting cut, and this terrible structure began to approach little Pamirian's head. Suddenly, a voice called out to the guy, interrupting the terrible action and forcing everyone to turn around. Osi appeared and asked Seth about the whereabouts of the nanny and the reason for his stay here, taking the guy by surprise with his unexpected appearance. Seth looked at Axis with his incredibly charming gaze, trying to hide his true intentions behind a mask of beauty. Seth tensed, baring his teeth in frustration that his plans were disrupted by the sudden appearance of his brother at the most inopportune moment. Pamirian, overjoyed, shouted that Uncle Osi had arrived. He explained that he was looking for the girl, since the nanny was no longer there when he arrived. OC suggested that Seth keep the incident a secret to avoid his father's wrath, to which Seth reluctantly agreed, hiding his irritation. OC reminded Seth of the need to return to individual training, to which he agreed, mentally planning reprisals against the hated nanny. The guy silently looked at his brother. Without saying a word, his face remained impenetrable. OC walked closer to Seth and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, trying to make contact. Looking his brother in the eyes, OC sincerely expressed his concern for him, offering help if he needed it. Seth clearly did not expect such a manifestation of concern. Surprise was reflected on his face, mixed with disbelief. He bared his teeth, mentally doubting the sincerity of his brother's words, his mind filled with bitterness and resentment. Seth's inner voice screamed about the injustice of constant comparisons with his brilliant brother, about the pressure from his father because of this. OC, noticing his brother's long silence, worriedly asked if everything was okay with him, trying to understand the reason for his strange behavior. Suddenly, Seth covered his face with his hands, exclaiming no, as if trying to hide his true emotions. Realizing that these were remnants of the memories of the old Seth, he apologized, and citing the need to leave, hastily turned around. Seth quickly walked away, and OC looked after him thoughtfully, trying to understand what happened to his brother. Palmerian, suddenly noticing something, turned her gaze into the distance, her face expressing a mixture of curiosity and anxiety. OC exhaled with relief, saying that he was finally able to tell him about his experiences, feeling that he had taken an important step towards getting closer to his brother. As the successor of the Patriarch, OC always believed that he should be just like his father, observing his cold-bloodedness and trying to match him. Memories of Hugo crying in the hope of one day being called a grandfather made OC question her ability to express emotions. OC wondered if he could live by expressing the awkward feelings hidden inside, and while stroking his niece's head, he thanked her sincerely. He admitted that thanks to the appearance of Palmerian in their family, it became much easier for him to cope with the emotional burden. Seth, sitting on a throne in a cave of red-black mountains, thought irritably about how all this was pissing him off. From that day on, Hugo did not leave Palmerian, doting on his granddaughter, which made it impossible for Seth to kill her. Seth was angry, realizing that he had missed his chance due to the intervention of the damned Osiris, his eyes glowing with rage and resentment. Surrounded by corpses and skeletons in a gloomy cave, Seth sat on his eerie throne, immersed in dark thoughts. He decided that he had enough time before the opening of the ravine, and there was no need to rush. Perhaps it would be more effective to kill the girl when she became even more valuable to Hugo. Seth thought about the method of murder, considering an option similar to the death of Roxanne, passing it off as an illness. Or perhaps use barbarians, as in the case of Penelope, going through different options for reprisals. Deciding that the girl needed to be killed in a more cruel way, an ominous smile appeared on Seth's face, anticipating future revenge. Vicir approached the cave. His gaze was riveted on the terrifying entrance, inspiring fear and anxiety. The youth summoned the power of Weselful, materializing the sword in his hand, and swung it with determination, preparing for the coming fight. Something suddenly caught Seth's attention, causing him to become wary and stop his thoughts. He noticed that the trap was damaged and, stepping aside, grabbed his sword, preparing for an unexpected threat. Seth feverishly wondered who could have gotten inside, breaking through his defenses, and what the intruder's intentions were. Vicir slowly emerged from the shadows, his appearance as unexpected as it was frightening for Seth. Vicir's gaze was filled with rage, his eyes glowing an ominous red color, betraying his determination and anger. The young man said that he had come to visit Seth. His voice sounded threatening and cold. Seth's face was distorted by fear. He recognized the same Vicir Baskerville in the alien, and trying to hide his anxiety, Vicir explained that he had been following Seth all this time, remaining unnoticed due to his immersion in his thoughts. Seth wondered how an ordinary mid-level swordmaster was able to track him down, and whether this meant that Vicir knew about his true nature. Vicir continued that it seemed that his sudden visit had brought a lot of problems. What was he doing in such a chaotic place? His question sounded like a challenge. The guy continues to speak as if it were a demon behind the disappearances of children in the city of Underdog. Seth, hearing these words, begins to smile uncontrollably. Seth began to smile madly, his eyes shining with obsession as he asked the girl how she knew everything, his voice trembling with impatience. Vicir calmly replied that Seth seemed to no longer need to hide his demonic nature. His tone was even and confident. Seth confirmed that this was no longer necessary, adding that there was no one else here except them, his voice sounding ominous. Taking out his sword, Seth mockingly noted that he did not understand the confidence of Vicir, who came empty-handed, His pose was threatening. With a mad smile, Seth declared his intention to kill Vicir, swinging his sword, the air filled with tension. Seth struck, leaving a streak of red behind him, confident of his victory, his movements fast and deadly. Seth's smile grew crazier, revealing all 32 teeth, his face contorted with anticipation of triumph. Vicir kept his gaze as calm as possible, even a little tired, showing neither fear nor anxiety. Vicir asked Seth why he was laughing, which caused Seth to be bewildered, not understanding the strange questions before his death. Suddenly, Seth noticed that the situation was not so simple. His hand was severed, blood was gushing from the wound. Writhing in pain, Seth saw Vicir using the sword sprouting from his hand, looking at the demon with arrogance and contempt. A heartbreaking pain shot through Seth as he drew his weapon, as if his very being had been torn apart, leaving him in agonizing bewilderment. Realization struck Seth like lightning. In front of him was the legendary sword of gluttony, Wezelbull, an ancient relic of the great lord of the flies. Vicir, as if reading the demon's thoughts, continued his story, revealing the secret of the coming of demons to the human world and hinting at his awareness of Seth's high status. Seth's eyes betrayed a mixture of burning curiosity and growing horror as he tried to comprehend the incredible revelations unfolding before him with every word of Vicir. Seth's shock reached its climax as he began to comprehend the true nature of the soul residing in the body of the young man standing before him, whose presence seemed an impossible paradox. A sudden insight pierced Seth's mind, explaining the ominous aroma of the blood of his demonic brethren emanating from Vicir's young soul, like an ancient curse. The question of being in hell fell from Seth's lips, while Vicir's eyes flashed with a bright scarlet light, reflecting the demonic essence hidden in the depths of his soul. Memories washed over Vicir like a dark tide, revealing the cruel deception of his past life, where Seth, pretending to be a savior, only led him to inevitable death. The bitterness of betrayal and unfair accusation overwhelmed Vicir when he remembered how Seth carried out the sentence with his own hands. Vicir's commanding voice cut through the tense silence, calling the demon to awaken from the stupor caused by shocking revelations and an unexpected turn of fate. Excitement and madness gripped Vicir when, reveling in the moment of long-awaited retribution, he made it clear to Seth that he would face painful retribution for the sins of the past. Memories of a world plunged into the chaos of disaster washed over Vicir like the dark waters of the past, flooding his consciousness with images of suffering. The heavens opened up, revealing the gates that connected the worlds of demons and humans, marking the beginning of a brutal invasion of otherworldly forces that would bring death. The demons called their appearance the Fall, when countless hordes of fiends poured out of the opening heavens, bringing with them horror and destruction. 10 high-ranking demons, known as elite corpses, were the first to set foot on Earth, opening the way for their legions and ushering in the era of darkness. Amidst the chaos and horror of a long war against the demonic hordes, fate brought Vicir together with one of the powerful elite corpses, changing his life forever. The outcome of that fateful meeting turned out to be truly tragic, leaving an indelible mark on Vicir's soul and determining his future path. Of the 671 brave warriors who entered the battle with demonic forces, only 5 were able to escape death, but among them only 1 remained conscious. In a terrible twist of fate, the demon deliberately left 1 survivor, so that the death toll would reach the ominous figure of 666. The power of a high-ranking demon, one of the 10 elite corpses, embodied destruction itself, sweeping away everything in its path and leaving only ashes and despair. Vicir's gaze, full of indomitable rage and determination, glared at Seth, like the tip of a spear ready to pierce the demonic entity. The thought that the meeting with one of the 10 elite corpses occurred 10 years ahead of schedule rushed through Vicir's head like a whirlwind. Vicir's gaze fell on the many skeletons scattered throughout the gloomy cave, creating an eerie picture of past atrocities and unspeakable suffering. A terrifying realization pierced the young man's mind. These small, fragile skeletons belonged to children, devoured by a demon in his endless thirst for power and destruction. Suddenly, a thick, suffocating demonic energy filled the cave, forcing Vicir and his companions to turn their gaze to Seth, the source of this ominous power. The demon burst into eerie laughter, mocking Vicir's obvious shock at the sight of the child's remains, as if reveling in the horror his deeds evoked. Seth extended his hand, mockingly offering to return the devoured souls of the children, playing on the deepest fears and hopes of his opponents. From the demon's hand came the heartbreaking cries of children's voices, begging for salvation and calling for their mothers, increasing the horror of what was happening. Vicir's rage reached its limit. Every child's cry burned out his soul as if with a hot iron, turning his anger into an uncontrollable thirst for retribution. No longer able to contain his anger, Vicir brought his sword down on Seth again, seeking to end this nightmare once and for all. Writhing in pain, Seth heard Vicir's harsh words about the impossibility of resurrecting the dead, sounding like a verdict on all his atrocities. Seth's gaze, filled with horror and disbelief, was fixed on his own hands as he cried out in despair about his loss. A sudden smile crossed the demon's face as he showed off his glowing, restored hands, signaling the completion of his regeneration. Rising from his knees, Seth defiantly declared his knowledge of Vicir's secrets, hinting at the hidden depth of their confrontation. Comparing Vicir with Orisis, Seth noted the incredible fact of the youth reaching the level of sword expert at the age of 17, which even for a recognized genius seemed impossible. Seth pondered the likelihood of a new variable appearing in the future, given Vicir's demonic abilities and his mastery of the sword of Beelzebub. The determination to destroy Vicir immediately overwhelmed Seth, and a deadly blade materialized from his hand, ready to pierce his opponent. Vicir, full of determination, met Seth's threat with a firm determination to win, ready to fight until his last breath. The opponents froze opposite each other. Their swords, like extensions of their hands, sparkled in the gloomy environment of countless skeletons, silent witnesses of the coming battle. The battle broke out, illuminating the cave with a blinding red glow emanating from the combatants, turning the battlefield into an infernal spectacle. Vicir and Seth rushed towards each other, every movement imbued with absolute determination to destroy the enemy, leaving no room for mercy. A smile lit up Seth's face, as if this mortal battle brought him true inspiration, revealing his demonic essence. The thought of the superiority bestowed by his middle name Van over Vicira flashed through Seth's mind, fueling his confidence in victory. Seth arrogantly declared Vicir's inability to defeat him, knowing only the fourth technique, limited by the rules for sidelines and illegitimate children of the clan. Sudden surprise was reflected in Vicir's gaze, directed somewhere into the distance, as if he had seen something incredible amid the chaos of the battle. Seth wasted no time in using the sixth Baskerville technique, demonstrating his superiority and intent to finish the fight. However, Vicir remained unshakable in the face of this powerful technique, his gaze expressing absolute concentration and readiness for any turn of events. Vicir, not yielding to his opponent, decisively used the sixth Baskerville technique, rapidly closing the distance between him and Seth in a powerful jump. Amazement gripped Seth, his mind feverishly trying to comprehend the impossible, how this young man could master such an advanced technique of the Baskerville clan. A sudden smile lit up Seth's face as he began to realize the true scale of the confrontation, preparing for an unexpected turn of events. The excitement of battle still burned in Seth's eyes as he pondered his opponent's hidden trump cards, anticipating an even more exciting battle. Seth, using his hook sword, quickly closed the distance, finding himself almost face-to-face with Vicir, ready to deliver the decisive blow. Vicir, kneeling down, pressed his sword to the ground in a special way, as if preparing to perform an ancient ritual of the Baskerville clan. Vicir's blade flared with a bright red glow, filled with incredible energy, ready to burst forth in a crushing attack. Seth's eyes widened in fear and surprise as he realized the true nature of his young opponent's upcoming technique. An incredible realization pierced Seth. Vicir was preparing to use the seventh Baskerville technique, which was considered inaccessible to the uninitiated. Vicir attacked with lightning speed, his blade cutting through the air, causing Seth to realize in horror that this was indeed the legendary seventh Fang of Baskerville. Seth's thoughts raced feverishly, trying to understand how Vicir became aware of a technique available only to the Patriarch. But there was no time left to think. Vicir's strike hit its target, releasing a colossal amount of energy that exploded around, engulfing everything in a blinding radiance. Vicir, striking Seth in the heart, said that demons consider themselves superior to people only because they underestimate their true potential and determination. Approaching Seth's face, Vicir declared with cold confidence that deceiving the narcissistic demons turned out to be a piece of cake, revealing the depth of his thinking. Even the legendary heroes who closed the gate and put an end to the era of the Fall were unable to find and punish all 10 elite corpses, Vicir emphasized. Vicir revealed a key advantage. The Fall has not yet happened. The elite corpses are weak and in hiding, creating a unique opportunity to change the course of history. Leaning towards Seth, Vicir began to whisper something that caused extreme amazement on the demon's face, as if revealing to him an incredible secret. Vicir voiced the demon's plan to connect the worlds, proposing to thwart it by destroying Set and his allies, demonstrating a deep understanding of the situation. With undisguised anger, Vicir asked whether the destruction of this sinister plan would bring him any relief, revealing the depth of his hatred for demons. Horror gripped Seth, blood flowed from his mouth, and the thought that he, a powerful demon, was scared by an ordinary person seemed incredible. Seth bared his teeth, demonstrating the depth of his despair and rage in the face of an unexpected turn of events. Seth's scream echoed through the cave, expressing his disbelief and anger that a mere mortal could corner him. Suddenly, Seth surrounded himself with bloody sea urchin-like spikes, forcing Vicir to jump to the side to avoid the deadly spines. Vicir, keeping his distance, carefully studied the situation. His gaze remained just as decisive and unshakable, ready for any development of events. Vicir instantly realized the nature of the thorns surrounding Seth, realizing that they consisted of the congealed blood of a demon. Suddenly, the bloody thorns dissolved, revealing something unexpected: hooves belonging to the true form of the demon. Seth, calling himself Andromalius, bitterly admitted that he was forced to appear in his true form before a person, while Vicir remained calm and determined. The demon's true form was astounding, a skinless body of pure muscle topped with long hair and horns, violet eyes, and unnaturally long arms. Andromalius admitted that Vicir's level of power came as a great surprise to him, while the young man silently listened to the demon's words, preparing to continue the battle. Suddenly, the demon released a huge number of snakes from his hand, filling the cave with the hissing and movement of deadly bodies. Poisonous snakes with sharp fangs rushed towards Vicir, creating a deadly threat from all sides. Vicir, keeping his cool, methodically cut off the heads of the attacking snakes with his sword, demonstrating outstanding skill with the blade. Andromalius tauntingly urged Vicir to try to cut all the snakes, increasing the intensity of the attack. Vicir, not succumbing to provocation, continued to destroy the snakes, deftly moving around the cave and avoiding poisonous bites. Suddenly, one of the snakes snuck up on Vicir from behind, taking advantage of the moment when his attention was focused on other opponents. The snake's sharp fangs pierced Vicir's shoulder, causing him to be shocked by the sudden attack and the poison that began to take effect. Vicir reacted with lightning speed, cutting the snake that bit him, demonstrating his unbending will and combat reflexes. The demon Andromalius broke into a bloodthirsty smile, revealing his sharp teeth, clearly enjoying the unfolding scene. Confident of his victory, the demon declared the end of the battle, but Vicir calmly replied that he had received only a slight injury, not attaching much importance to it. Andromalius showed his palm, on which a demonic mouth grinned ominously, foreshadowing a new round of battle. By uttering the phrase "endless blood absorption," the demon brought surprise to Vicir's face, revealing his true ability. From the wound on Vicir's shoulder left by a snake bite, blood began to ooze, obeying the power of the demon. Vicir's blood, as if obeying an invisible force, rushed to the demonic mouth on the palm of Andromalius. The demon revealed the essence of his invincible blood control ability, claiming that as long as his opponent was alive, he was invulnerable. Despite the threat of death from loss of blood, Vicir remained surprisingly calm, observing the process of the expiration of his life force. The demon's hand with a terrible mouth in its palm continued to tirelessly absorb Vicir's blood, seemingly endlessly. Andromalius boastfully explained the nature of his half-mortal powers, confident in his invulnerability as long as there were wounded living beings around. Vicir, without showing the slightest sign of fear or anxiety, continued to calmly watch the process of sucking his blood. Unexpectedly for the demon, a mysterious smile appeared on Vicir's face, as if he knew something beyond the understanding of his opponent. Andromalius's irritation grew. He wondered what could be funny in such a desperate situation for Vicir. Vicir, maintaining a mysterious smile, casually replied that nothing special was happening, only increasing the demon's confusion. The young man said that it was funny to watch the complacency of a demon who does not even suspect the true nature of the blood he absorbs. Suddenly, Andromalius's body began to show cracks and blood began to pour out of his mouth, signaling an unexpected turn of events. The demon, falling to his knees, realized in shock the unusual nature of Vicir's blood, while the young man offered to show him something truly impressive. Vicir did not hesitate to make a cut on his arm with his sword, demonstrating complete fearlessness in the face of danger. Vicir's blood, dripping onto the ground, aroused the demon's suspicion of the presence of poison in it, while the young man urged him to carefully observe what was happening. To Andromalius's amazement, Vicir's wound healed instantly, demonstrating incredible regeneration abilities. The demon's shock intensified upon realizing that the human possessed the highest level of regeneration, capable of resisting demonic forces. Andromalius thought feverishly about creatures with such powerful poison: a cunning spider from the Black Mountains, a snake from the land of the Titans, and a huge jellyfish from the bottom of the Black Sea. The realization that a low-grade human possessed such a powerful poison shook the demon to the core, worsening his condition. Vicir, making another cut on his finger, ironically asked the demon if he would like to taste more of his blood, demonstrating complete superiority in this battle. Vicir, licking a wound on his finger, stated that his poison works even on elite demons, known as the 10 Corpses. Madame was apparently furious at her poison's inability to kill Vicir, which only confirmed his exceptionalism. It became clear that the 7th Baskerville technique and Beelzebub's abilities made Vicir a top-level expert capable of resisting demonic forces. Vicir declared his ability to defeat one of the 10 Corpses, inflicting significant damage to the demon, demonstrating his incredible strength. Andromalius, feeling worse and worse, could not comprehend how a simple person could have such power. His mind refused to accept this reality. Looking at Vicir, the demon realized how strong his opponent had become, something that seemed impossible for a human being. Andromalius's priority was survival, and the need to warn others about Vicir's existence, which required him to collect all the scattered mana. The demon removed the barrier from the cave, which did not escape the attentive gaze of Vicir, ready for a new turn of events. With a smile on his face, Andromalius cast a spell to turn the water into blood, preparing for the final attack. A huge amount of water began to accumulate behind Vicir, forming a threatening mass. Before Vicir's eyes, the water actually turned into blood, making him think about the incredible ability of a high-ranking demon to transform the elements. Looking at the resulting oceans of blood, Vicir confidently stated that the demon would still not be able to absorb such an amount. Andromalius, grinning, hinted that Vicir was mistaken in his assumptions about his intentions, preparing to present an unexpected surprise. Andromalius clarified that he had no intention of consuming the created blood, causing Vicir to wonder about the demon's true purpose. The demon, raising drops of blood, cast a spell, calling on his blood knights to rise, revealing his true plan. Before Vicir's eyes, drops of blood began to transform into knights, creating an entire army of bloody warriors. The blood knights surrounded Vicir. Their numbers were truly enormous, creating a seemingly hopeless situation. Andromalius proudly declared that his knights mastered the 6th technique, and even knowledge of the 7th would not help Vicir against their numerical superiority. The demon threatened not only to kill Vicir, but also to destroy all his loved ones, demonstrating his cruelty and determination. Andromalius warned Vicir that he would regret his confrontation with 10 corpses, while the youth found himself surrounded by countless knights. Vicir, taking something out of his pocket, acknowledged the strength of the opponents, but hinted at his preparedness for such a situation. Vicir's memory flashed back to the moment when Hugo invited him to take whatever he wanted, anticipating possible difficulties. From his pocket, Vicir took a whistle, the key to his secret plan. Showing the whistle to the demon, Vicir asked if he recognized this object, hinting at its importance among the Baskervilles. Andromalius's eyes narrowed in recognition, instantly realizing the nature and potential danger of the whistle. Vicir brought the whistle to his lips, his bright red eyes shining with determination and confidence. A loud whistle echoed throughout the cave, its echo reflected from the walls, filling the entire space around and foreshadowing an unexpected turn in the battle. The call of a demon came from the cave, echoing throughout the surrounding area and breaking the ominous silence. Someone's keen hearing caught this desperate call, forcing the unknown person to be wary and ready for action. The sound of a blade being drawn cut the air, foreshadowing an imminent battle with demonic forces. The demon, gripped by horror, ordered his knights to destroy the approaching enemy, realizing the seriousness of the threat. Vicir realized that the demon used the power to give orders to any creature, similar to the abilities of the Baskerville clan. The black whistle in the hands of the demon activated another function, mobilizing all the forces of the family, surrounding Vicir with a ring of knights. The sudden mobilization of all the forces of the Baskerville family came as a surprise to those present, demonstrating the power of the ancient clan. The demon noticed with horror that half of the mountain had disappeared, as if cut off by an invisible giant blade. Unfamiliar figures approached the cave, and someone's voice ironically commented on the use of the power of control over all the Baskervilles. Hugo, Osi, and Uncle Terrier appeared at the entrance to the cave, ready to fight the demon. Their appearance changed the balance of power. Hugo noted with pride that he expected such actions from his son, showing approval of Vicir's actions. Vicir, observing etiquette, bowed to greet the arriving relatives, while the demon froze in complete shock. The demon's thoughts raced feverishly, realizing that not only Hugo himself had arrived, but also the commanders, and even the successor of the patriarch. The gloomy vaults of the cave trembled with an echo as the entire Baskerville family gathered around the ominous demon, their silhouettes ominously silhouetted against the background of the ancient walls. The air thickened with tension when the solemn announcement was made that Vicir would become the owner of a mystical whistle for the next 6 hours. The young man, whose eyes sparkled with determination and courage, took on the burden of responsibility, realizing the full weight of the mission entrusted to him. With the fervor worthy of a true leader, Vicir gave his first order, his voice echoing throughout the cave, causing every Baskerville to listen to his words in awe. Pointing to the demon, whose presence filled the air with an ominous aura, Vicir proclaimed the need to destroy this fiend of darkness, tearing it into tiny pieces and putting an end to its tyranny. In the blink of an eye, all the Baskervilles, moved by a single impulse, fell upon the demon with the fury of 1,000 storms, their swords sparkling in the twilight of the cave. The air was filled with the whoosh of countless blades piercing the demon's flesh, his agonized cries echoing off the cave walls, merging into a cacophony of pain and despair. Vicir, watching the unfolding battle, realized the danger of the situation, realizing that the demon has the ability to suck blood and restore its strength. Vicir's voice cut through the chaos of the battle, ordering all the wounded to immediately retreat and jump into the poisoned river, whose waters, saturated with poison, could be the only salvation from the bloodthirsty demon. This cunning maneuver was supposed to deprive the demon of the ability to replenish his strength, leaving him without access to life-giving blood, and thereby weakening his power in the midst of battle. Vicir, realizing the importance of the moment, issued the strictest order to all bloodhounds to avoid even the slightest injury. The Baskervilles, upon hearing the order, roared unanimously, their voices merging in a powerful chorus, expressing unconditional support and readiness to follow their new leader, Vicir. Vicir's two uncles, watching what was happening, exchanged glances of approval, noting how skillfully their nephew had raised the morale of the knights and shown unexpected talent in leading the clan. Hugo, looking at the unfolding scene, realized with bitterness that his son had turned into a demon, and now the entire Baskerville family found itself in such a terrifying situation. The demon, without giving up, continued his desperate struggle, releasing countless snakes from his hands, trying to crush his opponents and break through their defenses. The Baskervilles, without losing their cool, methodically cut down the snakes, leaving no chance for the demon to succeed in this desperate attempt to turn the tide of the battle. Again and again, with tireless determination, the Knights of Baskerville attacked the demon, their blades flashing in the air, delivering blow after blow to his volatile body. The demon, amazed by the tenacity and skill of the bloodhounds, realized that he had underestimated their abilities. They turned out to be much more skillful opponents than he had imagined. Despite his ability to regenerate, the demon knew that at this rate, he would only deplete his strength, and he urgently needed to find a way to turn the situation in his favor. In the midst of the battle, the demon suddenly noticed his brother Osi in the crowd, which forced him to frantically look for a way out of the current situation. Despair overwhelmed the demon, and he began to scream loudly, trying to attract attention and offer a deal, hoping for an opportunity to negotiate. The demon's voice cut through the noise of the battle, offering to leave Seth's body in exchange for freedom, hoping that his words would resonate among the Baskervilles. The demon, confident in his cunning, declared that they would not sacrifice the second son of the family. But Vicir, not succumbing to provocation, began to respond decisively. Vicir, not succumbing to the demon's tricks, understood that his proposal was just a desperate attempt to gain time, and the Baskerville clan would never agree to such a deal. The demon, realizing the hopelessness of his situation, feverishly looked for a way out, realizing that his only chance was to convince at least one of those present. In desperation, the demon called out to Set's brother Orisis, his voice echoing throughout the cave, causing everyone to freeze for a moment. Turning to Orisis, the demon appealed to his brotherly feelings, asking whether he would really allow his younger brother to be killed, while Osi only silently watched with his deep, impenetrable gaze. The demon, going through the memories of the captured body, counted on the kindness of the Axis, considering him the most kind-hearted member of the Baskerville family. With growing despair, the demon continued to cry out to his brother, seeing in him his only chance of salvation in this hopeless situation. Vicir, realizing the danger of the moment, approached Axis, begging him not to succumb to the demon's tricks and to remain strong in the face of this insidious temptation. The tension reached its climax as Oshi slowly approached the demon, preparing to speak words that could change the course of the battle. Oshi, looking straight into the demon's eyes, asked if Seth's soul was still in this distorted body, and if so, if he could help it free. Hearing these words, the demon could not restrain his triumphant smile, revealing all his sharp teeth in a grotesque grin. Instantly transforming, the demon put on his brother's mask, skillfully imitating Seth's voice, assuring that he was still alive and present inside. Continuing his cruel game, the demon Seth admitted with feigned remorse that he had sold his soul, begging for forgiveness. The demon, playing on the feelings of the Axis, described the unbearable suffering from constant comparisons with his brother and condemnation of his father, which allegedly led to his fall. Oshi listened intently as the demon, pretending to be Seth, poured out feigned regrets about selling his soul and the chaos he supposedly caused. Every word of the demon drenched in false remorse. Before he could finish his plea for a second chance, the brother-masked demon was suddenly interrupted by Oshi without hesitation, cutting his throat, his actions lightning fast and decisive. Oshi, not succumbing to the demon's tricks, coolly ran his sword across the creature's throat, putting an end to its insidious game with one sharp movement. Bowing his head, Oshi plunged into heavy thoughts about his brother. His heart sank from the pain of loss and the realization of the irreversibility of what had happened. With bitterness, Oshi said that the only thing he could do for his brother was to free his soul, while the severed head of the demon lay lifeless at his feet. Vicir, approaching Axis, tried to console him, saying that he should not blame himself, because Seth's soul had long left this body, and the demon was only skillfully pretending. Oshi, tormented by a sense of guilt, admitted that it was his oversight that allowed the demon to take possession of Seth, the weight of responsibility pressing on his shoulders. He bitterly regretted not paying enough attention to his younger brother during their younger years, feeling that he could have prevented this tragedy. Oshi reflected that it was too early to mourn the death of their family, but it was unbearably sad to realize that the children who could have become the future of the Baskervilles were sacrificed. As the Patriarch's successor, Axis felt the deepest shame for his ignorance and inability to foresee the impending disaster. He reproached himself for unwittingly dancing to the tune of the demon, allowing himself to be deceived and misled. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the cry of one of the Baskervilles, warning of danger. Suddenly, everyone present discovered with horror that the severed head of the demon, contrary to the laws of nature, had soared into the air, leaving the battlefield. The demon, laughing mockingly, mocked the idiot hounds. His head continued to move through the air, eluding his pursuers. With caustic triumph, the demon announced a delay in opening the gates, confidently declaring that his brothers would cope with this task better than him. Threatening to return and take revenge after restoring his body, the demon disappeared into the distance, and Vicir noted with annoyance that it was impossible to hit the target at such a distance. Hugo, turning to Vicir, recalled an important lesson. A true swordsman should never turn his back on the enemy, even at the moment of his imaginary retreat. Suddenly, the demon felt an inexplicable fear, surprised by this feeling, because he was sure of Seth's death and did not understand the source of this primitive horror of Hugo. Hugo, without wasting a second, began to draw his legendary sword from its sheath, his movements filled with strength and determination. The demon, gripped by panic, realized that he was experiencing a primal fear of a creature far superior to him in strength. All eyes were on Hugo as he used his powerful muscular arm to fully unsheath his famous blade, preparing to strike. Vicir and Oshi watched with bated breath, anticipating the coming clash and demonstration of the Patriarch's skill. With incredible speed and strength, Hugo began to swing his sword, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to the floating demon's head. All the Baskervilles watched with bated breath as Hugo took aim at the flying head of the demon, realizing that they were about to witness a legendary blow. The demon, discouraged and confused, awaited his fate with growing horror, unable to predict Hugo Baskerville's next step. At first, the demon tried to laugh, arrogantly believing that even a swordmaster could not reach the heavens where his head floated. Suddenly, Hugo, gathering all his power, began to emit a dazzling red aura, his movements filled with incredible strength and determination. Each swing of Hugo's sword left a trail of red lasers, cutting through the air with incredible precision and speed. To his horror, the demon discovered that his head was covered with many deep cuts, marveling at the impossibility of what had happened. Not believing his eyes, the demon exclaimed that an ordinary person could not have such power. His confidence in his own superiority was shaken. Hugo's face expressed a mixture of righteous anger and satisfaction from the accuracy of the strike. His skill was undeniable. Vicir, watching what was happening, said with reverence that this was the legendary holy sword of Hugo Baskerville. Hugo, looking at the shining blade of his sword, silently confirmed Vicir's words, demonstrating the true power of the swordmaster. A few days later, announcements appeared in all areas of the territory controlled by the Baskerville family that the investigation into the disappearance of children had been completed. The advertisements emphasized the desire to uncover the truth and promised the payment of appropriate compensation, according to the law, to all affected families. Despite the fact that information about the arrival of the Demon King's trustee on Earth was not disclosed, it was officially announced that the second son of the Baskerville family was behind the horrific crimes. Shortly after these events, the trial of Seth's mother, Nut, began, and the atmosphere in the courtroom was tense and gloomy. Nut faced numerous charges, including poisoning his first wife, kidnapping the patriarch's eldest daughter, and aiding Seth in kidnapping children, which led to a verdict of immediate execution. What surprised everyone was that Nut was not possessed by a demon, and until the very end, she did not stop screaming for her son. After Nut's execution, Seth's henchmen were also executed, and the leadership of the investigation was taken over by the patriarch's successor, Orphan, who showed exceptional competence. Orphan personally supervised every aspect of the matter, but in fact there was another person whose involvement remained in the shadows. This man turned out to be Vicir van Baskerville, whose role in the investigation was no less significant, although less noticeable. Rumors quickly spread among the people that Vicir had become a key figure in the war against the Barbarians and the main beneficiary of this matter, which caused a wave of discontent. In just a week, Orphan and Vicir closed all the questions, but the news of the execution of a member of the Baskerville family came as a real shock to many. Hugo, holding his granddaughter on his lap, warmly asked her if she had noticed anything different in him. The girl thought for a moment, and then her eyes suddenly sparkled with insight. Pointing to Hugo's face, the granddaughter noticed with childish spontaneity that her grandfather no longer had a beard. Hugo asked her opinion about this change, to which the girl replied that she now looked empty, while Osi and Vicir watched this touching scene with emotion. Osi and Vicir, watching this scene, thought to themselves that it seemed that the terrible chaos that they had experienced just recently had not happened. Vicir reflected that now that all traces of the incident had been thoroughly cleaned up, there was no sign of demons left. He remembered that he had instructed Cindy to obtain information about other demons, and eagerly awaited the results of her investigation. Osi praised Vicir for his excellent work, to which he modestly replied that Osi had done a great job in resolving this difficult situation. Osi noted that this incident likely delayed Vicir's departure to the academy, and advised him to start preparing. But Vicir expressed concern about the chaos still reigning in the family. Calming Vicir, Osi recalled that the decision to be sent to the academy was made by their father, Hugo, but Vicir was puzzled why he was being sent at such a difficult moment for the family. Vicir reasoned that from an efficiency point of view, it would be better to leave him here to complete all matters, and tried to understand what Hugo was up to. Osi, in response to these thoughts, only smiled sweetly, as if he knew something that Vicir did not know. Vicir suggested that his father was probably worried that he would get bogged down in a battle for power, which surprised Axis a lot with his insight. Continuing his thought, Vicir noted that lately he had begun to understand his father better, realizing that behind the stern appearance was hidden genuine concern. Osi, agreeing with Vicir, noted that he was saying this as a man who was called like his father, and advised his brother to trust his words. Vicir, slightly embarrassed by this conversation, looked away, not knowing how to react to such a frank discussion of family relationships. At this time, Hugo, trying to braid his granddaughter's hair, had difficulty coping with the task, and the butler delicately suggested him the correct direction of braiding. The patriarch finally finished braiding 2 beautiful braids for his granddaughter, causing the girl sincere joy and admiration. Hugo warmly asked his granddaughter if she liked the result, to which she enthusiastically replied in the affirmative, while his sons continued to watch this touching scene. Vicir, looking at this, plunged into thought, realizing that he was now looking at what was happening through the prism of a new understanding of the past. He remembered his past life spent as if in a collar, limited and unfree. In those days, Vicir saw only Hugo's back, following him as if bound by an invisible chain, not understanding the true essence of their relationship. Now he realized that Hugo also wore his own collar of responsibility and duty, which Vicir had not even suspected before. His awareness was completely changed, enriched by experience, vicissitudes, and despair, allowing him to see the situation in a new light. The granddaughter, clinging to the patriarch's chest, uttered words of love for her grandfather with childish spontaneity, filling the hearts of those present with warmth. Vicir, watching Hugo, became deeply contemplative about the complexity of human relationships and emotions. He realized that now he was experiencing exactly the feeling that arises when you free yourself from the chains of the past that bind you. Vicir realized that the patriarch he once wanted to take revenge on no longer exists, like past grievances, and now there is nothing stopping him from moving forward. The little girl's touching words about her love for her grandfather brought both the butler and the patriarch himself to tears, revealing the depth of their emotional connection. OC, who usually finds it difficult to express emotions while watching the scene, couldn't help but smile sincerely, touched by what was happening. Vicir also smiled, realizing that he was finally able to free himself from the shackles of the past, opening a new chapter of life for himself. Vicir decisively declared his intention to go to the academy, to which OC responded approvingly, recognizing the wisdom and correctness of this decision. It seemed that the chains of the past had completely fallen away from Vicir, symbolizing his liberation from the weight of previous grievances and doubts. However, something was still bothering Vicir, causing him to turn to the chains he left behind, as if unable to completely let go of the past. Vicir, succumbing to an internal impulse, nevertheless took the chain in his hands, admitting that while he could not completely let go of his past, it was still a part of him. In his imagination, Vicir saw himself holding this chain surrounded by impenetrable darkness, symbolizing his inner demons. He wrapped the chain tightly, his gaze filled with determination and anger as he said that his revenge had just begun, opening a new dark chapter of his story. Suddenly, the silence of the calm city was broken by something unexpected, causing the pigeons to fly into the sky in panic, foreshadowing the impending danger. A huge muscular monster flew out of the wall with a roar, aimed at Vicir. Its appearance was so sudden that it seemed impossible to dodge. However, Vicir, thanks to his reaction and skills, was able to jump to the side at the last moment, avoiding a crushing blow. The monster with one giant arm, puzzled by Vicir's dexterity, stared at him, trying to understand who was standing in front of him and how he managed to avoid the attack. The monster, surprised by Vicir's knowledge, asked how he guessed about the contract concluded with the demon, not expecting to meet such a shrewd opponent. The monster, enraged by the failure, swung its huge hand intending to crush Vicir, shouting curses at him. Vicir, without losing his cool, activated his Wezelvul, and from his hand, as usual, a mystical sword sprouts. He calmly asked the monster who I am. With one swift movement, Vicir cut the monster's arm, leaving behind a trail of dazzling red aura, demonstrating his incredible strength and skill. The monster, struck by the power of the blow, staggered. Blood gushed from its mouth, indicating the severity of the injuries received. But Vicir did not stop there. He quickly prepared to deliver another crushing blow, his movements filled with determination and rage. With a lightning-fast kick, Vicir attacked the demon monster with such force that he could not resist, and fell to the ground with a roar, shaking the surroundings. The defeated monster, unable to rise, remained lying on the ground, while Vicir, without looking back, simply walked away, leaving behind a scene of destruction. Now Vicir has become a night hound, hiding his identity under the mask of a plague doctor, symbolizing his new role and mission.